but he's going to be ready for round two. GQ desperately trying to TP out, he'll make it away. But P-Vision, as expected with the situation of the game so far, they take these fights so easily. Extreme, they try and get Arme involved.
Ебут, пацаны, ебут.
Ducalis will end up dying to the Torment. He gets rewarded though for his efforts there with the shard. But it's just so hard to enter into these team fights as the PL. They've got the wave clear and they've got this just incredibly farmed Satanic Lifestealer staying on top of you the entire fight.
As soon as the Solar Guardian comes out too, Enigma can cast that black hole as we see. He's got positioning for it. Even if it's just a second or two, it's enough. As they try, I mean, the starting on Ducalis isn't bad there, that positioning.
Так, ну можно оценить драфты сходу первой карты. Я бы сказал, ну, такое себе. А кто кэрри? Кэрри... Ага, понял, все. Вопросов нет. Ну, сомнительно, но... Не прям плохо, конечно, но у... Экстримов довольно сомнительно все. Да. Так, пам-пам-пам-пам-пам-пам. Это какой канал? Ага, понял. Подожди, а это какой канал? Ага, понял, все тогда.
Go through here when they are behind.
Perfect game so far from him. 5-0-5 on the Lifestealer.
Full SNY finished up too. How do you bring this man down?
Ну, честно сказать, мне кажется, финал пари Фальконс будет поинтереснее. Мне кажется, экстримные силят. Ну, чисто на исполнение, то есть даже если они передрафтят Фальконов, стримы, на исполнение, мне кажется, не осилят.
When he has Blink, then they can actually look for plays on these side lanes a little easier as well too with XM. If they do see someone split up. The problem is that P-Vision isn't really splitting too much now. Feeling their power of grouping up.
Trying to get the catch onto XXS there, top.
Off the mark.
And the space is there for them to continue taking these towers. As all tier 2s now taken 23 minutes in.
And only one tower that XG's been able to bring down. Yeah, this P-Vision early game is absolutely unbelievable.
Yeah,
they're even knocking on the high ground already.
We've not been seeing this a lot in this tournament. 23 minutes in. This is very, very early.
There's no golem. Okay, it does come back up now. So they force people back, and then they go back and actually just farm, and potentially even look for a catch. See, 9 class and no one. Looking for a setup.
And they're going to catch onto the illusions, though. Oh, maybe not. A 9 class. He's got the read. Arme's going to try and turn. He's going to try and bait them out with the micro. It's going to work. P-Vision, they won't try and search any longer, so Arme gets out.
Does TP back to base, though. Let's get sent all the way back. I just keep looking at these lanes, and every time XG looks to get out on the map, look at the positioning. Top, Dominator plus Eidolons. Mid, Dominator plus Forge Spirits for a second. Bottom also shoved in. So difficult for JinQ to make a move, which isn't kind of telegraphed, right? Because they're going to see all these lanes shoved in, and they're like, yeah, okay, they're trying to perhaps make a move since nobody's shoving those lanes out.
JinQ trying to just get some information.
Oh, and Satanic is carrying the gem now. So he can keep toggling the Radiance, make sure he doesn't get caught by that Carapace, and he'll always just know when JinQ is trying to make a move on him. Covering their bases, not giving an opportunity on XG to get the kill on this Lifestealer.
Yeah, and they're just going to get out of here, the two of them. They know that they can't try and set up for some sort of surprise play from the high ground. They head to the top side, and they do have the three of them up here, and it is no one TPing in on his own. Still a very tough target to take down.
В топе,
He's been pretty sneaky.
That's the Aghanims online now for Arme. So a little bit more potential in the team fights.
He probably wants, I think once he has that next item, then he can start to feel quite powerful, but the separation between him and the Lifestealer actually just continues to grow. Went from 2K to 3K to 4, now it's at a 5K separation.
Yeah. I mean, I guess these sort of things happen, right? Especially when it's Satanic and he gets such a fast Radiance timing.
Very true. And his itemization, you know, we have to talk about it for Satanic. It's normal, but it's very, very good this game. He's going to have the AC finished up after the armlet. So
25
super
minutes
strong,
in.
like super strong versus physical and magical.
Yeah, this is crazy stuff.
And all these wards are being taken out since he does have that gem picked up. AC, there it is. Breaking records.
Absolutely smashing the fastest timings. I'd imagine on pretty much most of these items with this sort of build-up. Just hasn't been slowed down one bit this game.
If anything, he's only been accelerated, it feels like, after that laning phase.
And there we go, Yendi. No surprises. It's not even close.
Nope.
Mate, looking towards the Bloodthorn next. Wants to make sure that if they do kind of get that jump in with Xingqiu, they are able to just focus the target and kill them off.
Ways away from it, though.
Radiant are scanning.
P-Vision, they can definitely look to kind of calm things down, hold onto the map, set things up for the next Roshan.
It's a quick spawn, too. And definitely difficult for XG to contest that next Rosh as well. Is the BKB finished up yet for XM? I believe it is. So at the least, he'll be able to potentially get that Requiem off unless he gets caught from either like a splitter interrupt or a black hole in particular.
And I think that they've got to go for it, right? If you're XG, you try and contest this next Rosh. You really want to sit back and have to try and defend high ground against an Aegis push from P-Vision?
It feels like they do have to.
You got to get out there.
Especially after that situation we saw last time, right? Big team fight ultimates are good and all, but when there's an Aegis carrier, it does counteract that very heavily.
And they'll scout things out, P-Vision, as they step up into the pit. Extreme, what do they want to do about this? Doesn't look like they're making any initial moves, so maybe the call is indeed just going to be hold the high ground.
They still just they have lane issues again. Look at the positioning of these lanes. Bottom is shoved in, mid shoved in, top also. They're going to smoke it for an attempt.
See if they can get there in time.
It's dying pretty quick.
And you see the positioning from Ducalis, DM, and No One. They're all ready to interrupt any sort of initiation from Extreme.
9 classes throwing down those remnants. XM.
Watching from the side, Xingqiu, ready with the step in, but Satanic's already out with the rage. Meatball comes down straight away, Xingqiu's gone. The sleep with the side, they managed to catch XM.
He's in trouble.
Setup there in this middle, will get the BKB off, but the Black Hole comes in, gets produced off by the Solar Guardian. They turn with the raises, they kill off the air.
The Rosh.
Satanic's got it. Aegis picked up by the Lifestealer. Mate has to be careful here how close he gets to the Lifestealer. Satanic's ready to step across. Chase down XXS as XG. They pretty much threw everything into the effort at the start of the fight. He'll go for the TPL, will make it away. XXS. They try there to interrupt Extreme. They get a kill against the Enigma, but they don't manage to stop the Rosh and stop the Aegis going into the hands again of Satanic.
Attempted the black hole, immediately canceled. They'll be able to get that set up. XM survives though, which is at least a small silver lining, of course, for them, but Satanic, Aegis now coverage, next item soon on the horizon. It's difficult for them to actually get in and contest in any way. XXS getting a bit lucky to survive as see a Midas picked up for the Warlock. As you said, they want to take it to super late stages.
They do. Extreme know that that's pretty much the only way out of this game. If they could somehow push this one later and later, they have been able to do it before. This time around in this situation definitely is going to be one of, if not the hardest, to try and stop P-Vision from ending the game against them.
Yep.
But maybe if they can, we'll get to see the game get to a point where Arme can show us what the late game PL can do.
It would be so impressive to see, especially, you know, because of this ET, because of this Invoker as well too, that adds that extra complication for him. We will see if he can. As Satanic, he's been queuing up a couple different items. We'll see which way he does really look to go. The BKB looking to be that probably safest option so he doesn't get his mana burned completely and can't use the Rage of the Infest.
No, for sure, yeah. If he can sort of survive in these fights on the front lines through a Rage, a BKB, and a Rage, it's hard to not see most of the heroes just dying on XG.
Yeah, absolutely.
If the Lifestealer lives that long in a team fight.
9 class also getting pretty dangerously close to an Aghanim's, which is a pretty big deal this game since he's a support position. It can be very disruptive for these backline heroes.
Down bottom, no one.
XM.
Gonna find the setup. XM does have Xingqiu by his side. BKBs are out from both mids here, as they'll split for now.
They swap the gem over to the Invoker. Since there's no slot on Satanic, they're protecting No One now with that gem. So he can play safe. He can play a bit safer and a bit more aggressive in terms of pushing out these side lanes, since he'll know when the Nyx is on him. There's that BKB, still with the Aegis for about 2.5 minutes.
9 class. It's gonna have the setup here with the Yules into the random. So this is going to be a very dead X-Nova, trying to do his best to get towards that big item pickup, wants to work his way towards this refresher. It's going to take him a fair bit of time, though.
A very, very long time.
It does have, a lot of potential XP still, has the Grimoire, has his Midas ready to go, so...
P-Vision might look to force a bit here again, since they still have 2 minutes on this Aegis. Lanes are in a good position for them to do so as well.
Yeah, they're in a perfect spot to just hit the high ground, see what happens.
Yeah, at least like force a reaction, in particular, from the side of XG. They're going to smoke in the back line. They have a banner at the ready. What do you do, XG? Lift is forced.
See what they can do after this.
But the banner is down already, so that catapult is going to survive.
They're going to have everybody back up. The tier 3's gone. Satanic on towards the barracks. They'll try and lead in. They'll have the Yule set up into the Remnant on towards XM.
The Raxes are dying.
Can they do anything? The Rage comes out for Satanic as he stands his ground, cleans up the full set top. They couldn't do anything to stop them. They're going to try now, looking towards the Void Spirit. Pike gets popped, the Infest comes in as well. They're able to keep 9+ easily alive.
Too scared to commit for the fight. If they lose that fight, it's probably just the game, so just try to poke and prod. But the Rax, P-Vision just comes in and claims it. Big amount of gold acquired. As you said, the Ags now for 9 class is about to be finished. DM, he's about to have a blink now too with that BKB after having the aura, so might find the angles for these black holes soon, even versus the double BKB piercing disables.
Oh, for sure. I mean, at the least, forces out these sort of saves to come out immediately at the start of the fight, kind of leaving the area then free for Satanic to clean up in the longer drawn-out team fight.
I swear they just can never get the lanes out, Owen. Every time I've looked, completely shoved on the side of XG.
Another tier 3 falling.
It's just creeps this time taking it out.
Army trying to lead in. Can't touch Satanic quite now.
30 seconds.
Just burned down to the Radiant.
Still 30 seconds on the Aegis. They're getting so much done. Yeah, big items coming out, as we said. Full. Well, Lotus Orb soon being picked up for Ducalis. I think a Shiva's soon finished up, so starting to get more and more answers for that PL. Once that Shiva's comes out for no one, it's a fantastic option just to be able to identify which PL is real at all times, too. XG, as you said, waiting and waiting toward that later stages, but how much is it going to benefit them with how far ahead P-Vision continues to climb?
Now, Arme is close to having the Bloodthorn.
Okay.
But then finding the opportunity to be able to weave in and out of these team fights.
Also playing into BKB, Rage, another Rage if he doesn't get the kill during that initial Bloodthorn. Yeah, very difficult. And it's only really him doing the damage, it feels like now at this point, with that single target. There's a lot of targets he's got to go through. We've been talking about Satanic, but also no one is very high on that net worth, as we see after getting that shard too. He is a problem. Oh, and they're kind of trapped in their base. Look at this. It feels like it's been a long time that they haven't been able to come outside.
All they can do is just sort of set up and make sure that when Arme steps out to get farm, he's not going to be jumped.
Yeah, true. They have not been able to find any combos with the Vendetta plus that Solar Guardian in 30 minutes with the way that that start happened.
And we'll see what Arme looks towards next. He's going to try and get the shard, so he just continues to get these little sort of incremental steps forward in his item build.
He's going to have
just
to...
anything he can get together before that big team fight is forced against him.
He's going to have to be so tricky in the fights because he's super fragile, it still feels like, with this itemization. It's a very aggressive build he's gone for.
And I like this build as well from Satanic. Yeah, going for the late game Maelstrom into the Mjolnir just to throw something else into the mix, which it's just going to give these illusions from PL not a chance to survive in a team fight. They're going to get cleared out so quickly.
I can just throw it on himself, run in, and yeah, it'll all die. Sure, it's been nerfed versus Illusions, as we do know, in this last 7.39D, but it is still pretty effective when you are ahead in terms of net worth like this. Yeah, gets rid of the armlet. That is a pretty nice anti-PL inventory.
Yeah, he's massive. P-Vision probably just going to sit back, look for the next Roshan.
Does feel like it. They have complete control of the map. They're farming everything.
They know that there's pretty much no threat of Extreme coming out to find them, even though Extreme is trying to go for this smoke.
Maybe just claiming their shrine, just trying to get something out of the map. Yeah, crazy amounts of farm. 9 class is getting infested up, so it looks like perhaps P-Vision is going to look for a move if they do suspect them starting to get outside at all.
P-Vision on the way over. 9 class
GQ.
They look for the setup, but Xingqiu is equipped with the Spike Carapace. Will be able to get away with the Vendetta as he scurries up to the high ground.
The second XG gets outside, though, immediately forced back into their base within a split second. No one.
Right, Xingqiu's got his eyes on him. He's going to try for the setup. Straight away the stun into the Requiem, but it's not enough. No one's able to put the BKB run away. In fact, he's ready to run back at them. As XM and Xingqiu have to back off to the side. They've caught Arme. He's caught in the remnant. Will be able to get out away from the Deafening Blast in time, but Satanic's going to try and chase on forward. They'll sneak away with the invis. So getting out, but only just. I mean, just continue to show how terrifying these team fights are for Arme to try and get in on.
Not carrying a gem on any of the heroes, just carrying a bunch of dusts. Maybe 9 class will bring it out soon, but the 2 cores don't have it there. Okay, it's coming on the courier now for no one. That's a lot used there from XG. That's their Requiem, that's their Solar Guardian. P-Vision used nothing.
They're ready to push it. DM ready to make that jump, of course, with the Black Hole at the ready.
GQ.
He's going to get caught out here, burnt down low. He'll survive, but only just here thanks to the Shadow Word of X-Nova.
Almost died to that full combo. Satanic. Do they want to keep pushing here?
Let's have a look, because potential Roche will be pretty soon.
They'll get the tower. Spending all their gold, backing up. Roche, about 30 seconds. We saw the Requiem combo with the Nyx Assassin. They go on the Invoker, but something about... I actually haven't mentioned this much this tournament, but something about Invoker, of course, since he's one of those super high int heroes, his magic resist is also high. I think he got piped at the end of it, too, and it didn't even do half of his HP.
It was, yeah, but close to half his HP.
Yeah,
they didn't quite get the perfect position, of course, getting as close as they could to him, but even if they did, I don't think it was killing him.
No, I don't think so. Also difficult to ever get that catch there. As we said, you know, he didn't have the gem this time, but I imagine he's going to start carrying it pretty soon on that Invoker again. As Roche, it is up. P-Vision in the pit.
And XG, I mean, they've pretty much just got to take this time to try and get Arme out on the map so he can work towards his next item.
His growth is just not really there. Courier gets grabbed as well, XXS.
Yeah, that's a rough one. He would have had the refresher. He would have had the money for the full refresher on the Dawn, but now that's going to be taken out of the game for nearly 3 minutes.
Roche.
I mean, they are approaching. XG, can they time this?
Cataclysm to scout.
It's going to scout everything. As they know what's up, Arme's trying to step up, but they cannot get into the pit. Satanic's going to be able to finish up. Xingqiu steps up. Won't be able to stop them from getting the pickups and the kill, though. P-Vision get everything again.
Uncontested. They just can't walk in. XG's too scared to look for that fight. And now it's a refresher shard as well that they can get either to the Enigma or the Invoker if they want, or even maybe to the Lifestealer if he just wants to have BKB Rage. Could just look to close up the racks in particular with
I think so. Yeah, because no one's going to have another slot complete. He goes to the Eon Disc, so even now, if they do get this sort of setup to try and blow him up with the Requiem, it's just not going to happen. 9 class in the mid, look for the setup. They'll catch Xingqiu. Arme is going to try and step back in, but he's got to be careful. DM coming out with the BKB. The Black Hole will be put to stop with the Solar Guardian. They'll kill DM off. But can they now get out of the fight? XG is XM. It's going to be split from the rest of the team. He's out. Dead for 80. We'll see 9 glass fall, so XG at least able to get a second kill. But can Xingqiu get out of this? The meatballs come down. Xingqiu's gone.
These fights are impossible. Even there where they kind of land most of the spells in decent unison, P-Vision just too far ahead. They'll kill the support, but,
but they just can't touch
Satanic.
They absolutely cannot.
Arme goes in and immediately has to retreat every single time because he just gets burnt down so quickly. Basher now picked up. But in terms of his actual standing toe-to-toe with any of these heroes on P-Vision, it's just not the case. As the racks, there's no glyph.
Arme tries to step up here with a Tornado. Into the Meteor on the Deafening Blast. He's in pretty much at like 10% HP. He's got to run. He has to get back. Sunstrike's going to be thrown in, doesn't connect, but the space is there for P-Vision to push on, take out the bottom set of barracks, and definitely continue to move over towards the mid. Still 3 minutes on this Aegis. XG, if they got anything left in the tank to be able to sort of stop this.
That's Megas.
Arme's going to look for no one. Straight away, going for the backlash, but the Eon Disc is there. Solar Guardian will connect. Arme trying to get back in over towards the Invoker, but no one's able to step away. Arme has to keep his distance once more from Satanic.
He just has to dance and run away. Can't actually stick on targets. Megas are claimed. All of P-Vision's back up. Still in Aegis for 3 minutes as well on Satanic, and another item finished up. The overwhelming blink coming out on that Courier very soon.
Yeah, P-Vision, they've certainly made this game one look pretty easy, folks,
They
so
did.
far.
I mean, it's all from these lanes in particular, right? Top lane went, I think, as good as you could have ever asked for, maybe even better, keeping the Dawnbreaker completely behind. Bottom lane, Enigma was unpunished, untouched, and mid lane, no one stood his own. He stood tall versus that Shadow Fiend. Every move is hit, and Satanic, as you said, a flawless game, breaking records.
And coming in with that last pick, it really caught them by surprise, or at least presented something that XG just did not have an answer for.
No, not
seemingly
at all.
in this game so far.
It seems like there wasn't many answers for a lot of things. As P-Vision,
Satanic's
Satanic.
in. Xnova at least does have the luxury of buyback.
Whittling down the towers.
XXS through Courier now respawning, so he does have the refresher at least.
Still 100 seconds on this Aegis.
P-Vision onto the tier 4s. Make the jump, they do get the Omni stun on the Satanic, but not the chain stun. He's able to get the rage off. They couldn't lock him down. He turns over towards Arme. Arme has to run. Will be able to manage off the open wound slow, so he'll get back to the fountain.
The buildings, though.
Xnova coming in with a buyback. Does have the golem ready to drop. If they can find some sort of opportunity to try for a fight. Xingqiu's in, but immediate rage reaction there from Satanic. Arme tries to step forward, but the silence catches him. Arme's gone. No buyback on him. The Ancient's exposed. P-Vision ready to close up this game one. DM will close it up with a Black Hole Cataclysm gets put to a stop, but they will not be stopped in closing up this game. The fortification buying them only a few more seconds in this game one XG, as they will lose against P-Vision coming in a dominating fashion at the start of this series. Fogged.
This was not close.
They looked unstoppable.
Yeah, this was not close. P-Vision showing, even if they don't have their Monkey King and their Slark, they have ways to play. The passive style from XG did not work this time, trying to play this farm game for the Phantom Lancer, but he never could get online. He never could even come close to that net worth of Satanic, who he just accelerated so massively. And you have to look at this top lane, right? You have to look at XXS and Xingqiu
Just because of how much we've come to expect from them, right?
Exactly.
And how much we've seen from that top lane of XG in so many of the series in this TI.
Yeah.
They weren't able to perform here with these heroes. Maybe sort of the Nyx Assassin, something a little too risky. We just don't see it a lot, and maybe for good reason. A tough game one here for XG as P-Vision dominate and get the victory.
Expectations are high, but the pressure is even higher, and we had P-Vision stepping up to the plate here. It felt like just a significant outdraft. The way that they were able to play everything and ensure that there was never a team fight that was enabled from Extreme Gaming. In fact, there wasn't really any team fight at all at cost.
Yeah, pretty much never happened. I think this top lane that they did play, Dawnbreaker getting completely shut down, pretty much set the tempo of the game. We said that Nyx Assassin is going to need to be the playmaker for the team, needs to be needs to be scouting things out, trying to set things up for the Dawnbreaker, who was really playing from behind throughout the whole game. Not an easy game for him by any means. And also mid lane, like, I think no one did a very good job, and then you had the Enigma in the bottom lane who was kind of farming, and I really love the timings coming out from P-Vision in this game, understanding their own timings, going for this double dominator, drums from the Invoker, plus you have Forge Spirits, and you also have Pipe and Enigma. Very difficult fights to take for Extreme Gaming.
Yeah, we're looking at some of the replays here of just how unstoppable P-Vision were. We got to give credit where credit is due. Satanic just having a fantastic one, and this Void Spirit on a position 4, was it going to work out? Well, yeah, we got our answer.
Yeah, this was very good. I'm definitely a believer in the build. I think I've seen him do this in pro-level pubs in the past few months. It's not something that's completely new for him. It's just that I think they didn't feel like they had it completely figured out, and for this tournament, obviously it's the international, this is where he had to figure out how to play this hero. And I think 9Class did an excellent job. He went for the facet where you get the extra remnants when you press W. That's not a very common thing that you see for Void Spirits. It's almost always the other facet where you get the pure damage shield. But what he was doing in the game was the normal stuff. He was running around, getting watchers, being annoying, setting things up with wards, dewarding vision. So they've definitely found something here. I'm not sure how much you can blame on the draft here, because I feel like this was just a battle of styles, and P-Vision, their style just seems to be better when both of these teams are, because I actually think Extreme played quite well. Maybe
I mean, you don't want to blame the draft for everything, but at the same time, it was really, really difficult for the Knicks and Dawn to play their lane against the Lifestealer, right? If you go back there, in the last phase, they opted to remove the Faceless Void and Anti-Mage, but at the same time, you also have to be thinking, you have Dawn and you have Nyx. You know, those heroes have a common enemy, which is Lifestealer. They don't do anything to Lifestealer. And what happened in the game was the Lifestealer kind of balled out of control, and he went to the enemy side Ancients to farm. You know, that's how strong he got in the early game, and that was a huge problem for Extreme.
It is very difficult to, you know, theory craft what you're supposed to do in that lane because, you know, the obvious choice is you're playing Dawn Nyx. Just cut the wave. Just do lane shenanigans, and sure, the carry is going to free farm, but you're going to 50-50 the lane. At least the Dawn's going to get something. This is Satanic we're talking about. Do you really want to give this carry player, out of all the carry players in the world, free farm? I don't think so. This is the worst guy to do it to.
Sometimes you got to cut your losses where it is. It was a really tough one for XSS and Xinkyu as well. We weren't really sure where it was going to go. It went a little bit worse than we were expecting, but someone that can help us break it down is, of course, Purge.
Thanks. Yeah, I wanted to look at that laning stage because the network difference at the 10-minute mark was so completely different that we need to really look at how different this is. Lifestealer's innate. He's getting 2% heal based on the max HP. So every single time that he attacks the Dawnbreaker, he's giving himself 20 health, which is a nice advantage. And something crucial that happens here in a lot of cases is a little bit earlier. When Dawn does use a skill to get a last hit like he does here, what she does is AoE damage, and that means that your creeps are going to end up pushing towards the enemy base. And on the other side, the P-Vision side, they didn't have AoEs on their side. So what ends up happening is Satanic gets to control this large ball of creeps over here, and as a result, they also get to benefit from using the Elder Titan Astral Spirit. So even when they're trying to get last hits, Ducalis can be up here in front of XXS's faces, just denying things. And then that ball just kind of sits there consistently. Even the time that they do try to kill Ducalis and they used all their spells on him, there just isn't enough oomph. And using open wounds here is going to result in both of them healing every time they hit that target. So they just don't get nearly as much response hits as possible. Again, a huge ball up of creeps here that ends up happening. They're just going to use open wounds and run down XXS. They almost kill him here. He ends up running all the way back to Fountain, which is tough. And he comes back to lane, and watch how little effort they have to put into this harass. Satanic walks forward, open wounds, and he goes back to last hitting. And now Ducalis, when he hits him, is healing for 32 HP. That means any damage that Xinkyu does to him while he's doing this doesn't matter. He took 0 damage doing that harass and sends Dawn back to base for a second time before the 6-minute mark. So XXS finally has had enough. He starts jungling, and this unfortunately ends up the big wisdom fight. He's level 3 here. Satanic is level 5 with a huge amount of last hits and denies. He's gotten 44 last hits, 24 denies at this point in the game. So he's got extra HP, he's got as many items as he can possibly want, and he's life-stealing from every single attack. So obviously a great outplay here when he ends up going to the neutral camp. This was fantastic, but just a showing of how weak the laning stage was for them. Got Dawnbreaker stupidly behind. Take a look at this net worth difference here. He's sitting at 1,800 gold, very similar to the supports. And then up at the top, we've got Lifesteal at 3,900. So they lose a hero's advantage, and Satanic gets super far ahead, which completely changes the game.
Thank you, Purge. We knew it was a tough one for them, but seeing it broken down that way, all of the details as to how it happened and the end result there, at the very first Wisdom Shrine, that's where we see their offlaner, and that's a tough one because they're the ones that are trying to buy time, right? These 4 other heroes are trying to buy time for this Phantom Lancer to get online, to be able to actually participate in the game and feel like a hero.
Yeah, P-Vision has such a great understanding of what needs to be done in the game. In this one, they figured out who needs to be shut down. It's this Nyx Assassin, it's this Dawnbreaker. These are kind of the playmakers because Shadowfiend, he needs a setup PL, he needs a little bit more time, he needs other lanes to go well. And I think at one point somebody said, just play for the late game. You saw Warlock trying to go for Hand of Midas, try to go for Refresher, play for that high ground, but it never really came down to that. You could still feel that in most of these fights, they were lacking something. They were definitely lacking the damage. And the carry-to-carry matchup, I think it's also not that easy, especially if you leave Lifestealer, who's playing so far ahead of him, having that extra bit of an item, maybe even item and a half. Even though Ame was getting good amount of farm, he still can't punch back because of what he's playing into. He's playing into this like Void Spirit, who caught him multiple times as well. But you're playing into Black Hole. It's really not an easy matchup for him by any means. Maybe not until he gets 5th, 6th item, but it never came down to that.
Yeah, I think something else that really didn't help them here is we talked about that snowball, but what kept the snowball going is, of course, the vision that came out, right? To not give Extreme Gaming any part of the map, to make them feel like at any point they were susceptible to a gank, to 2 or 3 people rotating on top of them.
Yeah, to me, the MVP of this game was 9 Class because, of course, the advantage was created using that laning stage in Satanic, but 9 Class, he kept the advantage going. You can see that he's putting down these deep wards and setting up kills in position for Void Spirit, and a very smart strategic move. If you're playing to anyone else, you are going to get Dawnbreaker ulted on, so you have to play to kill the Dawnbreaker. So there's this level of understanding that comes from knowing what the enemy team is going to do. And X-Nova, what he's doing is also very smart. He has to get the gem to counter the gem that Satanic had, and had the courier with him so that could pick it up. But 9 Class, realizing that X-Nova is making this intelligent support play to come back into the game, he sees him on a ward. And X-Nova is so good at the game. Like, these are both such high caliber teams. X-Nova doesn't even try to deward the ward that he sees with the gem. He realizes, uh-oh, they're coming. Like, he respects P-Vision enough that he knows they're going to immediately respond, which they did, but it was still too slow. He could not get out quick enough, and he ends up losing the gem. And to me, that's when the game instantly ended. You are not going to win the Vision game against P-Vision without a gem when they have a gem. And if you don't win the Vision game against this team, you are not beating them. That is how they dominate. That's how they've dominated all year, is this map control.
It also feels bad to see your position 5 essentially have to just continuously sweep the map to make way for your cores, but of course that is the role of a support there, Winter.
Yeah, I mean, it was a really, really tough game, you know. I felt like he did as much as he could on the position 5, but at the end of the day, you're just a Warlock, right? We saw him still having his Black Dreamer at, what, 20 plus minutes.
Yep.
He didn't get to use it, or he just didn't find any fights that he needed to use it, you know. So I felt like he did everything he could. It just came down to the fact that they were not really set up for success with the heroes that they have here.
Yeah, and this fight, I wanted to highlight the way that they are team fighting on the side of P-Vision. You can see the pipe pretty much hitting every single hero. So for the next 8 seconds, they're going to be more than fine. Even though Dawnbreaker comes in onto Ame, he still caught him off with that Remnant. I think he did a very good job throughout the whole game, figuring out which PL is going to be real, and at the end, they're just going to be able to clean up. Shadowfiend, he can't really go in because he needs a setup. He needs somebody to stun them to be able to land his raises, somebody to soak up the damage for him, but the overwhelming damage with these 2 Helm of the Dominators, with the pipe, with the drums, they have all the attack speed, and after that, they're going to be taking the Tormentor. I really like how P-Vision is moving across the map, because you always have 9 Class on one side of the map being very annoying, collecting these Lotuses, and the rest of the team, they're getting the farm, they're getting all the objectives, going for Roshans as well. A couple of times they try to go for Roshan. Jinq, you know, he was relatively sneaky, try to sneak in, maybe steal the Aegis, get the last hit on Roche. It never really happened, and I think the big issue in this one was this Phantom Lancer. I think Castini talked about it, that, you know, they've been losing a lot with this hero, so at least we know that P-Vision is also not going to be picking Phantom Lancer at all.
Yeah, I want to take a very quick moment because we've got something special. We've got to have a little bit of a listen into P-Vision, and that comes during that game.
Yazıcı Roman onu size varlık tip. Esas cephet.
Varlık. Nice. Try to stay alive, Alan, just.
I'll define, all good.
Yeah.
8 seconds Sunstrike, 5 seconds.
You have stun.
Good job, Alan. Sunstrike 1 second, I maybe kill him.
Yeah. Nice play.
Amazing,
Boys, you can fast.
amazing.
Bot right now, I have black hole.
I like it that it was really clean comms, and I just like how they were able to turn that. That 7 minutes really was the start of everything that went right for P-Vision. This Extreme Gaming lineup, I'm not really sure how you're going to reset to this one, Winter. You're going to have to, but how exactly do you take an approach for a game?
Oh, simple. Rule number 1, don't pick PL, you know. I think they kind of needed a more flexible carry hero. I think the PL maybe could have worked if everything didn't start so bad. But at the same time, your picks need to be determined by some uncertain factors, right? You need to have a backup plan. What if the lanes don't go well, you know? So then you need to have those type of heroes to, you know, come and join the fights. And also the fact that I think the Shadowfiend with PL duo didn't really feel like it was going to be working very well in the game, even if the laning phase maybe went a little bit better, because they both need a lot of farm to
one of them
to function, you know.
the active Enigma Galaxy.
And you have an off-lane Dawn, you know. The Dawn is going to be taking so much as well.
I was going to say a lot of that comes from the off-lane problem. You have a Nyx Assassin, which is supposed to set everything up in the game because your mid is not a puck, it's an SF. So if the Nyx is completely behind because of the laning stage, then who's setting things up. You just wait and go to late game. I don't think that's going to work against a team as high caliber as P-Vision. Not at this point in the tournament.
Yeah, they needed something like maybe like some Ursa or some Sven or anything along the lines where it's not as greedy as PL. You know, even the AM might actually be better because AM feel like he can actually do something. You know, but PL just he's just like waiting for his item timing. He needs 4 items.
Yeah.
And before the 4 items, you're not going to see him show up anywhere, you know. Even at the 7-minute Wisdom Shrine there, some of the carriers will be keen to joining that fight, you know, because you know your offlaner is getting shut down so hard. So if you don't help him, there won't be a game, right? But he couldn't help because he was PL.
Yeah, you're like, if I join right now, then I'm kind of just going to keep adding to the problem there. But we've talked about this Void Spirit a lot, and we've talked about 9 class a lot as our players are returning to the stage, returning to the booths, and getting ready for game number 2. In that game 1 draft, there were a lot of bans targeted towards the way of position 4, and whilst we know Nyx is something that you don't want to leave in the pool if you're picking up Dawnbreaker, I do wonder what is left there. What do you take out? What do you pick up for yourself? Where is the wave supports going to go for these 2 teams in the future of this series?
They targeted him heavily. 4 out of 5 bans were towards 9 class, and he still found a new hero, and he played it really well. And this time around, he was buying, let's call them normal items. He was going for the Yule Scepter, he got that Shard, he got that Aghanim Scepter, but he was still doing his own type of a gameplay, being super annoying, being hard to catch, providing vision for his team as well. And I think this also comes down to the matchup, because the last time these 2 teams met, they only managed to get 3 kills on side of Extreme Gaming. In this game, they got only 6 kills, so I want to see Extreme Gaming play a slightly different type of a Dota. I want them to play aggressive, even though when we talk about like these more aggressive teams, Extreme Gaming is definitely not up there. But if we go back to Road to TI playoffs, they had some really strong performances in the laning stage, and I do think that they need to speed it up a bit.
I agree. The more we talk about it, the more I am thinking that the draft needs to change pretty dramatically here. I think that one of the reasons that this game is a perfect example of why we're not seeing Dawnbreaker picked in this tournament at all at this point, because you have to do so much to cover it. Because in the second phase of picks, you have so much to counter.
The thing is, you can't just say it's just the Dawn. The reason they struggle in the game is just because they didn't pick. They picked the Dawn and then they didn't get to give Dawn the game, you know. But at the same time, I feel like it's like too many combination of things, right? You could also say that the way they started the draft, right, with the SF, the way they built the draft, if they already wanted to build the draft in this manner, the SF and then they wanted the Dawn, then why are they picking the PL right at the end, right? They needed to enable everything.
It felt like a mix of like 2 ideas.
And also I felt like the feeling of the draft going is, I think Xiao A is reacting a lot towards what P-Vision is doing.
Yeah.
I think in certain games, maybe it's fine, but I felt like in this game in particular, when you're already open with the SF, I don't think you should be reacting so much. You have to build the draft to enable the SF or the Dawn, you know. If you react, because they were picking the PR because it was, I think, a reaction towards the Enigma. They wanted a good lane setup for the carry. But when they did that, it kind of ruined the whole synergy of the draft.
Yeah, and the Dawn as well. Like, I think Dawn is an Enigma answer. Like, you're playing against DM. You need to address Enigma at some point in the draft. Like, I think this is just a respect to the play, which...
Then we forget who we are.
There is one big problem. 9 class is in the back of their heads, because this guy, you know that he's going to be playing like this, and I don't think many other 4s that we've seen play like this. Maybe they're trying to replicate, but they are not being as annoying. And knowing how Xiao 8 historically drafts after they lose game 1, I would expect that they're going to be picking 5 completely different heroes in this one.
Also, I wouldn't say back of their heads. I would say fully in their heads. It feels like he does dominate a lot of what people are thinking about with this team. And then that's what is the perfect setup for them to be able to get this last pick lifestealer, this last pick gotcha. What are you looking at, Jenkins?
Pick Weaver. It's a good hero.
I was going to say, do you feel it?
It's playable. It's active.
Yeah.
Okay. Well,
Weaver's better than PL.
Skeeter will pick Weaver. You'll see that later.
There's a chance we might be seeing it today. In fact, we might even be seeing it in our next game, which is ready.
P-Vision versus Extreme Gaming. Game 2.
Our game 2, this could be it, sending P-Vision up to the grand finals and Extreme Gaming home. Otherwise, we'll be seeing a game at number 3. A lot relies on this draft. Where are the bands going to be changing up, or is it really going to be predominantly in those picks for themselves?
I'm super glad that it's actually going to be the same side, same pick order. So we're going to see whether what other changes are going to go here.
But that also means both teams are somewhat getting their comfort.
Actually, it's second pick this time. They were first pick the last game, but they are on the same side. They're also on the Radiant side. So they have, I think the bands are quite similar.
They're effectively the same.
Yeah.
I also think that P-Vision did a very good job understanding the way that Extreme Gaming is playing with these heavy teamfight from the offlane, these blink initiators, the shaker that can be flexed from the mid lane to the offlane if necessary. Mars, XXS had insanely good performances so far on his Mars and removing those heroes immediately, and now P-Vision, they're going to take the Beastmaster for themselves. This is something that DM even played before the Helmet the Dominator was such a popular item. It was always good on Beastmaster, so he's definitely back in the meta, and this is also something that they can flex to the mid lane as well if it's not a good matchup. For example, if they go for the Gyrocopter, they could potentially put this Beastmaster on the mid lane and pick a different offlaner.
Does leave Invoker still in the pool. We have seen that hero get punished in the mid lane. You know, Broodmother is an option. Sniper is an option.
I mean, it's kind of tricky if you don't know your matchup for sure, especially for Sniper. I think Invoker, maybe you have a little bit more leeway, but for Sniper, it's probably hard at this junction. I mean, you have to, I feel like, pick either a support here or a flexible core, which you can swap the roles around, you know. Which I don't know if there's any ideal heroes here because mostly are banned. So they go for the support, which is, I think, their next best option here with the Snapfire. You kind of block it away from P-Vision as well because you have this Beast plus Snapfire combo. And I do feel like Snapfire is one of the best position 5/4 heroes.
Her and Hoodwink, most definitely. It gives you the team fight, it gives you the damage, it gives you the easy 1-2 pairing with any kind of a stunner from the offlane that they could pick. And I think this time around they're going to be swapping things around.
I mean, the thing with Snapfire is I do think the hero needs a right partner because in their previous series, was it Silencer that picked the Snap with a Silencer one game and it actually went really, really bad for XG. And I would like to see more of like a Snap with like at least a big
they had like a mid-earth shaker that game too, I think, and he was struggling to get the blink. Like something that's...
Yeah, because he lost his lane against a pop.
Yeah, something at least that's very active on the mid lane to play with Snap always feels very good. Or a support, like Clockwork feels like one of the best heroes.
Yeah. I think Clock and Bane are the top 2 heroes to pair with Snapfire right now. And we're going to see whether they're going to be able to get their hands on those heroes. Whereas for P-Vision, they've removed the Undying, one of the, I think, better heroes against Beastmaster in the team fight. With the Tombstone, you can kind of control the team fights on your side to do with the Beastmaster. And Snap is also a really good counter towards the Tombstone, but their opponents actually already have it, so probably a good idea to remove the Undying.
Imagine P-Vision whips out a Nyx Assassin just to
show them.
Because it does counter Snap. You cannot ever ult. You will always have the Nyx running in.
Well, you can if you get a BKB.
Yeah, good
or you
luck.
can if you kill the Nyx Assassin first.
Good luck with that, too.
A lot of tough requirements to be met there. The other band they're going to go for, of course, is this Puck here. Just trying to set themselves up for the best mid lane potential.
I mean, other than the Nyx, I think the Silencer is probably your second biggest enemy as Snapfire because it'll be hard for you to get your ulti off. I mean, you can buy a Grease, but then you also have to like wait for the ulti to be used before you can use your ulti, so it's very annoying.
Yeah, there's one more extra hero from position 5 that we didn't mention. I think Disruptor could work out really well for them. But like, I also like the Snapfire plus the Disruptor combination because it does give you enough team fight. It gives you a way of also...
I think the main thing is catch though, because Snapfire
BKB versus duel is better, but we've seen some performances from Disruptor because the games are relatively long still, that you are getting that Aghanim Scepter, you're still having that influence, relatively strong laner as well, and the Glimpse, it's the best catch duel in the game.
With the Puck ban, do you think this is just an XM specialty they don't want to let through into the second phase, or is there some Quap Storm type hero coming here?
Maybe I think
no one.
Co-op Storm type of hero is possible.
I mean,
we do know that XM doesn't have a very wide hero pool compared to no one.
Yeah.
So maybe they are trying to figure out what is his go-to right now, and they're going to try to set up something that makes it really hard for XM to pick his hero. You know, and this hero is also quite frequently banned in the first phase. And we also mentioned that P-Vision has a very clear game plan in their initial bans. They removed the Mars, Earthshaker, AT, all the team fighting heroes. 2 of them are offlane heroes. I think Centaur is kind of like a viable replacement for that, and he also sets up for Snapfire in the team fight, and it's really good with Snapfire in the lane.
oh, we get to see it again. To be fair, could still be carried. Satanic has played.
They have a 100% win rate on this hero, right?
They do 4 games. It's been played as a position 4, 100% win rate.
9 classes.
There were a
just-
couple of games when he was playing that Alchemist that he wasn't really doing that much. Like rest of the team.
Yeah.
Maybe not in fighting, but what he was given the rest of his team was pretty
I was
impactful.
gonna say, this man is ruining pubs everywhere,
He
picking.
definitely.
He's either griefing the game or he's carrying the game. There's no in between.
Yeah.
Well, stats would show carrying it apparently with this Alc.
Yeah.
Had some, when I say good showings, of course it doesn't reflect in all the stats when you look at it, but there is still a lot of impact in having that support.
All right, there we go.
I thought maybe they were setting up for this because you pick the Centaur to block the Centaur counter to the Sniper coming out on the other side. And I do think that one of the better answers to Oracle is just Sniper. Like, you save somebody and he can peep the Oracle in the back line. He can just change targets to somebody else. Oracle's not really going to jump you. There's no real jump heroes on P-Vision.
I mean, they need like a co-op, I think, right now. And the fact that there's an Oracle in the game as well. I think Oracle is really good against the Snap. You block out some of the magic damage. But the other thing that's really good about having Oracle is the rune control. You know, you get to see the runes. You get to know where the rune is
Yeah,
spawning.
you want to have that mid laner
And we
who's
know
gonna
that
be up using them.
in this matchup, there's a lot of emphasis placed between the 3 against 3 when they're fighting for runes. You know?
Surely it's Storm, right? You're
Storm.
talking best rune user in the game and hero that's good against Sniper.
But
I mean,
the thing with Storm is in the lane matchup is not as good as the co-op. Co-op beats Sniper, or at least pressures the Sniper.
yeah, I'm totally with you. I do just think that the way with static slide facet now, Storm doesn't really lose any mid lane. Like, I know this is a pretty commonly held opinion that it's not as bad in the early game.
And have in mind that they just picked Oracle into Centaur as well. And look at the amount of saves that they do have for this Sniper. You have Snapfire with the Cookie, potentially a 4-step. You have Stampede as well, Nightmare. So there's going to be a lot to protect this Sniper. And right now I'm not seeing the jump. And the reason why they picked up Bane is because of these heroes that we were
I mean,
just
that's
talking
why
about.
that's why we were
Storm
feeling like
come out.
maybe a hero like Co-op, you know, like they need someone to get near the Sniper. And Co-op loves Oracle, he loves a safe support on the team.
Yeah, 100%.
For
And
him to
then,
go crazy in the team fight.
and then Winter, it's the Snap plus Bane combo that you mentioned. This is one of the higher win rate support duos that you can run together. Bane loves to run in and set up, and Snap loves to have a hero that's doing that across the map.
Yeah, I mean, at least the Oracle can kind of deal with both of them, you know, the save with the ulti and then
Yeah, that's
the Fate's Edict against the Snapfire. But here, I feel like we are going to see the mid hero, and I don't think it's going to be the Beastmaster here. They're going to decide what they're going to do with the Beast here. So it's going to be the Storm. They feel like the lane's going to be okay with the static slide, and as long as you're controlling runes with the Oracle, then you're going to be able to become an answer eventually against the Sniper.
And I think it's much more okay picking Storm into Bane, who has excellent lockdown for you when you first start with the Oracle pick. Very similar to like Silencer Storm combo you see a lot of teams run. It covers for it. So.
I mean, there's going to be wards around the rivers. I think it's going to be so crucial. So one thing you need to do as the team that's facing the Oracle, you need to follow the Oracle because he's going to tell you where the rune is going to spawn.
Yes, yeah.
And maybe there's going to be some mind games where you try to trick them, you
for
go
a
to the
different
wrong
side.
side.
Yeah. We've never seen that happen before.
I think it might happen.
I would like to see
So
it.
basically what you do is you don't show the core hero, the Storm hides out of vision, and then the Oracle intentionally shows up vision.
Both the supports. You gotta send both the supports.
And it could be something that decides the early game, you know, because when you get the runes on Storm, you're gonna be able to kill the Sniper.
Yeah, pretty much any rune.
Is that better than just trying to have the better vision game?
I mean, that's what I'm saying. You're gonna need, no matter what, you're gonna need to place wards on both sides, and you have to be creative because teams are getting really, really good at placing the sentries to cover all the areas. So you probably have to place it a little bit further up, but still give you enough vision to see the rune.
And something we talked about, that Extreme Gaming will probably just get 5 different heroes because they felt that the game #1 draft didn't really work out for them. And this draft checks a lot of the boxes. You have good scaling, you have good laning stage, you have nice pairing with the Snapfire. 2 supports can actually get out on the map and go for the solo kills as well. Like with the 1 grip with the Snapfire kisses, you could definitely kill a hero.
Okay, so what are the carries made? AM. AM is back. He is also one of the better heroes at finding the sniper. I mean, I do think that right now XG needs something, maybe a CK again. They need someone that can fight at the runes, because the runes is going to be extremely crucial to determining how well XG can move into the mid game with the sniper.
You know, if Ame were willing to whip out a Meepo, this would be an insane Meepo game. I don't know if he will do it.
There's still a Sven. There's still a Sven, right? Sven is still in the game.
Sven is still in the
I think Sven, CK are both really, really good options to enable the sniper here.
And a little bit more in Ame's traditional hero pool.
Yeah, 100%. I think the AM is also a block pick.
Yeah. What about some good old Faceless Void as a counter to Anti-Mage? Even though they do have saves, we saw Faceless Voids not caring too much about what they want to get, but it's another old school classic as well.
It's an AM counter. I mean, they are valuing the carry-to-carry matchup more than, like, I feel like picking the best hero to enable the sniper here. I mean, I understand why they did it, but I'm not sure. I feel like this is going to give them the easiest path to creating a game tree here.
I think it's a pretty good pick. It's safer than a lot of the ones that we were mentioning. I mean, you get the Beast Auras whenever you use Terrorblade's Q, so that's a pretty big deal. It means DM now has to consider, like, does he go for an Axe build
right?
instead?
Yeah.
Satanic, you're going to get an illusion of him, mana burn himself. A lot of the times, CB can end up solo killing an anti-mage because he mana burns himself so much. But it is a sniper Terrorblade lineup. That is
got some of their best
greedy.
Jin Q on his Snapfire performances that he did have so far at DI have been amazing. Like, this guy is all over the place, not dying, I would say, in 1 or 2 games
he
as well.
needs to secure the Centaur lane because
and it's a strong lane. Like, also you're playing into Anti-Mage where he doesn't like the lane.
Yeah,
Centaur. Centaur doesn't use much mana. You can also try to go for double edge and try to surprise him with the kill as well with the 1 stomp into Snapfire with you're playing into Lil Shredder. Sure, you're playing with Oracle, so there's going to be some of the healing coming out, but this is not an easy lane for Satanic.
Yeah, I agree. I think that the key thing again is going to be this off lane, Xin-Q and XXS, if they can actually create enough pressure, because the main space makers is going to be the Centaur. If he actually gets a good lane, he'll be able to stabilize the game, even though the sniper and Terrorblade is so greedy.
I will say, on a individual level, you always have to respect the XM sniper. He seems to be one of the few players that can make it work, where he's actually making space in the early game. He's actually having the impact that, like, a Spirit-type hero would, just because he's so good at this hero.
Do you know who they're all chanting for, by the way, this crowd?
XM.
XG.
They're actually cheering for, I mean, yes, Extreme Gaming, you are right about that, but also their coach, Zhao8, who is now on stage to give us some words about the draft in the game.
Absolutely, my friends. I am here with Zhao8. Mr. Director, Badong, Zhaobao. In a beautiful masterpiece, there is always adversity before the good guys end up winning. These guys have been your villains for this tournament. Tell me, how do you feel about this draft? How did this draft get you guys into the victorious climax here coming up in your store?
八岛每个伟大的作品前期的时候，主角都会遇到很多阻碍，但是他们会冲破阻碍，去到游戏的转折点。你觉得这一个 BP 能够将你们带去这个转折点，并且击败你们的宿敌，匹配什么？
我觉得肯定可以，相信 M1。
Of course it will. Believe in AME.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Now, they do have a lot of comfort heroes from this team. You guys, of course, must have been prepared. Going into this draft, how confident are you in your draft against heroes like 9 classes Alchemist that has yet to lose a game?
对面选了其实很多舒适的英雄，我们知道你肯定也是做过功课的。你对自己的阵容有多大的信心去击败对面的阵容呢？因为9 class 它的炼金到目前为止还是没有输过的。
我们对他研究也比较深，然后我们这个阵容是我们自己想要的，所以我们打好自己的就行了。
We studied him quite a lot, and this draft is what we want. So as long as we play according to our plan, we'll be fine.
All right, really quick, the crowd has been here for you this entire event, and they want to know, from the words of the director, will we be going to a game 3?
我们会不会有第3把？
肯定会。
Let's go! All right, see you there.
Indeed, can't wait to see it. Let's see what we get, ladies and gentlemen. This game 2 between Extreme and P-Vision. It was a very tough game 1 for them, Fog, but it definitely does feel that this game 2, with the draft that they have, they've got some of the classics coming out.
Yeah, much better in terms of early game. Late game also is strong, but yeah, this top lane in particular is the one we have to probably talk about. Jin-Q and XXS playing an actual lane, right? The last one, the game, especially in that lane, was pretty much over in like the first 5 minutes, gotta be honest with you, because just he had no game whatsoever, and they've been the playmakers, they've been the space makers for the team. So let's see how they're gonna be able to do in that much better matchup in terms of that one. And XM, he's playing a classic, right? The only one who can play it, the sniper, as we've seen so far this tournament. Busted it out yesterday for the first time throughout the tournament out of anybody, and it looked good.
It looked so good, yeah.
Yeah, no one, of course, he is going to snap pick that Storm. In terms of the laning phase, I've seen the Storms do better than they used to versus the Sniper, but it's more about the catches in the mid-game, right? Being able to close the gap on that Sniper.
Of course, that last pick coming in from Extreme, getting Arme the Terrorblade this time round. Of course, as the panel talked about, you do have that matchup that's going to benefit you with the illusions coming out against the anti-mage. Yep. Obviously, there are other things in the match that will definitely threaten the Terrorblade, but I do feel that that's not really going to be the end of the world for Extreme because they have the XM Sniper as well, right? We've seen this before. Even if Arme's on a carry that does get punished, XM normally able to pull through from the mid lane when he's on the Sniper as that backup carry and sometimes even the primary carry if he gets a hot start in the mid.
And I think also, in particular, with Ame playing Terrorblade, PL we've talked about a lot, how it can be a very difficult hero to work for most players. They've been wanting to. TB, it does have also a pretty low win rate. I think it was 25% or so.
25%, yeah.
But it is a much stronger hero overall in terms of most games. So we'll have to see what he can do there with it, as he also has given a very good lane in particular. The TB versus a Beastmaster, a classic counter pick, and he's got a very strong laner this time. An aggressive one, too, with X-Nova playing the Bane. You know, X-Nova in that last game playing the Warlock. It's a very difficult hero to pressure an off lane. It just kind of guarantees you farm. So let's see if there's going to be a difference this time.
For sure, and it definitely, yeah, on a Bane, we've seen it from so many of these supports. A hero that you can absolutely pop off and just have incredible sort of impact with those sort of saves. And coming in with these grips in the fight, forcing sort of P-Vision to focus their attention on dropping some of the bigger lockdowns onto a support.
Yeah, I think the saves in particular is something that's been insane for me this tournament, where a hero's chain lockdown, but he gets the BKB off because he gets a little sleep interaction. So definitely going to have to keep eyes on that, as there's quite a bit of those big stuns. X-Nova, Nightclass is going to chase him out. He's got Blood Grenade and a boar behind him.
Chase this down, yeah. This might just be the first blood. Couple more punches. Oh, here we go. And one more.
He's fast.
He's surely going to have it. Another concoction comes in. That'll do it. First blood for 9 class.
Pretty big deal. An Alchemist getting first blood on a Bane. Usually not something that you'd expect a Bane at one of the stronger laners, but able to find that opportunity on the sideline. Great play there from 9 class.
So looking at this top lane as well, so you mentioned obviously this time compared to game 1, you expect a much more sort of solid showing in the laning stage from XXS and Jin-Q. Is that just in terms of them not really dying in this lane, or can they actually find opportunities to pressure and get kills as these two heroes?
Probably not, because the Centaur always has the mana burn, but this is a lane where you're going to farm.
Yeah.
Centaur does excellent versus AM. You have, what, at least a 10 or 8 base damage advantage early on in the lane. And yeah, you're just going to be able to sustain, because your mana, it doesn't really matter. You play around Retaliate. And Jin-Q, he's playing Snapfire. You know, he's not playing Nyx Assassin, which doesn't really contribute much in a lane whatsoever. And we've seen him do work on this Snapfire throughout this tournament. His best hero so far, it feels.
No, absolutely. I mean, obviously from P-Vision's side of things, they do have excellent save in the forms of the Oracle. But on Extreme side, they've got a multitude of different ways to bail one another outright, whether it's the Nightmare, later down the line the potential Aghanims on the Snapfire, and of course just having the Centaur with the Stampede.
Yeah.
There's so many ways that they can ensure that even if P-Vision do get the jump on someone like XM on the Sniper, they can still get him out of there.
Yeah, repositioning tools are massive, right? Like even Cookie, a little Cookie I've seen so many times throughout this tournament, just save a core and maybe change the tides of a fight. So.
It kind of gives just that little bit of distance that might just allow the Sniper to turn and get those extra few hits in before he goes down. down himself.
And it heals. As we've seen, everyone is buying the shard, or almost buying the shard, immediately when they can on that Snapfire. So it's 200 healing. That's a lot in the early game.
Yeah, it definitely feels like Extreme have been able to deal themselves a much better hand this time round in game 2.
Yeah, XM. He is starting to poke the tower. It's already beginning again.
Jinkyu trying to mess around with no one, but they're ready to deal with him as the supports both turn up and make sure that Jinkyu is not going to be able to mess with no one at all here in this situation. We'll be able to run away and survive though, so end of the day it's a fair bit of space being made there by Jinkyu, the fact that both supports were forced to come over and push him back. So he'll take that.
It's a very clever move. They see that their lanes are kind of all already self-sustained in terms of the cores. TB can be left alone. Sniper can sort of be left alone too, so they can look to play wherever they want on the supports right now. Catapult will die in the mid lane, so a bit less pressure as we see 9 Class does get that acid spray down for it, but already down to about half HP. We saw XM do the same thing yesterday when he just whittled the tower down.
It's not going to be easy to sort of push the sniper off the tower of the heroes.
9 Class.
Considering the mid though, get the chase on to Xnova. See Xnova get the backup of Jinkyu though, so again, XG able to get away from these attempts.
P-Vision just really trying to protect that jungle for no one so he can get the 6. He's now got it online, so it does have that zip to be able to protect himself top.
Taking out the mana from XXS, but having the damage to kill the Centaur, unlikely at the moment between these two.
No, it would take too long. Satanic doesn't want to miss any extra last hits. Dominator almost finished up on the anti-mage. So his lane is still very good, but XXS is getting a lane. Look at this rotation. Ame, top, making the move. Trying to get a wraparound on Satanic.
Able to bully him back. See how much he wants to stick up. I mean, do you imagine he will just sort of stick up here, Ame, and try and get some damage onto the tower with this Metamorphosis?
Yeah, he wants to get this tower. I think he wants to take out the whole thing. So let's see if there's going to be a rotation from P-Vision, or if they're going to look to pressure on the flip side from DM.
And these towers are going down early in the mid. I mean, they tried for a deny, but not going to happen. XM gets the last touch on that. So 7 minutes in, XM Sniper taking out the mid tier 1 away from no one.
I really like this move from Ame. He was getting full free farm bottom, but he's like, we're playing versus anti-mage.
Yeah, this is pretty big.
Yeah, they have difficulties defending towers if you play with any AM lineup, so this is a really cool move.
I mean, we saw what last game, P-Vision playing relatively fast and how they were taking these towers out. I mean, this game, XG's just said, hey, we could do that too, and we could do it even faster.
Yeah, they're looking to play that tempo game a lot more this time around. We have a game on our hands, Owen. Last one, it was already feeling pretty out of control. This one, XG's got game plans. They send XXS bottom, he stops the push. They get the 2 towers.
Let's see where they go next. We'll see. A little smoke coming out from 9 Class and DM, maybe trying to get a catch with the Primal Roar.
Power rune, they know where it is.
I mean, XM's positioning as well. Make sure that he's not caught on the bottom side.
P-Vision, they're always going to know where the rune is. They've got that oracle.
Find him. XM playing cautious. He's going to step up now, though. TPs are coming in. DM is going to go with the Roar, but the backup has arrived. No one committing in with all the mana. The burst, it's enough to bring XM down. They get the kill.
That did a lot more than expected, I believe.
And no one trying to push his limits as well. He's still got enough mana to play on. They will lose 9 Class in return, but P-Vision getting what they came for, able to take out XM underneath his own tower.
He still has the regen running. Jinkyu might get caught.
Continue to dive. Xnova is there at the side. A nightmare to slow this down. No one won't quite go for the tier 2 dive for now. Just keeps both supports low. Is able to push them back.
A lot of pressure from that regen rune. The good old prognosticate. They can always pretty much guarantee that no one's going to get that rune unless XG just shows up with the numbers on that setup.
Yeah, a fantastic hero to have that sort of rune control on. As the Storm.
One of the best, in fact. Gets a galvanized stack, of course, there as we saw, bringing down XM. And Satanic is going to get to hit these creeps. It does this. I feel like this is going to be a pretty slow one, Owen. We are very likely to get to these 40+ stages with an AM versus Terrorblade lineup.
And I feel that's going to be a bit risky for P-Vision, if anything, because I feel like XG, when they have like the XM Sniper, the Ame Terrorblade, this lineup is so prepared to play the later team fights.
No, absolutely. I mean, this is definitely a very, very exciting game that we have kicking in here in terms of early and even potential late game. I think that XG is going to want to set the tempo, though, with their early moves around these 2 supports and around XM Sniper.
So if they're going to be ready to go up to the high ground, it's a little bit spooky what's to steal the tier 1 here, so they'll just focus the objective first.
That's a big deal. They're taking out all the towers.
super early. 10 minutes in, all 3 tier 1s are going to be taken here by XG.
So many games I've seen that P-Vision is able to just come out of lanes, get these dominators, and just control the lanes, pretty much positioning through the next 10 plus minutes. This is not going to be one of those games, as we're seeing XG, with very good responses so far. Another power rune, of course, for no one. He's got the haste rune. Xnova trying to find the level 6. He's trying to find a level 5. He's getting gone on.
They're going to go for the dive. TP coming in. Not enough burst to kill Xnova off, and now no one's got to back away. Has got the haste, but can't dance around too close to the tower anymore.
Top, Satanic, working on Ame.
All right. See if they can get him out of this one. Stampede comes into play. That's going to be enough to allow Ame to step to the side and get off an easy Sunder. Says thanks for the HP there, no one, as he's just straight back up to full.
No one tried to dodge it there with the ball lightning, but Ame very well prepared, had that Lotus. He actually has both of the Lotuses. They've given it to the Terrorblade to make sure that he doesn't get mana burned.
Satanic still sticking around. Has the backup of Ducalis. Ducalis, of course, yet to hit the level 6 though. Ame with Xnova by his side. Ready to start pulling Satanic away here with the Metamorphosis.
They're both just playing versus each other with the Dominator. Ame's trying to kill it, but Satanic with the micro gets it away. Bottom, DM starting to get some pressure here. XXS trying to hold it.
I should be able to do a pretty good job.
Ooh, takes the board.
The tower. They've got the kisses coming in, slowing DM down, allowing him to close in to get into the double edge of the stomp, but Ducalis is in with the save. DM, it's going to be fine for now.
Great positioning. Good move there from Ducalis. Clever play from XXS, taking the board with the Dominator, trying to use that slow versus DM, but that is going to be kisses used and not netting a kill. This Oracle pick, we saw it the other day too, or yesterday, how strong it could be versus Snapfire. And potentially always just saving with that Fate's Edict alone.
It's definitely got to be a bit of a concern, though, from P-Vision, the fact that XM is getting so much space. You know, we've seen so many of these games where he's at the top and he doesn't let it slip away from him in the mid. Nice little bit of a freebie there for the two of them, Xnova and XM, taking out 9 class.
The fact that Ame is getting slowed down a little bit here, but yeah, XM,
he's getting so much.
Look how aggressive he's posturing as well. He's got the 2 supports behind him. As long as he knows where the storm is, in most situations he can survive. And he's not that squishy, right? That's what we've seen from XM time and time again. He builds a bit tanky because he's got this Dragon Lance, he's got all these small stat items.
Yeah, it's not easy to go on him,
no.
Especially when he has the supports in position as he has done. I mean, you know, one of the reasons why XG are so good with the XM sniper is just because how well as a team they know how to play around him.
Yeah, does feel like they always do have these like double saving supports in particular to protect some of these riskier picks. Level 6 has been hit, so Xnova does have that finished on the Bane. The grip is at the ready, but Oracle as well. Ducalis has the counter with the False Promise. And I should have pointed this out way sooner, so sorry about that. But 9 class, an interesting facet choice. I think most of the times we've seen the seed money be the choice. He sometimes passes off a bottle level 1. He's gone for Mixologist, so it's going to be interesting what he's going to be looking to do, either with the Berserk Potion or what it could be. It's 2-2, very slow-paced.
Yeah, XG will continue to, of course, keep a presence on this bottom lane. They don't want to allow DM to find any sort of opportunity to take early tier 1s away from them.
This is his home. The Crimson Guard is soon finished up. It's going to block a lot of the early damage. And P-Vision definitely does have perhaps some damage issues early on, but they are looking to just farm. Storm and AM. As we said, this game very potential to go to quite late stages.
And they're all pretty much hitting their timings.
They are.
You know, from the lowest net worth core to the top, it's less than 1k gold between them. They'll get the jump with a cookie. The XM is here ready to offer up the damage. They get the Hoostomp connection on towards no one. A heavy bit of burst damage, but plenty of mana still at the ready to get out. I'm just going to make the quick move up towards the top. I mean, Satanic and Ducalis are looking to maybe try and make something happen against Ame.
Tough to go for it. Satanic has to be careful.
So much damage here from the Metamorphosized Illusions.
And Ame is just always holding a Healing Lotus, so he has the chance to be able to pop that Lotus and Sunder if anything does go wrong.
And he's got backup.
He does.
We can see the movements from the rest of Extreme, meaning that they have this presence of Xingqiu and Xnova, very close by. And a Stampede at the ready to press.
They're smoked up again. As you said, they have the Fiend's Grip ready, they have the Kisses. Ults are ready to go if they catch a target.
Doesn't expect this mid maybe with the amount of focus that was being put on the top lane. Might feel a little too safe here. Kisses coming in. They've got the grip and the ready as well. No one wills it forward, be able to stop the grip and make sure the DM is able to walk away.
Too tanky. He's got the helm finished up already, so a 2,000 HP Beastmaster, even with kisses. Not able to get that finish up as no one comes in, gets a kill. Another Galvanized stack. Even though it's a very slow-paced game, he is up to 5.
Ends up being, just a little bit too ambitious of a play there from XG.
Really wanting to try to make some type of move to slow down the farm of this Beastmaster, but an immediate answer. And that's 2 ultis used. Does P-Vision want to take advantage of that, or are they just going to sit back and farm? It feels like it's just going to be a sit back and farm.
I think as long as Satanic is sort of getting space, they'll be happy. And still on track to hit a very respectable timing here on the Battle Fury.
Bottom, P-Vision wanting to maybe slowly whittle down this tower, but I immediately saw XG. They're pinging it, so they do want to defend this, but it is low.
Let's have a look. I mean, XXS doesn't have a TP at the moment, so he's just going to have to walk down here. Won't be able to get her in time, so finally DM is able to claim that bottom tier 1.
And immediately I see the line, the circle drawn, right, from Ducalis. He's like, we now have access to this bottom side of the map to potentially farm more pressure.
See what they can do down here. 2 of them still hanging around, but as we've seen, it takes a lot to kill DM.
It does.
Even if they get that opening stun onto it.
I mean, the 2 offlaners are going the exact same build, Owen. Well, besides not upgrading the Dominator to the Overlord on the Centaur, but going for that Crimson Guard afterwards, so gonna mitigate a ton of damage in this early game.
Max Nova.
Vision
ready to join the rest of the boys down here.
I mean, Ame's been up here for a long time.
They really want to try and get him. See if they can. Concoction at the ready. It's good lockdown. Satanic ready to bring in the damage. Can he get anything off? He does! The Thunder's there! Just in time. Those final moments, able to get it out as the lockdown comes to an end.
Gets the heal. He's been carrying it the whole time, that healing Lotus. The first time he gets the Sunder off because of it, the second time also.
They're so close. They just needed that little bit more. I mean, was there any way they could have better kind of layered the stuns? I don't think so, right? They did it as best they could, but it wasn't enough to stop him from getting the save off.
Oh, 30 HP, he gets it. Ame doing the math.
I mean, he's loving life on this top corner of the map. He's been at pretty much for the last
10 minutes.
10 minutes?
Literally 10 minutes. Satanic.
Now stepping up.
At the sleep.
Got Ducalis behind him.
Very difficult to punish this anti-mage. Does feel like both teams pretty content though.
It's a
both are farming. They're both very happy.
Such a close start this time around. I think this is what you sort of wanted to see here between these two teams, rather than a very one-sided affair.
Maybe more kills in particular for us, but that's okay.
I'm sure they'll come. You know, the later stages of this game are going to be insane. I can already feel it. Let's start just the build-up here for now between XG and P-Vision.
It is pretty crazy how we don't have the craziest amount of team fight in particular. Some games, right, like that last one, we have Solar Guardian, Black Hole, etc. This one, pretty limited team fight spells in particular. It's a lot of single target that's going to be coming out in this game.
I like sort of the balance, though, of like the cores in terms of like the priority and importance of them, right? Both have this kind of traditional hard carry, the Terrorblade, the Anti-Mage, but at the same time, both mid, Sniper, and of course the Storm Spirit, no one. These two mids can absolutely scale and carry themselves on their own back, so.
It does feel like a very balanced situation that is coming in here.
See, they'll back off for now, P-Vision.
9 class, how's he doing? He's got the Blink finished up. Shard almost done as well. Then we'll probably see those Aghanims if he wants to go that route. There's also potential for Lotus Orb. It's a fantastic Lotus game, as we've seen in multiple different situations. Versus either the Bane, versus the TB Sunder. Definitely have a huge effect there. Tormentor contest is going to be an interesting one, because as we've seen in almost every single game, most teams immediately at that 20-minute mark, they start to prepare for it. So let's see if we are going to have that contest and who's going to be more prepared for it. As you said, Ame's been up here for 12 minutes now and has been yet to be pushed out.
Now we're going to see both him and Satanic be so close on farm in this game. And we can see already, you know, just a few hundred gold between the two of them, the Terrorblade and the Anti-Mage.
This will be an interesting pickup if Ame does commit for it. If he does go down the route of this Butterfly,
I like it.
He'll be really strong in terms of the group up when his team goes for it. How do they focus fire him?
And it's just so annoying for these two heroes, right? Anti-Mage does not want to be buying an MKB, let alone at all really normally, and definitely not anytime soon. And the same for the Storm Run. You don't want to be buying any sort of True Strike on the Storm, so that evasion's going to do massive things.
He goes Witchblade at least, right? So at least you do have a bit of that True Strike.
Sure.
Yeah, some of it, but Power rune.
There's the jump. XXS gets the opening hoof stomp. Concoction thrown down onto him. They'll lay down the kisses. Try to push back P-Vision.
They do not want to go on the tanky hero. XXS trying to chase. He's got another blink up.
I mean, Arme's looking to see if he can kind of get the wraparound on this one. Jump forward. Whoop. The Concoction at the ready. 9 class able to put a stop to any hoof stomp opportunities that XXS was trying to find. But the pressure there onto the tier 2. XM and Arme ready to push on.
They're looking at the objectives.
Yeah, and again, just sort of matching what we saw in terms of timings from P-Vision in that game 1. XG playing so much faster this time round, and it's giving them such a higher chance of having success in this game.
Absolutely. I mean, Ame getting some good timings here, but they're going to sack the Tormentor.
They'll take the trade, yeah, P-Vision. And XXS is making his way over, but they won't be able to get her in time to stop this. So. Sharp for Ducalis.
Very heads-up play there from P-Vision.
See if they still manage to try and find a fight out of this XG. They're making their way over under the cover of smoke.
They might have to sacrifice 9 class.
X-Nova, watch it from the high ground. Ducalis, he's going to be focused first.
They got
shot down. See what they can look for more. But the counter spell's there. He gets the pick up for the high ground. The assassinate's in. Jump ball with the cookie. The Concoction will hold back Q. But Satanic will fall as they're locked down enough for XM to take him out. And now maybe be able to turn for more as the chase continues over towards 9 class. That blink up though.
Getting
Should
cut
be
off.
fine there. They're going to try and continue to chase. X-Nova's able to get the range for the sleep. So the chase will be a success as 9 class killed off as well.
What a play. Great wraparound, understanding we're not going to make it in time for Tormentor, but we can absolutely take the fight. I think the Shrapnel actually woke up the AM, allowed him to get the counterspell off with Safine's grip, but either way, they have the chain stun afterwards to lock him down and bring him down. XG very prepared this game. Butterfly is getting closer and closer for Ame.
So early on this Terrorblade.
How do you fight versus a Butterfly Terrorblade if they're set up as a unit in particular, right? Catching him alone, absolutely, you can perhaps do that, but when he's grouped with a Butterfly, it's going to be very problematic.
That's going to be a super tough kill.
Blocks so much of their damage, right? It's a lot of physical from P-Vision this time around. It's going to be very interesting to see what they want to do here. As a lot of gold saved up. X-Nova wondering what build he wants to go for. Is it going to be something like a Blink on the Bane, perhaps, that he wants to go for? We'll have to see what option, as he's quite rich also.
And Ame knowing that he could just continue to live his life up in this top corner. Nobody's able to do anything about him.
It is pretty wild that he's been there for 14 plus minutes without being able to get pushed out.
And P-Vision just not being given any sort of opportunity to really approach any further tier 1s. You know, the tier 1 in the mid lane have also just barely taken any sort of damage from any sort of pressure. P-Vision, they can't really push on outside of DM. They're going to try and bring the action in around the mid now as they get the jump in onto Xingqiu. We'll find him.
Maybe can get some decent damage onto this tower here too with the Reign of Destiny, as we see no one just getting healed up.
X-Nova and XXS ready to turn up though for the defense.
Okay, the choice is going to be a Glimmer for X-Nova. He's going to be bringing it out soon. XXS, every time a tower push comes out, the Centaur gets parked in front of it. P-Vision wanting to look to strike elsewhere.
It's going to be difficult to find XM Sniper though. Typically a sort of step ahead of any sort of sweep of the map that enemies try for against him. It's very hard to find.
And very defensive build that he's gone for too. As we said, he likes to build a bit tankier on his sniper. Lincoln's is going to be the next choice to prevent either a roar or any of these single target abilities as we see P-Vision have.
They still, of course, have a lot of gap closure.
They do.
2 cores,
they absolutely
both having ways to jump straight on top of the sniper in these team fights.
I mean, this game is, it's low kill count, but it's as tense as ever. Both are getting exactly what they want out of the map here. And that Butterfly, it's finished. Let's see what XG wants to do and how they want to force. Are they going to perhaps wait for Roche to shift toward the top side before they look for a potential go on it? Because they can bring that Roche down very quick. 9 class is looking for a potential setup here.
He's going to try. Satanic's in as well, but XX is in with the stop. Bottom was 9 class, and they've got the Stampede as well. So 9 class, he's got to run. The Metamorphosis comes out as 9 class trying to set something up there with Satanic. Even if XXS wasn't there, I don't know, would these two have been able to deal with Arme at this point? This Terrorblade's massive.
Unlikely versus that butterfly. The build is working for XG right now, and XXS, he is everywhere. It feels like you look away for a second, and then boom, the Centaur is just there to protect. And there's that Lotus Orb finished up for him.
I mean, they might as well see what happens when they push the high ground. They've hit the timing here with this butterfly pickup.
They've got a Crimson to slow things down.
No one. Able to clear out the wave. We'll slow down the push for now.
These are heads-up moves. Nullifier for DM. Very early pickup that he's got this finished. Can't get rid of these glimmers in particular, but as you said, Lotus, Lincolns, they've got ways to protect each other. And Roche, it is shifting now. It is on that top side.
Just going for the straight-up damage as well, Arme. He's got the Chrysalis on the way out, going for that full Daedalus. I mean, if he gets that, these fights are going to be so difficult for Satanic, right? Even though he's very close in farm, it does feel like if he makes a blink in and somehow, you know, some way they're able to keep the Terror protected, and you're seeing the damage from the two of them. They're going to try and go on XXS. They've got the roar, but the kisses are coming in, and XXS, he's so tanky. They barely get him down to half HP. The grip's there, controlling Satanic. See if he can get up towards the end of it. No, who's done the cookie? But there's the save. Ducalis comes in, bails Satanic out. But P-Vision, they've got to run, because Arme's turned up to the fight. Ducalis cannot escape. P-Vision, they do manage to eventually bring XXS down, but it takes so much.
Look how much damage he absorbed. You can just look at the fight recap. That's pretty much all Centaur taking that damage from the entirety of P-Vision. That's exactly what you want from your Centaur.
And now they could just move into the Roche XG. They didn't get the core kills, but they got enough out of P-Vision in terms of ultimates and attempts to fight that they can walk into the pit very freely and secure themselves this Aegis.
I mean, Ame able to just walk in and join, do Roche even without meta. So they're going to have meta to potentially push toward high ground, Owen. P-Vision, what's the approach going to be?
It's going to be tough. I mean, we're seeing already that it's just so difficult for Satanic to blink in and get involved in the fights. Because if Arme and XM are not controlled, this anti-mage will get destroyed.
Absolutely. They have way too much damage for him. And it's difficult for them to reach these backlines, even if they do have these, you know, these jumpers, as we've been saying, to get to it. XXS has just been the body that they need. Satanic is going to be going for his butterfly of his own, so he is going to look to match that aggression that's coming from Ame, but Ame does have that advantage of net worth at the moment.
And just overall damage output when he has the Metamorphosis ready.
Oh yeah.
P-Vision, we'll see what the call is going to be here for the next 4 minutes.
Probably just try to stall things out so they can't reach the base, right? Get your own push, cut the waves as much as possible.
Я получу очки только если у Ами будет много крипов и много выше.
Well, easily be able to have it picked up and still have 2+ minutes to play for.
Satanic.
Trying to go on XXS, but
he'll burn all the mana. That is very annoying. But he does have the stick. He does always have Lotuses to be able to pump himself back up.
Sweeping over towards Arme. But again, it feels like, how do you even go on this Terrorblade right now? You have to have all 5, right?
You do. And he has to be out of position. If he's with the team, it feels like it's very difficult to kill him.
I mean, he's stepping pretty far forward, but of course has this Aegis. He feels that relaxed right now.
He's pretty far up.
They're going to try and start something. See what they can do. Easy man to dodge there.
Even as the Lincolns, just in case, XM is right behind him.
That's the full Daedalus. So 28 minutes in, Butterfly Daedalus, level 20 Terrorblade. That sounds pretty terrifying.
It does. Ame is posturing so aggressively this game. Grouped up, looking for the potential push. We see DM, he is doing the cutting. So he is sending the Ancient Ice Shaman on that far left side with his Boars as well to just slow things down.
As the completed Miona for XM, everything coming together. They do need to say have the butterfly done on Satanic, but it's still so difficult for him to fight back against these two.
I feel like they're going to push. They're going to look for a Rax here with this Aegis.
See what P-Vision can do. Have they got what it takes at the moment to be able to defend against this level of push?
It's just so much physical damage.
It really is. He spends a few seconds on the front and he gets half his HP taken away in an instant.
Even with the butterfly, they're going right through it. Crimson Guard again, but the towers are getting whittled down. No one will cut the wave, so that is the last creep wave. So they're gonna have to back up and reset.
Yeah, very close to having the Shiva's Guard done as well, no one, so.
They're looking to just continue, right? They need more time to be able to deal with this Terrorbladed Sniper. But is time really going to benefit them that much with the way that XG has been able to play so far? DM.
And they'll be able to deal with this hit. Bringing XM over as well.
Kill it.
Oh, yep. XM. He'll have it.
Yes. Smoke up, P-Vision. They're getting outside.
They're going to get the jump on Arme. Arme. He's going to be gone the once.
Can they do it again? They've got a roar.
Backup's on the way for Arme. They can get the opening stampedes there. Lincoln's ready to keep it protected. He's able to walk it off.
Far too difficult for them to get the setup. XM just covering him every time with the Lincolns. Too hard for DM to get the roar, even with the nullifier to break. Here comes the push again. 30 seconds on meta. No Aegis.
And we'll see if XG still feels strong without it.
Feels like they do. Base ward taken out. Ducalis did find it. Here comes that push. Tower's low.
And they've got it. Tier 3 to full. Do they want to keep going here, XG? XM. Push in the start. Answers there for Satanic. Shiva's guard now done on no one.
Satanic is having to stay here in the base, though, which means he's not getting that extra farm. He's having to be here for the defense.
There's the smoke. They're going to try and get the surprise jump. See if they can get the wraparound, potentially. So they're coming in from the side here. Good angle from P-Vision. XG prepared for this one. No one ready to try and scout out the backlines. He's in. Makes the jump, but now he jumps out. Tries to bait out spells and items here for XG. But XXS, he's in with the jump. He gets the 3-man hoop stop. A beautiful follow-up there from XXS allows them to take down 9 class immediately. As XG are ready to step up to the barracks.
They're ready for every move, Owen. Immediately backing themselves up, gathering as a unit, so P-Vision can't find a target.
Still trying to bait out some of these stuns and spells, but Ducalis gets shot down by XM. The barracks are gone.
The strategy is working, Owen. XG, they're looking to get a 2-racks advantage.
Yeah, they're not going anywhere. They're sticking around for a second set at the least. I mean, no one again trying to turn their attention away from the objectives, but these racks, they fall so fast here to the damage of Arme and XM.
Ayame is playing his heart out this game. Beautiful build, beautiful rotation, surviving the ganks. An 8K lead with massive structural damage.
P-Vision, what's the plan going to be? Satanic, he's even though he's kind of close on the net worth, you're really just feeling how difficult of a matchup it is for him to play into as this anti-mage. Dealing with both a sniper and a Terrorblade that are ahead of you in farm, it seems almost impossible for the AM.
It really feels like they just don't have the damage to go through what XG has by any means. XXS with this build, with this Crimson, it blocks everything that P-Vision wants to do to walk into him. Aghanims is done, so that's the first one here for 9 class. It's gonna give it a no one, I imagine.
Yep,
yeah,
no one's got it ready to go.
Yep.
So if they had that setup, maybe some sort of multi-man vortex into like a concoction.
They're gonna need a big multi-hero stun in order to have a chance in that next push, because it's gonna come very soon. The auras are all there. Aghanim's now also finished up for XXS, so another save.
So many saves. Yep. So many ways to keep XM or Arme safe if they get jumped.
And this might be one of the better cart games too. You have 2 of the best heroes, it feels like, to utilize in their range. They can actually just wallop heroes from a distance.
And XM's pretty much got his Monkey King bar done.
Oh boy, yeah, this feels harder and harder for Satanic.
He's got
the Basher, but look at his HP pool too, right? Satanic is not going to be able to stand toe-to-toe with these heroes.
XG. They could definitely just sort of deal with the lanes, wait out for the next Roshan. Should be coming up pretty shortly.
Next items, like you said, MKB is done for XM, and I believe a Lincoln's about to be done for Amame. How do you get through these?
P-Vision definitely do what they can to try and set the map up themselves so they can have a say on the Roshan, at least give themselves an opportunity maybe to see if no one can get a steal off. It's the Storm Spirit.
No one.
I just can't get anywhere close.
It is really just such insane damage that XG does have. And immediately they're not splitting up either is the thing. Immediately they're all together as 5. The lanes are in a good position for them as well with the TB sending the illusions. So they're ready for the fight.
Lincoln's on Arme. Ready with the smoke, XG. They know that P-Vision's going to be out on the map a little bit.
Roche, how long's it going to be? It's a quick spawn.
I mean, they're showing here on the top lane.
XXS,
he's having a two off the top. They got the room at the start. Please, DM is gone. No one has to zip away. Carlos will turn up here ready to help out, but they have to continue to back off. Tier 2 is not a safe space right now.
DM spent his gold. He bought the Vlad, so he's dead for 60 seconds.
And pushing forward at the timing with the wisdom coming up, so another one of those to be taken by Extreme.
And we see XG, if they catch a hero, the hero is dead. On P-Vision, if they catch a hero, the hero does not really take much damage whatsoever. It doesn't matter who it is.
And they're ready to try and tickle at the base again. They don't even need the Aegis, they put that strong. Satanic is looking for an angle at the back lines, but XXS finds them, he's in with the jump on and the two of them! Perfectly ready, Satanic will make the jump over there for the card! XXS with the save, Satanic shot down by XM, it is over! GG is called! Extreme, they may have had a rough game one, but this game two, Fox, they're looking better than ever! They push us to a game 3 here in the lower bracket!
That was a very strategical approach to this game. Honestly, this move from Ame, dictating the pace of the game pretty early. 7 minutes, rotating top, taking the tower, stayed there for, what, it felt like, what, 14 minutes that he's farming in that top lane. XXS defending every single tower. P-Vision, it felt like they were like, okay, yes, we're getting what we want out of the map, but XG was just getting so much more, pressuring, controlling, containing, and just honestly crushing this game completely.
Yeah, just an excellent adaptation coming into this game 2 after what happened in game 1. Right? Taking all 3 tier 1s, 10 minutes in, securing this top part of the map where Ame just lived his best life for like nearly 15 minutes plus as a Terrorblade.
And I love that he built this aggressive, right? He doesn't go for this
butterfly
BKB, Scotty, nothing. He just goes for the butterfly, looks to close the game out as fast as possible.
Well, what a game. What a performance there from Extreme. Cannot wait to see what happens as we are indeed, ladies and gentlemen, getting a game 3 coming up as the series now stands 1-1 between Extreme and P-Vision.
The fact that we're getting a game 3 demonstrates just how close this top 3 is. At any point, we could be seeing P-Vision in that grand finals. But for right now, Extreme Gaming, they're making that comeback. They're saying, we want this, we're hungry for it. And comfort picks just for everyone. Amazing and significantly better laning phase as well, I'd say, for this game.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was going to say, is I love that no matter who makes it into the grand finals, you know that it is so close. All 3 of these teams can beat each other. This was not close. Like, in a way, I feel like
it was close in terms of net worth, but it wasn't really close in terms of the pacing of the game.
The momentum. Since the laning stage, Extreme, they had it figured out. They picked late game heroes like Sniper, Terrorblade, but they didn't play for the late game. They were very active in the early game.
I mean, they totally abused the fact that the anti-mage needed a long time, or he could not enter the fight at all because of this Terrorblade. But like, the reflection just made it so that he has to be so careful, and every time he comes to a fight, he couldn't really do anything.
I think it was pretty similar to what happened in game number 1, like this carry-to-carry matchup where you are staying an item ahead, maybe even an item and a half in this one. It is very difficult for Satanic to play the game. He doesn't have a clear target that he can jump because of all the save with the Nightmare that's going to ruin him. Then you have Snapfire as well, you have Stampede, you have all these defensive items, you have Crimson Guard on the Centaur. Very, very difficult fights in terms of how they want to play it out, because they have protection for their Sniper who's peeping from the distance, and you also do have this ability to stay ahead in terms of itemization. You see that he's going for the butterfly, and then you have 2 cores that kind of like to build into butterfly. Like, at one point, Sniper, he didn't have Serrated Shift, he's building into Mjolnir naturally, plus he builds into MKB, so that butterfly is not really doing that much.
I mean, it's not just the build, right? I felt like the TB also kind of enabled XXS on the Centaur to get a decent game, and he was able to do a lot in the fight. We saw a lot of multi-hero storms. The card eventually, like, he wasn't enabled in the first game, and this game I felt like it was night and day.
Yeah, he was just there to provide his team with anything they needed. That card at the end was always such a pleasure to see picked up in a game, but just so much fun. The flip side, though, for P-Vision, 9 class not really having that impact on an ALC we've seen previously. Well, like, yes, it was winning, but was he winning the game with it? And I think this is kind of answered our question about it now.
Yeah, this was very rough for P-Vision. Perhaps it's the combination of the Anti-Mage and the Alchemist that is the main issue, but really Extreme, they understood the assignment. They saw that there was this greedy duo coming out of P-Vision, and they understood that even though they have Sniper and Terrorblade, they needed to push. They needed to be active. They needed to win the lanes, and they did.
Yeah, they really did. Extreme Gaming, it's hard to pick a standout player from that, right? You look at the end, everyone had a phenomenal performance. Arme on the Terrorblade night and day compared to game one.
Yeah, he was so aggressive. Like the way he moved across the map, he's like understanding that anti-mage, he can't really do much. He's gonna get his mana burn. He wants to pressure him out. He moves to the top lane. You have Centaur with the Dominator creep as well, so that's gonna be extra bit of a damage. This is something that anti-mage historically didn't like to play into, getting himself kicked out of the lane, and then he needs to go to jungle. This is a hero that doesn't have any good like ways of farming. Now with the Helm of the Dominator, it does help him a little bit, but it's still not good enough because they are having so much. The map is getting much smaller, and this time around, they didn't have the playmaker. Sure, you have this position for Alchemist, who's trying to get the Aghanim Scepter playing in the outer ring, trying to get the extra bit of a farm. It came in very late, that Aghanim Scepter that he did give the Storm Spirit. You couldn't really feel the influence of it.
Yeah, it was at the timing where they had a Centaur cart to save whoever gets caught. And this is why I think that the MVP could have gone to any of Extreme's cores, because Ame pressured the early game, XXS hit the multi-hero stomps. We have to mention XM Sniper. I feel like this has been a tournament of elephants in the room, and this is the one for me when it comes to this team. They do not lose with Cardell Sharpeye. They are the best sniper team on the planet, and I expect to see a ban in the next game.
Yeah, I don't think you can let that one through at all. You can't rest on your laurels thinking that you know how to deal with a sniper when it's specifically an XM sniper here. We're saying the cores are up for grabs. Anyone could have been that standout player, but something that I think was also really key in changing how that offlane played was Jinkyu, right? He got on a hero that was significantly more just having more stability. That's where I think we saw the lane go much better.
You can actually do stuff with the hero. You can actually be the one who's putting the pressure. You can make the moves across the map compared to Nyx Assassin, who was so underleveled in the previous one. I think there's a comparison between what he was playing in game number 1 and what 9 Class was playing in game number 2, where he wasn't really unable to do much on the map. Like you feel like your position 4 with the setup, with the draft that you have, like it feels like you need to do much, but you can't because of the situation you're in, because of the hero that you're playing. And this time around, you can be paired up with the Centaur, you can be paired up with just the Shrapnel with the Snapfire Kisses could land you a kill.
I like that they chose to basically say, okay, we lost the offlane really badly in the previous game. Well, let's just dodge it entirely. We will run the Centaur on the offlane. We will cut creeps. We will bring it to camps, get Giga farmed. He gets an early Helm of Dominator. And this is where we see the rotation from Ame. On level 6 on Terrorblade, he was farming just fine in his lane, by the way. Look at his denies, 18 denies. But he realized that he's got to be the one to push towers. He's got to be the one to pressure. If they combine the Centaur power spike here with Ame's Metamorphosis, they can easily take the tower and close down the map on a team that absolutely needs the map to farm.
I mean, it's also the fact that the Beastmaster just got level 6, so he realizes if he stays in the lane, one roll and either the Storm or +1, he could die, you know. So that move itself solves another problem. So it literally gave their opponents nowhere to maneuver around the map.
Yeah, and it ties into what you guys were saying. Kick that anti-mage out of that top lane as early as you can. Force him to be a little bit uncomfortable. And then we see that TB wanted to stay up there. Ame wanted to stay there. They try and make a move onto him, but it was not successful.
And the fact that he had the presence of mind to always keep a Lotus because he knows that the AM is going to try to kill him, so he could run out of mana, so he couldn't cast his Sunder. And every time he got ganked, this is one of those that he managed to turn around, but he had a Lotus every single time to survive.
Because it gives you like exactly enough mana to press the Sunder, and that's all he needs.
And you're also getting less damage from Mana Void.
Yeah.
We see it progress a little bit further, and we're wondering how late game is this going to go? Where are we going to see the carries end up for themselves? But a specific item that was picked up by Ame, Lacoste, you're like, this is it. This is where we're just going to start seeing the game kind of close out and go in the favor of Extreme Game.
Yeah, this is way too early. This is 24 minutes we're talking about, where he has Falcon Blade, he has Manta Style, and does go for a very aggressive item, understanding that he can just build that item. It gives him damage, it gives him survivability against Anti-Mage, because Anti-Mage is not a hero that's going to be built into MKB by any time soon. This might be his 6th item, but we're talking about, 45-minute game potentially. And what happens after they get a pick off, they try to go on the enemy tier 3 tower as soon as they got that butterfly. Then they decide to take another fight, understanding that their timing right now is super strong. They can take the fight, and TB, he doesn't need to be caring too much about it. He's going to be joining the fight slightly later, and you can see that Ducalis is holding that for a really long time, that ulti, but as soon as Ame joins, this fight is pretty much over. He was missing. P-Vision thought maybe they could take a fight, but he comes in and they clean up and they take Roche after that. So there's a lot of, like, the whole sequence of the events that does happen where they just cannot punch back.
I mean, it's not just the anti-mage right with the butterfly. I feel like you're also making it very difficult for Storm. Storm actually does a lot of right clicks in the team fight, and if he's missing, it means that he's losing a lot of his
Да вы
damage.
гоните, пацаны,
That's why
нет.
the butterfly timing was so strong.
Before we continue talking about this game, there is one more person I want to listen from, and that's Purge.
Thanks, Nat. Yeah, this is the probably 4th time that we've seen Alchemist support so far from P-Vision in this tournament. We saw that a bunch in the road to the International, and it looked pretty subpar. And I have to say, this is probably the best early game that 9 Class had out of all of those games. So I was more impressed with this play in this game. And that's because he did some pretty decent trading. He got this first blood on X Nova. But let's talk about the negatives of Alch support. Number 1, it takes you forever to charge up your stun. And at really high level play, the windows that you have to get kills to defend your allies are really small sometimes. They can be split seconds. So having to plan ahead 5 seconds ahead of time to throw your stun is very difficult. And having to be in melee range to even throw your stun is very difficult. So in a lot of these cases, he's in the right place at the right time. He's helping to almost get kills on heroes. But consistently what's happening is he's falling just a little bit short. And that's because the hero has kind of weak base stats, and your contribution to the fights just aren't that much. In this case, really good bait by him to run in. He charges up his stun, and he throws it at the same, like halfway early. He did like a half charge. But this is like his contribution. It's acid spray, and it's like 150 physical damage. And that doesn't get better as the game goes on, because people get more and more armor naturally. So his contribution in these circumstances isn't that great. And even with his ultimate, which gives him a lot of regen, the problem is he doesn't have any items to make his survivability higher. So any regen you buy or get from his ultimate is just not that good. So it's difficult for him to utilize his benefits. It's pretty easy for his opponents to kill him. He doesn't actually farm that fast because he doesn't actually get a chance to buy items that help him farm faster. So he doesn't really get to benefit from his innate. Across the board, just underwhelming, unfortunately. And that's just the reality of Alch support.
Thank you, Purge. We've seen it win before. This time around, it was not successful for P-Vision. And yeah, as we saw later in the game, just nothing really on the table to offer. And I think that's also one of the biggest differences. Coming into this series, we said P-Vision, it's going to be a big focus. What supports can they get for themselves? And it's not just 9 Class, but Ducalis as well. I thought the Oracle would have offered something in way of team fight. I thought there would have been the ability to delay the team fights, give them a little bit of something extra in the tank. But with that 2 support duo, there really actually wasn't anything on offer.
I think it's all of the other heroes paired with Alchemist. Like,
don't you feel it's also what the supports are buying? You want to give him supports that buy Helm. Like, don't you feel like that's when they are most comfortable?
I'm not a disbeliever in the Alch support. I was personally watching all of his replays during the road to International because I love to absolutely grief my pubs. So I was like, oh, maybe I can do this. And I watched, and I can tell you, it's not something that you could do in pubs, and it's something you have to be very careful doing in competitive. What I watched was there was always some core that was sacrificing farm to 9 Class at a different point in the game. One point it would be Satanic, one point it would be no one, and it would rotate. You need all of your cores to be doing well and be able to pressure in order to do that. And I think with like an anti-mage, that's not likely. Like, unless the anti-mage is somehow winning the lane so handedly he can create pressure. But you need pressure from all of your cores.
So it seems like you have like a jungling hero, but he's way more greedier than like some Veno jungler. At least the Veno comes out of the jungle.
It's very similar to the Veno jungle, I would say. It's that level of greed.
I also think Venom might have, although this conversation isn't really about him, but ways to jungle a little bit better to kill those camps a bit more efficiently.
Yeah, he comes online much faster as well if we're talking about the jungle Venom meta, because you come with the Orchid, you come with, Spirit Vessel, you come with the mech, like drums, whatever, but Alchemist, he's just buying components. Like, you're not actually getting the value out of the items that you're buying. It's just you're getting some stats, but other than that, it's really not great. But also to point out that Oracle, like, he did a very good job because they played around the runes every single time they brought the numbers. But Extreme Gaming, you could see them move around and bringing in numbers, even though you have a sniper on your team who doesn't use the runes, but they are bringing 3-4 heroes with every single rune just to make sure that Storm's not getting it.
Yeah, that's another big impact, is how can you dissuade the usage of something that's so important to a hero, such as their innate. And I do think that if any team is going to be able to bounce back in this one, obviously we've already seen Extreme Gaming do it, but Astini, he's very good at that with P-Vision, right? He's a coach that we've always had such high energy from, but I also would love to see what he thought about this draft, how he's going to approach it again when they get back into those booths for Game 3.
I'm going to just say it. I feel like, historically speaking, Storm Anti-Mage has not worked. This is something that TI after TI, at the very least at Majors, we have seen. And a lot of the time, you have coaches coming into interviews after and saying, oh yeah, we picked Storm Anti-Mage. Like, the timing just doesn't work.
Well, the timing is perfect for these players to return back to the stage. Get back into it, because our lower bracket is down to a game number 3. It is all on this game as to if you make it to the grand finals of TI 2025 or if your journey ends here. There's a lot on the lines for how they've spent the last few minutes discussing how they want to come into this. A fresh slate is what both teams are really going to need, and you're going to take your lessons from it on both sides, from a Game 1 and a Game 2 perspective.
Yeah, for sure. Something that did happen in this game number 2 was that they never killed the tier 1 tower in the mid lane. Like, during this whole TI, this is the first time they managed to kill a tier 1 tower. They always, even in the losing games, they still kill tier 1 towers, but this also tells you the story about the game. I think it comes down to Sniper being able to defend the tower as well. They brought in numbers 10 minutes in. They try to go for the play, try to go for it, but it's way too much damage, and you don't really have that much, even though you did have Beastmaster, but Beastmaster also got shut down. Like, even though they didn't necessarily kill him, they did manage to push him out of the lane multiple times. You saw Snapfire coming to the lane, forcing Oracle to TP, use Edict to try to save him. They don't get the kill, but they also get something out of it.
Yeah, I mean, I like actually that you brought that up. Like, when they opened their draft with Beastmaster, I also felt like he kind of didn't really get enabled as the same as the Centaur. And Beastmaster is also, like, as nature, a very greedy hero. You want your carry gating over to you. So when you have not just the Storm anti-mage problem, but you have the anti-mage with the Beastmaster, which doesn't really offer a lot of synergy. Because Beastmaster, I think, in most cases, you want heroes that can abuse the fact that you can stick together early, take towers, you know, with the auras. Like heroes like Gyro, for example, Luna, for example, you know, that can come online earlier. With the anti-mage, it kind of feels like maybe you don't really have a lot of like overlapping timings in the early game, so you don't interact with each other a lot or at all, you know, in the early game. So that could have been the main problem why the early game was so difficult for the Elk and Oracle to be useful.
You know, maybe the idea is that with a Helm Dom, anti-mage can maybe function like that, even though it's not traditionally a hero that can rotate to something like a Beastmaster. Clearly it didn't work, right? Like, this idea was wrong, but maybe that's the idea. Because I agree, you pick Beastmaster, the hero controls an area, he farms, and he creates this presence where you can no longer enter into that area without just dying. And it's this map control hero, so any carry that rotates to that is cool. He doesn't rotate to them to get kills, so maybe that's the issue. And you have to try these things in a game in order to figure out that, okay, because the Dom thing is completely new. Nobody was going Dom on anti-mage.
And also because I think in the recent series that we have in the main event, there's like a huge change in the way the middle lane is built, where we are picking more heroes that can defend and play around the mid tower instead of those rotating heroes, right? Yeah. So with the Beastmaster, it's like you're waiting for your mid laner to rotate. But the Storm, in theory, he could rotate, but he couldn't leave because the Sniper was keeping him there. So it doesn't really unleash the Beastmaster skill.
I think the Sniper has to go. Not necessarily in the first phase, but I think in the second phase, you might need to remove it. This was the big part of the problem that they did face in this second game, and it's XM Sniper we're talking about. Like, he's gonna find a way how to make this hero work.
It would be audacious to leave it, and it would be on purpose because they think they can beat it with something.
Well, we're soon to find out, because I have fantastic news for everyone. We do have a game number 3.
P-Vision versus Extreme Gaming. Game 3.
A lower bracket game 3. You could not ask for anything more. These two teams are so evenly skilled. It's going to come down a lot to draft what they think they're going to need. Extreme Gaming loved what the Centaur did for them in game number 1. They're going to pick it up for themselves, and of course, P-Vision not changing on that. They think the Beast was still a fantastic opener for them.
And I also like the change that they made here. Actually, last game, they first picked the Snapfire. This time, they feel like because the center was such a crucial role in the last game, and they feel like they wouldn't be able to get the center in the next phase, so they're changing their pick order up. They're picking the center first. I think the center is not replaceable, but the Snap is actually replaceable.
Snap could be Hoodwink, or
that could be Hoodwink or something.
Maybe Dark Willow.
Yeah. Maybe even a Rubik, I think a Rubik center link could also
Yeah, that's not bad, especially if there's good steals. But we can see Sniper banned out. They actually will first phase ban it.
Yeah, so what are the other mid heroes that can actually sit and defend the towers right now with the Sniper and SF being removed? It's kind of like the Invoker. Invoker is still remaining here. Maybe that is something that both teams could actually go to. Because I think there's a lot of emphasis between strategizing around the mid area. You need to be able to defend and hold that area so you actually have full control of the map. And obviously also the runes, right? You control the tower, you're going to get the runes.
I think Extreme would be pretty happy to get an XM Puck. So I would imagine them picking Puck and then plus something that can cover for Puck.
Oh, they want to speed things up.
Like Puck Bane.
This is going to be very tempo. A lot of tempo coming out from P-Vision. You have Chen, something that Falcons did run a couple of times. You have Beastmaster with the helm of the Dominator as well, but this Beastmaster is still a flex pick. They could put it in the mid lane, so they want to see two heroes that Extreme Gaming is going to pick, and then they're going to decide where Beastmaster is going to go.
Centaur is pretty happy playing against Chen creeps, though. Natural Crimson builder.
Yeah, that's actually a really good point. Like, you don't really care about the creeps as much.
We only seen exclusively mana burn up until yesterday when we saw KJ played with the
Блять, но мне эта катка нужна только если Ами сломает.
If Puck is coming out here, it's because they have to cover for it. Otherwise, you're getting like giga hard countered mid.
When you say hard countered mid, what does that look like?
Yeah, there's the DKs, Tinies of the world that are pretty good against Puck. Let's see, I mean, the biggest answer is, something like a Huskar. The question is, does no one want to whip it out here in the lower bracket finals? It's a bit rough.
It's a good Void Spirit game. They don't have that much control other than Puck. It's a good matchup for him. You're also going to be finding the backlines. Both of these supports from Extreme Gaming, they want to really keep the distance. You want to see Warlock in the backlines, waiting until he can drop the rock, Snapfire with the kisses. Right now, they don't have any jump, and they need to find a way how to find these supports.
I mean, the other thing you have to consider is if you pick your mid hero here, and the enemy bans out two carry heroes, do you have a replacement for that carry hero? So you are definitely considering whether you should pick the carry hero if there are no optimal replacements for that right now.
How does Beast do against Puck mid? Because you could also Beast mid and then run like some Night Stalker off lane to try to hard counter the Puck. I don't feel like Warlock pressures something like a Night Stalker at all.
Yeah, no. You push the lane out with Fatal Bonds, I think that's what he wants, as Night Stalker.
Yeah, he'll just farm.
Yeah, I mean, that could work in theory. But I think their concern right now here is less of the mid matchup. It's more about the carry. Can they actually get, because both teams are going to last pick their carries, right? So what if they pick one hero and they ban two and you don't have the option?
So what are you looking for? Something like Ursa, something along those lines, Temporal Assassin.
Yeah, with the silence on the shot.
Yeah, that's very good against pretty much all three.
And also the lane matchup against the Centaur. This is an extremely good lane matchup. Centaur struggles in this lane, and usually you have to buy a couple of rings to be able to stay in the lane. But even then, the lane is still very difficult.
Yeah, I think you just don't lane. I think XG's actually okay with this. Like, they're gonna do what they did last game, which is literally cut the wave and drag to camps. And so now my question is, what can XG pick on last pick that will like completely hard counter a TA so Ame could rotate through the portal with a free farm Centaur who's cutting wave and take the tower?
It's a good PL game, huh? Again?
I was thinking PL. I mean, Gyrocopter is also...
Gyro is fine. Gyro is nice. And you have the standard Gyro plus Warlock lane, which is very, very good. I mean, anything that can gate, gank, and pressure the TA would be the most optimal right now. They've already taken out the TB. The TB is also a really good carry-to-carry matchup against the TA. And I feel like it seems like Extreme Gaming also really favors the carry-to-carry matchup. They want to have a matchup where Ame is very, very comfortable, and you've already heard it from the interview. Ame is going to carry us, They are putting all the eggs in the Ame basket.
Oh, I wouldn't mind seeing something like a Troll as well. I think you're going to be laning against the Beastmaster. They don't have explosive damage to kill you immediately.
Yeah, that actually could really work well with the lineup. Troll, Warlock lane, and you have the Troll with the Centaur and the card later, which works really well.
Yeah, we're definitely all fans of the late game that Centaur can come out. Extreme Gaming, so many options open now that they feel a little bit more stable in that offlane for themselves. I think that really opens up for Army.
It's not an easy decision here for PVision because they have to decide what are the heroes that they need to ban. And on top of that, because they couldn't ban everything, so they have to pick something that is going to be able to cover for the third best hero as well, you know. And they also have to make sure that the hero works with their lineup. So a lot to consider here in this 23rd pick here for PVision.
Yeah, I mean, they have a ban before that as well, and so you have to hedge your bets. Where exactly does Extreme Gaming want to go? Where are they thinking some of their strengths could be? It's the so one of the first heroes you guys mentioned would be great for Extreme Gaming, and their last pick, Bristleback.
Off lane Bristleback, most likely with the hood wing.
Yeah, that's interesting. I mean, that does limit the carries that XG can pick. Now, a hero like Chaos Knight, which can go for the break facet, the 1/3 of the time break facet seems better, but no, they go for Medusa.
Not the most traditional gate ganking hero. You're probably not going to expect the Medusa to move around, but it is indeed a overall a pretty good game for it.
This is not the lane that you want to be playing. Medusa plus Warlock, you're not getting the real
but at the
value
same
out of the
time,
lane, but they want to
Medusa
have
would
overall
lane well
24 pick.
into the beast, you know, like the beast doesn't like to play into the Medusa's lane. I mean, I do feel like you can't use the.
I mean, what about Bristle though? Because Bristle's just giving Medusa free stick charges, right?
Yes.
So either way, yeah, very good lane for Medusa. I think maybe that's the idea.
Okay, so even if the Medusa can't rotate out, help those other lanes, is there a lot that can be put into her lane? Do we feel that this is something that is going to ramp up for Extreme Gaming? We'll see them succeed?
They have other 3-4 heroes that can actually play Dota. I don't think it's going to be as slow because you do have Snapfire, you have Centaur one more time, and you also have XM on his signature puck. So he's going to be having a time where he can dictate the tempo, go around the map and try to make stuff happen.
And so final thoughts very quickly from you, Jenkins and Winter as well. Our game number 3.
I think it's an excellent draft for Extreme. It's a little slow, but I think with the signatures they have, they're fine with it being a little slow.
I mean, I think it's a little too slow for my liking, so I'm going to go with PVision side.
Okay, well that is lucky because we do have Astini, the coach of PVision, standing on stage for some final words before game 3.
Absolutely. Here once more with Astini from PVision. So good to see you yet again. Sir, high stress moment here, I know, so we will get you to your team as soon as we can, but you win this, it's grand final time. Big moment for you. Any words that you shared with the team before going into this game?
Let's just pick Chen so we don't need to smoke because they shout when we smoke and enemy knows. So let's just run it then without pressing smokes.
All right.
Our fans also shout when they smoke then.
Okay, well, fair enough for you, sir. All right, fantastic. Well, as we get into the game here, we've seen some pretty interesting picks, especially those last picks. I know you were probably hoping for another PO last pick from them. Unfortunately, it didn't pan out. But the carry seemed to be extremely important in this series. Would you say that the carry is the most important role that you've seen so far when facing this team?
Everyone is important. It's a team game. If you think like this, you're going to lose.
Fantastic. And last question, of course, those surprise last picks. We do see the Dusa. No chance to pick the Anti-Mage on this one against it. How do you think you're going to be faring against this Dusa?
We pre-picked to it because Chen has mana burn creep, so we were expecting, it's expected.
Okay, all right. You almost gave me away some there. You never tell me anything. It was for the mana burn creep. They got it. Write that one down, pubbers. All right, my man. I'm going to give you the mic on this one. Last time, potentially, that you could be holding the mic on this stage. Probably not, though. So please, have your moment. Say something to the fans and have your word. Please, I'm giving it to you. This is full trust. Go for it.
It's a pleasure to be here, to hear the fans cheering. No matter for us, for Extreme, it's amazing to be here. The atmosphere, it's fucking TI, boys. It's amazing. Thank you, everyone that is part of this community. Thanks, let's go. Bora caralho.
And I'm sure we'll be seeing this man in the grand finals. Thank you so much for everything that you guys have brought so far, and we'll continue to bring as we go. That's my boy! It's game 3.
There we go. I mean, Astini, absolutely correct there. The atmosphere has been phenomenal this year here in Hamburg. Thanks to you guys all here in the Barclays Arena. And let's get into the action. It's game 3 time, Fog. Extreme versus PVision. We're going to find out who's going to make it up to the grand finals later today to face Team Falcons. What do you make of the drafts? Because first thing I see XG getting that super strong duo straight through out of the gate.
Yep.
The Snapfire and that Centaur combo.
Let's see if there is going to be that answer. Let's see whose strategy comes in superior this time around. Because this Medusa last pick, there's a lot of big benefits that it does have this game. They mentioned it on the panel about how versus that Bristle, right? He'll be able to just get those stick charges constantly, have mana in the lane. But my big thing that I want to point out is it's Medusa playing versus a minus armor strategy. And Medusa loves that because of the way the interaction works with the mana shield, since you don't have to worry as much.
I mean, and how much of a strength do you think that is?
Блядь,
as
люди,
sort
как
of talks about
заебали
having the
они.
Chen, having this, sort of potential ways to have something that might cause issues for the Medusa.
Not sure. Honestly, I feel like the Medusa is going to be pretty okay unless somehow just gets completely surrounded from some types of summons with the Beastmaster rotation too, because Bristle just feeds you sticks. You're always going to have stick charges. Yes, Warlock's heal isn't going to be as effective, but you definitely can do quite a bit down here in terms of protecting Ame. We'll see how much that mana burn is effective, though, since they killed it immediately. Dies almost at an instant. And yeah, like you said, the top lane, right? It's XXS playing the Centaur. He was absolutely ridiculous last game.
Oh, he was.
A perfect game from him. And Jinq, he's playing his classic. And another small thing to touch on as well. I mean, small, but 9class is playing a more normal style hero. He's playing a ranged hero. So, gonna see what he's gonna be able to do with this.
Absolutely. Still obviously a very strong hero. We've seen a lot of hoodwink come through and some people popping off on this hero. Yeah, eyes on 9class to see what he's able to pull off this game. And with this sort of lane setup, when we talk about obviously the strengths of the XG getting this classic combo that they'll go for if they can get. Yeah, how hard of a lane is it going to be for Satanic, or should it be fairly safe up here?
It's been a traditional counterpick, the TA versus the Centaur, since it's very low armor on Centaur. Once you get the meld points, it can really start to add up, but this lane is just strong, right? That's the thing about this Snapfire and Centaur. Even if they're versus some type of quote-unquote counters, they can absolutely trade. And you'll see him adapt his build slightly on XXS. He buys an early ring of protection this game to counteract some of that physical, and then he's still just going to go the Dominator build, which is very good versus the minus armor.
And looking at the mid, I thought we have seen some games where, a puck
Блядь, какие вы душные, сука, в мобилке, блядь. Игра проебана, нахуй, на 5-й минуте они дефают. Суки. Точнее, не дефают, они не сдаются. Ёбаный мразь, а он времени сегодня жалко, блядь, тратить на эту парашу, блядь. Того, что ты выигрыш поиграешь, это даже не рейтинг, блядь. Хули вы делаете, нахуй. Я не понимаю, блядь. Жди, нахуй.
But I think it's more about them just, they're looking to group up and barrel down those lanes very early on P-Vision and set that tempo this time around. I mean, Ame's mana is getting burned. So
блядь, давно бы нахуй сдались, я его пошел пожрал, сука. Твари ёбаные. Суки, блядь, мрази, нервов на них нет никаких. Пошел бы пожрал, и все было бы заебись, на.
And XXS, he's got the helm finished up, so it does feel like he's going to be pretty free up here in terms of getting the last hits versus the Hoodwink and the TA.
Yeah, at the moment, pretty much that mid lane where we're seeing the biggest difference right now. Of course, some of those denies being the bores of no one, but even outside of that, very much having the advantage against XM's puck on these first few waves mid.
Yeah, a bit more than half a level advantage at the moment for no one. Having a fantastic start to it. And checking the runes constantly, right? That's going to be the hard thing for the puck to get the fill up when you're playing versus Beastmaster. Sends a board to one side. Can go check the rune with the other one. He'll deny the top rune. And even Ducalis was actually making the move over to protect the rune as well, as we saw there with the Chen. Since his only real job is just to send this creep to mana burn the Medusa to make sure the DM can have a nice and solid lane.
Yeah, for sure I will, because for the most part, DM is not going to die against these two heroes, right? So, another one of these offlaner heroes that's very, very safe.
Братец, давайтесь нахуй. Если что, это и не про Dota, тут мобилка. Суки, сдайтесь, блядь. Мы играем нахуй 3, блядь, в 3. Сука, 4 в 5. 4 в 5 нахуй, ребят, ну хорош.
as
У
the
них
with
все
the
вышки
refraction
стоят, блядь.
potential, you're not really
Алло,
gonna kill this
нахуй.
TA unless you're bringing in a +1 or
4 в
making
5
some sort of
играем,
move for the twin
блядь.
Yeah, unless
Они
he makes
нас...
a big mistake and steps up too far forward, but
Сука.
Satanic rarely does that, and Hoodwink is a very effective double stacker.
Yeah, we're seeing it here. A lot of stacks already being built up just 5 minutes in.
Xingqiu is doing similar, as we do see. It's not the same. You know, he doesn't have 3 stacks on each, but the double stacks are prepared. And now the lane's starting to be broken. 5 minutes in. Xingqiu looking to put a bit more pressure onto no one.
And who would you imagine these stacks are going to be for? Is it for the TA, the Beast, or the Bristle?
Which ones? The ones in the
P-Vision stacks in
P-Vision?
the safe lane, in their own jungle.
Satanic.
Just
They're
Satanic.
usually just about enabling Satanic, yeah.
Браво, нахуй.
Farms them super
Просто
fast
браво,
as well.
блядь. 15 минут,
But maybe if no one
нахуй.
sees an opportunity, like if he's just going
Мозгоёбки
to get bottle
ебаный,
filled up,
блядь.
maybe he will clear 1 or 2. Either one of them is probably fine.
Нахуя?
Bottom DM is starting to cut the creep wave, since there's no way for them to really stop him.
Да, блядь.
1K lead at the moment for the side of P-Vision, just off of these lanes. Power Rune, 10 seconds. Both supports looking to rotate on the side of P-Vision. And it does look Satanic. Satanic's just going to go work on the stacks now.
Yeah, it's just a bit too much, as you said, with the supports coming in for XM to have a chance of looking towards that.
XM.
The amplified damage room will go the way of no one.
And Ducalis is starting to get some good damage onto him.
Quite a bit there.
DM is here.
And XM could still be in trouble with the orb he uses. He's able to jump down to the low ground with the waning rift. Another set of the axes, though. It's close. But XM will survive.
Oh, holy, 10 HP. Almost gets brought down there from the amp damage coming in from the Beast.
Браво, нахуй.
Waning rift, perfectly placed from him as well.
Просто браво,
A lot of
блядь.
attention on these lanes from the side of P-Vision.
Просто браво, блядь, что...
That's off.
Ёбаный
Satanic.
Сикин.
Top of the network. Getting the most out of this laning stage. All 3 cores in a fantastic spot on P-Vision.
XXS Dominator's about to be finished, so that pressure in the top lane is going to start to ramp up a little more here. But Satanic, he can just clear out the wave very quickly, go to the jungle, get that effective farm. And no one, he actually stole some of the stack as we saw there. So with the axes, he was able to prevent them from clearing their own stacks. And Ducalis.
XM has to go immediately for the TP out, whereas Ducalis would have been able to body block his escape there with the summons.
Yeah, so nice move. I mean, XXS goes back to his creeps, and he's like, hey, there's no stack here anymore. GQ, you lied to me. As it was taken away from the Beastmaster. 2K lead, just off of lanes. So
Yeah,
the positioning of the lanes has been very smart with them having the Chen bottom so far.
And look at this movement. We're going to get P-Vision coming in with a pretty early play down towards the bottom. The 2 of them heading over to try and see if they can catch Arme.
Hey, this is really cool. With Satanic coming in.
Arme has got the 21 charges. We'll be able to pop them. Has a Mango as well. We'll see if that's enough though to save him though, because Satanic's in on top of him. Arme trying to run away, but now he's out of options. No more mana to play with. They kill off the 2 of them and can get the pressure onto the tower.
Oh, and the timing. Look at XXS. He was 7 XP from hitting 6 for Stampede. If he had it, maybe they could have bailed and gotten out of there, but a perfect move from P-Vision to take advantage of no Stampede.
They're playing fast here,
They
P-Vision.
really
They're
are.
trying to get back to sort of the level that they were performing at in terms of speed in game 1.
They truly are looking to set that tempo this game, and it is a very, very strong tempo draft that they do have. All heroes very good at taking objectives early on, good at taking the Roche.
I mean, this is the thing, right? They're good at taking objectives, and they're also good at defending objectives, right? If you're extreme and you're now sort of saying, well, we want to try and push back, get some tier 1s in our favor, suddenly this Bristle's turning up, or you've got the Beast or the Hoodwink spamming out the waves. It's not easy this game for Extreme to get anywhere close to the tempo that they were playing in game 2.
No, absolutely not. They do have a lot more team fight, I would say, this time around on the side of XG than we saw from either side last game, but if you fall behind too far in the lane, sometimes team fight can be problematic.
Because this indeed is quite an early gold lead coming into the 3 to 4K, just 9 minutes in. They're getting a lot out of the map here, P-Vision.
Can we get the stack counter? It's going to have to come up pretty soon. They've gotten, I believe, over 10 stacks already.
I mean, 9 Class has done so much here.
Yeah.
As you say, playing something a bit different to what he normally does, but showing that he can get some easy stacks going here for the team.
Mid lane, XM hangs on to the haste rune. That was a roar used. Yeah, the efficiency game from P-Vision with these lanes looking hot so far.
XXS. I mean, what sort of direction do you think he wants to be going this game with this build? He's got 1,200 gold saved up. Is he considering rushing the auras again, or did you want to get the blink early this time?
Yeah, there are those stacks. So 8-2 right now. I'm thinking he might still do the Crimson if they do see people just start barreling down and running down the lanes, but he queues up the Lotus for now. So
Okay.
Wanting to reflect the roar.
Okay.
Interesting one.
They're getting a little earlier than we normally see.
Top.
They're going to go in with the Dream Coil. I mean, should be a pretty dead 9 class here. As, I'll get the Bushwhack off, but won't be able to survive. This X-Nova turns up, secures the kill.
Trap will slow down the push, though, taking out some of the creeps. They will put down the sentry to stop that D-push.
XM trying to deal with the mid. But, yeah, again, having a complete mana pool being drained here by the pressure of Ducalis.
Yeah, he's actually being very annoying on this Chen so far.
Yeah, he's drained a lot of mana this game.
He sure has. So for Ame, it's going to be back to the jungle. Slow the pace down for him. P-Vision, they're looking to defend their towers. They want to play this early game. A lot of heroes top, though, for XG. Stampede's at the ready. They have Golem if he does pop the Grimoire. Kiss is still not at the ready, though.
Yeah, Satanic feeling confident.
Without Kisses, pretty unlikely that they can bring him down just yet. So for Xingqiu, a bit under-leveled this time around.
Now, mate, on the bottom side of things, we'll still have to do a bit of catching up. You know, it's about 2K coming up between the carries right now. Just 11 minutes in, quite the difference. So they're going to need a fair bit of time, XG, to regain a hold on this game.
Yeah, Ame's looking for some late game, some pretty late game on this Dusa in particular. Even going for the Dorman Curio, as we saw there with the Mystical. Stacks will be worked on, and he does buy the plate mail. So XXS has shown the build that he wants to go for this time around.
And I imagine we'll see sort of similar things coming out from the supports. Just everything they can buy to just sort of throw down onto the Medusa and keep Ame alive in the fights and in the defenses that are going to likely have to come together quite early this game if P-Vision keep up this sort of tempo.
There definitely is a lot of value to these Solar Crests and Lotuses being thrown onto this Dusa in particular, just to protect versus the massive physical that can come out here. XM trying to whittle down this mid tower, but Ducalis is just sticking around, clearing the creep wave as well, putting himself in a very safe position to not get ganked too.
Yeah, pretty much impossible to get to him. I mean, kind of for the whole lineup as well. Like, it's hard to sort of see a way that Extreme can catch out Satanic top, right? Like, how do you get the catch on this TA? How do you slow Satanic down?
It's only if he's out of position and you have Kisses, right? And you have them somehow sandwich on him. But Kisses have now been obtained. Level 6 is there for the Snapfire, but the way Satanic's playing, he's not only showing on the lane, right? Clears the wave super fast, backs up, goes to jungle. He is getting enabled pretty fast here. The Deso's gonna come out probably pre-14 minutes.
Absolutely, thanks to these stack after stacks coming out for 9 class.
Yeah.
Satanic getting so much here.
Looks like XG wants to take this tower. They want to try to slow down how much the Templar Assassin is getting, but it's already almost 13 minutes in and they haven't taken out this tower. That's a pretty big deal.
Much slower from them this game 3 as opposed to the game 2.
And instantly, Ducalis, when he sees an opportunity, starts pushing mid as the Chen as well. Rotations are coming in, but he's getting some damage here.
They're going to lead in on him with the Golem.
All right.
They want Ducalis gone. And they should get him here. As XM able to push at least the Chen off their side of the map. I mean, it's in a game where it's kind of as slow as this, there's no hesitation dropping these ultimates, even for the supports.
Yep, and then you can use your Golem to just cut waves or go contest some of these potential stacks too. So looks like they will go mid. We'll claim their secondary tower here.
Yeah, will at least sort of relieve some of the potential pressure that P-Vision might have looked to continue onto that mid-tier 1 tower. So being able to take out P-Visions, and that will ensure that they're able to hold their own for quite a bit longer around the mid.
P-Vision is going to hit a pretty scary triple timing, it looks like. The pipe for the Bristle is going to be done, the Beastmaster's Ags is going to be done, and the Deso for the TA is going to be done. So see how XG wants to deal with those 3 core timings, since they're not going to want to have their Dusa get involved too early. The Puck is pretty behind as well, and the Centaur's gone for more about the buff-up Dusa build. So perhaps they are just going to look to play a bit more of that farm sit back, but that is going to open up P-Vision to get these objectives.
Oh, for sure, right. Once those timings are done, they're going to group up and go straight for the Roshan, you'd imagine.
Yeah, Rosh, and then it's, I mean, very early one too, potentially, before that Tormentor by a significant margin. And yeah, Beast Ags is going to be done there. We see XXS, he's using his creep to be a little annoying there, to block some camps, prevent some of that farm from Satanic, but there's that Deso, it's done.
Excellent timings again, as we were seeing in that game 1 performance from Satanic on the carry.
And Lotus Orb is done. They might actually bring Ame into these fights. If they throw everything onto him and he shows up with Manta, it might be necessary to have him there if they want to look to contest, but I'm not even going to be able to get there in time, because look, the Rosh is already getting started.
Yep, straight into the pit.
It's gonna die very fast here. The rally, the Aghanims is now delivered for the Beastmaster.
I mean, they don't even need Satanic to be around with the Deso.
Nope.
They're doing it without him.
This does not seem like they are aware. Mid lane, they use the coil for 9 class, but he's actually gonna get away.
He's away. And that's Roshan gone.
Okay, no one uses the roar. It would perhaps just because he was gonna start shifting positioning there. I'm not sure, but either way, 60 seconds, they get an Aegis.
Getting everything that they'd hoped for so far in this early game, P-Vision. It all seems like it's going to plan for them.
And kisses were used, coil was used too, so they can get the push going. XG has to be careful.
Could start falling into sort of a similar position as that XG were in the game 1 of this series, which proved to be a very tough one for them.
I mean, it's
just a question this time round. I mean, I guess overall, trusting in a Medusa in this day and age definitely feels a lot more secure than trusting in a PL, right? Arme definitely has more of a chance this time round to be able to carry this one.
If he can get to the butterfly timing, similar, I mean, not similar to TB, but in a kind of similar fashion in terms of how much physical damage he's playing against, how effective it can be, but P-Vision just playing a bit too fast, a bit too clean so far here. 5K lead, TA at the absolute top, and his other cores, they're looking really good. This lineup definitely has a ton of synergy, as we're seeing on the side of P-Vision.
And now with the Blink Dagger online as well for Satanic, it's already been impossible for them to find an opportunity to try and catch him out whilst he's been farming.
XM
should be able to jump out. 9 class. Not able to get the connection there. XM calls the bluff, continues, but
there's a blink to chase
him. See how much he wants to continue to try and run him down. 9 class is going to have to bushwhack back up in a second if he could close in. They'll hit the scan. They know whereabouts XM is. Into the corner he goes, but not going to have any lockdown in range. He's out.
There's a creep there. Extra money. Satanic will take that one. Ame cleaning up some creeps bottom. Actually can't finish them off from Ducalis. As XG. Blink is going to be the next choice for XXS. It's been a very passive style, passive itemization from them. So next, we'll have that to at least jump in and be that tanky bruiser for the team.
Yeah, no, they need that. And we saw how great of opportunities he was able to find in that last game too as the Centaur.
I think
beautiful blink hoof stomps coming out from in there, and they need it now more than ever here in this Game 3 Extreme.
Absolutely, and he's got a lot of armor, right? But it does feel like there's an overwhelming amount of damage on P-Vision this time that I don't think XXS is going to be able to do what he did last time with absorbing all the hits. The meld, the deso, the bristle, it adds up quickly.
He's going to try and open up here on towards him, but Stampede is at the ready.
Wild Wing.
I do have a fair bit of control, not quite enough. So if they could continue to chase those, the Stampede comes to an end.
Can he get a boar hit onto him? It's starting to get a bit too far there.
He's going to be fine. Let's roar down, but at the same time, they were able to force out the Stampede. So an ultimate for an ultimate.
Makes Satanic feel even safer. Doesn't have to worry about any Stampede to close the gap onto him while he's just farming it up. Shard purchased up for Satanic as well now, so XM has to be pretty careful in terms of those traps in the next upcoming fight, if it does happen, since we haven't had any fights really. 2-2, 18 minutes.
Even slower one this time in terms of kills, but yeah, the pressure that's building up from P-Vision, you can certainly feel it, so you'd imagine that Extreme, they're feeling it as well.
Yeah, let's see if they look to do similar about contesting that Roche in a way as that last time, since they do already have the wards set up top. About a minute and a half until that Tormentor does come up.
And looking set to sort of be able to line up this next round of timings, both No One and Satanic going for the BKBs next. We're going to see Extreme try to catch them by surprise. They're coming out with the smoke, seeing if they can kind of catch them separate from one another. No One is down on the bottom lane, but still has a minute left on the Aegis and does have Ducalis by his side.
XM looking for the angle.
You know, to clean out the summons first.
Just some money. He'll buy a blink as well, so double blink now on the Puck and the Centaur to be able to jump toward the backlines. But oh, the economy game. Look, it just continues to grow and grow.
It's making so much more.
Yeah.
I mean, Satanic now 3K gold ahead of that of Arme's Medusa. This TA is getting out of control.
All 3 cores are just hitting creeps in a very good fashion. And now Beastmaster, they can look to play around No One since he still has this Aegis. 30 seconds till that Tormentor. Truly does feel like they're getting everything out of the map here on P-Vision. And XG, even though the Deuce is farming, the other 2 cores are falling behind.
Now It really feels like one of those games where they're going to have to go all in on keeping Ame alive, just hoping that on the Medusa he'll have a chance to scale forward to the later stages of the game and turn this one around for Extreme.
How many Lotuses are they're picking up? Not Lotus Orbs, the great healing Lotuses. This is something definitely always to point out when you're playing with a Medusa on your draft. I see Jinkyu has one great healing Lotus, so I'll have to see if that makes a difference in the fight, as the Tormentor just dies in an instant.
Yeah, they can take any of these objectives so quickly with this sort of lineup.
Mid, XM.
Gonna get the catch on him. We'll get the Essence ring off and a jump to the low ground with the Waning Rift and with the Shield Rune as well. He'll be fine this time, but it's close.
I know, and they're just getting more and more ahead though. P-Vision hitting all these timings. As you said, the BKB is starting to roll in a full S and Y for DM. When is the timing gonna feel for XG that they want to actually group up? Is it gonna be around Ame's Butterfly?
I think it has to be.
It probably has to be, otherwise it feels like they're just losing too much control of the map. No one? I'm trying for the catch.
They're definitely just gonna be looking to Ame, and it's gonna be on him when the call's made to try and fight.
And is it going to work out versus all these auras? This is the thing that the Chen can always bring in. Ducalis did get the shard before too, so we're going to see an Ancient Granite Golem. He's got the Wild Wing Ripper for that plus armor as well too. Their group up is terrifying on PvP.
It's strong, and you're certainly seeing it in effect here now, starting to approach the tier 2 on the bottom. We will see the smoke come through here from XM and Jinkyu as they make their way over.
The question is really going to be from XG is, are they going to have damage when they show up to the fight? Versus all these auras and all these items that P-Vision has been able to rack up.
Let's have a look. They're ready and set up. Ame prepared and ready to join them. But the tower's falling.
Ooh. No one. The axes actually clip XXS as it looked like he was going to attempt for a blink stun there.
They'll smoke up themselves. You know, P-Vision are not afraid of taking this fight. If Extreme end up walking into them, because they don't have Satanic with them. But as it is, I mean, XG just don't get the chance to jump. They will be able to push them back and hold on to that bottom area for a little longer, but they don't get a catch.
I mean, look at the Dominator creep from XXS, preventing that tier 2 from being pushed. He's racked up, what? Is that 3 creep waves? I believe it is, so. Delaying the push.
Doing everything they can to try and expand the amount of space that Ame has to farm safely in.
Do they look to push with this triple creep wave? I mean, it's a pretty big wave. Sure, they have ways to clear it out, but could look to pressure here. How long on Roche? About 30 seconds until we find out P-Vision. Looking to set up around bottom. They have so many auras.
I mean, it could end up being a bit of a double-edged sword, right, for XG in the sense that they got this big triple creep wave coming in. Ame's going to want to be there to farm it.
They might jump
But maybe that's just sort of a setup for P-Vision to push in, as you say, with the creep wave and catch Ame out. So Ame, as tempting as this creep wave looks, he's got to be careful.
They actually have vision of him, so it looks like they're going to strike elsewhere, perhaps.
Okay.
Yeah, in the mid.
They're going to go for him. The Lotus was there in time. Cookie to get him back a little bit safely under the tier 2 tower. XXS will be fine.
Ame.
Except, get the Dream calling on and no one, but the BKB's there. This is coming out, but P-Vision able to back off.
Instant disengage after they force TPs, and that's Coil plus Kisses. Roche is up. BKB was forced there from no one. But they bring this Roche down very quick if Satanic is there. And Satanic, he is looking for the answer for that butterfly that he did see picked up, of course, from Ame. The MKB is going to come very quick as well.
It really is. It's going to pretty much come guaranteed before Ame's even able to get that next time on top of the butterfly.
Oh, and look
he's trying to find.
Look at the last hits this game. 413 on Satanic, 331 on Ame. I mean, I know it's 2-2, but approaching almost 20 CS a minute. That is absolutely insane.
Bottom. P-Vision ready to get back on with the push. XG, they were able to slow them down earlier, but this time round, they're going to have to let the tier 2 likely fall.
And Roche is up. So, XXS, he's going to try to hold on to it as long as possible. No one will get the last touch.
Satanic, he's in. And straight away, XXS just has to pop Stampede immediately. He's terrified.
That is extremely early to pop there. And now no Stampede, no Kisses, and the Roche is up. Can XG look to contest this Roshan that they're just going to walk right into? Doesn't feel like it.
I mean, they've hit it with the scan, but as you said, there's no Stampede. It's a risky move to make, but
this.
Let's see if they can try and do something.
Oop, XM jumps up because the smoke broke, but it was actually 9 class who scouted him in the tree line.
Roshan's falling pretty quickly. Carlos scouting things out here with the creep.
Roche is going to start shifting in 15 seconds.
And XG, how much time do they want to spend sort of hovering around this area, trying to have some sort of say on the Roshan?
They really don't want to just give it for free. Their ultis are coming back up. This is in 5.
Yeah, and Satanic, he's just going to be able to clear these camps. That will be the MKB money done. Ready for the next fight. So even though XG is trying to look for a way to get Arme to turn up, if Satanic gets his hands on him, Medusa's not going to stand a lot of chance in carrying the team fight.
He's also got the 20 talent too, so that extra damage that's going to come in from it, he's going to hit so hard if he's able to actually focus fire.
Arme.
XXS tries for the jump. No one, not going to get caught.
Should start to feel a little safer in terms of how he positions himself. The Stampede's going to be back up in about 10 seconds.
All right, how's the cart looking? It's getting closer.
It is about 600 gold away for XXS.
Shannon watching somewhere, very excited.
Here we have around the pit.
Word is placed down. Night Class will give the scouting information.
P-Vision still very much respecting the presence of Extreme. Not going straight into the pit themselves.
But they are forcing XG to stay in the area, and no one is farming.
Easy dodge there.
No one is just chilling bottom side, getting that extra farm, while all of XG has to stay in this area to watch the Roche. Amp damage also on Satanic for this next bit of time, so if they do see an opportunity, they can still go for that Roche very quickly here. No one is forcing the bottom side in.
Extreme starting to split back up, so they can at least have Arme getting a bit of farm on that top side.
What's the choice going to be? Oh, P-Vision looking to make a move that they're just going to push.
I mean, with the position the Satanic's in, they absolutely can. He doesn't need an Aegis to start hitting these tier 3s and seeing what happens.
It's a catapult wave as well, too, so an effective push.
Oh, look at the Dream Core. Nothing more to follow up immediately. The hoof stomp is there. But getting through the refraction is not happening. Satanic just staying at full HP.
They didn't even have to pop anything there. Now potentially can back up and just look for that Roche. With those ults being used, could be an option if they want to. Satanic still having the BKB at the ready. Immediately, no one. He goes in. They do see it though. So they do have a ward right outside the pit. So they see that he starts it.
XG. Right behind them.
This TI team is Stars Alliance.
Used. Could be. Someone has to stay down there. If they don't,
that's true. Satanic could start getting kind of cheeky down.
And he's got the frenzy creep too, so the attack speed bonus is going to be there to keep that push.
Let's see how much you can get away with.
Oh, they're getting split up, Owen.
They got to make a call. They got to do something.
What's the choice? Do you go for the Roche? Do you go for your buildings?
Arme's in position to try and hold on the bottom, and he's very close to the Skadi, but when this sort of split-up's happening, P-Vision can get back into the Roche pit.
And there's no roar for 20 seconds. It's gonna die fast, Owen.
Maybe they could try for a steal. XXS in with a stomp, but it's a little early to make a steal happen.
Yep. And Ame is not here.
And Satanic, he's now returned to the side of P-Vision, so
roar up in 3 seconds.
Can they time this? XM, he jumps in. Look at the Stampede as well. There's the jump of the Who's to make XXS. He's going to try and get the pick up there, but the Roshan we killed off. Who's able to grab the Aegis?
Nobody
is
is.
stunned. XXS will be able to steal it. And they've killed off the two of them.
What
the timing there, coming in with the Stone Gaze, putting a stop to it all, and they clean up the Chen as well. All right, Extreme.
XXS gets the connection. The roar came up in time. It hits everybody on the side of P-Vision. They have the information. XG, they're here to play.
Yeah, quite a bit of action coming out of nowhere there. And now with the Aegis in their hands, not something that P-Vision is going to be able to rely on. It gives an opening for them to start the push back their own way. We'll see this jump again.
I mean, no one could pick it up. XXS was just right on top of it. They couldn't click it.
Yeah, and Arme just able to step up with the Stone Gaze. No one getting frozen by it, and no position really for Satanic to be able to turn and fight with Arme in there with the ultimate.
That was picture perfect from XG.
They needed that. They needed that big time. That Roshan, that Aegis slips away.
And they make the right call, right? Those little split up things that they were doing, having Ame bottom, they come at the exact moment.
And any sort of time they can buy to try and get Arme online. And we were seeing just with that move alone, with Dota Plus starting to favor that of XG.
Medusa's starting to get there.
They know the potential of the Medusa, especially now when he's back up to the top level with that of Satanic's farm.
Yep.
A massive move there from XG that absolutely keeps them in the game.
And now we're going to see that matchup in particular, right? This Medusa versus the minus armor draft. How tanky she truly can be. This, now that she's been able to get this farm. Having the Scotty, having the Daedalus next. P-Vision. The plan has been broken a bit here. What's going to be the adaptation they go for?
Well, let's see what XG do now with this chance to potentially gain the advantage themselves.
Let's see if P-Vision gets caught in that type of scenario with the fight again, too, because Satanic literally got 0 attacks off because of that Stone Gaze connecting onto him.
Yeah, he just could not turn and fight back.
5-2, but tense moments.
XG. Coming in with the smoke, scan to hit as well. They know that somebody's up here.
XXS with this Aegis, with this cart, they can play pretty aggressively because he's got this potential save always for any of his cores, even XM if he gets caught in a silence. Push again, P-Vision, they're still gonna keep pressuring this bottom side with the catapult. Ame will have to respond.
The Hurricane Pike done now on Satanic.
Не, по идее, темпларка не должна просто
slide out,
перебить
reset, still get the
Медузу.
hits in, even around that. XXS trying to make the move on to DM. DM, of course, very, very tanky.
He did just pick up a heart, so very unlikely they can actually chase this Bristle back there. And it looks like P-Vision not really overreacting to all these plays that have happened so far. Still splitting up, getting that farm going. Beastmaster, a full refresher finished up. So still feeling confident. Maybe waiting until that Aegis goes down and looking for their own play, or maybe they're just going to look to play around objectives every single time. Look to play, go for the next Roche themselves once it does get taken away.
Still very much knowing that kind of across the board, the farm does favor them on their 3 cores. For XG, it's very top heavy, resting on the shoulders of Arme on the Medusa.
He does not have that Aegis, of course, too. So if they full focus fire the Medusa, they could potentially kill if they have XXS controlled in a way, so he can't cart.
They're going to have a haste rune ready for no one for the next move. And of course, with that freshly picked up refresher, chance to find that solid initiation with the double roar.
Going for his own Lincolns too, so he doesn't roar himself potentially.
DM just continue to grab this mid wave, making sure that with this last moments of the Aegis on XG, they can't really push on for tier 2s.
No. Too hard to push out also versus TA. TA just puts traps in every lane, just can pop the trap and continue to slow down the push too. So P-Vision's, when the game slows down, you still see that economy game go up for them. Even though they did lose that Roshan area, they'd go back up to this 12K lead after just a couple moments.
Stepping out on the bottom lane here.
Okay.
Last 30 seconds of XXS's Aegis, and ready to see if they can make some sort of jump. Not gonna happen. Satanic quick with the blink.
20 seconds left on it.
I mean, can they try and push this tier 1 tower, or is that still a little too risky, do you think, for them?
It can be dangerous. P-Vision can definitely still look for these fights.
I mean, Arme feels strong. And does have a lot of damage to dish out with that Daedalus done.
Oh, clever move there from no one. He was going to go through the portal, and he was a bit afraid, and for good reason. XXS was there ready with the Centaur Conqueror. Sends the board through scouts. Now they're going to TP. P-Vision is looking for the fight now. See if Extreme is able to work that magic they did before. Positioned on the high ground. A Daedalus set on Ame.
Now ready to start hunting for them. XM ready to join. I mean, they could be in a good spot to try and just sort of attack from the backside here and get this wraparound.
They don't have a smoke of their own. So it's going to be revealed immediately when they kill the trap here.
Xnova will pick up one now, but it has to make its way out to him. So.
And the push.
It's going to come in.
DM's going to hit the tower.
Yeah, they got to get back in now.
Flip is forced.
XXS does get the jump, but again, this Bristle feels pretty unkillable at this moment in time.
Not the target they want.
P-Vision just continuing to do a very good job of keeping these lanes in a position that means that for Extreme, to sort of get out and get aggressive with the Medusa, it's rather difficult. The best they can do is sort of respond, as we saw them do to that Roshan attempt from P-Vision.
That's probably
use that to get Ame in position to fight.
I mean, that feels like what this game is just going to be, right? It's going to be about the Roshan contests, who's going to be able to get these Aegis at this point. P-Vision, every time the game slows down, their net worth just continues to skyrocket on the 3 cores, so let's see how these next approaches come. As Ame, level 23 has been hit, getting closer and closer toward 25. But same thing for Satanic to be said. 24, he's got the Swift Blink finished up. His damage also continues to grow. This has to be the lowest kill count game I think I've ever had at 35 minutes in.
It's a tense one. We'll call it that, but yeah, 5-2 at 35 minutes in. Pretty crazy.
It truly is. It is the most important game for these teams at the moment.
And the last chance for both of them to make it forward to the grand finals of the International. Nobody wants to be the first to make the mistake that could cost their team the game. So both teams playing ever so careful now in these moments.
Ooh, and Ame looks like he is going to go down Silver Edge route, so looking for an option to be able to actually kill DM, because until they have a Silver Edge, killing him just feels pretty impossible for now. And DM has been posturing himself a bit far forward here. No one, as we said, the Lincoln's soon to be finished to prevent Roaring himself in particular. And yeah, P-Vision, as you said, gold lead. They do continue to grow it. Ducalis also going for the Crimson Guard next to block out some of that Deuce's damage. 25 has been hit. Satanic, fraction instances are there.
Now Ame very close to 25 himself. Just under a level behind.
XM will be able to snatch that shield rune. DM was about to pick it up.
XXS holding on to the defense down bottom.
Roche, it's a very, very quick spawn, Owen.
Trying to clear out the way, but we're going to see Satanic make the jump over towards him. He's got the Ghost Scepter at the ready, though, XXS. So at the moment, of course, no answer from P-Vision for that. They're very close to having Nullifier on DM, so shortly that won't be as much of a problem.
Silver Edge almost for that Medusa as well to be able to kill the Bristle. XM scouts the Roche.
They'll definitely want to have a say about this. As we saw last time for Extreme, it absolutely gave them a little bit of life in this game to get Ame to a position where he might just be able to carry them here on the Medusa. Can they contest the Roche successfully again, though?
And we have to keep eyes also this Roar of Retribution. It's something we always have to keep tab of in these fights because it does make you take that extra damage too. So we did see really make a difference in that last fight. DM?
It's going to start it straight away. XM knows what's up. P-Vision, definitely after the last situation, are going to be much more careful about how they go about taking Roshan down.
But farming a lot, right? You see Satanic still continue to hit creeps bottom, top. No one was also just farming it up. So as I said, every moment that goes by, the gold lead does continue to go up for them. Tense moments here at the standoff. P-Vision.
Close to a big purchase as well for 9 class. Nearly has the E-Blade, so obviously a chance to buff up the burst, but also potentially save those that are getting gone upon by the Medusa.
I mean, if the Manta gets used and he just E-Blades the Medusa, that's a long time that she's not going to be able to attack, so could be a very, very good pickup if he is able to get it.
DM, he knows that he can very safely start working on the Roshan. Ame and XXS step forward. Stay safely, then the break comes in. He didn't expect that.
He did not see it.
Oh my goodness, yeah, the Silver Edge reveal there from Ame, allowing them to just destroy this Bristle. He did not expect that one bit.
And Aurora actually went off during it too, so now XG can potentially start this. DM is dead for 65 seconds. He used his gold.
And the Silver Edge purchase coming in geniusly there from Ame.
He truly did not expect it to come right there. Immediately gets deleted. Satanic now bottom.
Gonna try and put a bit of split push pressure on. We'll get the tower. Ame's able to push back the wave though.
He's trying to buy time for his Bristle to respawn for that Roche contest. Ame, 25 is hit, plus 40 int. A lot tankier now.
I'll head back around the Roshan.
And the next few pickups too for Ame are going to be scary, right? Once he gets the Aghanims with this build, Daedalus plus Scotty, he is going to be hitting very hard on everybody.
They can step into the pit themselves now. XM's got his eyes on him. XXS hit. There's another pickoff here around the pit, definitely setting up now for the opportunity to step in and go for this. 9 class will buy back, and they'll have DM back in 10 seconds. Ame's going to take this down pretty quickly, though. He's got a lot of damage on the Medusa. P-Vision, if they want to interrupt, they've got to try and do it soon.
There's the roar, but Wink does tap it.
Can they time it? Already know XM is on the backlines. He's up on the high ground and he's making sure that there's no chance of interruption. He gets in with the Dream Coil and makes sure they do not have any option of interrupting. So it's an easy secure there with the Roshan for XG. Arme now with the Aegis.
Refresher Shard new now too for the Centaur. He has double ways to protect his core. Double Stampede, double Workhorse. If he wants to keep it, that is. They could even give it to Ame or to the Puck. All are very good options. This truly is building up to be the hyper carries versus the hyper carries, but this Dusa is getting very scary, Owen.
Absolutely. You can only imagine that from XG's side of things, they are going to feel that this game, it's getting to the point where Arme is absolutely going to have what it takes to carry them through to the grand finals.
Even if they are, quote-unquote, getting out-farmed by these multiple cores, the Dusa can stand her own versus this for sure. SDM has to be very careful now at this point, too. He can just die in an instant, in one stun. Can't just get brought down because of that Silver Edge.
See where Arme's going to go next in the build. Looks to be going for the Swift Blink, wants that extra bit of mobility and positioning to get stuck in right in the midst of the team fight, knowing that he has so many ways that he can be bailed out even if the initiation goes wrong. See the jump straight away in, there they go, they look towards him, but the roar comes out, and now the damage will take down, it comes in and he focuses towards XXS, takes him down. Arme moves forward over towards DM, DM able to turn his back and run this time, the break comes in, the outbound staff gives him a chance to continue to escape. They have the bushwhack locked down on towards Arme, starting to fall low on the mana, cooking forward aggressively, Arme trying to push on forward against the two of them, trying to chase down no one, but the mana's gone. Arme
He's isolated.
So low. He still, of course, has the Aegis. Can Satanic finish him off the once he can? That's the Aegis gone. Round 2 though, XM makes the jump in onto Satanic with a Dream Coil. BKB there straight away. Satanic retreats.
They're kiting him. They're trying to control Ame here.
Can they get back in on this? The bushwhack's there. Satanic bringing in the damage. Is it enough to take down Ame? No, he's still got half mana to play with. Not quite enough physical to burst through the Medusa.
He's almost alone now. It's just him and XM versus 5.
XM in with the jump, finds the chance to close in on towards 9 class on the backline. Satanic still trying to push up, but the damage from XM enough to bring down 9 class.
Arme
looking to Arme wants the Manta, trying to chase this TA out of the edge of the fight. Arme looks now towards DM. He's now out of mana completely though, Arme. He's trying to stand his ground, but no one's backing on top of him. XM looking to Satanic. XM, he's going to do it. Gets the double, brings Satanic down. They've lost Arme, but XM survives, kills Satanic off. And can he get out? He's away with the phase shift and the blink, the orbs up. They're TPing over, trying to look for him. The Stampede's back there. The axes won't clip him. XM, he'll get out alive.
What an absolutely crazy fight. I mean, splitting things up. They take out XXS at the start of things, so there's no cart to protect Ame, and they isolate him. But at the end of it all, XM actually finishes off Satanic. What a crazy fight. Was that 3 roars I think I saw from the Beastmaster in one fight? Must have been, as no one finds the backline there. My goodness, this game showing to be absolutely anybody still.
And just showing sort of how particular P-Vision have to be with kind of the focus in these fights, right?
Yeah.
Like, are they calling to go all in on the Dusa, or do they have to now spend more resources on being like, hey, our TA on the backlines, it's getting destroyed by this Pug. We've got to somehow get XM off Satanic.
They still have, I think their approach of killing XXS at the start of things, though, looks the best, right? Prevent him from getting Stampede or Workhorse and then try to isolate things, but it is not an easy approach by any means. Not from either team, as you see there. And amp damage, though, that could make things quite a bit easier. This does spawn top.
I'm ready for the next fight. XM now hitting the 25.
And
as the Aghanims.
And an amp damage, and they give him the Refresher Shard. That could be absolutely massive.
Yet to die this game here,
Yeah.
XM.
Has not been tripped up by any of these little Templar Assassin Shard traps just yet. He might turn into the real carry as well, too.
They're just doing so much in that last team fight, especially when you consider just relatively the position he was in terms of farm compared to like all 3 of the cores of P-Vision. You know? He was a fair few thousand behind, but still just doing so much with the resources that he has on the puck.
This level 25 might change the game, might just make it much harder for P-Vision to actually approach things, because now Ame, he literally can just charge in. If there's a coil, he gets in front of them with Stone Gaze. They might just die because of this, because they won't be able to break out without getting stunned.
No, for sure, and they can maybe sort of try and turn and stand their ground and try and kill Arme. But even though they did in that last fight, you saw just how long it did take to bring the Medusa down.
I mean, look at this. A Yule's now picked up for no one. So looking for any ways of maybe just delaying and prolonging these fights. A Wind Waker, perhaps.
He can pick that up.
It's going to be some crazy... These team fights could last over a minute, and we could see potentially, what, 3 roars, 4 roars?
I mean, we've got to be careful with the buybacks, right?
Yeah. How are those looking?
A few of them a little short on the gold, especially with this purchase. So Ame very much going all in, gets the disperser completed.
This next fight is going to be crazy.
If XM gets a good dream coil,
and he's gonna get one.
He's gonna find the big one as well as Satanic. They're straight on towards him. They try to save it, they can't. Satanic's gone. XD ready to push up on the second coil, catching on both of them. DM out to Carlos Coil. To Carlos falls. They get the break in on towards DM. He tries to run. No one commits him with the beacon with the refresher. Satanic buys back. Ame pushing in with the stone gaze. Satanic watching for the side, considering if he can get in. XXS makes another jump, but Satanic turns, brings the Centaur down.
A bit too deep.
They want more with this buyback from Satanic. They look towards Ame. Ame up to the high ground. They'll have to break it again on towards DM, but the bushwhack from 9 class holds Ame in position. They're kiting out the Deucer for now. XM continue to try and just push away the attention, take it away from Ame. He's going to be gone. They trip him up here as he attempts to jump out. So Satanic, the buyback pays off. Buybacks are going to continue. XXS, he wants to get back in on the action. And now XM, he wants a part of it as well. They get the break in again onto DM. Scatterblast, little shredder. They're trying to close it. Can they finish off the bristle? DM able to get through the trees. Cooking out, Ame close the gap, get another touch in on towards him. He speeds up with the disperser. Stampede as well. They're chasing down DM. Scatterblast hits Ame in on top of the bristle. Nowhere for DM to run. And they take the bristle down.
Multiple buybacks from both sides. Trying to kite the Deuce as best as possible, trying to go for these backline heroes on P-Vision, but it's hard to ignore Ame. He's got too many tools to catch up to them there with the Stampedes, with the Disperser, but XM did buy back.
He did.
That is a big one too.
Him and XXS coming in with a buyback. We'll see how much they want to try and force it, because obviously if they can take Satanic out,
could just be
it could be game over. Whereas for them, if say they do die, they don't have the buybacks available. As long as Ame's still in the game, ready to hold, there's a chance that XG could hold without the full 5-man. So a slight window opportunity here for XG if they want to try and play on the aggressive.
Absolutely. We see there, Ame, he now has gold for the buyback. We're seeing the switch and build here from Satanic. He's going for a butterfly, so looking for a tool to be able to fight back versus this Dusa. But this 25 coil, you see the power of it.
XM.
You just get a catch onto the main core, and there's not a whole lot of counterplay versus it.
Especially if we can get this nullifier as well. If he's able to jump in, get the coil off, throw the nullifier down on a key target, that should be the setup required for Ame to follow up, bring in the damage, and get these sort of kills.
Because the only way that they can actually save versus that Ags coil is the Wind Waker from no one at the moment. So if they do get that nullifier on top of it, it could just be game if they do bring down that TA.
Buyback situation, as we say, has to be watched here in this next play.
Watch no one in particular. He might change the way he plays and approaches a bit here because of this Wind Waker to protect the TA versus that 25 coil.
He's going to be desperately trying to scramble together that last 1,000 gold or so. Does not want to be caught without the money for buyback.
Very true.
A BKB now for DM, so we'll give him a bit of a better chance of being caught and found at the start.
This game is absolutely crazy.
I mean, here we go. They're going to go for the smoke P-Vision. A potentially risky move, but again, at the same time, if they can get Satanic in position and they can kill both XM and XXS, that'll at least give them the opportunity to very likely secure the next Roshan and maybe even take away a set of racks. Maybe even more.
It has to be the way they approach, right? Is isolate the Dusa, kill the rest of the targets, and then go for it. Ame commits the goal.
He is going all in. No buyback on him, so now essentially all 3 cores of Extreme playing without buyback here with Ame spending up.
It is a extremely strong pickup.
Gonna go for the Raw. Shrek as well. Just a little bit of a tease to see what they get out of XG. Nothing too much to be forced.
I mean, this Aghanims is pretty ridiculous. Going to be able to hit all the targets
and they're going to go for this XG straight away. With Ame going all in, they want to try and enable him in the fight and find the opportunity to bring down Satanic and take him out for good whilst his buyback's still on cooldown for 4 minutes.
Roshan up 2 seconds. Who's going to get the positioning for this one here? No one does have the buyback at the ready.
That's the nullifier done here for XM.
Okay. Now, yeah, as you said, now he can pretty much prevent that save that can come out from the Beastmaster and focus that target. Allow his Deuce to hit.
P-Vision, what's the call?
Roche is going to get started. Ame. The roar will come out.
Okay, P-Vision making their way over. Smoke up from themselves.
Incredibly
XG to hold the high ground.
Ame. That Outworld staff could come into play to protect DM a lot versus this break right now.
We're seeing it already a few times, given that extra little moment to survive throughout the break duration.
Yeah, split-second things could absolutely make the difference here. Either that or an E-Blade to protect DM if the Nullifier is not on him.
P-Vision being persistent here with their attempts to try and catch XG by surprise.
What's the rune gonna be?
No one's got the high ground set up. They're gonna see Ame step forward. They get the pushback on him. BKB for 9. He's ready to look for them. He gets the roar straight away onto the center. They're trying to focus XXS so he cannot get the save off. DM trying to push him away from Ame. Refresher will pot to the Wind Waker away. No one trying to step out of the fight. Ame getting a few hits in with the Skadi, but the BKB's out for no one. He'll get out successfully.
Spell casting super fast from both sides. The E-Blade thrown on DM to protect him.
I mean, and we're seeing just, for no one, he's only got his sights set for the Centaur. He wants to make sure that at every possibility, there is no chance that XXS can get in and get Ame in the cart.
And that was his Aeon Disc popped. So a very important one. XXS, it's 80 seconds that Aeon Disc won't be available for him if they do focus him.
P-Vision.
Standoff at the Roche again.
Titanic thinks about sort of pushing forward onto the Roche himself. Another smoke from P-Vision there. They're eating through these smokes.
That coil still on cooldown, 20 seconds also. Doesn't look like they'll be able to take advantage of that one as the buybacks are getting closer and closer.
They are just a couple more minutes until we'll start seeing them all come back online. Ame also very close to farming his backup, 1,400 to go. And Satanic, considering his next option.
XG has to just stay in this area though. I said XXS, 25 seconds. Aeon Disc is going to be back at the ready.
Both teams wanting the Roshan, but also not wanting to get caught without the buybacks.
It's all going to be about who can get the better initiation, who can get these catches on these cores, who can kite out these super strong carries. Ame,
he's in.
Start.
Stampede at the ready. They have the means to save him if he gets jumped. P-Vision knows, so very cautiously approaching the fight.
Taking out a fair bit of mana already. That's 1,200 gone. Double catapult wave on top with, I don't even know how many, 12 range creeps. So top tower, very likely to fall too. So tier 2 pressure. Someone's gonna have to deal with it. It's gonna be XM.
And no one able to farm up enough buyback to get the Aghanim's blessing and still have the buyback gold.
All right.
Satanic's turn
starting it again.
Try and take a poke at the Roshan. Stampede's gonna be there. See off to the side, they're looking at DM, force out the BKB.
It's too hard,
DM.
Too hard for them to focus him. He BKBs and then he Outworld staffs and we'll be okay. No BKB though, 85 seconds, but that is a Stampede used.
Roshan now down to close to half HP. No one, as you say, he's just sort of focused on getting pressure on elsewhere, maybe see if he can get a chance to kind of peel some of the attention away from Roshan, but Ame straight back in the pit once more.
Ame is 150 short of buyback. Satanic's buyback is back at the ready.
All right. Yeah, full lineup having the buyback now online for P-Vision. They've all got the gold.
20 seconds for the puck and the Centaur, but they are actually missing the gold.
And of course, with Roshan being in this position, it will be that much easier for P-Vision as a whole to bring in those buybacks and use those second lives if the fight goes down here.
Absolutely. Being on the dire side.
So P-Vision, they'll definitely want to try and push to take this Roche before it makes the move in a couple of minutes.
It's dropping low.
This is the favorable spot for them.
You can feel that pressure.
This could be a very, very painful team fight for one of these two teams.
They dropped the banner for Vision.
After the jump of the outward star. It's there. Goes to the hoof stomp. Them trying to get back in onto Ame.
I mean, that's pretty funny, right? They dropped the banner just for Vision, since I don't believe that they have any wards left. I haven't been able to check. Okay, they do still have one left on X-Nova, but
XG will have to deal a little bit with the creeps. That top wave getting very close to the base, so.
Roche is going to start shifting, I mean, relatively soon, 40 seconds.
As we said, that will very much be in XG's favor if they can sort of wait this out.
Ame.
One. He's going to get bashed by the Roshan. He's got the Wind Waker ready to get him safely out of the pit. Got to be careful when you come close to the Roche.
I think Ame got out of range of the sentry there, so he was invis, wasn't able to get that roar.
Looking at DM again. DM BKB back up on off cooldown.
How many greater healing lotuses as well do they have? I've been just checking. XG always seems to have at least 2 at the ready, so they will be feeding those to Ame.
Looks like XG's chilling out a bit now. But they know that 55 minutes is coming up.
They're finishing that buyback, right, in particular. We're potentially going to have all 10 heroes with buyback soon. XXS the only one short of it, 900 gold away.
And they knew that, you know, the chances of the Roshan dying in the 5 seconds before he moves were unlikely, so XG able to sort of wait out that Roche position and are now going to be able to play on in a spot where their buybacks now will be the stronger as they're going to be able to have that TP point close to the Roche.
P-Vision just continues to just send creeps to the sides. They're trying to get that momentum pushing in so they can get an opportunity, but it's just not happening. XG just have the responses for it. Smoke up, XG, they're going to start the Roche. The roar comes out.
Satanic trying to get some sort of traps out of it. XXS is in with the Hoofstomp. Kiss is coming in as well. Just trying to push back. Oh, DM is dying! The elbow stuff comes out, but he's so low, the coil connects. Nullifier thrown down upon an XM, jumps in, trying to finish off the jump. DM will survive, but the space is created for them to secure the Roche, get the Aegis, the Refresher Shard, and the cheese all picked up on XG. To be so careful there, trying to approach in on this Medusa. You saw that how close DM got to just dying in seconds.
They are absolutely having the issues of how to kill the Dusa, how to maneuver around this Dusa.
It's gotten to that point.
Yep. It's been at that point for some time here now, 56 minutes. It looks like we are potentially going to make it to these 60 minutes with the way all things have been going down. How are these levels looking? Jinkyu 23, 22 on the Warlock, Chen 20, Hoodwink 21. So level advantage also for the side of XG for these supports. An AC, all right, cool. Jinkyu picking up probably the first AC you've ever seen on a Snapfire.
We're seeing as well, yeah, there it is. It's queued up now on Satanic. He's holding on to a lot of money. Just added the Rapier to the queue. It has to be considered. They have to have some sort of immense burst so that Satanic, when he does get in and finds the target, he's able to take them out straight away.
But they also have to deal with, they have to get the Nullifier on the right target also too, because of the Ghost Scepters and the Aeon Discs, and then the work. Yeah, the levels are difficult in this game for sure, especially to bring down this Dusa.
Because what do you imagine no one's next purchase is going to be?
I don't know.
Is he also getting sort of a Nullifier himself somewhere in the build?
He might have to, but what does he really want to replace? Just move the boots somehow? I'm not sure. Definitely difficult.
XG, how much do they want to try and push for with his 3 minutes of Aegis
XXS
on Ame?
Has also hit level 25 now, so extra Hoofstomp duration. It's at 3 seconds. 3 minutes.
Tier 2 to fall on the bottom lane.
Да, блять, Ами, какого хуя вышку не
having the
сломал?
power of this Refresher Shard 2 at that level 25. Eyes on the coils. The double coils could be what let XG close this out.
Can they get Ame off the high ground? In fact, they're just going to get the jump straight in there with the coil. Onto the 2 of them. Hand of God
Second coil.
The second coil destroys 9+. Refresher's popped in by Noah, but he has to use the Wind Waker to try and survive. BKBs are popped as they're just having to retreat on P-Vision. They cannot step up. The range racks are gone. XG, they'll force out the fortification.
All right, what a coil. Catches 2 and then catches the 3rd.
It's just so much damage. As 9+ just gets deleted in that combo there, laid down by XM.
He's going through backdoor.
They'll take out the full set here on the bottom lane, and still 2 minutes to go with as they can look for more. They'll swing back across towards the mid and the top lane to alleviate some of the pressure that DM was pushing in with against them. But XG, they could very much be set up to look for another set of barracks during this Aegis timer.
Feels like P-Vision have to do some type of different approach, but I just don't know what it is in order to stop this, right? The potential of this puck plus the Medusa, and then the save from this Centaur always. The fight just feels so difficult for them to approach.
The scaling from XG has been perfect this game, coming up to the 60-minute mark. And even though pretty much for the entirety of this game, right, PVision have had the net worth advantage, and earlier, a pretty significant one, it just hasn't mattered. XG chose that perfect moment to go for that Roshan contest, and then ever since that, things have looked pretty in control from Extreme Gaming.
Absolutely. And they still have 70 seconds left on this Aegis. Ame gonna look for the go again. They don't have the refresher on the puck at the moment.
With the Raw, but nothing to come with that one.
One coil is available.
There's the jump. XXS finds Satanic. They made the jump. The nullifies there as well. They're going all in on towards the TX. Over drops the golem down as well. That's Satanic gone. No hesitation there. As soon as he sees the chance, he's in on top of him. They turn towards DM. DM broken and taken out.
This Dusa is just too strong.
They've got the buybacks. They're going to have to use them. But how do they stop
Блин, как мало выше Ками ломает этот пиздец.
Ame standing strong, going for the next. The buybacks have to come in.
XG, they'll back up for now.
It's just anyone who gets focused dies. They do not have the similar saving function on the side of PVision. They cannot protect the cores. They have to take a risk. They have to go out.
They cannot let XG sort of back up and farm up these tier 5 neutrals. Satanic in with the chase. Finds Xingqiu, but straight away with the glimmer. He's away. Satanic on his own doesn't have any way to deal with that. So Xingqiu gets out. They'll get the chance to find their neutrals. We'll see at PVision. They'll probably stop the chase and look to just try and secure these 60-minute neutral items for themselves. Oop.
Раз, вышка, два,
I think we all need that little bit of a breather. XM, he's about to have his own refresher now finished up. He's at the liberty, of course, of a couple of refresher shards, but he is about to have this one done. So these coils, as we said, absolutely crucial.
I think Extreme Gaming, they can definitely taste the victory in this game. They're so close to being able to step forward to the grand finals.
Just wondering what's the approach going to be from PVision, right? There's just so many different tools that they have to get through. How do you protect the TA versus these coils? How do you focus the Dusa? Or how do you ignore the Dusa, really? There's been a lot of difficulties for them to approach.
They had all these sort of earlier timings where they did their best to try and play for PVision, putting that pressure on, but at most they took the tier 3 bottom, but they were never able to take a barracks away from Extreme during those earlier points when they had a significant gold lead.
It's just been the Roshan contest, right? Extreme just coming out ahead in almost every single one, if not all of them. And just having all the buff ups, right? They put faith in Ame, and that faith is absolutely working. Now more Lotus Orbs to throw onto him.
Сколько он сейчас вышек сломал?
They can find on both sides. As they should get the space on both teams to farm
Две
these up.
вышки сломал.
Last hits looking, we're breaking that 1,000 point on both
Всего
of the
6
carries
вышек
now.
получается.
That's who's gonna get what?
Осталось еще
Audacious,
3.
Stygian, Desolator for
Extreme
Если он 3 сломает.
It feels like he's gonna kill everybody.
He might. You know, it might be a situation where Arme's going to turn up to the fight and everybody's already dead.
Yeah.
So I guess you don't need me. You know, XM is insanely farmed. The damage output from this puck, it's going to be ridiculous.
Yeah, I don't know how you protect each other versus this on the side of PVision.
And both of them getting Audacious.
Yep.
So they've got this extra magic attack damage on their hits. And I imagine right with the Medusa, you get Audacious, it will make sure with the Aghanims that all of the hits are doing the extra 80 magic damage, right?
Yes.
It should.
Uh-huh. And he's got spider legs too, right? So he's got this liberty to move in and out of the fights easier.
And we'll see, you know, Satanic, just get the Stygian, he has got that extra attack range as
Satanic,
well.
рапиру-то покупай, ебать, уже сколько.
But still yet to be able to get a way to slot the Divine Rapier into his item build.
And just honestly, he hasn't really been able to attack the Dusa much in the last 20 minutes, right? It feels like Satanic has to be so cautious. With these buybacks down as well, too.
Yeah, and XG having all the buybacks available here.
Yeah, it feels like PVision, they just have to go all aggression, right? It's like DM has to, he takes the Regalia. So any type of extra damage that they can potentially get is absolutely needed as Extreme. Looking for the potential closeout here. Roche is up in about a minute if they want to be very patient for it. But they do have quite a bit of tools at their arsenal right now. XM, eyes on him.
They're going to get the jump. Straight away the Wind Waker. You see no one back off. Coil will be there just onto the one of them. They have the Glimmer as well to keep him safe.
Look at
the
the
Kisses damage is so much he has to pop the BKB and run.
My God. I mean, that's just the one coil. Lincoln's did block the nullifier there. I think if it did not, likely he could get brought down there. No, still has the refresher. BKB was used.
Worth noting as well, because Arme does have the moonshot, and even on top of that, still 9,000 gold.
Yeah, he's full. He's full slotted up. About to hit level 30 as well, too. Not the most impactful one, but any little bit can help. DM. Queuing up the AC next. I mean, DM's growth has... he's had like the same items, it feels like, for the last 25 minutes at the least.
XG. Ready and waiting outside the base.
They can just wait. Every time that XM has coil, it's going to force a reaction from P-Vision.
Still these 4.5 minutes of which that if DM or Satanic go down, the game will fall to an end. And P-Vision's hopes of making it to the finals will come to an end as well. XM is in with the jump on Satanic. They hit the BKB off.
There's that Wind Waker.
It's going to give him a chance to survive through the coil. No one's in with the roar, but the card's there. XXS able to pick him up and take him out of the action, Arme. Keep him safe. Keeps him close enough towards DM, though. DM's BKB comes to an end. DM's got to run. The Scatter Blast catches onto it, though. DM, he's dead. 2 minutes without buyback.
It's so impossible to approach these fights. Arme is just a raid boss, and he's got XXS every time to back him up.
Satanic, he's got the rapier, but it may just be a little too late.
Look at the damage.
And there's the jump. He's going to try and look towards Arme. Satanic putting all his attention in towards him with the golems up. They drop it down on it. Satanic, the stop from XG.
Ломай вышку, Ами, вышку ломай.
Extreme Gaming are moving on to the grand final.
Вышку ломай.
What a game, really. It may have been, what, 5-2 at the 35-minute mark, but XG with utmost patience, taking all these Roshan, just knowing when to strike, not letting Satanic get those Aegises, and even at a goal disadvantage for almost the entirety of the game, you didn't really see it, you didn't feel it. This Dusa, far too strong with the backup of his team. What a game.
Absolutely. And P-Vision, they did well to get this far, but falling at the hurdle, won't be making it forward anymore.
Yeah.
XG just having their number and knowing exactly what to do in this sort of game was very apparent, right? P-Vision wanted to try and run them over. Extreme, they just didn't let it happen, and they chose the perfect time to bring Arme to the forefront of the fight around that Roche and just get the turnaround started.
I literally don't think you could ask for a better fight that they could have gotten there, right? Because there's literally the Roar of Retribution comes out, the Roche is about to die, they get the stun, they block the Aegis.
And P-Vision's hopes of making it to the finals will come to an end as well. XM is in with the jump on Satanic, they hit the BKB off.
There's that Wind Waker.
It's going to give him a chance to survive through the coil. No one's in with the roar, but the card's there. XXS able to pick him up and take him out of the action, Arme. Keep him safe. Keeps him close enough towards DM, though. DM's BKB comes to an end. DM's got to run. The Scatter Blast catches onto it, though. DM, he's dead. 2 minutes without buyback.
It's so impossible to approach these fights. Arme is just a raid boss, and he's got XXS every time to back him up.
Satanic, he's got the rapier, but it may just be a little too late.
Look at the damage.
And there's the jump. He's going to try and look towards Arme. Satanic putting all his attention in towards him with the golems up. They drop it down on it. Satanic, the stop from XG. It's over. GG is gone. Extreme Gaming are moving on to the grand finals.
Wow. What a game, really. It may have been, what, 5-2 at the 35-minute mark, but XG with utmost patience, taking all these Roshans, just knowing when to strike, not letting Satanic get those Aegises, and even at a goal disadvantage for almost the entirety of the game, you didn't really see it, you didn't feel it. This Dusa, far too strong with the backup of his team. What a game.
Absolutely. And P-Vision, they did well to get this far, but falling at the hurdle, won't be making it forward anymore.
Yeah.
XG just having their number and knowing exactly what to do in this sort of game was very apparent, right? P-Vision wanted to try and run them over. Extreme, they just didn't let it happen, and they chose the perfect time to bring Arme to the forefront of the fight around that Roche and just get the turnaround started.
Здорово, здорово. Сколько тут вышек на графике? XM, XXS, AMI, XM, XM, 3 вышки. 4 вышки. Да, закрыли. 8 вышек, да, получается. Ну, неплохо, должно вроде обновиться стата. Кстати, прогноз сработал, держу в курсе. Получается 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, уже 9 прогнозов.
TI Grand Finalist.
进入 TI 的总决赛，什么感觉？
很爽。
It's amazing.
I mean, there is so much experience across your team.
Ну, это, короче, на втором аккаунте на основе. У меня там по-другому, там 7 прогнозов. Вот, но экстримы тоже стоят на победителей, но там, думаю, фальконы могут дать жару.
打了5届 TI， 这是你第2届 TI， 他们有没有给你什么帮助呢？
还好吧。
That's all right.
You're so casual. I mean, do you not feel any nerves playing on the final day of TI in front of all these people?
我们看你那么镇定，跟平常打一样，在 TI 的舞台上打总决赛日，是真的一点不紧张吗？
可能我就是不紧张嘛，就是决赛选手。
Maybe I just don't have the nerves for it. I'm meant to be playing in the grand finals.
That is hype. That is hype. Well, let's get down to what the people really want to know, XM. What's the secret to being the best sniper player in the world?
好了，需要问你一个很私人的问题了。成为世界最棒的火枪选手有什么秘诀呢？
秘密。
Secret. He doesn't want to say it.
Fine, keep your secrets. That's all good with me. Do you have any words for the team you just eliminated? P-Vision, you take them down, an horrible third place, but what a series you played against them. Do you have any words for them?
P-Vision 打了一场很经常的比赛，也这场比赛打很久，有没有什么话想对你的对手说的呢？
我觉得对手打得很棒吧。但是他们上去赢不了，只有我们能赢。
I think they played really well and they're amazing. However, if they go up to the grand finals, I don't think they will win. So it has to be us.
All right, excellent stuff. One more time. Can you do it, XM? Are you going to be lifting this Aegis against Falcons?
P-Vision's hopes of making it to the finals will come to an end as well. XM is in with the jump on Satanic. They hit the BKB off.
There's that Wind Waker.
It's going to give him a chance to survive through the coil. No one's in with the roar, but the card's there. XXS able to...
Too strong with the backup of his team. What a game.
Absolutely. And P-Vision, they did well to get this far, but falling at the hurdle won't be making it forward anymore.
Yeah.
XG just having their number and knowing exactly what to do in this sort of game was very apparent, right? P-Vision wanted to try and run them over.
Интересненько.
P-Vision's hopes of making it to the finals will come to an end as well. XM is in with the jump on Satanic. They hit the BKB off.
There's that Wind Waker. To 2 at the 35-minute mark, but XG with utmost patience.
What was it about this series that meant you couldn't play your normal sort of aggressive, chaotic style? It felt like the game slowed down compared to how you normally play.
I think we whole tournament don't play like we played whole year because the meta is like this right now. And against Extreme especially, all games were like 2-2, 15 minutes, you just farm, chill. And yeah, it was not the best game to play, honestly. To Beastmaster last.
It's very nerve-wracking.
It's not. Come again?
Like it makes you nervous, like it's on edge. Or...
No, it was not nervous. It was not just enjoyable. I'm playing Beastmaster into Medusa, Puck, in tower save, and I'm like, fuck. I don't want to play last game on TI like this.
Fair enough. You guys have had, as you said, such a great season. You've been fantastic to watch. This is such a wonderful team. What, if you could pick something, was your highlight this year?
I think this time. This is the best highlight of this team. I'm really proud of the whole guys in our team, of the work that we did to go on this side, because we had really serious problems before. First problems that we had on team, it was happened before TI, and it was really hard. But in the end, I don't know, I had a feeling that we will win this, but we didn't.
Not this year, but I hope we see you guys back again. Do you have any words for the fans out there who've been supporting Paravision, not just here, but all season long?
I mean, that's one of the reasons why I play Dota. It's because of you guys. Thank you so much.
Thank you, no one. You guys have been magnificent to watch. We're sorry we have to say goodbye to you. Thank you so much. There goes the Dota legend. There's no one right there. Back to the panel.
Thank you so much, Pyrian, and of course, no one. It's not an easy loss by any means, but third place at TI, it is a feat in itself. And the way that they played all throughout the last 2 weeks in this series, yes, it wasn't enough, but it was enough for Dota viewers. I had so much joy watching everything that they did here.
Yeah, unbelievably interesting team.
Yeah.
Redefining the meta, and I love this concept that he said coming into TI, this was the first time that we had problems. This is a relatively new roster, all things considered, so there is going to come a point where the team falters, and to fix that right before TI, the most important tournament in the Dota schedule, and get third place, this is no one's best showing at TI. That's incredible.
Yeah, it's definitely not easy, like fixing whatever problems they had, especially interpersonal problems between the players, or maybe draft issues, you know, like it's actually something that not every team is going to be able to do.
Yeah, I think this loss might hit a little bit harder for them just because of how good this early game felt that it was going on the side of P-Vision. It was very close. They could have closed it out a little bit earlier there, but it all started off in the lanes. That's what these two games previously have kind of indicated as to who's going to be that winner. But for this game number 3, P-Vision just had really good lanes. They were really strong in that way.
Yeah, they had it. I mean, they made this Chen rotation towards the bot lane. They said that they picked Chen in order to counter Medusa, and the lane was going phenomenally. All 3 cores of P-Vision were on top of the charts. We see a little interesting play here from old Dookie, where he protects the Wisdom Room by trapping X-Nova on the bridge there, and the early game was going great for them, but XG, they knew that if they just held the game out, they were going to win the late.
Yeah, in the first 5 minutes, they did get a lot of advantage as well, and something similar that did happen in game number 2, where Ame was the one dictating the tempo of the game, making this rotation to the top lane, making sure that Anti-Mage is not getting the farm. It was pretty much Satanic who did the same thing on his Temple Assassin. He's going through the Twin Gates, he's making sure that they are getting the kills. These are the 2 kills that they did get, and after that, they didn't get the kill for like good 35 minutes. The game did slow down, they were unable to go in and try to close it out, because they were like 15,000 gold ahead.
Yeah, I mean, the thing that did really well is they were behind, but they were really patient, and they waited for the right fights to take.
Yeah,
this was the first move, right?
Yeah, that was that move that kind of set the tempo for the game for the next good 30-35 minutes, but it just opened up the map so much, because you have Beastmaster, you have Chen, these are the heroes that are going to be dictating where the fights are going to be going. It's very difficult to invade where Beastmaster wants to play.
On one hand, it was very strange to see so much downtime in this game. On the other hand, you have 5 players on both teams who are imagining themselves in those booths for the grand finals, right? So one single move and you can break the game. And that's how XG has played up until this point, is that they will not take a bad fight. They will wait until the perfect information is presented, and then they will fight.
And they're also not really giving away a lot of pickoffs. Like sometimes it happens when players just die randomly on the map. But if everyone is actually doing what they're supposed to be doing, I think it's quite normal that there are no kills happening, because there are no mistakes in the game.
Yeah, that's how you know 2 teams are very evenly matched. The sort of tempo, the pacing, it's not always that scrappy sort of Dota that people might love to watch. However, later in the game, when it did come down to those team fights where it felt like this Medusa was practically unstoppable, that's where...
Well, XM is in with the jump on Satanic. They hit the BKB off.
There's that Wind Waker.
It's going to give him a chance to survive through the coil. No one's in with the roar, but the card's there. XXS able to pick him up and take him out of the action, Arme. Keep him safe. Keeps him close enough towards DM, though. DM's peak if he comes to an end. DM's got to run. The Scatter Blast catches onto it, though. DM, he's dead. 2 minutes without buyback.
It's so impossible to approach these fights. Ame is just a raid boss, and he's got XXS every time to back him up.
Satanic, he's got the rapier, but it may just be a little too late.
Look at the damage.
And there's the jump. He's going to try and look towards Arme. Satanic putting all his attention in towards him with the golems up. They're dropping down on it. Satanic, the stop from XXS. It's over. GG is gone. Extreme Gaming are moving on to the grand finals.
Wow. What a game, really. It may have been, what, 5-2 at the 35-minute mark, but XG, with utmost patience, taking all these Roshans, just knowing when to strike, not letting Satanic get those Aegises, and even at a goal disadvantage for almost the entirety of the game, you didn't really see it, you didn't feel it. This Dusa, far too strong with the backup of his team. What a game.
Absolutely. And P-Vision, they did well to get this far, but falling at the hurdle won't be making it forward anymore.
Yep.
XG just having their number and knowing exactly what to do in this sort of game was very apparent, right? P-Vision wanted to try and P-Vision's hopes of making it to the finals will come to an end as well. XM is in with...
choice. He understood that this game might be going late, seeing how their previous series did go with not too many kills, one big fight that can turn the whole thing around, and he did die only one time, and so did Jinkyu. Very impressive coming out from both of these players, and of course Ame on his Medusa. I really love the way that they are team fighting on side of Extreme Gaming, because you can always tell that they are taking care of each other, whether we're talking about, you know, some of the force staff, the cookies, whatever is necessary to be able to keep them alive just so that they can get in there. And this is going to be also another one of the longer fights where they initiate onto Satanic. I think XXS in this game had that killer instinct that you need to have from your offlaner, where he jumps in, he's not hesitating there for a second at all, and XM's going to be the one cleaning up. You can see the cart as well, which has been insanely good when they're sieging the high ground, when they're needing that extra save. Even no one talked about how it's very annoying for him to play the Beastmaster in these type of lineups with multiple saves where you initiate. There's a Medusa, then you have a Golem from Warlock, Stampede, you have as well Cart, so very difficult fights for them to take. And in this fight, they also have pretty much every single tool to be able to deal with the Bristleback, because he's very annoying. They do have Heart, they do have SNY on him, but you're also burning mana with the Disperser. Scotty, GD Fallen Bag was available earlier. You have Break Mechanic from Silver Edge, you have Shiva's Guard on Centaur, so every single tool available that you need to have against Bristleback.
When the fights did happen, there were some really high skill things that were happening in them. For example, like I really do believe that DM, this is not an easy game for him. Like when the break mechanic comes out, I feel like he was still able to kite and do a lot in these fights. I feel like
staff also, right, saving him a couple of times.
Yep, so he was even trying to dodge the break hit using the Outworld staff. And then on the flip side, XXS on Centaur, there was sometimes where he seemed a little trigger happy on the ultimate, but also we saw what happened when P-Vision focused him and killed him at the start of a fight. These are the only fights that P-Vision took where they actually won. So in the fights where he blinked in, hit that double stun, and then ulted out, like this is where he was the most successful. And what was setting up for this was XM on Puck, creating that chaos.
I mean, the thing with the Puck is like the Puck makes it very difficult for the opponents to maintain formation, right? So when you look at team fights, like how the team fights are taken, you look at how they are maintaining formation, and when the Centaur goes in, they are always together. They go in together, they go back together. When the supports are being targeted by the Beastmaster, they all go back and protect the supports. Whereas when you are on the parry region side, you're playing against this Puck, it's very hard for you to maintain your formation. So your Bristleback's in front. So when the Puck goes behind, it's like sometimes it's very difficult for him to come back because he couldn't come back. And they don't really have a lot of small little stunts that would allow them to actually kite forward like the Centaur. You know, he goes in, he goes back, he goes in, he goes back. It's very easy for them to do that. I think that is ultimately what made the team fight so difficult for them.
Now, all three cores just having a little bit of lost syndrome where they're like, I don't know exactly where to sit in this fight. How can I really do a lot? And I know in our breakdown, we jumped from about the 7-minute mark to the 40-minute mark, and something in between that was very spectacular happened, but we got someone just as spectacular to break it down for us.
Thanks, Nat. There's so much that goes into a win and a loss, and sometimes it's luck, sometimes it's skill, sometimes it's small mistakes. And I have a couple things to highlight from that very crucial 28-minute Roche fight. Now, the most important thing that happened here is this Observer and Sentry sat directly outside of the pit this entire fight, which gave Extreme Gaming crazy vision. And look at this, Ducal's actually had a sentry. He just didn't put it down. It's a small mistake. Sometimes pro players overlook that stuff. So XXS jumps in to scout Roshan, stuns his opponents, and buys some time here. But as P-Vision starts retreating and grouping up, look at this crazy fatal bonds that happens here from X-Nova. Look at that. He links the Bristleback to the TA, to the creep, down to the Chen. So all the damage they take ends up getting spread amongst them, which makes their damage really good. But watch this. As we see the TA go into the Roche pit here, he's going to get bashed by Roshan here. And then this 60-second cooldown roar comes off cooldown right here, which disarms him for 2 seconds. He's trying to all in on the Roche at this exact moment. And then he bashes the Beastmaster as he blinks in, trying to catch the puck. So Beastmaster says, okay, I have to roar here, because that's going to push people out and stun them. He gets the roar off, it pushes out XM, so he's not in the Roche pit. But unfortunately, as he goes to take the Aegis, the exact same time Ame runs in with his ulti, that's going to end up stunning him. So he can't grab the Aegis this whole time. And then the roar duration runs out. XSS is able to pick this up. So the sequence of events that led to this turnaround, the sentry not being placed, the Roche bash, the Roche roar into the follow-up bash, all contributed to the Aegis being stolen there by Extreme Gaming and allowing them to get back into this game. Crazy series of events, but it absolutely mattered here in that last game.
Thank you so much, Pudge. Yeah, that 28-minute mark right there.
Sixth player, huh?
Wow.
The levels of it are so much. The fact that they're able to so closely keep this chain stun going, right? It's so easy to overlap it. It's so easy to just miss time by a split second, and that's enough. You don't get that Aegis match.
Felt so unlucky, you know, for them, because that actually mattered so much for especially the TA. You know, he needed the Aegis to be able to push forward, you know, and losing that there was just such a heartbreaking moment for them. And in that manner, you know, sure, they didn't put the sentry down, but it was still unlucky.
Relatable, though. I feel like we all see ourselves in P-Vision's shoes every now and then, where just the worst possible sequence of things happen.
Yeah, I mean, it's so hyped, though. The arena went crazy when the Aegis Snatch happened. Like, these guys were just going wild. And for a lot of people, this is their first time coming to a TI. Is anyone in the audience first time TI? There's a lot of people making their journey out to Germany here for their first time at TI, but a lot of players, it's also their first time. So we're going to have a look at exactly how we prepare those players.
Okay, fresh meat. Welcome to your first international, all 16 of you. Jesus. All right, we have made this informational video here for you today to give you the do's and don'ts of TI. So do pay attention, all right? There will be a quiz at the end, and you can't pro-track your way out of this one. That's a joke about that. So, orientational seminar. Side A.
Знаєш, що це? Що це? Тут щоб тренуватися? Ні, оце що? Оце що?
Your first time at the International.
Hello, my name is Fear. You might remember me some such things as free-to-play, winning TI5, and other things. I'm here to help give you the tools necessary so you can have a rewarding and fun experience at your first international. Let's get started.
Before the event.
If you're watching this video, you've already completed the first step. You successfully got your visa and made it to a different country. Some of the topics we'll be covering will include etiquette in the booths, live fan interactions, shuttling to the main event arena, and other things to help you on this.
Bro, what is the point of this? We are from NA. We have no chance. We're not making it out of the group stage.
Streamlining communication.
Discussing drafts to your teammates at TI can be stressful. Which one of these following examples do you think is the right way to speak to your drafter?
Do you really want to pick TA and Tide for the third time?
Or you could say,
does it really give us everything we need?
This is much better than a more emotionally charged response, such as,
what the f are you guys doing? You're gonna lose this tournament!
Do you think that is the right way to communicate with your teammates? That's right. Toxicity will never win you games.
Maintaining competitive integrity.
There's a lot on the line at the International, and some players will try anything to gain an advantage. Let's take a look at how some of the most vigilant teams could fall victim to chicanery.
兄弟们，我在酒店碰到一个老奶奶，我跟她聊得很开心，她有点让我想起了我的祖母。我们可以要她来我们的训练室看一下吗？可以。Come on. The boys play e-games here. Can you pause this game? Wait, is that Carrie Tinker? Does somebody want candies here?
Did you spot what was wrong? That old lady was actually a 34-year-old Brazilian man spying on another team.
You never know when such treachery may be afoot.
The crowd.
Some of you may be thinking, Fear, I'm used to playing from the comfort of my bedroom. What happens if at some point I become acutely aware of the thousands of people watching and start panicking as the fragile threads of my psyche unravel, leaving nothing but the weight of my own cosmic insignificance?
Keyboards, mice, and other peripherals.
We recommend all players bring 2 sets of their preferred equipment to the event.
Hey, Moshe, what are you doing here?
You know, if you miss a few TI, they make you do this shit again.
Ah, sorry, man.
Thank you.
With that, we have covered all 75 tips for the TI after party. Now, you're ready to go find a new team and be the guy everyone wants to talk to. And that's everything you need to know about your first time at the International. Hopefully, now you won't get ganked by any problems and keep true sight of your goals.
Thank you for watching.
Yeah, so not the most entertaining video in the world, but hopefully y'all learned something and you could every year Gabe is gonna be pissed. What can you do?
What a fantastic piece of content, of course, looking behind the scenes at exactly how our first-time TI players are introduced into the whole experience of the 2 weeks that went on here.
That was very interesting that both the 30-year-old Brazilian men were dressing up as grandmas. I don't know what's is this the strat to get to top 6 in TI?
You gotta stay vigilant, all right? You never know what's gonna happen.
Yeah, probably half of the people who are like watching Dota, even though Dota is a relatively old community, are like, what is this piece of technology that they're using? What is this VHS? Like, what is that?
I was wondering if any of the young players actually were questioning what it was, or if that was just dialogue put in there.
Doesn't matter, 10 out of 10.
I think that was live. I don't think that was like pre-recorded.
No, it was a lot of fun. It's been so much fun seeing just how far all of the new players were able to make. Of course, we just said goodbye to P-Vision, but to get third on your very first TI for Satanic 9 Class Ducalis, it's amazing.
Definitely is. Unfortunately, for example, 9 Class wasn't able to experience TI previous year because of the visa issue. He now gets a third place, which is a huge result. And for them to, experience the main stage of TI, they got so close. They kind of had that game in the bag as well. But I really like what they did, especially with no one, with the hugs and everything, understanding that the youngest member of the team, they need to know how to lift him up, and they definitely did. But there's a lot to learn from this as well.
Yeah, look, it's been such an absolute pleasure working with you guys for this TI. The day is not over by any means. We still have our champions to crown, a team to lift that Aegis. Our grand final will be coming up very soon, but before that begins, of course, we have our TI tradition. We're going to head on down to the stage with Tsunami for our cosplay contest.
Thank you very much. That's right, we've got some festivities to attend to. And one of those time-honored traditions is indeed the International of 14 Cosplay Contest, sponsored by SteelSeries. As you can see, I've already got a bevy of judges joining me. If you don't mind introducing yourselves, I've got Marugito as Alina.
Hello. Yes, thank you so much for bringing me on again. I loved the experience of TI at Copenhagen last year, and we have just as many amazing cosplayers to show you today. So I hope you all are excited.
Oh, they should be, and indeed, I see them already out of the corner of my eye, as well as I'm joined by Chiyu Neko as Hoodwink.
Hi everyone, it's so nice to be back here again, and I'm so excited to be back in Europe. I'm so excited for you to see everyone's amazing work. European cosplay does not disappoint.
And we are going to be able to see that in the flesh very soon. And last but not least, we've got Karo Inanna as Luna.
Hello everyone, this is my very first TI, so I'm so excited to be here, and oh my god, this is amazing. Can you see all these people? Can you see the stage? Can you see it all? It's awesome.
It's beautiful. And we are also going to show off some beautiful cosplays. So, shall we get started with the showcase? Lena, if you may.
Thank you. All right, first off, we have Graphomanka as Naga Siren. She has made it here all the way from Kazakhstan. It took her 4 months to make this beautiful cosplay, and she's used various techniques. And just overall, look at this amazing silhouette of this cosplay and how she's really brought the hero to life.
Сиськи маленькие, не влезают.
Next up, we have Tanact as Axe. This cosplayer is tiny. Look at him. In his full cosplay, he hits the ceiling and stands tall at 250 centimeters. And for all you Americans out there, that's over 8 feet tall.
Or in other words, you can stack 2 of me on top and I still wouldn't be as tall. Next up, number 3.
Next up is Chimbalos as Clockwork. Look at this beauty. This costume was planned in 1 year, made in 2 months. Day-to-day work. And as he said, it's fully hand-painted and made of foam and hopes and dreams.
I love the animations as well. That man's about to hookshot across the stage.
All right, now we have Veyron as Juggernaut. To him, this is not just a costume. It's a decade of passion for the game that has inspired him to spend over 16,000 hours making this costume and bringing it here today.
And here's a little bonus fact for you out there. This man won that GG Well Played contest that we did yesterday, so he's very multi-talented.
All right, next up, we have Twisted Fate as Lena. This cosplayer came to us all the way from Colombia, and she picked the set. Because she really wanted to showcase her roots and her love for Latin American culture.
The heritage and the sophistication to go with it, it's incredible.
Next up is Marzaus as Shadow Shaman, and when I went to him to ask him about his interesting story, he said he tried to go for a realistic look of this character, but claims no birds were harmed in its making.
He's got the taunt down too!
Yes, and next we have Rehab G Naked as Beastmaster. And this is yet another beautifully crafted costume with tiny details all throughout the costume. It has intricate foam work and also a lot of sewing techniques and clever solutions for LEDs and technology all throughout this costume.
Сиськи прижаты, прижаты
required to
сиськи.
be able to pull off a cosplay like this. Incredible stuff.
Next up, we have Yangi as Murda. This cosplayer's makeup took 2 hours to do every morning, so appreciate that. She did it for all of you guys.
Мне больше всего
She
Луна
also bought her
нравится.
very first power tool just to make her wings.
And she's got the firearms to support it as well. Next up.
Next up is Astela as Wind Ranger, and she said it's been made in 4 months, and her favorite part is her bow that is 3D printed, her has 2 modes of LEDs, and us as judges, we just loved her wig that is actually made of 2 wigs.
Не, вот это хорош, вот это хорош.
Orange in that Arcana, and our last showcase.
All right, so our last cosplayer to represent
А можно было как-то голосовать?
is Vanusha as Anti-Mage. This costume also has
Бля, ну VR-ка
several different
топовая.
techniques. She's used 3D modeling, foam, hand sculpting, and sewing. And
Ну, хотя
please
антимаг
pay
тоже
extra attention
неплох.
to her shoulders, where she has hand sculpted deep pauldrons. They are just gorgeous.
The Oni Demon. Can we get a round of applause for all of these cosplayers to make it to this final stage? This was only the top 10 after a tough selection, and everyone has done an incredible job. There is so much talent and passion on this stage right now.
Ну, VR-ка топ-1.
And in the spirit of that, we would like to take a moment to remember one specific cosplayer who joined this stage last year. Some of you may recall seeing a stunning Enchantress cosplay in Copenhagen, and the artist behind that hero was Grace Peachy Bell Bell. And she unfortunately lost her battle with leukemia earlier this year. She was a cherished member of the community and a dear friend to us all. So, Barclays Arena, if you could, please stand up and share your love, share your cheers, share your applause for all of the cosplay talent here on this stage in Grace's honor.
Ну, VR-ка, типа, потому что косплей... Типа, у нее, короче, внешка заебись, и на нее этот косплей ложится охуенно, в отличие от Лины и Муэрты.
And now, I would like all of you to keep the same energy as we share some awards with the standouts on this stage. If you may.
Our first award that we'll announce is Judge's Choice. And to receive Judge's Choice, you need to receive overall high score and, well, impress us. So without further ado, that award goes to Axe as Tanakt, other way around.
Типа детализация, что ли? Номинация детализация?
Next up, we have. Oh, wait. It's yours.
Is it my turn?
Yeah.
Oh, wow, thank you.
Lena always gets priority. She's a core hero.
Yes, thank you. All right, so our next award is Best Technique, and here we really focus on the craft. So the top 10 here, this is like our top winners, actually. Everyone on stage today are winners, even if you don't get these special awards, because we've had 2 days of looking at the cosplayers before then, and they've told us all about how they made their costumes. So here we will look for high-level craft in several areas. And our Best Technique winner is Twisted Grace as Lena. Yeah, this person just wowed us when she walked in. We just fell in love with this costume right away. This has such great attention to details. She has foam work, electronics and soldering, wig work, resin casting, sewing, hand sewing. She's done it all, and she's done it all beautifully. So congratulations.
All right, next up, we have Best Transformation. As we all know, Dota heroes are weird. They're squirrels, rocks, trees, all sorts of weird things, and it's really hard to match the anatomy of that and bring that to life. So I'm really happy to pronounce this award. This cosplayer really wowed us. They walked through the door and we were like, wow. So they worked really hard on getting the perfect
Надо было
scale,
микрофон,
like 1 to
наушник
25
делать.
of the entire character, and they even did little tiny feet. So let's give it up for Jimbalis! Jimbalis!
The Clockwork! A full transformation on display here.
Нихуя красивая
And we
тянка,
have
да?
one last award to give out, and that is Best in Show. Barclays Arena. Gonna get a drum roll with your feet, please. And the winner of Best in Show is Rehab G Naked as Beastmaster!
Да, блядь, ДВР-ка лучше нахуй. ДВР-ка лучше, пацаны, вы гоните.
From start to finish, the aesthetics, the animations, the craftsmanship on a display here has been impeccable.
Ну, ВР-ка круче же, но ёбаный нахуй.
But again, at Barclays Arena, one more round of applause for all the cosplays, whether you submitted it and weren't able to make it to finals, or everyone who made it here in the arena. The community never ceases to impress. The International 14 Cosplay Contest is sponsored by SteelSeries, but we've got some other community efforts that we would like to showcase.
Thank you so much, Tsunami. Absolutely, cosplayers, absolutely incredible to see their creativity. But they're not the only creative people in this community. In fact, we have come to one of my
ВР-ка
personal
пизже,
favorites
потому
of the
что она
event, besides the
красивее.
world-class
И мне
Dota,
похуй.
and that is announcing the winners of the short film contest. The short film contest is so incredible because it displays
Так, сейчас
why our
третье
community
место,
is so
потом второе и
amazing. From
первое.
creative builds to creative plays to, of course, creative art, like all of the hundreds of thousands of videos that you guys
Там,
have
кстати,
created
русских
over the
работ
course
много,
of the
где-то
international
около трети
showing
точно,
your
может даже
creativity.
половина.
We went through every single submissions, even the AI ones, and there were a lot, but we came out with some of the top 3 from the community. So before I announce your top 3, if I could get you guys one more time to give a round of applause to everyone that submitted for the short film contest this year to motivate them to do it again.
Ну, я примерно представляю, какие должны победить, но мне даже интересно. Я голосовал по одному разу, правда.
The time has come. We had so many good submissions this year, and the top 3 was harder than ever to find. But we do have our first one. In third place, no stranger to the short film contest finalists, second place winner last year, and now representing South America on the stage yet again. My friends, this one should be a pretty good reason for you to remember not to make enemies out of your teammates. Lord knows I could learn that lesson. Ladies and gentlemen, it's Grudges by Night Fury.
В прошлом году это было второе место, они сделали, а сейчас... Сейчас третье.
Absolutely incredible. A good lesson for us all, and what a fantastic twist. Thank you so much, and congratulations on third place. Now, our second place finalist here is no stranger to the short film contest grand finals either. Won first place 7 years ago, and 2-time second place winner. Such an incredible film with custom models, great story, and one heck of an animation. You would expect that, though, from Keller Max and their piece, Dead Inside.
Короче, побеждала несколько лет назад, что ли? Ну, кстати, я думал, что это первое место будет.
Absolutely.
А кто же на первом месте тогда?
What a cool concept as we go in to our grand winner. Now, my friends, concept is key in these. You can have fantastic animations, you can have fantastic script, but a whole team of people brought together this one for your first place. Same team that won third place last year, relative newcomers to the short film contest, but this year they have taken it. You know, in this world
Третье место в
a
прошлом году было.
lot of different words out there. One of them is a word for cinema that the Europeans use. It's called kino. And here, I have to say that this short film is indeed absolute cinema. Let's go ahead and check out your first place winner and see if you can get all the references.
Не про Джиггернаута, а это, кстати, русская работа, если это. Да, это русские сделали. Ну, я удивлен, что это топ-1, на самом деле. Думал, что будет наоборот.
Congratulations again to our top 3 winners, and thank you again for the incredible community that we have that submit these things every single year. Keep on doing it, guys. It is such an honor and a pleasure to be able to see you guys and all that creativity shine. Now, I have to say, everybody, looking at this crowd today, those rafters are full. That main stage is full. Ladies and gentlemen, can you let them hear you from at home, every fool that did not come to this event today? There you go, there you go. I know it's a fantastic view and experience online as well, but after hearing that, you might be thinking to yourself, damn, I really should have bought a ticket. I really should have gone. Well, don't worry, my friends, because there's always another chance to go to an international. Of course, you might be thinking, where the hell is the next one? Well, we have one more film for you.
Анонс, ребят! Анонс!
Hi, it's Gabe again. First off, I want to thank everyone in Germany for helping us make the International such a success. I have a quick announcement to make before we crown a new champion. We all share our love of the game with an international community, and I'm excited to announce that next year's International will also be returning to a previous location.
Сиэтл? А, Шанхай, август 2026.
I hope to see you there.
What a perfect timing.
герой.
We have Extreme Gaming back in the grand finals, and we are going to Shanghai with TI 2026. A full year still ahead of us, and obviously grand finals, but that is something to look forward to indeed, Tico.
I mean, 2019 when it was there in Shanghai, the arena was exceptional. Like whenever a Chinese team was playing, it was as if the whole arena would erupt. And we have a little, segment here hyping up XG.
A little?
Okay, sure. A third of the arena is hyping up XG in this corner, but it's an electric place to host TI.
It's all part of the script, Sheaves.
It's like it could not be better timing, right? You have XG who make it all the way, through the lower bracket. They get better and better. They make it to the finals. It's not like they need a buff to, to have even more motivation to be good and then be the crowning champions maybe next year. But yeah, Shanghai, Chinese TI, insane.
It's just beautiful for Dota, right? The idea, right? That we have
А вы готовы, кстати, сейчас анонс будет, потому что после конкурса короткометражек Valve покажет что-то новое. Я ожидаю нового героя и какой-нибудь ивент, а вы что, пишите в комментах. Что ж, привет, народ, я на PubStomp, сейчас побегу, а вы готовы, кстати, сейчас анонс будет.
When a region just does better than they were expected to, it reinvigorates the entire region. All of a sudden, players get to scrim these teams that have placed so highly in international tournaments. Everyone gets excited to play. People who thought that there wasn't a viable path for them suddenly think that there is. So we'll probably see even more Chinese teams next year.
I believe that I'm speaking for everyone that we're all happy to see the West against the East again. It's been a long time. This used to be kind of the norm when it did come to the finals. So I'm really happy to see China doing better, Extreme being in the finals, and then the next TI being in China. Yeah, I don't know what to say.
I do believe it has come full circle, because if you're talking about that trend, Kezu, it used to be, a Chinese team wins TI and a non-Chinese wins TI. And it alternated for a little bit. And the year that broke that was 2019.
Yeah, and that's that's already so long ago, and it has taken this long for it to come back. We're literally just going full circle.
Yeah, we are going full circle, and we are also going full circle when we head back to the stage, because we're gonna check in with Slacks.
Absolutely. Hello, everyone. It is good to see you again. Now, this year, we have decided to do something a little bit different, something that we've never done before. Dota 2 has had so many incredible faces in the International, and we have decided to give a little bit of thanks to one of the biggest players that has been here since the beginning. Now, I could tell you all about this person, but why would I want to do that when we can go straight to the biggest legends of Dota all time and let them know who they think is one of the most impactful Dota players in history?
If you ask me who's the greatest of all time in Dota history, well, there's a lot of history. There's not many of us left that still competed at the first TI a decade and a half ago, right here in Germany. So many names, so many faces that defined entire eras. But if it had to be just one person, there is no one better, in my opinion, than John Whipples.
Back at TI1, a lot of us didn't think it was real. $1 million prize? Well, come on. But I remember this German dude, John Whipples. He was all about it, crazy guy. He was sure Dota 2 was gonna be the next big thing, so he wanted us all to join him for it. I mean, come on, he's the guy who discovered Dendy.
Would I say John Whipples taught me everything about life, about patch? Absolutely! Every day I would watch his replays, and one day I saw this fountain hook bug, and I asked Papi, can we do this at TI? And Papi said, no, it's bullshit. And I said, well, John Whipples used it. And he said,
motherfucking John Whipples is doing it? Then I'm doing it. Guy gave me my first machete. Called it the rapier.
Tongfu had that game. Is that balanced? You hook a guy with Aegis? Fuck John Whipples.
Whipples was an icon, man.
Back in the days, we didn't have all of this fancy shit, these Dota Pro trackers.
Liquipedia or Dota Buff. If you wanted the meta, if you wanted the new stuff.
You wanted that good shit, you downloaded some John Whipple replays.
He had all the best strats.
Oh no, just answer! Thank you, man! Ravage on everyone! The black hole as well! Light of Evan! Turns it around! Ravage as well! Stolen by Dendy! Are you kidding me? It's the John Whipple strat!
He was a decent player back in the day, but never really TI material. But then when he started coaching, it started getting really bad.
First, this guy rage quits during TI4 Grand Finals. Then 2 minutes later, starts fighting with his teammates. Then he started sucking up to NA teams, gets hired by Complexity. But after that incident at TI5, ooh, man, ooh, sheesh, ooh.
You really think I should drop my heels, John Whipples?
It's the most efficient play. What would Envy do?
Oh. Fuck.
Oh man. Even the NA teams wouldn't touch him anymore after that.
We hired John Whipple to be our coach on Wings. 我们当时都以为他很牛，因为当时所有人都告诉我们 John Whipple 是最棒的。We asked him what to draft. He just throws darts at the board.
Punch and techies already.
All right, boys.
Wings deliver.
How do we win with punch techies, John Whipples? 他根本什么都不懂。We won because we were good. John Whipple does nothing. John Whipple 真的不是人啊。
After we saw what he did with drafting for Wings, we were really impressed. Like, I invited him to my room to talk Dota. He took my suitcase, all my clothes. For the rest of the event, I have just one pair of shorts. I can't fathom what kind of a freak would do that.
Yeah, man, it was dark days. Times were tough. Times were really tough. And when things looked the most bleak, like we lost everybody, we needed a manager, coach, half a team. John Whipple gave us a call, and he didn't have the best reputation stealing those pants and stuff, but he gave us everything. And before TI10, when Seb lost his retina, he told Seb, take my eye and go win a third TI. And yeah, we got 6 and stuff, but that's okay. That was pretty nice of him.
One day I was playing like knife and handy, of course with Yatra, and I really fucked up because I stabbed myself right before the TI finals, and I said, like, we cooked, boys, it's over. But out from the crowd, this one-eyed man said, take my hands, Carlaps. And I took his hands, and I won one TI with one hand. And I took the second hand, and I won the second TI. Thank you, John Whipples. Thank you, John Whipples.
When John Whipples said he started the Dark Tome of Oscarwatch to help us finally beat Gaming Gladiators, I believed him. But I told him, if you do this, they might never make it to TI again. And I thought, that sounds pretty good. And he looked me in the eyes, and he said, I already did it. It did work, though.
Did John Whipples ever make it to the International? No. As a player, he was terrible. But he always watched. He always supported us. He always played pubs and told his friends. And in the end, it's not the players at TI that make it special. It's about people like John Whipples, the viewer, the pubber, the brother. That's why we do what we do. People like you. People like John Whipples.
Guys, because of you, we can play this beautiful game and live our dream lives as a Dota players. And thank you so much. We love you.
感谢大家的观看，也感谢大家15年来一直的陪伴。
Thanks for watching, guys.
Thanks to all the Dota fans.
Thank you, fans, for the 14 years of support.
Thank you very much for making this game a reality.
Thank you, Dota viewers. Thank you, everyone, for watching.
You guys are the heart of the community. This is the greatest tournament. We're looking forward every single year, and I hope you guys enjoy the show.
And now, to achieve his Lifetime Achievement Award for all that he's done in Dota 2, ladies and gentlemen, please give it up for Jonathan Whipples! Oh, he's sacrificed. Any words to say, John Whipples, to the crowd?
Thank you, Dota. And TI, you're amazing.
All right. Any other words, John Whipples?
China?
We have to get to a grand finals before we can do that, my friend. So thank you so much to him and everyone like him who's been supporting the International for so long. It is truly the fans, you the viewers at home and here, that make this what it is. Thank you so much, everybody, and let's get on with the show.
Announce.
How to follow that up? Ooh, I just want to echo his sentiment real quick there. That was incredibly wholesome, and I do want to just sign that bottom line. Without you guys at home, and obviously without you guys in the arena, we would not be here. We would not see this beautiful game play out the way it does, Kazu.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes it just feels like kind of fake until you get to like a real life event. You see the people, you see the crowd, you hear the emotion during the game, you see the game unfold. And all the people too that we saw in the video, like they're all just legends. Sometimes you forget, you see them again, you just get so happy. So yeah, thank you to everyone.
Yeah, being part of this space is such a privilege, and I couldn't imagine life in any other way. And it truly is thanks to the fans. Like, without you guys, there wouldn't be any Dota.
It's just a beautiful game. I mean, it speaks for itself. I mean, the way that the fans interact, the players, every time you talk to a player and they talk about the international, you can see how much it means. Like, even, we interview Snaking on the stage and how important this event is. Like, again, the Dota, it speaks for itself. It's beautiful. The fans are great. Everything's great. I love it so much.
Yeah, and we just saw a lot of TI champions talking on camera. We're going to see potential TI champions, well, definitely 5 TI champions on stage play. We are going to head into our grand finals very soon. And both of our teams, they do have a lot of experience here at the International. I know there's even 2 TI champions already playing. They are still two-time hopefuls for the TI championship. Let's take a look at all that experience that these players have. I think we start out with Falcons, Effie. This team only started 2 years ago, came fourth last year, wasn't what they wanted, but they're back here in the grand finals.
Yeah, they had a bit of a turbulent year in the sense that if you compare it to the year before that, where they were winning everything, they didn't look as good, but they peaked at just the right amount of time. And we talk about them being a newer team, but it's a team full of veterans. Crit's been chasing the ages forever. Snaking has been playing since the olden days. You've got Coach AUI 2000 as well. And yeah, you've got some of the newer players in Skeeter and Mallory and ATF, but with the veteran experience, it feels hard to call Falcons a new team.
I mean, also, like you were saying, I think it matters a lot. If you look at last season where they were so dominant, they went into TI being kind of the favorites, at least to me and many other people, and I don't think that really helped them. But if you look here, they weren't in like their best form or like really considered the favorites going into this TI. And I feel like that was an absolutely huge buff to them because now we see them here in the grand finals and they've played so well all throughout TI.
I mean, the mentality of this team to be able to go from like the favorites of the last year to then be, not even in contention a couple of times, it shows that there is such a good kind of system around this team to be able to shine, and they shine when it matters.
They do shine when it matters, although today it matters most of all. So we're going to see if they can make their dream a reality here by taking this Aegis. Snaking and Skeeter have done it before. Being 2-time champions, of course, would mean a lot, but I think our attention maybe goes a little bit out more to the players that have not yet won the International. I think if you guys were here the entire day, which I hope you were, you would have seen a fantastic list of accomplishments by Crit in particular, being the player with the most consecutive TIs in a row under his belt. And this is his first time, Kezu, in the grand final.
Yeah, it's taken him so long. It's like what he's been chasing it since like 2015. Like this guy is one of the most consistent players when it comes to like top tier Dota. Another one that he reminds me of is like, the likes of Zai. That he's played so long, always like top 2, top 3. Doesn't matter what hero you give him, always does well, always makes it happen, but has never won TI.
I mean, we keep saying Uncrowned King for Ame, but I feel like there's the same sentiment should be going the way of Crit. Like at some point, it is inevitable, and in this grand finals, one of them, be it from China or Western Europe, will finally get the Aegis they've been hunting for.
Yeah, and focusing our attention on their opponents because, as T just mentioned, there are multiple players that have been in grand finals before, but never quite reached that pinnacle there, Effie.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard though. Like, for them being so close every time, I think that takes a different level of emotions than what Falcons are currently experiencing. But these players are so deserving of this. Ame, he's been in 2 grand finals that he very well could have taken. XXS, who's been my personal MVP of this tournament, you could feel how hungry that he is for it. And it's about time that this team is here again.
Yeah, and actually, he was so cool in the interview. He was like, he was asked, do you have any nurse? Do you care? He's like, nah, man, I don't feel anything. I'm meant to be here. I'm meant to play in the grand finals. And like you were saying too, Effie, about Ame, like, I just watched a True Side from a few years ago where I believe a Chin Q calling him, well, I guess you're just the king of fireworks, because he always gets second place, loses 2-3, and he gets to watch the fireworks from the losing position. It's heartbreaking.
I mean, he has to live up to those words, though, right? To say that if they weren't in the grand finals, it'd be a 3-0. I'm expecting, based on that, it has to then be a 3-2 grand finals to either side, of course.
Yeah, I mean, that would you know, keep up the track record.
Yeah, it'd be nice. Oh, that'd be. Oh no.
That would be really painful.
Don't talk about it, please.
Wait, God, that's for like game 3 content, not yet. Not
I mean, we talk about Crit and a lot of consecutive TIs, and you could make a case for calling him or Zai or any of the other with a lot of TIs under their belt, calling them Uncrowned Kings. But it's Ame that gets called that because he was there twice, so close, and not just, oh, he made it to the grand finals, therefore he's close. No. Those grand finals he played in, Effie, those were nail-biting.
Absolutely. They were almost his. Like, that's what I mean with the emotional recovery and how hard it is to think about that and how hard it must be for him to know that, like, it's one of those moments where you just can't sleep that night. You just play it in your head over and over and over again. Like, what if I just did this differently on Tiny versus Spirit? What if I did this differently on Morphling? This time around, I feel like third time has to be the charm, right?
Right?
It's gotta be.
I mean, since TI8, there's only been a Chinese team in the grand finals twice, of course, both of them being Army. They're also playing against, like you said, 2 different teams. So it's now another team Army can try and go up against. If he wasn't to do it this time, then...
Nice.
Hurts. It
hurts. When we saw these 2 teams play in the Road to TI, it was the longest series we've had. It was mental. I think that that's what we should be focusing on. We'll see who comes out victorious in the end, but we will see who comes out first out of the gates to take place in the booths, and that is Team Falcons.
And we're back.
Team Falcons!
They come through the upper bracket and have been a world-class team since its inception, but they have never proved it in a world championship today, and this could all change. All they need to do is win 1 best of 5. Surely that should be possible, but I'm sure their opponents will put up a big fight. Let's welcome XG.
Choose wisely and crush those responsible. Extreme Gaming!
It has been 4 years since a Chinese team was in the grand finals of the International, and Ame, Zinkyu, and Coach Zhao were right there. They were so close.
Короче, если будет много карт, они могут поплыть ближе к концу. Им надо забрать хотя бы 2 первые экстримом.
To playing in an international in a grand finals, and I think maybe that just might give them a little edge, and maybe Barclays Arena in terms of their vocal chords is giving them a little edge as well.
No, I'm loving the side of, you know, it's right to our left, right? The XG fan base, as soon as the game starts, they're just roaring. It is just so much support for this team, and again, it is the best possible grand finals that you could ask for, right? Falcons versus XG. You know, it's the international for a reason. You want to have the big international teams from across the world clashing against each other. I couldn't ask for anything else today.
No, it's honestly the best thing possible, and we've talked about it before. They've already matched up, and it was an absolute nail-biter. Like 3 games, all over an hour, high skill. You know, you have the team fights back and forth, new picks coming out, just all the stuff happening that you want to see at a TI. But yeah, I gotta say, XG for me and Falcons, like some of their players, they're so high-skilled. I just love watching them play.
But after their matchup, they went through different journeys in the playoffs, right? Falcons just looked extremely dominant after the road to the International. They clearly learned a lot of lessons, took it into the playoffs, whereas Extreme Gaming, their road was not as simple. Their game seemed harder. Their game seemed longer. They had to play in these situations where they were down so much net worth. They could have lost yesterday versus BB Team. They brought it back. They channeled that TI magic. They could have lost today, and they brought it back versus P-Vision, and they channeled that TI magic. I mean, they're just doing this from their passion, from their grit, whereas Falcons are so methodical. They've been so clean the entire playoffs.
Unlike previous TIs, so Falcons at least have dropped games, right, in their journey here. Losing game 1 to BB, losing game 1 to P-Vision. The fact that they've at least dropped a game in that series, it does give me hope that it's going to be an extremely competitive TI.
А это самый гениальный тренер Тундры, по-моему, да?
I love some of the things that you can see on screen right now. Like, everyone has like their own type of techniques, right? You have Skeeter, he does this little lock-in. You have other teams that are gonna, like, you know, you're gonna do the fist bump, you do your handshake, you like get yourself in the zone, like stay steady, because these games and being on the stage, especially today, is the most stressful thing that you can go through as a Dota player.
Yeah, and that is even without the crowd still cheering on everyone. Definitely a lot of pressure coming into the booth for both of these squads today. And I do want to talk a little bit about how they faced earlier in the tournament, because those were type of games that we thought defined at that point the road to the International, and we thought that that was going to carry on in the International itself, and it kind of hasn't. So we have seen developments of both teams in a certain way, but I wonder how we would describe their style now, especially compared to that series they played last time.
Falcons to me still seem very much, I would say, the same. They're very stable, very polished. They're going to stick to the heroes. But to me, what I see for this series in particular is team fighting. Off-lane team fight heroes, their priority has been going up. Mars, S tier. Centaur, S tier. XXS, performance one after the other, where he just takes it all, his Earthshaker too. So those are the heroes that I'm particularly looking at for the series.
Yeah, those will be exciting for sure to watch, especially XXS. He's really been stepping it up. But when you look at Falcons versus Extreme Gaming, there's a bit of an issue in terms of how the early game has been going for these teams. Extreme Gaming have found themselves in positions where they're down a lot. They have to play for the late game. They have to turtle. They have to hug on. They look for their key team fights. Whereas Falcons have been heftily leading almost all of their early games. Even in the games that they lost during playoffs, they were up like 8K net worth at some point. So this is where it's going to be hardest for Extreme Gaming. Can they weather the storm of Falcon's early game, their map efficiency, how much net worth they're going to get, their lanes?
I mean, you can see from the previous series, right? P-Vision, when they were going for the farm game, XG was like, oh, sure, we'll match that. We had nearly no kills in the first 20 minutes. Really, really slow entry to the game. And like Effie's mentioning, it will not be the same this time around. So maybe, Zhao wait from
Xiao, еби нахуй, еби, ты могешь. Если чуваки не выспались, выспитесь завтра. Если Экстрим побеждает, у меня плюс прогноз.
I'm happy you mentioned Zhao, because I do want to take a moment to talk about the...
Ну, если судить, кто больше заслужил, то, конечно же, Экстрим, потому что Амик, Xiao 8...
Yeah, so of course AOI, he gave it over to Amar, who it seems he's doing a stellar job, right? His last pick, 24 picks, like he nails it, the Underlord, the Huskar, whatever it is. So Amar, honestly, a very big piece for the team. But to stay on the topic of the coaches, these might be two of the most accomplished and most experienced coaches that you have in all of Dota. Zhao himself, he won a TI. He's been in multiple TI finals as a coach. You have AOI who won it as a player, won it as a coach. So yeah, if you're going to have two masterminds go up against each other, you've got them right here.
But also in regards to the finals, right? Falcons, they played the most games coming into it, but they have the smallest hero pool when you compare both of them, right? Heroes played, I think it's like 37 to Falcons. XG have played over 45 heroes in like 3 or 4 less games, right? So I think it's, in regards to the coaching, it's going to be, can Zhao find a niche new pick or new strategy to throw at Aoi, whilst Aoi's going to be going for the tried and tested, build that formation they're used to. If the game is to be a loss, it would be fix the fundamentals. But in regards to drafting, the creativity often shines from the side of XG.
Absolutely. I mean, that's the flair that the Chinese region has always had, is that they'll dip into heroes that other teams aren't looking at. Yesterday, for example, we saw the Sniper come out of Extreme Gaming. We saw the carry Chaos Knight come out of Extreme Gaming, Kazu.
Yeah, and it's also like, so this is one of the last times that these teams did match up, right? We talked about the road to TI, but it's just these 70-minute games. You've had a lot of the Beastmasters coming back. And it was honestly just nail-biters. I don't care too much about the drafts, because especially in the grand finals, it's going to be mainly about the gameplay. Sure, the draft, it will make it easier. But if you outplay your opponent, you will weather the storm. You can get through the early game. You can get through the mid game. And I love that you guys touched on it earlier, because where Falcons get the lead, it's early. It's the lanes into the first rotation. Whereas for XG, that is absolutely where they struggle.
Yeah, and one of the ways that Falcons has been getting a lead is because of this mid laner, Malrine. This is his second international. Malrine has played a lot of the Sand Kings and the Earthshakers, Effie.
Oh, Malrine, this guy is the rock of his team in terms of how they have such a strong early game. You know, we call him here a stunner, but he actually has the highest average stuns per second per game of any player at the international by far.
346 секунд оглушения.
Per game, where the next closest was NTS at 66 seconds. In one of his games, he even had a 346-second stun record in one of his like really long games versus Tidebound. But the way that they draft, the way that they play their early game, they'll pick this Earthshaker mid, they'll pick this Sand King mid, they'll let him farm his Blink Dagger, and then he's just on that enemy safe lane, creating the stuns with the follow-up damage from crit, and that's how they get their first few kills.
I mean, he's so good at tempo controlling, right? It's what they want from him. His heroes play so good for it, and his positioning and spellcasting is just top-notch.
It helps that those heroes that you've highlighted are all kind of very active with little to no economy, right? Like a Sank needs a blink, a Pangolier needs levels. If you shut him down in laning phase, he can still be active and try and fix it, but I think critically for XG, they need to try and stop Malrine opening up the early game.
Happy honeymoon. And of course on stage right now, we do have 10 players that really want to claim that Aegis that is on display. But let's take a look at what it actually takes to claim the Aegis.
It is a summit that few have conquered, where the legends of the past have written their own epic stories, where scores of fallen contenders have mourned their shattered dreams. You can give everything and never reach it. But those who triumph here will forge a legacy far greater than fame. 16 teams began this journey in Hamburg. The last two now face off on the ultimate stage. Each is one step from immortality, with one final adversary standing in the way. We gather to bear witness, to honor those who've battled here, to see who will join the ranks of the fallen hopefuls, and who will ascend to the highest tier. The road to victory is always changing. What it takes to be a champion remains the same. Team Falcons versus Extreme Gaming. Grand Finals. Game 1.
Here we go, it has begun. We got Extreme Gaming on the Radiant side, Team Falcons on the Dire side, and the drafting has begun. The strategic part of how these two teams will try to get their first victory on the board in this best of 5. Let's see how the teams have prepared versus each other, and let's see how it differs from the series they played earlier last week. We already have a very nice stylistic change. I do love the respect that XM is getting on his sniper there, Effie.
You really have to respect this hero and its ability to come out during the grand finals, because this is his pocket pick. This is his hero that he never loses lane with. And you know what? Just take his lane dominators out of the way, enable Malry, and that's the play that Falcons are going to make here. For Extreme Gaming, they just take out that Sand King. They don't want to deal with it. They don't want to try to let it through and beat it, and now they've got first pick. maybe they could look towards their XXS or Shaker, but they've got their freedom of choice here, Kazu.
Yeah, I feel like it's gonna be a lot about these heroes that we've seen banned out a lot, right? You have Falcons, like Mars is available for the pool. It's gonna be on the eyes of both teams. And yeah, like you said, I love this ban. You wanna make sure that you stay in the comfort and don't give something to the enemy team that's gonna take you out of your comfort. And XM, on these really nasty and annoying heroes, that's his specialty.
It's the exact same bans that XG did against Falcons the last time that they played, and they first picked Shaker in that position. I'm interested to know if they are to do that. Falcons, they first picked Shaker early in the tournament and got annihilated, so they know how to deal with it, and instead XG, they go for the Mars. Again, we do have two of the most experienced Mars players in the world now in this grand finals between XSS and ATF.
I love this Mars pick. You know it's going to be contested in this draft, but they're saying that their offlane player, XXS, he's been owning this entire tournament. Let's first pick his hero. Who cares counters? Who cares how the early game goes? We'll just get him that Blink Dagger, and he will create situations for us.
Then I'd like Falcons to respond straight away, just like the Pangolier. You've already banned the Puck, the Sniper. Against the Arena, you have that Chaos. If XG is going to go for comfort, why not allow Falcons to match the picks with comfort for themselves?
What I love too, when you have two of the best teams playing like their best heroes, it really goes to show you what they value and what they feel like they want to do against you. Like, what do you need to pick with it? What do you need to ban against it? And here's the Pangolier. Really nice call there. You have a super good with the team fight matching. Looks great.
Yeah, both heroes fit in a lot of different strategies, so not giving away too much here either, and maybe even some flex still possible. It's not likely, but it is possible.
It absolutely is possible, and I feel like if you're also going to look at the bans, both of these heroes require a lot of similar things for them, right? You want this follow-up damage into the teamfight, so the Hoodwinks, the Snaps, very likely that Falcons have their eyes on it, same for Extreme Gaming, and if one of them gets banned out, the other gets picked, gonna have to look further down the list.
The question is, do you think XG is going to start trying to enable the Mars by banning out difficult heroes for the Mars to initiate on, or is it more thinking about the wider game? At the moment, they're still going towards taking away the Maureen specialties, right, the Shakers, but something to think about potentially for future picks.
I think they're thinking of the wider game right now, because if you're first picking your offlaner, you're saying that it doesn't matter how the laning stage goes, we just want this hero for us. And on the topic of Snapfire, that has to be the most contested support between these two teams. It's looked great in the hands of Extreme Gaming, they flex it between 4 and 5, and if you give this hero to crit, we've seen him do magic with it.
Especially when it comes to ultra late game, of course, which you have to keep in mind, I think.
Okay, so let's see for Falcons. The out-of-pick phase is very likely for them gonna be this crit-type hero that we have talked about, very likely on the Snapfire. If you're Falcons, it would be nice if you can keep the Pangolier open, whether it goes mid or it does go into the offlane. And also with a lot of these mids getting banned out, I would not mind if Marine ends up playing it, but you need to kind of ban for it too, so that Extreme don't like force you to put it into the offlane, because there's a lot of Armari heroes that can be quite good against the Mars, maybe some Underlord, where every time the arenas you gate over, you drop the pipe. If any of these two teams know what a Mars wants, they've got the exact correct players for it.
And it will be a ban to the Troll for the ban, the one ban that Falcons had, and the non-surprising Snapfire. I'm sure that also Extreme Gaming knows that this hero would come out at this stage. They opted to ban out the Beastmaster and the Shaker. No harm in that either. Very strong heroes in the hands of Falcons.
I think Snapfire in particular goes up in value if you see an offlaner very early, because you can see if it's a pipe buyer or not. Mars, this hero does not really buy pipe for his team. That's usually the way that teams will play against early game magic damage. Mars has a different archetype though. He's that Yules into Blink Buyer, into BKB, into Refresher. And XG snag up a Hoodwink of their own, the follow-up damage to their Sun.
The question for XG is, do they want to double pick support here and then enable Falcons to kind of know exactly what they're laning into in regards to the support powers?
I mean, it would be, I think it's okay if you pick your 5 here, just because you know that most likely you are up against the Snap. Like, you're either up against Snap X or Snap Pango.
So then like a Bane where you can play most lanes.
I was looking at it too, but it's sadly banned.
Oh, is it? Oh, first phase banned, yeah, I'm blind. But they go for the Elder Titan.
Yeah,
Nova had an incredible game yesterday with it.
He's been so good on this hero for years. Even in like the prime LGD days, they were very good at always. You have the range carry on Ame, you get the ET on X Nova in the 5. They lane so well together. It's super good with Mars too, right? Mars goes in and he just wants this abundance of AoE spells being thrown into. They've played this combo many times before. Great pick.
I mean, they did this exact opening earlier in the playoffs against Enigma, right? If you replace the Hoodwink with Snapfire, that's the opening they have. But even, we talk about Snap and Hoodwink, it's kind of the same hero for what it does on the map, but it's such a formidable opening. It can pretty much activate any future core picks. It can play any type of game. Like, this is probably the strongest draft opening I think XG could do.
especially for what it is that they want to do. They want a team fight. They want to out-execute in that mid-game, not based off of their lanes, but based off of how well they spellcast. And they're just going to triple down on the team fight here, I'm sure, with their next few picks. But what they need right now is damage to take advantage of ET's buff. They need that Leshrac-style mid laner that is really going to pump out the DPS.
Honestly, it's going to feel good doing that because Falcons, they're picking the Enchantress. They're going for that pace in that early game pressure that enabled them to, put P-Vision to the lower bracket. And now against XG, the same formula could work, right? If you break your lanes, take these early towers, it's not going to be a 4-kill game at 15-20 minutes. XG, they have to respect Falcons are going to play a really strong early game.
Yeah, and most likely from the start, this is usually where they end up taking Skeeter's hero, right? You keep the Pango open between like your 2 and 3. You don't really want to show. Sven is something that they've played before. I mean, it's nice if you can get a BKB hero because you are going up against the Mars, against the Hoodwink. You have the edge. Because Falcons, this is also no surprise to XG. You have seen these heroes before. You know what they're going to do in the early game. But at the top level of Dota, you can show your cards, but if you execute perfectly, it is really hard to play into it. It's also where the troll ban comes in kind of handy. It's good for the Sven. So now for XG, where do you want to go? They've shown us like a Medusa before because he wants the carry-to-carry matchup. He can have it if he wants to. This is his pick if he wants to have it.
It's the Medusa or the Ursa. That's where I'm leaning. If you want to go for not dying to the burst and the jump, you can go for the Ursa. You then follow up with your Arena. And then the Medusa, like you mentioned, also very, very strong. The only question mark would be Panglid, Diffusal Blade. Is that annoying enough to scare you from picking it? If it isn't, also very, very good.
And this pick for Extreme Gaming is the most important pick in the draft. They have 2 bans afterwards to protect it. And of course, it is the other team, it's Falcons, that is getting the overall last pick. So if you want to protect any pick in your draft, this is it. And it will be the Ursa, so that will be Ame's hero for this one.
Yeah, it just gives you that ability to kind of clutch up in the moments. Like a lot of the iconic clips from XG in this tournament have been, pumping in a Lotus or a quick turnaround play, and why not put Ame on a hero that can throw themselves into these vulnerable positions and let the rest of his team shine, and then he'll turn it around.
He gives them like all the follow-up damage that they're looking for, and still it keeps XM open, right? Sure, you have to ban a lot of heroes against this guy. It's one of my favorite guys when it comes to XG, XXS, XM, standout performance, and you've got to be careful. This guy can absolutely turn the game on its head.
It's a really great pick in terms of also jumping the backline. You have this ET who, with the Spirit, is going to be able to scout out heroes for you in team fights. You want the ability to instantly connect to them, either with an Arena and just burst them down really quickly. The only issue is Ursa ET on lane, you're going to play against either Snap or Enchantress. It's most likely the Snap, and maybe even a Pango off lane. And in that case, he's going to suffer a little bit. Like, his entry into the game will be slower. Ursa is not renowned for his laning unless he's paired with something like a Disruptor.
So they're banning out the Huskar to respect the fact they need Ursa to get into the game, right? Yep. The last time that Amar played Viper competitively was 4 months ago. What stops Amar doing something like this as well? Like I fully break the lane, my Sven will farm, my Pango goes active, they will win me the game, but as long as I do the breaking of the first 15-20 minutes, like that's the thinking I'm having, is because if Amar's happy to Huskar, he'll be happy to bring out any other hero to dominate the lane. And there's the Storm Leshrac bans that you mentioned earlier.
I will say that if there is any team that has Viper on their radar always...
Oh, go again, go again.
Oh my god.
One more.
I've got so many legends on there.
Has he got more?
There will be more.
Ooh.
Nice.
Alright. Little hipster.
We gotta fix that one.
Ooh, very late. Oh my god.
Going back. Oh, there we go. Yeah.
Instead, they ban out the Doom.
This map
very,
must
very
be
stable.
really warm.
Oh, yeah.
Great way to close it out.
It is a great way to close it out, and it is closed out by the Queen Pain on Extreme Gaming. That will be their hero for XM.
This one was a no-brainer pick for XG here. They lacked range damage and the ability to instantly blink in and follow up. Storm gets taken out, Lesh, who builds Blink Dagger, gets taken out. All that's left is for Queen of Pain with the Sonic Wave to give you that added damage. XG are looking to blink in, take the fights quickly, burst them, and then re-engage.
And but building on that as well, they also have kiting, right? If they are to blink in and maybe misinitiate, Ursa can disengage, Quap can disengage, ET can assist the fight to ensure that the secondary fight also looks quite good. the layering on XG's lineup ensures that this game is going to have points of pressure any single time.
So you can decide, do you want Pango to go in the mid lane, or do you want Amar to play it on the off lane?
I mean, you can go mid, but you do take quite a beating from the Queen of Pain. It's not your favorite matchup. You could say similar things for the offlane, even though I feel like maybe with the Snap 4, you can like try to offset the lanes. So to me, it's more about what they value more. Like, what do they also feel like they need from the game? You have two guys that jump in. Like, your draft covers quite a lot. So if you care more about the lanes, you could go for a pretty heavy laning hero here.
They only have 10 seconds to think about what to do with this final pick, and here it is. Oh, it's an Ember Spirit. We don't get to see that man on the main stage that often this weekend.
So they went for this Ember just because they wanted to secure that mid lane matchup versus the Queen of Pain. They want something that can just stay on lane versus it, not get bullied out, and try to match its tempo.
Yeah, not only that, it provides so much vision throughout the game. The lockdown available for XG is quite limited, so if Maorine's going in first, baiting XSS to ever waste a spear or arena, it then activates the rest of his lineup to go in, and then you throw in a Pangolier with the Rolling Thunder as well. Vision and information will be always on the side of Falcons if they're the one going in first.
So if you're playing Hoodwink and ET versus Ember Spirit, who's having a good start and is getting these runes,
You
good
hate
luck.
your life.
Good luck, because you cannot defend yourself against this hero. For Falcons, they have their typical map play style of mid. They're going to have their initiation from the offlane. They're going to have Malrine building these early items and running at people, and the double supports farming the entire map. The question for XG is if they can match that pace in the early game and get to the point where they can blink and instantly take these fights, because that early game looks tough.
Yeah, you got to have a lot of mid focus, right? We've already spoke about Ember and what they can do, but also Queen of Pain, right? If Queen of Pain pops off and every time you go somewhere you're getting a kill, it could buy enough time for the items of the Mars to fix some of their lockdown issues, or the items on the Ursa to ensure he has that burst potential. I think mid lane is such a critical matchup in this game one.
Yeah, I really love these two drafts. Like, the way I see it too is that Falcons, they have this early to mid game that they usually have, and then they might taper off a little bit, you know, against Extreme Arme. He's got his Ursa against the Sven matchup, but I also like that Falcons, they cover their like late game. The refresher on the Ember, the refresher on the Pango, the 5-slot, the 6-slot. Sven, you know, doesn't do too well there, but then his teammates come in again with the network to back it up. So we're in for a long game. We're in for a lot of fights and absolute banger team fighting.
Well, that would be fantastic. I do have one final question to you. You say that this mid matchup super important here with the Queen of Pain and the Ember. How much help are they going to get from the supports? How much help can we expect they get?
Falcons could be tri-laning mid lane. With an Ench and a Snapfire, they're going to be running mid. But XG, they do have the arena. It feels like on their side as well. So they do have like a sixth man, and that sometimes historically has helped. And yeah, again, Falcons, the early game, it is looking very, very good.
Okay, let's see. I'm sure that the coach agrees, and that's where we're heading to right now, because Tsunami is standing with AUI 2000.
Thank you very much. Yes, indeed, I am standing by AUI 2000, coach of Falcons, and you are no stranger to this, my friend. In 2022 in Singapore, with Tundra coaching Grand Finals. I was wondering if you could maybe take me back in time about that team's journey to Grand Finals versus how Falcons have made it here.
I mean, honestly, for both teams, it's just been an incredibly rewarding journey. I mean, standing in this crowd, like being able to play in front of them, it's all every Dota player dreams of. So I think we're just all grateful to be here.
Let's hear it for just the spirit of competition. Now, I'm sure you have a very vivid memory of how that last Grand Final went. Upper bracket final, you played against Team Secret. It went to 3 games. They went down to lower bracket, had to play 3 games against Liquid, and how did your grand final go after that?
It was good, it was 3-0.
It was good, it was 3-0. Now we're in a similar situation. You went to 3 games against Extreme, and now they're back. Well, actually, no, it was P-Vision, actually. The equation has changed. Everything's up in the air now.
I mean, I would love a 3-0, but honestly, I sort of hope for 5 games, you know? We actually respect Extreme a lot as a team, so we're super happy to play them now.
Then let's hear it for the potential of this grand final. Hamburg, make some noise for this grand final!
Welcome to the International, everybody! Let's kick this shit off with a bang! It's China striking first blood!
Cannot be more fitting. A return in bounce East versus West will grace the grand finals one more time as Ame returns to claim his throne. An uncrowned king against a king already crowned. You could not ask for a better storyline going into this immaculate TI.
That's right. There is so much history that goes into the international. And a large part of that old history, some of you might remember, was that balance of power. It was China versus the world. Every odd year, an international team would win. Every even year, a Chinese team would win. For 7 years, this was true, until Ame and LGD fell to OG at TI8.
History was written, and once more we return to write history in the stars. Can XG make the miracle happen? Can they make this tough road through the lower bracket, return to a finals, a third appearance for some of these players? They have consistently fallen short, but perhaps this is their moment to put their name on that Aegis. They are against a very tough opponent in Falcons. They have been dominating this meta. They have been setting the trends. They have their comfort picks. It's not a question of knowing what they're going to play. It's a question of how do you beat what they play, because everybody knows the heroes that are going to come out from these playmakers. Can you out-team fight them? Can you out-skirmish them? That is the challenge ahead in this series for XG.
Already see XM and Malrine trading blows, as we will see in hopefully 5 games of this series.
Oh yeah.
XM has already taken a bit of a lead here at 10-2, and it seems like all the lanes are going well for Extreme, as another 10-0 for Ame. Seems that, do you feel like Extreme Gaming put a bit more emphasis on the lanes against Falcons?
If anything, I think they did it against P-Vision. They had to learn how to not get run over in some of these lower bracket series. The European team's laning stage is insane. You have to come prepared for it. You cannot give them too much room, too much tempo, particularly when you give up these tempo supports. The Chen, the Enchantress, you can't ban them all. Snaking's going to get something in this game. If Amar is on one of those tempo setters like the Bristleback, for example, these games can spiral very quickly off a laning stage win. XG need to step up their first 10 minutes in this series if they want to have a good chance of competing. But that said, they also made some crazy comebacks.
Yes.
This is a team, you cannot count them out at any point in that game. And this is another lineup that can just scale like a beast across all 3 cores. I like that they went for the first pick Mars. That's a dominance move. We're taking it away from ATF. We're going to get it for XXS early. We don't care if we have to first pick it. We want him comfortable. We want him controlling the fights. And by God, has this man had a TI. He absolutely has to be in the front running for this MVP right now.
100%. I mean, he saved Extreme Gaming's life in that lower bracket final. In fact, in the lower bracket in its entirety, he has come up for Extreme time and time again, and he is a large reason why they are here in this finals. Ame, he's trying to put some pressure onto Amar where he can in this Ursa versus Pango matchup, but the mobility is not allowing him to do so. Amar, 19-2, doing the best of his comrades when it comes to the CS.
And we do see the support swap from Falcons. This Elder Titan's going to be a pivotal hero in this matchup. It's something that XG are going to more and more. It's a crazy teamfight scaler, something to give them confidence in the late game. Downside is it does have some rough lane matchups. Falcons are trying to abuse this Enchantress with the Dispel against X-Nova. Get that lane win in the off lane for Amar. Does require you to put crit into that safe lane. You lose a little comfortability, but you gain really good support matchups here.
Certainly feels like a lot of draft threats on the table no matter who wins in this game, right? If all of a sudden the Elder Titan is kicked to the side and this Enchantress reigns supreme as a support, we've seen how when the games start going late, any support that is able to farm for themselves has big value.
And also, we have the 2 biggest support ranged playmakers in this meta, the Hoodwink and the Snap.
Knocked back by the God's Rebuke, will not be able to get a stun off. A second kill for Extreme in this laning phase as they are up now 1,000 gold.
This is such a strong duo. You can't ask for more in this meta right now. Terrifying lane to go up against. And the fact you had to put crit up here to try and get that Enchantress ET matchup does hurt crit a little bit, because these Snaps and Hoodwinks want to play with the offlaner. They want to get aggressive. They want to use the early spell power to build momentum. Earn charge is already online for Jin-Q. Super strong right now.
Lots of damage. Jin-Q stepping a bit too far forward, trying to pressure Skeeter, takes a lot of damage. They even threw the blood grenade at him, but they couldn't go for the kill. While Amar goes down, they trade out cores. X-Nova, can he beat down Snaking? One more hit, he's got it. A 2-for-1 special, and the action returns at the top lane, as this time it's Crit who puts his life in danger and does not manage to get out of it.
I was maybe a little concerned for XG laning-wise coming into this series, but already they are hitting the mark. This XXS Mars is the most farm hero coming out of this laning phase. They even get a kill with that Ursa on the Pango, not expected, and so much XP for Xnova on an amazing hero to get early levels on in this Elder Titan. Already has the boots online, already level 4, putting points into that natural order. You combine this with some of the Queen damage later, the Mars damage later. They have such good teamfight combinations. If you're Falcons, you need to get this Ember off to a good start. Play through him, let him drive the pace of the game. Don't let XG set up these big fights around Roshan where they're super confident in their AoE control.
Fighting for power runes, but locked down by the chains. Got a bushwhack, trying to stop it. Another stun comes in. XM is able to get the blink away, and Jinkyu is the one to pick up the arcane rune instead. A little bit of HP fed over to Malrine. He'll be okay, and XM being the ranged hero should be able to weather through this a bit.
Jinkyu just playing with him. This early Urn creates such a threat with the blood grenade combination. He's basically just fighting 2 supports in the river, taking the rune away from Malrine. That's a huge win. As XM feeling the pressure of some of these summons. Double range creep, plus Enchantress, plus Catapult about to hit your tower. Need reinforcements here.
Yeah, where is this Elder Titan? He's been hanging out with this Ursa, but he's needed in the mid lane. They pop a glyph here. And depending on how much Falcons want to tank here, they have another enchant, so another creep to be able to tank this tower. A few more Siege Wagon hits, and then another round of creeps will enter into the tower. So this Siege Wagon, it's going to get well below half here. The Spirit only just now showing up, but what do you even do as an Elder Titan this early?
Not a lot. Tough matchups. You don't interact well with the Ember Spirit. You don't have the lockdown for him. Just got to beat him back, but that is some significant tower pressure.
Oh, but the trade-off, Ame. He almost gets the kill on Amar, but he
play.
also takes the Wisdom Shrine. That is a big move. Extreme. I mean, they drew the first blood quite figuratively and literally as they managed to get the first kill, but also won the laning phase. Falcons with this move on mid was brilliant, but the trade-off, Extreme got to be very happy as their supports are going to get their level 6s before Falcons.
Huge advantage gained off that play from Ame, getting aggressive on that battle line. He even forced double support TP there that yielded nothing for Falcons. So now, if you want to get aggressive top with this Mars, no support can come in for Skeeter. If you want to get aggressive on mid, that option's available with the Sonic Wave.
Yeah, like how does Skeeter even play top anymore? It's a level 6 Mars and a level 5 Hoodwink at 8 minutes in. He's got to abandon this lane.
So many levels on these supports.
Power Rune, Malrine tries to get it and does manage to grab it. Regen into the bottle.
Nice pickup for him. I mean, XM not finding early fights with this Sonic Wave. Love to get some action going, but the mobility from this Ember Spirit, just not something that XG can deal with early on in this game.
This tower is going to fall, but who's going to get the last hit on it? Malrine tries to get there in time, but XM already snags the deny. Malrine would love to get a kill on Xnova, but not the case. Against an Enchantress, this is just inevitable, right? You're going to bleed out towers.
Yes.
You just got to try and slow it down as much as possible.
Especially with the lane swap they did. When this Enchantress plays from the off lane, those moves behind the tier 1s are incredibly dangerous, and they're a lot more fluid for Sneyking to make than if he was stuck in that safe lane trying to secure farm for the Sven.
Sneyking did not make the read there. That a ward was placed on that high ground. He gets his own really good laning ward, though.
Ame hunting him here in the jungle. He's got his eyes on him.
You got to punish this Enchantress. You can't just let Sneyking live in your jungle. He will do that until you punish him. Thinking about the Sonic Wave, is it required? XM, they can't even get him.
Nice enchant for the Dispel and the Overpower. Ame trying to hold it. Sneyking holds longer.
And of course, anybody who shows up in the top lane is going to die. It's just a matter of time. Crit's not dead yet. And now with the Ember Spirit here, looks like the Mars in big trouble, and Jinkyu is not able to chase after Crit. It's going to be XXS to fall instead as Falcons bring 4 up the top. They do not want to be losing these early towers.
That was a big committal. I mean, you're showing all 3 cores on this top lane to bring down that Mars, who is having a fantastic time. That's a big kill. But it does give a lot of space to the Ursa, more space for XM on the mid. Got to look towards this 10-minute power rune. If he can grab it here, it would be a huge win for XG. Malrine looking for an amp damage or a haste to accelerate his game.
Once again, Malrine going to try and outclick XM for it, but this time XM gets the bottle. With a haste rune, not required to pop it just yet. He's able to blink away.
Big rune to take away from that Ember.
Yeah.
That is super dangerous around the map.
I mean, it's
Still
also
no Sonic Wave thrown in this game.
Yeah, we got to start establishing our own threats from the mid lane if you're Extreme Gaming. You're looking around where the Sonic Wave has been off cooldown for like 4 minutes now. We just haven't put it to use.
It's easily a move he can make to top, right? If you have this arena on top, anybody that shows there, just arena them into the Sonic Wave. Even if reinforcements come in, that can be a great fight. You can connect through the gate. It's kind of your best point of attack right now. You can also continue to hold it here and use it defensively. If you want Ame to continue playing bottom against some of the threat that the Pango holds, the Queen can counterplay that a little bit.
Crit playing games with XXS and Jin Q once again, but this time around Extreme bring a whole lot more heroes to the mix. Falcons decline to do the same. They'll give up the tower finally and make a trade-off of their own.
A lot of trades happening in this game, but man, Crit has suffered in this early game. Losing the Wisdom Shrines really hurt him because he had to play more sacrificial on that safe lane to give Sven some of that XP. This Snapfire's level 4.5 right now. I don't know when you're gonna have kisses in this game, but it's not gonna be for a while. And to me, this has been the spell that's defined this hero at this TI. You know, heroes come and change, the spells come and change, but right now, getting kisses online fast, taking fights around that ult, super powerful long-range damage. We've seen it just win team fights straight up. We saw what Jin Q did with it in the previous series. The more this is delayed, the better the team fights look for XG, particularly around that Roche pit, if Ame gets off to a fast start. Mallory just playing with her mid, looking for that 12-minute power rune.
XM challenges him again. The stomp, it lands. Good bushwhack, the turnaround, and there's the Sonic Wave, but it wasn't even required. Jin Q had it well in hand. That bushwhack combined with the sharpshooter, well played.
And Skeeter's here looking for the fight. There's nothing to fight. He'll just pick up the rune and go back to the jungle. Huge kill in this Ember Spear. That's the hero. You want to get the fast Mage Slayer on that Falcons can snowball through. Every time you take him off the map, you buy so much time for your other cores.
Yeah, and Skeeter will have the luxury of stacks where you can see it. Extreme do not have that same luxury. 9 more stacks than Extreme have done. I mean, when you have that kind of imbalance, Extreme have to get aggressive, right? There's no other option.
Start stacking of your own, claim early Roshans, or start taking some more team fights. The interesting part about this game is you won the Wisdom Shrine battle, but Falcons are ahead in XP. Because Skeeter just got so much more out of this jungle. This Sven is level 11. He's a couple levels ahead of the nearest core. So their supports are behind, but their cores are ahead. And these are cores that can absolutely just win the fight, even if the supports are lacking some net worth.
Hey, I'm just happy we get to see 2 cores that do not build Helm of Dom.
Oh, there's not going to be a single Helm in this game.
Bless. Another Wisdom Shrine is coming up in 40 seconds. Crowd happiest they've been all day.
The Helm meta died somewhere in the lower bracket, it would seem, as these teams just want to duke it out. Malrine still looking for that Mage Slayer, but very strong on the front line as long as he doesn't get bushwhacked into the burst damage.
Tried to get the slight chains, but let's face it, diving into the tier 2, that is a risk a bit too much for Falcons. And this smoke seems to have petered out.
And items flying in for XG right now. They dodge that fight, they get Blade Mail on the Quap, they get Yules on the Mars. Early fighting items now online. 14-minute Wisdom Shrines are spawning. Looks like they're just going to get it traded out here unless X-Nova wants to try something really sneaky down there.
Yeah, this will make it so that Malrine can't be nearly as aggressive, right? There was very little punish outside of a sick bushwhack that we saw, but now he's going to be running into potentially a Mars who just Yules Arena Spears. Easy.
Super deadly on the front line. A lot of threat coming out from XXS right now. Downside is you don't have the reach of something like the Blink Dagger, so it's a little harder to just make an aggressive smoke play with confidence. But if you get the right angle, you just run into heroes, phase boots into the Yules, it'll do the job, and yeah, that ward scouted that out.
That first move with this Yules, it's gonna be red, smoked right underneath a laning ward.
Upside is if you just go to the tier 1, you might just be able to pummel this tower and get something out of this move regardless. The Falcons don't want to give up this tier 1 for free.
Sure, and maybe find the sacrificial support position.
Yep.
Here comes that play. Even had the scan on the mid lane right next to XM to
and
see who was next to him.
Ob's placed right under Sentry up top.
You're gonna try for it. Rolling Thunder. Amar. The chains, but he doesn't pull the trigger just yet. I mean, if the tower's not gonna fall, there's really no need.
That's not a fight you want to force into this amp damage Ember. not the timing to do it, especially when Ursa's just not going to join the fight. Battle Fury was just finished for Ame a minute ago. He's cruising in the farm department. He's having a great time. No pressure on him right now. Recovering his disadvantage against the Sven, who had all of those ancient stacks earlier. Does not want to be dragged into a bad engagement for a tier 1.
Falcons make a show of a 5-man defense in the mid lane. After the tower's defended, back to hitting neutrals. They really haven't they haven't ground out that usual lead that Falcons tends to do after a laning phase. Extreme is still keeping up despite the stack disparity.
Difficult team to grind it out against.
Why is that?
They're just resilient around the map. They rarely give up really bad core deaths. I mean, the games that are spiraling are going to spiral for anybody, but I feel like they just don't feed in poor places. It's usually getting lanes super deep. X-Nova, he's... Oh,
okay, the Croaker. Yeah, Snaking had that well in control. There was no problem there whatsoever.
That's that Mage Slayer online for the Ember, so time to get aggressive. Follow Malrine, let him bring these supports back into the game in a really nice position. Look,
Malrine does find another one. Slight chains, kisses. And XXS is biding his time, waiting for Malrine to show, but the kisses give too much information. They have to back away.
Too easy right now. Just follow this Ember. Very little XG can do about it unless they are just baiting someone out and going and using.
Yeah, as you said, the core's not being picked off, but they do manage to find some support kills.
XG don't mind this kind of style though. Like, they're willing to give up some part of the map early on in a game to push it later, get their item timings, and take that fight. Even if it's at a 5 or 6K net worth disadvantage, they believe in their execution. They believe in their timing. They're going to overcome that, particularly around the Roche pit. We have seen this team dominate Roshan fights. To me, it's been their signature sauce for this event.
I was about to say, if anything's going to give them even more confidence, is going to be that lower bracket finals, game 3. Yeah. They played against a net worth advantage the entire time, and still had the confidence they were going to be able to pull through, and they sure did.
I mean, at this point, just believe XXS is going to win you the Roshan fight because he's done it time and time again.
Yeah, just give up every Roche. Just make sure XXS is in a position to make the steal.
And there's the Blink Dagger for the Mars. He was thinking about BKB or Blink, but he opts for the Blink. Tells me XG want to get aggressive here in the next few minutes. If you can get a team fight on top of Falcons with you being the initiator, particularly on that Pangolier or Ember, it can break that fight open, especially if it's around the pit, straight into Roshan for this Ursa. This is a really pivotal moment in this game for Falcons to defend their map.
Baiting an 18-minute power rune that doesn't spawn. Amar makes a poke at XM and reveals that there is a whole heap of heroes right behind him.
Blinks are also online for Falcons. Pango Blink, Sven Blink, Instant Smoke. Falcons are going to look to do what XG just wanted to.
XXS is thinking about striking first, though, and he managed to get the pin. No Yules required. They just blew him up, and the Rolling Thunder will come too late to save the Ember Spirit. But maybe Skeeter, you can see him. He's holding off right now, waiting for his initiation. When's he going to make his blink? They got the arena onto the 2 supports. Now he jumps in right into the Mars. He went in for the off-laner, but now he's surrounded by heroes, and he'll be blown up by Ame. Ame, too, was patient, and he waited for his counterpart in Falcons. He waited for Skeeter.
Beautiful patience from Ame on the side of the fight. He waits for the Sven jump, jumps in with no chance to man fight him this early in the game. And he will clean house. The exact team fight XG we're looking for. Started a little differently for them, but a beautiful pin from XXS. You burst down the Ember. That's what you want. Ember or Pango every single time. It's a recipe for success.
And he could have gone for the safe play of the Yules, but it would have been an entirely different fight. The execution was fast, and that's what kept Falcons out of it.
He gets to hold arena for later on, and that's what's kind of dissuading Skeeter here. Like, he doesn't want to jump this Hoodwink who's already dying. He doesn't want to jump that Blade Mail Quap. He wants the Mars. He got sick cleaves off him. Almost kills XM with that angle. But Ame, just better positioning, better moment to jump.
I mean, it all starts with the Ember Spirit pickup, right? He can play the longer game because they're up a man in that regard. 100%. Skeeter forced to do something. XM trying to force a play here.
Stomp misses.
It covers at least the retreat from XM. Falcons go back to their side of the jungle. Despite the loss in that mid lane, not that big of a net worth lead for Extreme. We're still keeping this game very tight at 20 minutes, though. Extreme, they want the Tormentor. They're going to smoke up for it. Falcons will do the same, not to smoke, but trying to defend their territory.
Look at the Basher. freshly done on Ame. He got it off that fight. Could be super pivotal at locking down these mobile cores here.
Smoke breaks on XXS. XXS not going to blink forward. Doesn't want to go in blind. Now spot snaking, and he'll just pin him. See if they can blow him up with the break. It'll make it a little bit easier, but the heals, man. They can't even burst him down. They just used so many spells and didn't claim the 5 position. They will back out. A good stomp, though, and a pin off of it. They're going to jump in. Ame goes for the kill, and they got him. Amar does what he can, but again, the Rolling Thunder is just not enough to save the life of his buddy. He's got the Yules to defend. XXS trying to stop these kisses. A blink away. And he does manage to prevent any losses there. Falcons, they'll retreat as 4. And Extreme now own the Tormentor.
Such strong early item timings from XG and XXS. Finding the spears time and time again just sets everything up in this fight. Malrina's not been able to play a single fight other than him just getting nuked down instantly.
Yeah.
And all of that was off of a casual stomp from X-Nova. That's how this Elder Titan gets you. He can throw the Spirit out, he can wait for a slight, and then he's going to force you to Remnant out or you get stomped, and you don't know what's coming after that stomp. Very little to bail you out of that situation. It's an annoying spell for Malrine to just be sitting under in the middle of the fight. I mean, Amar's the most farmed hero here for Falcons. He's having quite a good game. Just can't find his mark in these engagements.
Ame's not alone down here, but Falcons know it, thanks to the deep wards that they were able to place earlier in the game. Has not allowed them to take control of the match. Going back to the Ember Spirit, though, this is a hero that we haven't actually seen too much of here at TI. Why is that?
I think his early game is still good, but he kind of falls off in that mid game a little bit. He doesn't pack the same punch, and I think players are concerned about his ultra late game scaling sometimes too. Like, yeah, 6 or 7 slots, all these Spirit heroes are crazy, but you compare it to things like the Queen of Pain with the Sonic Wave damage. It's just not the same punch, right? He's kind of an attrition hero. He likes to go in the fight, take the long fight. It feels like a lot of these fights are just decided off a jump. You throw in the nukes, you blow somebody up. It's not Ember Spirit style right now, and now his strength can be just set up for some of these long-range supports. Great hero to combine with the Hoodwinks and the Snapfires that are in this meta, and I think that's what Falcons wanted to do. They just got slowed down.
Yeah, particularly since they don't actually have a save here on the side of Extreme. There was potential for slight chains kisses to get guaranteed kills, but we didn't see too many of those, and not really on big consequential heroes. And as a result, Ame is up at 13K now.
It's also a hero that takes that mid tower very quickly, and then you kind of collapse the game to that mid lane. You make them fight your Ember when he's really strong. You make their supports engage this hero that they have trouble locking down. I think XG dodged that pretty well. Falcons didn't get a lot out of that, 5 to 15 minute mark as they wanted to, especially with some of the power runes going to Malrine.
Sure, they gave up the mid tower. They didn't actually fight for it. They even denied it themselves, limiting the amount of gold that Falcons got out of it.
They didn't bleed bad kills, which would have snowballed this game, and they won the side lanes. That was a huge component. XXS got off to such a fast start. You could afford to give up something around that mid lane and still feel good about the first 10 minutes here. And now you're cruising into this mid game very even. Still anybody's to take in these fights, and I mean, Roshan's still just sitting there in the pit. Very tempting for both teams.
Absolutely.
We even see the X-Nova Spirit scouting it out. I mean, there is some worry here on XG for Falcons to man up for it if they feel you're on the wrong part of the map.
We are now at that point, by the way, where we're going to get some serious magic resistance problems for Falcons. If Amar is going to build to scale, these supports on the side of Extreme, you've got the combination of maxed out natural order combined with the deconstruction facet. That's already making a lot of this magic damage be pure. And then you're going to have Hoodwink come in. He's buying up a shard really soon. That boomerang is just going to amp up that magic damage even more. The burst damage is going to go crazy.
If you get a latch off this Mars, that hero is just gone. No hard save in this lineup. At least you have some armor differential from the Sven. You have the shield on the Ember. You have a shield on Pango. You can be tanky in these fights, Enchantress with the sprites. But you are worried about that first point of contact.
Yeah, which means Falcons, I mean, they've been struggling to find the initiation. That's what's been causing them so many issues in these early fights. It always seems like XXS is able to hit first before Amar does. So they either got to find that or they got to start just, playing to farm, playing to scale.
They have BKB Blink on this Fen now, though. This changes it a lot. Now you can let Skeeter go in. He can pick his mark, BKB. You're not afraid of him dying super fast here. And he has level 3 ulti online. He's hitting a really nice power point. Falcons want to use it.
And if they can get a pick off right now with this smoke, then turn it into Roshan, take that away from an Ursa lineup, would be a massive boon for Falcons. They do not find the kill, though, as Extreme Gaming have already backed up behind their tier 2, commence with their own smoke play.
They feel that Roche was maybe being forced. They're smoking before Ame finishes his BKB, though they did get the Ags on the Queen and the BKB on the Mars, so they have a nice 2-core item timing to try and take this fight.
They're going to get in position here, but Ame's still going to keep farming up. He's so close to his BKB. I'm sure he's calling to his team, don't force it too much. I'm almost there.
Almost a defensive Roche play. We don't want to do it right now. We want to let Ame farm, but we also don't want you doing it.
Yeah. And if they just stick around, though, okay, they do find one of the wards. There was 2 different very dangerous wards that Falcons managed to get down. That was one in the triangle, the other one being in that lane, off-lane position. Nobody on Extreme will be caught by that yet.
I mean, these are the types of situations where the ET feels amazing because
this would be really massive if they could catch him, but there's a similar ward. Still, though, found by Falcons, at least taking away some vision on both sides. It all comes down to this Roche, man, and we're going to have BKB cores on both sides.
Xnova, he wants it.
They get the kill on the ward. Amar does not make the jump for it. Skeeter's too far away. Skeeter's just farming away. He doesn't want to fall behind Ame right now in this standoff. Neither carry wants to just fully invest into contesting this Roshan.
But Ame got to finish BKB. They got the double obs without anybody getting punished on that. That's a huge win for XG. That was a big smoke move from Falcons to get those wards up and try and use them to take a fight. You let him go down for free. You have one more around this pit top.
And if Falcons isn't going to make the move, then Extreme, maybe they'll be the ones to play on the offensive here. The smoke is going to break on the low ground. Snake King making a break for it with his drums, trying to get far enough ahead. XXS, he'll blow the arena for him. Nice shields, though. That'll dodge a little bit, still hit. Caught by the break, but the heals are so much, they do not still have the burst damage to kill him. They need the Ursa to jump on to Snake King, but he doesn't want to show himself. Synchronized Yulzing for Extreme Gaming. They'll back away.
They might lose their last ward up here. XXS, they gave him the Ob Sentry. Very smart. Don't sacrifice your positioning on these backline supports.
Extreme Gaming seem to know Falcons' ward spots very well.
They have no obs left. This is brutal for them.
An Aghanim Scepter is done for Amar, though. So another peak for Falcons. Perhaps another chance to take matters into their own hands.
The team fight's super strong for both teams. It's just about who jumps first, and that's why the vision's so important. You lost all these wards, whereas XG, they have that ET to do a little scouting.
I mean, at this rate, we're going to get 2 or 3 more items on these carries before we actually get a fight around the Roshan pit.
Nobody wants to man up for it first. You get caught in that pit, it's absolute destruction.
Malrine found. Not pinned. Roll up will stop him, and he dodged away from the stomp. XXS has to use a defensive BKB. Double ults from Falcons for a BKB on XXS. I don't think that gives a clear enough advantage either way for these teams to force it.
Nope. Especially if the Mars gets gone on, you don't have a clear initiation as XG. They do buy a gem, which is interesting considering they just killed 3 wards. I mean, how much vision's left on the map? They really want to secure vision for the fight. Flying out to Xnova right now. But Falcons are getting a lot of items up during this period. Almost level 20 on this then. This Ember is catching up in this game. I mean, that's the upside for Malrine. He's on the best split pusher hero in this match. He's just going to rat these side lanes down. He will recover his GPM. Continue to scale.
And that's why Extreme, they're going to force it onto the bit. And it feels like they just have to. Snake King is trying to keep tabs, though. He's got his creep, checking it out every once in a while. But this Roshan is about to swap over to the other side. Not only does it sound like you think that Falcons have gotten the better of this stalemate, but it's also about to flip over to a side where they can play off of buybacks in their outpost.
I don't think the first half of that stalemate was good for them, but I think the second half was. I think XG could have been more aggressive there with how much vision they brought down. Falcons playing a little scared. But now, like you said, that Roche going to the other side, it hurts. Especially if Falcons are willing to commit buybacks here, and you just can't man up for this as Ame. It's way too terrifying.
It's also going to be another Tormentor spawn. He didn't spot the ward. XXS saw a sentry, but the ward is on the other side of the tree there.
It's a good one. Super valuable as this Roche switches sides.
And while Extreme have all shuttled down to this bottom part of the map, Falcons, they're staying split. Amar's getting a lot of farm out of his top lane. He might actually be able to take that tower at some point in time. As you said, Malrine, best split pusher in the game at this point on the Ember Spirit, so he's enjoying all the farm he's getting out of this situation. It's not much, but Falcons is grinding more and more gold into their favor. Extreme Gaming, they got to do something about this. They're going to force the Roshan, and Falcons not going to contest. Almost saying that, all right, we delayed it for like 6 minutes, you can finally have it.
It is only the first one, right? It's not super valuable here. It's just to progress towards the later Roshans.
Yeah, second Roche is going to be around 41 minutes in.
Very slow for an Ursa lineup.
Yeah.
Still have this tier 1 up mid for Falcons, by the way. This objective has not been claimed by XG either. They're working with less map control right now, which is great for Malrine. Means he gets to push these side lanes in deep, gets a lot of vision control off the mid lane to help him do it. He's enjoying life right now.
And a quick Tormentor kill for Falcons. With Extreme stuck on the other side of the map. Particularly Xnova, who is always just shadowing Ame everywhere he goes. He's really not able to do anything else.
And I must apologize, Austin. We do have one Helma Dominator.
Oh, no.
It snuck its way in. I don't know how we allowed it. I guess Jinkyu said this game is going to go late. I'm going to start farming up and pushing some waves. I mean,
Helma Dom Hoodwink? Are you serious, man?
This was probably the least expected one here. You know, you could argue it for the Mars. A lot of these offlaners just wanted to accelerate their game and have the Helm on the lane. But a second item Hoodwink Dominator. I don't think I've ever seen that.
You know what I hate the most is that it just kind of makes sense the way that they're likely to be ratted a bit. Somebody's got to get one on Extreme. An Aghanim Scepter done for Malrine.
He's recovered completely.
Level 18 as well. He's getting real big. Considering how bad his game was, where he just kept getting caught by XXS over and over again. This last 10 minutes, this peaceful 10 minutes, feels like he's actually going to be able to play some Dota. He's going to be able to get to some late game. Now we'll see how well he scales into that point compared to the Queen of the Pain, who's currently XM, just about to finish up BKB.
Oh,
that is an aggressive blink.
Great
He got a Yules off, though, on the Sven. That delay will not be enough. Too much burst damage coming in from the side. Oh! Third Splitter stops Skeeter. Does Extreme realize this? They certainly do. A BKB, keep him inside the arena. The Skeeter, he's stuck. Ame will come collect the kill that his team served up on a platter, all because of Xnova. His far sight, he saw it coming the entire way, an Earth Splitter to catch the Sven TP.
Into another D-Ward. This man is absolutely on point right now for XG. And they will take that trade. Taking this Sven off the map will create a larger differential between him and Ame. That's exactly what you want. This Sven-Ursa matchup is generally not fun for the Sven. The farther this Ursa pulls ahead, the harder it is to take that fight, unless you can go ultra late with refreshers and satanics and that kind of nonsense.
Yeah.
Ame in control of the carry battle right now. Huge pickup for XG. I mean,
Так, ребят, перезапуск стрима.
XM, he just felt like there was going to be an opening there. I guess he's right in the end. Very sacrificial.
And if he doesn't get the Yules off on the Sven, like, even though he dies, that little bit of delay, it made all the difference for Xnova to get there in time.
Very clutch Yules. And these Yules can become Wind Wakers way later in this game.
Yeah, sure.
That's the nice thing about them, and the Wind Waker is amazing against this Falcons lineup.
Still a bit worried, though, even though the Sven has died. We've seen, in particular, yesterday we saw the Ame Sven. 2,500 damage crits. I mean, you can get Wind Wakers, but can you react fast enough to stop that kind of burst damage? Snake King, is this guy just untouchable in this game? What is it? They can kill the Sven, but they can't stop the Enchantress.
I mean, it is called untouchable for a reason.
I guess so.
You should not even waste your time. If Ame's there, it's a quick pick-me-up. Right?
Of course, yeah.
But Ame doesn't want to commit his time to take Enchantress off the map. If anything, you just want to threaten Snake. You know, make him think he can die, so he doesn't push as aggressively. But don't commit so much to actually kill him, and it's a negative network play.
BKB done for XM. So the next time he aggressively blinks in, he can at least ignore the stuns. We'll see if he can ignore the damage. Ame with an Abyssal Blade. No! Does not get the follow-up bash required for the kill. And he'll try and make use of the last 25 seconds of this Aegis. I thought he was going to just push the tier boost for Extreme. This is a very deadly point. No Pango, everything up for Extreme. Being able to take the Mars off the bat, like you said it, like there's not really that much initiation for Extreme if there is no Mars.
They did get another D word off that though. Falcons are losing a lot of wards to make these plays. It's really adding up.
You combine lack of vision Extreme if there is no Mars with the Elder Titan, the vision advantage that Elder Titan's going to give you. It caused some problems, but those problems
are losing a lot of wards to
they can at least wait another minute or two, because really there's no objectives until Roshan is up. They want to take this tier 2. You combine lack of vision. I'm sure Falcons wouldn't care that much about it. Ame tries to go fishing with his Hazer and see if he can find some. It caused some problems. Some hero up here farming up jungle. They can
this
at least
Dom
wait
has
another
done some
minute
work.
or two.
Jinq mega farm
because
now.
really
Finished
there's
an
no
entire
objectives
Lincoln
until Roshan is up. They want to take this tier 2.
I wouldn't say
I'm sure Falcons
Lincoln
wouldn't care
not
that
really
much
good
about
against
it.
the Pango Ember here.
Yeah, you're stopping the Sven stun.
You are trying to throw this on Ame or XM, maybe even XXS who's been getting jumped a lot. If you block that Sven stun, could be a huge deal in the fight. But it's a very expensive investment to look just for that.
Yeah. I mean, there's maybe little things like blocking out a Eul's during an enrage timing for an Ursa or something like that.
That is it. You are trying
It
to
could
throw
go a
this
long
on
ways.
Ame or could come into play. Absolutely. Maybe even XXS.
Level 25s are right around the corner for both of our carries.
In the fight, but it's a very expensive investment to look.
That's going to be
just for
a
that.
bit spooky as Roshan.
I mean, there's
maybe little things like blocking out in that potential spawn period. Both teams going to be playing around this area.
High
Top part of the
damage
pit. Go a
counts
long
for both
ways.
these Could come into play. Like the burst damage just becomes
Level 25s are right around the corner for both of our carries.
To me, if the fight goes long, this queen.
We're in that potential spawn period. Both teams around this area.
High
Top part of
damage
the pit.
balance for both of these carries. Like the burst damage just becomes insane.
Надо, чтобы Ами вышки ломал.
Goes long, this queen could be a big problem
Если Ами
for
хотя бы
Falcons.
12
In theory,
вышек
their answer to a long
сломает.
fight is, you know, Pango Ember, bringing that same sort of attrition, just constant spell spam.
Yeah.
But the way the fights have been going is, it feels like one of those cores just gets bursted. I think you still want to jump this Sven in to almost give them better entry into the fight.
If you get to a Satanic and then Ember Spirit continues to scale, do you think that flips to the other side at some point? That longer fights can still work for Falcons because the Ember mostly?
Oh, I think they can. It's just execution.
Sure.
You kite out those little moments. Can you dodge the jump from Ame? Does someone control him when he's trying to go in and burst that target while he's committing BKB? Small things like this make all the difference. Can you find supports at the start of the engagement? You take X-Nova out, you remove a lot of the amp damage in this lineup.
Falcons not to find anything. A pick off there could have led to control the Roshan pit. A swift blink Ame Ursa.
He's so farmed. All he needs is that level 25. He's prepared for this next fight. 50 seconds for that Roche spawn. Pretty fast one. Falcons just trying to control the vision they have. They have this one ward towards mid. They have a gem up. Trying to hold this high ground. There's a sneaky Radiant ward behind this tree line over here too. Could be really pivotal if you scout someone in the river.
Oh, yeah.
Not an easy obs to D-ward. XG just waiting. They're playing patient right now. Trying to finish up the last few items to go into this next Roshan battle. It's going to be Aeon Disc for XM. Something to watch out for. He gets jumped by the Sven. He assembles that disc. The jump is gone.
And you pretty much can't afford a bad jump for this Sven, right? It almost feels like the fight is over if he jumps the wrong person and can't kill them.
Or if he jumps, stuns, goes to hit, Ame jumps, abyssals him. That's an easy turnaround. Sure. XG, you're going to throw out the Sonic Waves. Arena's going to hit someone in the back. Skeeter going in here is very difficult, but he almost has to, the way the lineup functions.
Has to pick and choose his battles, and he's going to go for XM, but I think they know about the Aeontis. They have not jumped after this initiation from Amar. What a read from Falcons, but XM holds off on putting the Aeontis together. They'll TP away on the Rolling Thunder. They tried to get something. That was just such a smart play. One shots you. He to do it. Maybe they get the Roshan, but Falcons, I think they still want to force this fight. They're going to try it. Malry, and he just throws straight in. Decide the vice on him. Here comes that spear. But the Sven with the amp damage, where is he? He isn't able to get there in time, and now he's been hit by the Yules. He gets the grab onto the Queen of Pain. XF gets off the Aeontis! Keeps himself alive, and he blinks away from Skeeter. The initiation has gone all wrong, and now begins the kite. It doesn't kite for long. Ame and his claws will rip through the Sven armor. They'll find another with XXS, a pin against the wall, and Amar, he'll fall as well.
Beautiful kiting from XG. The control on the Sven, stalling up his jump to follow that Ember Spirit. And such clutch hexes from XXS. This guy's control has been on point this entire tournament. Such a strong team fight from XG. Their burst damage is just insane. Malry, he took so much there, but that ET amps it all up. You get hit by that Earth Splitter. One last bash from the Ursa, and you're gone. Nobody to bail you out of that situation.
Да, блядь, Ами вышку не забрал. Какого хуя опять?
If Extreme win this game one, I mean, what are you gonna do if you're the coach? What are you gonna do if you're the drafter? AUI in 2000. Amar, he doesn't want to ban Mars. That's his hero.
You gotta take it away from him.
Yeah, you're gonna be put in that corner where you have to take it, and we may see if Extreme have answers to it. But first, they have to close out this game one to make that happen. And they may have a big lead. 9,000 net worth. 3.5 minutes left on the Aegis. The Falcons are known to be able to stall out games. XXS, he's landed a number of initiations. They'll find another one. Ame leads away with the Abyssal Blade, and XXS follows through. Another 60 seconds where Falcons will not have all their heroes alive.
So much gold for XG in this period. I mean, they can start buying up some luxury items now. There's the refresher for the Mars. Could be another hex on this Hoodwink. Malrein's life is just not getting any easier. It didn't start easy in this game, and it doesn't feel like it's getting any better. It's just so much control for him to play through, and this is kind of the downside of Ember. He doesn't pack a big enough punch to go in and be a threat. Fight in the control, and nobody is challenging this Ame Ursa right now. He is just running a rampage through this game. Ag's done as well. How do you kill this guy? Feels impossible.
Kinda does. I mean, you're gonna have to wait 2.5 minutes because killing him is gonna take some sort of initiation, and I don't think they'll be able to pull that off twice. I mean, they have like no instant stuns. The best you have is Sven, Blink, melee range, Stormhammer.
But that, he has
Rolling
Ags.
Thunder, Blink initiation, but
you cannot jump him anymore. It's impossible. He will always get Ags and Rage off. You have no silences to prevent it.
Yep.
Like you said, 2 minutes on this Aegis. XG, they can force high ground again. They can look for that game-ending fight.
So their only option as Falcons is to make the jump on the Ursa, reset, and high ground defense is the best possible place to make a play like that, right?
Yep, especially if you can abuse buybacks. It's one way to try and force that teamfight win. They do not have a lot available right now. It's only that Ember Spirit. Sometimes it's enough with the high ground positioning. Ideally, you make a jump on somebody, you take them down, you reset, and then this Pango can control Ursa a little bit with the Basher. The Ags rolls going through. It's kind of your hope right now that ATF has a monster teamfight on this high ground.
Well, he said luxury items were coming in. They're here for a couple more heroes. XM with the Shivas. The sight device on the Hoodwink, which is not required for yet another Enchantress kill. No problems killing her now. Now that Ame is playing in the front line, Skeeter's going to make his jump. Gets off the in-range on Ame. Skeeter got that much out of him. But you got that. But you still want to be able to play with God strength, but they jump in anyway. Skeeter, he wanted a fight, but he didn't think it was going to start that way. With him dead and gone. And what are you going to do now? It's up to Maureen and Amar. They're going to have to pull through this fight for you. You buy back on the Sven, but he won't have the God strength. They're kiting around Ame as best as possible right now. XM, Yules, it dodges out the Stormhammer, and he's gonna have a blink up in a second. He still has his BKB. A nice pin from the low ground from XXS. A buyback's being used from Falcons, from all these heroes, but they've got nothing for it. They killed a Hoodwink at best. They took out Roadkill, and that's all.
You have to get more there for triple buyback. The Sven one is not going to be the most impactful, but you bought both supports. You took an extended fight. For once, Maureen does survive the Hex burst attempt, gets BKB off, has some impact, 3,000 damage, but you can't burst any of these targets down. You can't wear through the front line here. Bear is just too much of a menace right now. You need more sustain, you need more damage. There's another great shard for XG to pick up. I don't think I've seen a spear miss outside of maybe the one top on that open arena. Just hit every single one. There's another Aeon disc for this Sven to deal with. No nullifier in sight.
Level 25 on XXS, 180 HP regen inside the Arena of Blood. But if they can take him out of the equation right away, no, an Aeon disc. Where is he going to throw out this arena? He's waiting out the BKBs. He knows Skeeter's going to expire soon, and now he's got it. First the sight, then the spear, then the damage that Ame brings to the table.
A dieback on the Sven. Falcons crumbling. No answer for Ame and his jump.
XXS doing his best, even an Outworld staff there. Double daggers to slow him down. Ame still finding more. He first catches Snake King. No buybacks there. He chases after Crit. Another hero to fall on the side of Falcons. Double cookies where they can. And they're chasing after the Ember Spirit on the same side.
Supports are just killing him.
Supports taking out the Ember Spirit.
X-Nova boss just man-fighting the Falcons mid. Back up from Jinkyu. That's a free kill. Maureen did not expect the damage, but there's that magic amp combination. Yep, just so nasty when he's on top of you. Now Ame, he gets a free trip to the high ground. Says, thanks for the setup, boys. All clean house.
Amar broke through. He's sitting on the other side of the map going, I can't cut all these waves. Extreme Gaming, they're going to get Megas out of this. They should be able to end the game. Unless Falcons, I don't even know what they have to do here. Amar, they do manage to get backdoor protection up, but the mid lane is going to push in. XM's got that covered. Unless Amar can get there with the Rolling Thunder. He's not popping it. He's trying with the swashbuckle. It's stopped by XM. Now he has the Rolling Thunder. See if he can kill the creep wave. They pop the glyph. They pop the sonic wave even. Anything to protect the creeps. Amar still gets it though, and he makes his blink away. He makes a swift retreat. Did he just buy Falcons the time they needed?
Да, блядь, XM опять башню сломал. Какая ты сука на XM? Все башни пиздит лами.
Can Extreme Gaming get through the backdoor protection though? They're gonna try. They got the Abyssal Blade initiation on Maureen, and Maureen dead for 2 minutes. Maybe it doesn't matter how much time you buy Ame. He seems to be eternal at this point in time. 11, 1, and 10. He will stand here as long as it is needed to finish out this game.
Or take the easier road, go get that bottom lane in. Free up that last Rax. You're looking at Megas very shortly here. They know that's a dieback on this Ember.
A butterfly coming in for him. All right.
All on ATF here. Refresher delivered for the Pango. Does have the 25 talent. He has got to get in here and do some serious damage in the fight.
Falcons, they did their shenanigans. But the backdoor protection is going to go down again unless they can jump the Ursa now and kill him. This is going to be Megas. Try and get something out of him.
You gotta go.
Even a BKB. There goes the Rolling Thunder. There goes the Enrage with the BKB turnaround. Skeeter, he's got to run, but he's pushed back in by the Sonic Wave into the claws of the bear. He will be pulverized. A hit in for the Rolling Thunder, but XM, he's still at Eon to be able to work with. A shot coming in. Shin-Q, not even required. Ame is all the damage you need.
Вышку, Ами, вышку.
To close out the game, and they will take the lead in the series of the TI Finals.
A confident Game 1 victory. Didn't like it.
No, he certainly didn't. And there is a lot to go over. It's a best of 5 in these finals, and the back and forth of the drafting, it's going to be a hard battle to commence.
And we'll see who wins that battle later down the line. Well, the first step has been made by Extreme Gaming. They take that first one of the best of 5 and are in a strong position to move forward in this series. How did they get to this point? That's why we got the experts to talk about it. Tigov, Effie, and Kezu. This game started fairly slow, Kezu.
No, it did, but one thing that surprised me quite a bit was how hard XG won their lanes. This usually doesn't happen when you play against Falcons. They're very good with like the lane swap, and they did do that again. They put the engine in the offlane. Crit on the Snapfire in the safe, and honestly, it had a very big impact on this game. Crit didn't have a good time there. He got a very late level 6. Jin-Q got a very early earn as well on his Hoodwink. Went around, got a lot of stuff done. So to me, then the mid game slowed down. But yeah, overall, XG, I really feel like they brought their absolute A game to this game 1.
I think they identified the fact that Marine needs to be shut down. When you look at Marine's performances so far throughout TI, at the 20-minute mark, he's only ever had like 4 deaths, 3 deaths. But this time, yeah, he has 3 deaths as well. His second most deaths so far. Often it's like 1 or 2. Like he's having such a good tournament. But XG, they identified Marine, they killed him 3 times by the 20-minute mark, and they truly shut him down.
Yeah, we've talked about it before. He is the rock of this team. They play this early game off of the shoulders of Malverine's timing, off of his tempo, and he couldn't recreate it that game. Extreme Gaming came to win today. They played with such confidence in these lanes. Falcons are a team we're used to seeing win these side lanes, not blunder, not feed, ready for every power rune, ready for every wisdom rune rotation. Usually they're the team bringing 3 heroes to the wisdom shrines, but guess what? They gave up both wisdom shrines this game. Their Sapphire did not have level 6 for a very long time because of that, and they didn't have the damage that they usually need to get their first few pickoffs.
There were also like so many clips that we can see here too. They're about so many small things. The way XG earlier like bursted Malrine, Atos, Hex, Stunlock, you go this, then you go on XM, he disassembles his A on this, it proxy gets loaded by someone else. And then you have a Bushwhack to like save him onwards and onwards, and there's so many things. The Falcons too, like snaking countless times. He lives because he goes in front, he has the right itemization, he uses himself, he delays. But the longer the game goes, at least until Falcons have like 6 slot on Ember and Pango, this Ame Ursa, he just eats you alive.
Especially later in the game when what they had to do on Falcons was to play the map, push these side lanes out. How do you do that when this Ursa has a Blink Abyssal Blade so early into the game? We'd see a hero show top, instantly get Abyssal. If you're an Ember, you have to Remnant out. If you're a Pango, you have to just roll away. There wasn't a means for you to control the map after that initial aggression from Extreme Gaming.
No, I feel like a lot of the theme of this grand finals would be who can XG just stabilize the early game to get themselves to this team fight excellence, right? Ame being 13-1-11, like the fight selection that he has is incredible. The execution of the spells from XSS, impeccable. X-Nova, the vision from his spirit and just opening up the fights, like everything XG does is based on the mid-game timing. So I'm really looking for the future of this series. How can Falcons try and change up that pacing, not allow them to kind of cruise control to the point where they are happy to take any fight?
And XXS on this Mars, like we saw it, it was in first pick Mars.
Yep.
They heavily prioritized his hero in this draft, and I would love to see that be recreated in the next game. They didn't even care what kind of matchup they would get, so long as he had a means to take these fights for them, and that he did. He was always finding the key targets in that mid lane fight. They got the kill on Ember. It just made it easy for Ame to come in, clean up, and get his net worth up because of that.
Yeah, and you pointed out, it was an overall first pick Mars, and it makes me wonder, I think there's been a lot of TI finals that have like one hero that the series kind of starts revolving around. Could that be the Mars in this case, or will it just be banned from here on out? Because that is also an option.
It could absolutely be Mars. I'm going to expect the same thing in Game 2. It's going to be first picked or it's going to be banned. It's already been the hero of a lot of games, and it's going to continue, I think, to be that way. But I want to show a lot of things that also happened that allowed XG to like even get to this stage. They don't have the BKB yet on Ame. They need time. So they go ahead of him. They smoke ahead to make sure they are around the Roche pit and allow him to farm. But look at this top-level D-warding from both teams here. You have X-Nova. They protect their triangle. Falcons are like, okay, the game is about Roche. They deward them again. Now, because this deward happened, Extreme, they ping on the menu-map. They're like, yo, they must have seen me place this ward, so I'm now going to go deward your ward that is on the lane too. And these are the small things that actually, first of all, allow this game to delay. This is 26 minutes. Roshan hasn't died yet. 28th minute, you have another roll off. You have a 4th D-ward coming out from the teams against each other. And in the ultimate last clip, this is now 30-30. Look at the minimap. Ame is now down bottom, so is Roshan. He's had enough. He uses the Fog of War to blink into the pit before Falcons are ready. And this is like 4 to 5 minutes of small macro gameplay that allowed them to take the very first ages of the game. And this is really what then started a bloodbath.
Yeah, up until that point, it kind of felt like the game could have been going either team's way, but vision is incredibly important.
No, it is so critical. And then when you see the dewarding happening from, Kezu's clips, there's another moment in the game where they set up the map in such a beautiful way that they are able to smoke for 1 whole minute, and Falcons have no information. Often when you're off map for about a minute, you're going to be identified. But you see here, Crit, he's drawing on the minimap. He's like, guys, they're on the top side. They're even using a scam. But look at the creep waves. Top's hitting the top tier tower for Falcons. Mid is getting shoved in, but XG, able to utilize the vision that they placed, and there is just no good wards on the map for Falcons to truly understand. One's on the bot side, one's on the top rune. Like, the map is getting choked out from the vision game, and when you get to play a slow game, vision is critical. All it takes in Dota is one jump to unlock the next big objective, be it Roshan, tier 2, high ground, and XG played it flawlessly in the mid game.
Yeah, and why was this a slow game? Because after the draft was done, I was told, Effie, that Falcons was going to have a very scary early game. And in my head, scary kind of coincides with maybe being active and aggressive, but it didn't turn out that way at all.
Well, they lost their lanes really hard. They were bleeding kills like left and right. They couldn't really set up for power runes the way that they are. They couldn't get their wisdom shrines early on, and naturally they're just going to slow down because of that. They hit their tempo based off of how well they played their first 10 minutes, and XG had their number in this one. They were going to play slow because they were just waiting for their Ursa's BKB timing, but after that, even though there weren't a lot of kills, they were playing quickly on the map on Extreme Gaming. They were ready to just jump any target that showed on the side lanes.
Yeah, the early game definitely did not have as much action as maybe we thought initially, but that's okay. And the action that was there was very mechanically skilled, isn't that right, Purge?
That's right. Those early game fights after you lose your towers are so important because they beat back your opponents or stop them from taking more ground. So that's why this fight was so important at the 18-minute mark for Extreme Gaming here. They've got Blink Dagger on the Mars. They're able to jump and spear back Mallory to the tower, and they throw all of their damage into him, basically, almost all of their ultimates. But killing him is important because he's the one that's going to be disabling, staying alive, and stopping their heroes from blinking around. So really good teamfight disruption from the Pangolier, and eventually with this great post stomp that happened here, it basically set, oops, wrong tool. It sets up a very good stomp and very good arena, which looks like a great opportunity. But Skitter jumps in, and something I want you to look at is look at how much armor he's got here. He's got 8-8 right now. I'm going to do the zoom in one. But as soon as he gets close to the Elder Titan X Nova, this armor number drops down to 0. And this is the exact moment that Ame jumps in with his Battle Fury. And if you take a look over here as well, he forgot to use Warcry, or he chose not to because he needed to jump in immediately to save his teammates. And as a result, he's got -8 armor because of his Mask of Madness, which is why he died so stupidly fast. I mean, they even used the Pavis here to give him some HP, but it doesn't really matter if you got -8 armor. So this was a really sick read by Extreme Gaming to recognize, oh, we're down 2 heroes, but we can still blow you up right now. So they took that opportunity, won that team fight, and that really helped ensure that that laning stage disadvantage that Falcons had didn't get any stronger.
Yeah, very well put there indeed. And of course, both teams are looking forward to seeing what might change in that game number 2. Maybe different pick order, different heroes, definitely as well. And I'm wondering, what can we really learn from a game like this, Kezu, considering it was so slow? Do you think either team will try to speed it up, or is that too risky? Because playing that fast does come with risks.
I would say that both teams actually kind of got what they want. Even like Malrine, he has a lot of level 25, level 30 heroes. He didn't have the best game, but I would attribute that more to Extreme Gaming. I think they played very well. They didn't give them many opportunities in the game, so I wouldn't even call this an off game from Falcons. I just think XG, they brought their A game. I don't think you change too much when it comes to the draft. You just gotta bring it in the game.
Agreed. I think Extreme Gaming, they have their momentum from their amazing win yesterday into their energizing win today into this game. They caught Falcons off guard, and now Falcons have to wake up, because if you look at their draft, Skeeter on Sven, ATF on Pango, Malvian on his Ember, Snaking on his Enchantress, Crit on his Snapfire, these are their heroes.
Well, I know 2 people who are great at waking other people up. Slacks and Tsunami.
Hello, everyone. Yes, yes, indeed. Can we tell the future, my friends? This is the Oracle TI, in case you didn't notice, because You're dumb. Anyway, yes. Will we be able to tell the future here today? In fact, we will. You see, in pubs after the International, there's a bit of time until the next patch. And typically, people will pick whatever they picked at the International, making, you know, pro builds into very, very bad pub builds. So, I have gathered the greatest seers in all of the arena, the random people standing behind me, who will make prophecies upon what we will see in your future disgusting pub games. Let us go and speak to other seers. Hello, what do you think we will see after the International in pub games?
I'll probably think of Hoodwink with Helm of Dominator, but just in general, Helm of Dominator, any kind of support. Pulling the lanes, giving us some free tasty last hits on big creeps. It's going to be wonderful.
Absolutely disgusting Helm of the Dominator, pause 4s and pause 5. Write it down, Tsunami. Dark times ahead. Put it on the sacred slate, please.
Не верю, я не верю.
Slacks. I don't want to do the character. Please don't make me do the voice.
Do the voice, Tsunami. We practiced the voice for 20 minutes in the back. Tsuna, do the voice.
Oh, Sia, I shall write down Hoodwink and Helm of the Dominator.
Don't do the voice anymore, Tsuna. They love it. Keep doing it. What do you think we'll see after the International?
Например, я расскажу из своего опыта. В какой-то момент очень много мы играли против разных команд, которые нас учили триплами стоять. И когда ты приходишь против команды, которая бесконечно... Тогда еще это были до гладиаторов, как команда называлась, помнишь? КВшку по-любому с ними.
Ой, слушай...
Короче, это...
Мадголемс, по-моему, или...
Не-не-не. Это команда, которая стала гладиаторами.
Да, я поняла, о чем.
И против них мы постоянно играли КВшки, и они бегали триплами, бесконечными триплами. И они нас так хорошо научили этими триплами, что мы сами потом на турнирах приходили и выигрывали. То есть нужна гибкость. Ты не можешь в доту играть на пятерке, если ты не понимаешь, как работает четверка. Это так, не должно быть абсолютно.
И здесь также можно было сделать, оставить Свен на какое-то время в соло и просто саппорту перетянуться в флейн, убить Урсу пару раз, чтобы игры не было.
Да, варианты триплы, варианты захода в портал, они всегда доступны. Даже тот же Свен. Зайди в портал, нажми стан в Урсу, убей это.
И вернись. Что мешает-то?
Это же базовые мувы. Главное перед этим проверить наличие апса.
Но все-таки Свен, наверное, не хочет этого делать. Свен хочет качаться как можно быстрее, настакать себе крипов,
А если взять Скитеру его кэрри Андерлорда, как вы думаете?
Я думаю, что будет 2-0.
Да, не надо так.
Керри Андерлорд, он хорош. Он хорош в начале, он хорош в середине. Но в затяжных играх я в него вообще не верю. По лейт-потенциалу он не такой сильный. Давайте разберем вот детально даже вот этого персонажа, что у него есть тимфайт за счет питов, у него есть хорошая пассивка и мобильность. Но мобильность, она теряет свою актуальность, когда игра заходит уже в лейт, и вы бегаете в пятером.
Он хороший в иллюзионистов. Скитеру, вот на тот период, когда он играл на Андерлорде, ему брали кэрри Шейкера, кэрри Тайтхантера. Но сейчас те времена уже прошли. Сейчас он на хардкорах часто играет и солит катки своей команде.
Хочу задать вам вопрос. Китайский коллектив берет самый сильный лейт, и при этом они такие дисциплинированные, стоят в такой хорошей позиции. Как бы они ни проигрывали, очень сложно принять файт против них. Так что же ключик?
Как заставить их ошибиться?
Как выиграть игру-то команде Falcons?
Нужен хаос. Нужно контролируемое безумие.
Все, я знаю.
Мне нравится твой ответ.
Я нашла ответ. Берем Хускара. Вот и хаос.
Хускар, мы увидели ординат Хускара, это работало отлично, но это работало тогда, когда Хускар выгоняет на второй минуте уже с лейна вражеского кора. И не уверен, что Хускар в других матчапах это может делать. А если убить этого Хускара разок, вы проиграли.
А здесь Хусик был в бане. Директор подготовился. Он всю ночь не спал, он штудировал драфт.
Ну, конечно, разумеется. Мне кажется, против Falcons в финале не отдавать Хускара нужно 100%. Ты должен всегда учитывать фактор того, что в любой непонятной ситуации может появиться Хускар. Вот ты сказал про то, что его здесь забанили. Но если вдруг он бы появился, ну, хотя бы на одну из 3 линий он был бы окей?
Я думаю, что именно в этой игре Хускар был бы очень плохим пиком. Урса, Титан. Даже Квапа, правильно?
Квапа хорошо.
Какой же это бёрст? Хускар не любит таких героев. Хускар любит выиграть линию настолько жестко, что потом его не убить. Ну а здесь, даже если он очень выиграет линию, его будет легко убить.
Но просто получается, что нам нужен хаос, чтобы Falcons выиграли.
Falcons всегда играют с хаосом. Они всегда играют на Малрина. Малрин начинает бегать по всей карте, команда подключается. Здесь это было сломано. Им нужно вернуться к тому, чем они играли обычно. И допустить, последнее, что скажу, чтобы их кор-матчап был не хуже, чем вражеский.
Да, я согласен с тобой. Нужно вернуться к первоначальному плану. Стакать тройку. Sun King, Шейкер, Primal Beast. Да, с Шейкером не пошло в последний раз, когда они играли, но до этого они выиграли 5 или 6 матчей подряд. И геймплей у китайского коллектива такой, знаете, полудефенсный. И, возможно, это и есть ключик. Сыграть немножечко жаднее тоже, где тимфайт у них будет сильнее, где, может быть, лейт даже будет сильнее.
Да, нельзя играть на их поле. Потому что экстримы всегда тебе за счет дисциплины, за счет сильного лейта и опыта, они тебя в долгих катках переиграют.
ББ так и вылетели.
Да.
Фальконс тоже офигенная дисциплина. Они тоже очень могут сыграть хорошо и в лейте, и вообще команда Фальконс может играть по-разному.
У нас было одно из послематчевых интервью с командой Falcons, и там спрашивали по поводу Амара и его инициатив в соло на некоторых участках карты, на определенных картах. И тогда, по-моему, Малрин, который приходил на интервью, сказал, что у них все в команде что-то хотят, что-то форсят и что-то колят. То есть каждый из них пытается зафорсить какой-то движ на карте.
Много лидеров мнений.
Да.
Это абсолютно нормально в текущей доте. Это давно не так, что какой-то есть капитан. И я даже не уверен, что было когда-то так.
Было.
И который говорит, все, вот это вот. Это сейчас Дота так не работает. Дота сейчас на таком высочайшем уровне, что каждый должен знать, что ему делать, иначе ты проиграешь.
Факт, согласен полностью с Фишманом. Действительно, ситуация такова, что каждый должен вносить свои 20%. Ни больше, ни меньше. И тогда это действительно команда. Раньше люди не знали, что такое стакнуть, что такое отпулить, что такое контрпик. Они просто пикали своих героев и бежали вперед. Но Дота развивается, и это классно. Если даже наглядно посмотреть, честно говоря, я долгое время не играл в Доту, когда я перешел в аналитику, примерно 2 года. Я прям реально пропустил этот момент. Но сейчас вот я вернулся, и я вижу, как люди эволюционировали. Сейчас даже на относительно маленьких ПТСах, там 9-10 тысяч, люди уже умеют играть в Доту.
Половина Дотера заплакала относительно маленьких ПТС и 10 тысяч.
Да, я тут согласен. Один единый капитан, мозговой центр — это рудимент. Ты не можешь на протяжении всей катки колить. Надо играть своих пару спайков, и у кого больше ресурсов, тот и задает темп игры. Вначале это саппорт, потом это мидер, в лейте это кор.
Настоящий капитан, он еще и тренер. Он должен до игры, во время реплеев уже научить, показать свое видение и сказать, как он хочет от вас видеть движения, какие по карте, что нужно забирать, какие объективы и так далее.
Ну вот какой был план у Мара здесь на игру?
У Мара был, как обычно, план. Такой же, как и всегда. Вы должны забрать Рошана на 18-й минуте, вы должны выиграть early game, забрать Т1 товара, забрать Торментора, а дальше все.
Кстати, я обратила внимание, что Рошана начали забирать уже не на 18-й, причем последние все дни инта, а после 20-й, после того, как Терзателя заберешь.
Потому что сейчас, когда уже плей-офф стадия у нас уже определяется совсем скоро победитель, ты не можешь рисковать. И зачастую Рошаностояние, оно очень проблематичное. Например, почему Фелконы не могли в этой игре заходить на Рошана? Потому что они играют против Элдар Титана. Элдар Титан — это макро огромный герой, который за счет своего духа никогда не даст тебе забрать Рошана, особенно рано. Он одним станом тебе все абсолютно сломает.
Да он в портал может дух упустить и просто дать вижен. Также у них есть Турса в команде, которого этого Терзателя в соло забирает.
Я бы сказал, что Рошан — это самый важный объектив в Dota 2 в нынешних реалиях. И смотрите, я бы сказал, что вот китайский коллектив за счет своей дисциплины, за счет своей позиционки — это лучшая команда для контеста Рошана на этом турнире.
Да, это факт. Учитывая их глубокое понимание выдержки вот этой вот, то что каждый раз они нам доказывают, что... единственные моменты, когда у них были сомнительные, это когда они нападали в инчу. Безумно. Это было безумно и странно. Я думаю, сейчас директор им объяснил, что, парни, если есть огромная пятерка, которая батит на себя, ее бить не надо, потому что тогда она выполнит свою задачу и концепцию. Ты всегда всю жизнь отправляешь инчу вперед с байбеком, либо без, и говоришь, братан, иди, что-то посмотри, а команда сплитит, команда выбирает позиционку, занимает лучшие фланги и так далее.
Может быть, стоит попробовать другого героя? Все-таки Снейкинг и на пугне какой-то хорошо себя показывал, и на Ченни Наги, которого ему, конечно, не дают. Но что я хочу сказать? Из последних 3 матчей на НЧ Снейкинг проиграл 2 матча, правильно?
Да, и это, кстати, может быть уже весомым решением, чтобы отменить. Ну что, ребята, у нас начинаются драфты второй карты.
Let's go, ребята. Получится ли у Falcons сравнять счет? Узнаем совсем скоро.
Так, это было не просто инча в Урсу и в белку. Один ее кусает, очень быстро убивает, а второй выключает пассивку.
Все-таки Амар считает, что Снейкинг отлично выполняет свою работу.
А может Снейкинг сам себе заколил этого героя и сказал, ребята, Я затащу.
Не, знаешь, я тебе скажу, что когда ты прыгаешь 2 из 3 матчей на героя, ты все-таки уже такой, может, играешь на чем-то другом, но если ему коуч говорит, ты красавчик, ты выполняешь свою работу идеально, а вот вы, ребята, что-то там
Так
надо
может, это команда
по-другому
Инчи
делать.
проиграла, а не Инча.
Да.
Да, это как с Пуджом. Они думают, что Инча сделала все правильно, и проблема не в ней.
Ну, единственная ошибка Энчи — это стадия лайнинга.
Там просто написано «Ами, я тебя люблю».
Да.
Шейкер, Санкинг в бане, Ванки Кинг в бане. Что же пикнет для себя этот Стасик? Кстати, Марс-то тоже в бане. Марс все-таки был проблемой.
Primal Beast. Не забываем.
Primal Beast в Биста, ну...
Плохо, это плохо, это слабо, это не ответ.
Он восстанавливает.
Есть вариант. Если все-таки противник взял квапу на первой карте, а что бы нам самим не взять эту квапу?
Да, Каш потом...
Он играет на квапе.
Он хорош.
Ребят, тут вопрос еще один раньше не закрылся. У нас не в бане бабка. Надо брать кому-то?
Бабка-белка.
Для экстримов идеальная комба под Бисмастера. Любой килл вдобавок ты эту инчу можешь всегда наказать при необходимости.
Но они сейчас сами возьмут Фальконс.
Нет, Фальконс берут свою базу.
Это визитная карточка для Амара.
Бристлбэк хороший герой в Бисмастере, но уже я вижу первую слабость в драфте команды Фальконс. Станов-то нет.
Ответ: идеальная белка снимает пассивку Бристлбэку и
Инчи тоже.
И ты не можешь вообще поиграть в доту.
Ну, а шарпшутер 1 и довольно с большим кулдауном, а героев 2. И до сих пор у нас остается даже у Falcons флекс этого Бристлбэка на пост 1-3. И может быть его поставить на линию стоять против Бисмастера, чтобы прям задушить его и выгнать?
В этом нет особо большого смысла, потому что Бисмастер всегда свой фарм найдет.
Да,
Вдобавок, скорее всего, это Бисмастер центрального коридора потенциально. Мы еще это увидим, потому что флекс остается.
Вчера в финале Винеров они и Бисмастера выгоняли с линии, и тройку забирали. И нищий герой пытался как-то там выкарабкаться.
У экстримов обычно XXS садится на бистай, как бы тяжело у него не было, он всегда камбычит. Находит свой билд, находит фарм.
Прямо
делает.
Снэпфайр?
Или Гильстрок?
Снэп, ты не можешь сейчас грима брать, потому что у тебя грим энча 20 без урона.
Да, 0 дэмэджа.
А под снэпку комбинация есть?
Есть.
Primal, конечно.
Этого достаточно?
Да, этого полностью достаточно, чтобы поиграть в доту как минимум.
Хочу заметить, что и Бристлбэк, и Primal Beast хотят фармить иншей. И китайский коллектив уже показывал, что они могут с энтрями заблочить, вардами. Но я думаю, что должны раздавать здесь тройку, постакать, и Стас будет большим.
Жадненько получается пока.
Судя по всему, у Фалконов есть два плана сейчас. Либо они действительно побегут в противника, и у них получится, либо они выиграют качку. Мне не нравится.
Но, с другой стороны, это подсейф от Бисмастера, правильно?
Да, это неплохо.
И от Худвинка в том числе.
Но у нас Рингмастер выпал из меты, потому что его сильно зарезали.
Но, опять же, хочу отметить, я вот говорил, что хочется увидеть...
Pull them into waves and always make sure he has his farm regardless of whatever pick will come out on 18 here. 4xG.
And the Ringmaster, right? We saw Crypt say this before. When there's a single target jump on that big pickoff, having escape pack is critical. Right? We saw Crypt push, with the Hoodwink and the Beastmaster in play, wanting to go for that explosive.
The cool thing about Ringmaster is that it forces your pick that you maybe wanted something different to have to be a hero that builds Nullifier. If they were looking at a different style of carry for Ame, like another repeat of that Ursa, they can't do that comfortably because Ursa doesn't slot a Nullifier into his pool early enough.
Always the way when there's not a lot of lockdown and pucks in the pool, XM's gonna want to pick it up.
It's just great against the backline, right? You're going to show them to each other. And ET always, you want not just the physical guy who abuses your physical damage, you want the spirit with the magic damage. X and Puck, it has looked absolutely phenomenal. On Falcons too, you have the option of flexing your heroes around. I would say that Amar is the better Bristle and Malrine is the better Primal Beast, but they have options because they have the ultimate last pick of the draft.
Let's see what's getting banned out here. We got the Dragon Knight already removed from the pool. Looks like both teams want to get their carry for their overall last pick. So we'll see what fits in there. And just for my own personal mental state, we have the Puck versus Primal. Regardless of how that goes, Malrine will always have a game, right? Because his Primal, the way he plays it, he doesn't have to be on the lane. He'll go anywhere else that he needs to.
Primal is one of the best cores in the game, that if you have a bad lane, your ability to skip waves, farm, and recover is there. Malrine has also utilized Primal in every game possible, good or bad, to have impact.
And when you look at Primal Beast and what makes him effective in an early game, it's the question of how successful will he be when he's off the map, when he rotates to the side lanes, when they don't see where he is, how afraid will they be? And if you have one Hoodwink on a side lane and an ET on another, you can't really stop this Primal Beast from early rotations, from charging in and trampling over you. They don't have the lockdown to do so against him.
I'm kind of liking potentially Lifestealer, right, for XG. Sure, there's a Primal Beast to grab you, but you can buy Radiance, disassemble it later for the Nullifier. It gives you ways to eat through the Bristleback through the game. You don't really care about Edge. Like, the game kind of secures the scaling for your team.
Yeah, I'm also kind of looking, like, is there something else you have to respect from Falcons? Like, if they do go for some, you know, if they do want to flex the heroes around, is there something you have to really respect? Because Ame, he's also a very versatile player. He can play any type of carry. He has the ET5 in his own lane too to like kind of protect him and like also make it easy.
I will say, this is, I think, a rare case of where we see a team in the overall or in the last pick phase with still 2 minutes left in their bonus time. That doesn't happen very often. And for me, that shouts confidence from Extreme Gaming in this draft in particular.
And they take out another stun here for Skinner.
And they don't even need their bonus time. They only use 3 seconds of their bonus time the entire draft. I don't think that has ever happened before. They go for their Clinks.
There is no doubt in their mind at all with their draft, and I respect that a lot. And we've seen Ame with the Clinks. It's a really annoying hero to play against. You're relatively tanky with your, of course, with your ultimate. Yeah, it's just insanely strong. Burst damage, very, very strong.
And he's the Nullifier hero. Clinks will buy it so comfortably. It's so important to play against Ringmaster.
It's not the easiest time here to find, in my opinion, the correct pick, because you need some type of stun or lockdown. Sure, you have like Bristle and Primal, they are mobile, but Clinks, very elusive. Puck as well. You don't have the best grab. Like right now, you need to blink and grab him with a Primal Beast. You're gonna get instantly coiled, roared, bushwhacked, or ET stomped. So I'm not sure if they want to take it here into like some offlane pick for Amar that gives you the lockdown. Do you just give him the Bristle, put another guy on Skeeter who can do the blink stun? Because that's why XG banned those heroes. You have no DK, you have no Sven.
Another option is just a carry that builds the Orchid.
Yep.
Those do happen as well. There's also Faceless Void.
Let's see what they get, and a Baden it is.
For Falcons, though, they have to make sure that when they make a move, it's a move that is their own kind of identity. It cannot be fixing an XG problem where they're skipping away, playing behind you, because like Kez already mentioned, the elusiveness of Clinks, Puck, and Hoodwink will just pick apart any 5-man ball that wants to walk down the lane.
I think normally when you play against heroes that as the game progresses become very problematic, like Puck, because you lack disable, a 5-man ball can be very effective, especially if you win your lanes. You just make it so that they don't have a net worth advantage, you end the game before they're too strong, and that's another way to play into these Pucks and these Storms. So if Falcons have a stronger early game, this really works, and Skeeter's Abaddon is one of his comfort heroes. He can also itemize against the Puck. He can just go Radiance, Blink, into Orchid, into Bloodthorn, and that can be their damage plus lockdown.
The thing there is Abaddon still needs those 3 items to then feel like he can truly win the game. And is that enough time for XG to feel like they come online, to take that one fight, to take the comeback? Because we're expecting Falcons to have the early game tempo. It's how quickly can they do it?
I mean, to me, it's like why we're here in the grand finals. It's both teams. They have what they want. You have Falcons. They're gonna play together. They're gonna tower dive. They're gonna go on you. But XG too, I love this Clinks. It's like a very OG counter to the Ench as well. You're gonna go through the gate. Clinks is like very nice at protecting himself. You've got the ET as well. So XG for them, it's about time. For Falcons, can they kind of go one step further from last game? Their lanes were not that good, but if they can have good lanes and go into this mid and early game, I think they should absolutely have the lead here.
Because they are all beefy heroes.
Yes,
here,
like they're gonna go. If you're Bristol, what do you want? You want a Primal Beast charging, and you want an Abaddon that's helping you. You want a Ringmaster that's coming in with the Wheel of Wonder, saving you, putting you in the box. So for XG, it's about survival. Falcons, speed.
All right, let's see survival versus speed on the main stage. And also on the main stage, it's Zao8 with Slacks.
Absolutely, ladies and gentlemen, I am here with the director himself. Give Zach some noise! Come on! Game 2 coming your way, absolutely. All right, let's talk a little bit about stamina. Famously, coming in from the lower bracket into the uppers, that stamina starts to go down, teams start to get fatigued. I could make a wash your face joke here, but that would be immature, and I would not do that right now. Can you tell me, how are you keeping the energy up? How are you keeping these guys fighting?
在 TI 历史中，败者组打上来的队伍会打比较多场，他绝对没有 想说洗把脸的这个梗，但是想问一下你，队伍是如何保持集中力还有体力的呢？
那还是洗把脸吧。
Let's just wash your face.
Fantastic, thank you very much. All right, you picked that Clinks in less than 3 seconds. You know, you have reserve time. You don't have to go that fast. But you guys were confident. Bam! Locked it in. Why was that? Who was making that call to pick it so quickly?
你们选了克林克斯古弓，3秒就选了，犹豫都没有犹豫的，是谁的决定呢？
其实很早的时候就觉得这把古弓特别好发挥，然后到最后一手大家都相信 M1。
So very early on in the draft, we believed Clinks is really good, and we believe in Ame.
Oh, who doesn't, right? Anybody else believe in Ame? All right. Last question for you here today. So you guys favor that Elder Titan. Only one other team did in this tournament. It was Paravision, so you've proven to be the superior Elder Titan team. Why does this hero work for you guys and nobody else?
我们看你们选了上古巨神大牛蛮多次的，然后本次比赛当中只有另外一支队伍 PV 选了大牛，你们已经证明自己是更好使用大牛的队伍。你觉得为什么你们的队伍会比较成功呢？使用这个英雄？
一个是选手玩的比较好，我觉得 X Nova 的大牛玩的特别好，还有感觉对面根本针对不了我们。
Well, one thing is that the player plays it really well. X-Nova's Elder Titan is amazing, and they just have no way to counter us.
All right, well, we'll see about that. Thank you so much, my friend, for an excellent interview. Thank you as well to Helen, our translator. And we'll throw it to game number 2.
Welcome everybody to game number 2 between Extreme Gaming and Falcons. We heard the words from the director himself talking about X-Nova and that Elder Titan. Now you pointed to this hero. You said it was going to be one of the heroes of the tournament. As time goes on, people are going to remember that this hero is a beast in the late game. You agree with his assessment that X-Nova's Elder Titan is just a tier above the rest?
Oh, absolutely. He's one of the OG players on this hero. He has been playing it for years and years. He has a lot of experience on it. And you need that experience because this hero is all about hitting that stun or Earth Splitter at the exact right moment in the fight. If you mess it up, you're not contributing a whole lot. This is a really nice tool XG has brought out in this series, and one Falcons are going to have to address. They're trying to address it through the laning phase, giving him bad lane matchups, giving him supports that are difficult to interact with, also mid laners that are really mobile. Sometimes the CT can suffer with direct lockdown compared to a lot of other hard stunning supports. That game 1, though, it did not push through, and we saw some big plays coming out from X-Nova, especially with this Hoodwink ET duo. They get it again here in the game 2. Falcons did not deny.
Так, пацаны, ще я, наверное, вебочку включу. Так, ну, вроде воркинг. Вебка здесь и... Здесь тоже, что ли, включить? Ну, короче, да, погнали. Ебать мои глаза. Ебать, глаза, конечно, пиздец. Ладно. Погнали, еще комментаторов каких-нибудь. Комментаторы.
Еще один пшик. А будет.
Снова?
Нет, но ФБ забирает на рингмастере.
Снова, опять.
Его Элдер Титан просто какой-то легендарный, не дает Амару здесь разогнаться. На самом деле это очень важно, потому что за обычный килл дают сильно меньше голды, чем за ФБ. И снова сейчас и себе разгон получит, и Бристлбека не ускорит. Но все равно смерть Линкса обида. Ксенкьо. Опять это приставучая Инча.
Инча хорошо гоняет сюда, вот белка она здесь неплохо может смотреться, опять же. Из-за того, что расходники у Инчи бесконечные за счет хила,
просто иди и бей ее. И белка вообще
Еще
ничего
и
не может
Скари
сделать.
поддиспелить можно, когда ты
Да,
нажимаешь.
и без мастера на линии. В общем, здесь Скитер должен себя чувствовать максимально комфортно и вывозить этот быстрый рейдинс, от которого они будут отталкиваться.
У него кор-матчап нормальный. В этот момент уже понятно, что он может просто прыгать там и забивать. Абадон перебивает Клинкса, если добирается до него. Да, на самом деле, Голд перебивает Клинкса, если добирается до него, потому что все-таки герой рассчитан на несколько иной геймплей. Мне еще интересный импакт нашего любимца, мидера. Малрина.
Да будет, ему нужно чуть времени.
Амар. Стики.
Больно, очень больно. И снова опять здесь бежит еще 2 удара. Снова! Забирает.
Ну, Ами погибает все равно, и Амару достается килл, кстати.
Подожди, еще тут. Хлыстом можно как-то.
Еще. Кортик не попадает. Снова. Мансе не попадает. Закиливается Фласки все это время. Перехватывает смотритель. Нельзя выходить к Снове.
Когда ждет. Он телепортнется. Он, кстати, у него не кулдаун на телепорт случайно?
Икснова попытался перехватить, Скитер здесь закидывает щиток, Икснова уходит. Клинкс на реальный кулдаун на телефон.
У него там 7 или 8 секунд было, и вот сейчас как раз он полетит. Главное, что он сразу не умер, да, вот после того, как он полетел как он умер в первый раз, потому что это было бы вообще тогда фатально.
И вот он, да, Пак не самый, конечно, опасный герой, но посмотрите на Малрина. Уже начинает фармить лес вместе с линией, забирает руну. Это он, и он идет. Куда он идет?
Он идет искать. Это же Малрин, он просто бегает по лесам на таких персонажах. И если где-то видит какую-то цель, сразу моментально туда включается на боковую линию. Он не стоит до талого на этом герое на миде.
Ладно, Серег, что должно случиться, чтобы ты снял костюм банана? Я спрошу иначе. Что должно тебя еще сильнее удивить, чтобы произошло нечто обратное? 1-1?
1-1, конечно.
1-1.
Да нет, мне здесь пик Фальконов, конечно, больше нравится. Он и так будет 1-1.
Аналитика сказала... Ну, кстати, ты оттуда, уже из аналитики.
Конечно.
Тоже имеешь право голоса.
Аналитический банан.
2500 Амар, несмотря на все свои смерти. Это тот самый Амар с подкруткой по голде. Малрин 2500 и 2400 у Скитера. Шикарный старт, Бестмастер проседает, все у Falcons в порядке. И в этот раз они уже не играют с вторым номером. Ну, я во всяком случае надеюсь, что дальше будет только больше.
Опять сухая игра будет отжирать Клинкса. Клинксу здесь некомфортно играть. Вот на него бежит Абадон, что ты ему сделаешь? На него бежит Бристлбэк тоже, ну, максимально тяжело пробивать. Бестмастер кого-то хочет застанить, тяжело. Здесь в мидгейме врываться. Вот за
Мой глаз.
Титана и Пака, да, то, что вот как раз под Титана был Марс на первой карте, здесь Пак. Вот можно за счет этой комбинации отталкиваться и пытаться наращивать свое преимущество. Но мы видели все равно, как Фальконы очень круто умеют карту выфармливать, если даже проседают.
Да, мне понравилась вот эта идея сменить на Бристлбэка просто персонаж, который пойдет вперед и будет создавать весь экшен. Ну, от него можно будет играть. Понятно, что Праймал тоже идет вперед, но только Праймал забегает и уже сразу драку начинает, а Бристл просто может стоять, смотреть на соперника и...
У них два таких жира будут на первой карте. Вот они любят играть как раз-таки. Вот Пангальера плюс кто-то. Потому что вот на первой карте был Эмбер Спирит, но он умирал максимально быстро. Да, здесь у тебя и Праймал толстый, и Бристлбэк толстый. И попробуй их вот так вот фокусни за раз.
Да. Конечно, Пак здесь очень много может сделать, если на фарме с флешмоткой, но сколько ему нужно фармить. Это нужен Пак, вот как из игры с ПВ, где у него там был Аганим, Рефрешер. И снова битва за Шрайн Мудрости. Так, заслипал. Ну, о, Скитер-то, смотри, Скитер тоже, как в прошлой игре Ами, показывает, что скиллуха... Малрин перетягивается в инвизе, не знают, что он здесь. И он начинает молотить белку прям под тавером. Затоптался на потам маленькую несчастную белочку Снейкинг. И вот оно, то, с чего началась прошлая игра. 2 Шрайна Мудрости. Теперь за Falcons. Теперь без экспы будут играть экстрим.
Амар дальше продолжает здесь выфармливать. Вот.
Ну и что сделать?
Через что будет первым артефактом играть? Что ему здесь?
Аганим? Лотус?
Не, через Лотус, наверное. Аганим не хочет. Если ты не керри Бристлбэк, то ты не играешь через быстрый Аганим.
Главное, что не БФ.
Да, это самое главное. БФ БКБ, это как раз его визави по линии будет делать.
Скитер вместе со Снейкингом забрали Шрайн, спушили вышку.
Я вижу здесь минимальное количество фрагов от Экстрим. Вот у них просто не будет ресурсов в один момент пробить страту справа. Это будет все под хилом. Если будешь кого-то фокусить, еще и бокс залетит, да, плюс ко всему у тебя... Вот как ты должен вообще кого-то цепануть? Есть щит Абадона и бокс под сейф. Как это сделать?
Чумадан.
Чумадан
да.
открыта.
Какой бокс?
Бокс.
Бокс. Да.
Коробка.
Слушай, ну, что-то вот как-то быстро Falcons вера теряется у нас каждый раз, когда мы видим, когда они проигрывают. Ну как быстро? Я не знаю, там Ауи какую-то супер мотивационную речь произносит или что. Они уходят такие разбитые, такие-никакие. Начинается следующая игра, 2000 преимущества на 9-й минуте. Соперник без экспы, без голды, без вышек. Без машины, дачи, дома.
Фальконы
квартиры.
очень похожи на ПВ. Вот прям очень похожи. Если Эдгару не достается герой, да, на котором он очень жестко спейсит. Есть такой пассивный парень, вот на котором он не бегает по карте, там не...
Кентавр 4.
Ну, типа Кентавра 4.
Как Слакс сказал, Кентавр 7 позиции.
Типа, да, Кентавр 7 позиции, Кентавр 4. Вот, и здесь абсолютно та же самая ситуация с Маларином. Ему, чтобы победить на этом великолепном турнире, нужно вот герои, которые максимально ромит.
Ой, а это еще сейчас он сам стаки заберет.
И герой, который стаки быстро забирает. Он же от этого отталкивает.
Амар. Шестого у белки нет, поэтому спина... А дэмэдж погулять выйдет, только Икс снова дамажит. Амар, надо разворачиваться, Пак здесь, Пак цепляет его, Лотос стики. Хороший кнут от крита. Лотос стики, Амар живет.
И дальше не захотели идти, прекрасно понимая, что правил беста тоже нет на карте, что может в любой момент ворваться. Ну, как раз двойки мог это сделать.
Да, он там выфармливал, в итоге все потратили, экстрим. Прям один в один предыдущая игра, только там Falcons смотрели, фоткали, ничего не понимали, что делать, а здесь экстрим, выходит в этого бресла, ничего не добиваются, и все. И тут и Инча опять это будет супер жирная, которую не взять.
Экстримы будут сильны в лейте, когда Пак разожрется, да, на которого, в принципе, здесь ничего нет. Линз будет огромный, это все под Элларкистана будет.
Пришел пофармить, побить Инчу, 0 урона нанес.
Давление сейчас будет от Фальконов. Сейчас будут забегать. О, еще руна щита здесь для Малрина. Это прям вот, это зеленый свет сейчас.
А там же вообще нет диспела.
Да.
Так, это что?
Прикинь, просто здесь кошмарит двойку, не дают их там нормально выфармливать.
Замедлил шишку. Вард, кстати, еще можно сбить сейчас, если поднимутся в горочку. Да-да-да, видит Снейкинг, что стоит Вард. Будет сбивать их снова. Кортик получает. Кнут пока что не тратится. Не тратит. Ну все, здесь, да, здесь еще один кортик. Можно дать кнута, можно не давать кнута. Амару, конечно, килл. Кнут.
Да-да.
И килл Амару. Идеально. Обсервер минус на миде. Вышка начинает под... Пощады?
Под катапульту будут выходить, пытается здесь сами как-то подсейвить.
Едает катапульт. Ах ты, негодяй.
Наглец. 5800 у нас там Амар идет. Суп-линии очень много к 11 минуте в 6 тысяч нетворса. Это прям вот очень хорошо.
Да, Амара взбесили жестко после первой игры.
Да и про скиттера мы забыли. Там тоже быстрый выпад в радик будет, я думаю, сейчас мы уже...
Кстати, вот Амар предыдущую игру, если так посмотреть, он, по-моему, лучше всех как-то играл. Он чуть-чуть не успевал сейвить Стаса, но он реально что-то делал. Даже вот в конце, когда вся команда в таверне была, он умудрился какие-то крип скипать. То он прям показывает хорошую форму.
Если бы экстримы не пошли бы его ловить, они просто несли бы трон, зная, что 3 байбеков нет, и все. На этом игра закончилась. Они там очень долгое время тянули.
3000 за Falcons уже на 12-й минуте. Хорошее преимущество. И это только разгон. У Амара почти готов Лотос. Это минус Сайленс, минус этот потенциально отраженный Рор, который в такой игре может стать вообще фатальным.
Третий подсейв будет в команде. Вот без мастера вообще не захочет играть. У него и так проблема, да, по нетусу. Но там на линии неплохо так набили.
Чумадан это лютая имба в начале. Если крит будет в позиции, если будет сейвить, то непонятно, что делать. Пытаются задефать эту вышку, вышка потихоньку, но падает.
Им нельзя ее терять. Если они ее потеряют, их начнут просто по карте катать.
Только смотри, какая ситуация. Falcons втроем в миде, пятером в миде экстрим, качается скидер, качается Амар, у них топ нетворсы на карте, а у экстрим, ну, белка с Титаном, они вообще ничего качать не могут, потому что они просто смотрят на то, как качаются.
Они отстреливаются, просто отстреливаются через речку, не впускают игроков Falcons зайти туда, поддавить, душить, и поэтому тир-1 тавр на миде, он максимально долго должен жить. Пока XXS будет двойку выфармливать, у тебя стоит белка, отстреливает, Титан там дает, как раз какие-то прокасты. Клинкс постоянно подходит, да, там жрет катапульты. Катапульты не дают нормально выйти. В общем, время выигрывают.
Вард уже поставлен заблаговременно. Под этот тавр.
Кстати, грамотно, очень грамотно. Если снесут, Вард вряд ли найдут.
Ну и вообще, Вард видит больше, чем вышка, поэтому... О, нифига себе, такой огромный. Мастер Шон, здорово. Вроде не выпил себе тоник. Просто
На 7 минут быстрее, чем в среднем лот собирает. Ну,
офигеть.
Первым артефактом его редко кто собирает, а здесь вот решили.
Но в целом топ-1 Networks, то есть даже из тех, кто собирают. И Малрин с Блинком, и они идут.
В Эксема круто было бы выйти.
Очень круто. Он потратил арбу. Надо сейчас аккуратно-аккуратно подходить. Пак кидает арбу. Малрин не палится. Аркан руну сразу, чтобы если потратить ультимейт. Идут. Видят? Прыжок. Бас.
Вдвоем убьют его вообще? А, потерял.
Арбу потратил. Телевизор. Кнут. Все.
Без шансов. Просто без шансов, да, через ультимейт и через все. Классное решение.
Еще под аркан руны он быстро откатит. Тут же можно начинать пушить вышку. В миде Снейкинг разминает Тава.
Хитрый релик уже. 1000 голды остается у нас до Рейдинса. Я думаю, то сейчас подключится к своей команде после этого. Держит еще в запасе ультимейт. Прокачает, если прям на него выпад какой-то будет здесь.
Но главное успеть.
5000. 5014 минуте.
Жестко доминирует Falcon.
Неплохое преимущество. Причем на карте ничего не происходит. Это тот самый счет 5-2, да, который был у нас в предыдущей серии.
И сейчас второй шрайн могут не отдать. Скитер. Здесь уже рингмастер. Привязывают Скитера. Они с собой выдувают обратно Скитера, чтобы не забрали экспу. Забирают шрайн. 0 экспы для суппортов. Какая доминация от Falcon. Снейкинг машет ручкой со вторым хилом. Но его даже без хила не пробить. Они разозлили Falcons. Ребята, это страшные вещи происходят.
Falcons фиксанули страту просто. Все стало на круги своя.
Это даже смешно. Ты говоришь, заберите Primal Beast'а Малрину в любой матчап, ему забирают Primal Beast'а в пак, не самый страшный матчап, и все. И в итоге 8300 у Бристолбека, 7100 Абадон, 6800 Primal, и только дальше идет пак, Ами вообще без вещей. А по XP, посмотри, на Experience можно левелы показать? Ну просто 6-6, 8-8, 9-9! На 3 левела суппорта опережают, каждый суппорт.
Ами 9, самый неприятный.
Это феноменальная разница. Тут просто банально за счет левелов преимущество. Это что такое?
Ну как? Ну там еще один пиков и капли сейчас откроются. Да не, без шансов, ребят.
Кого здесь?
Вот эта вот стратегия с физой, которые пытаются напасть на Ичу, который уже большой левел, с хорошим хилом, у него третий, там хил. А второй еще даже. Да нет, тоже без шансов.
Напали на козочку. Мне это напомнило мемный видос «Борис кончай», когда мужик пошел там с бараном разбираться, и в итоге...
С бананом?
С бараном. С бананом разбираюсь только я в этой студии.
Потихонечку растет преимущество. 5-6 тысяч у нас есть. И сейчас, да, минус снова. Просто его затопчет здесь Малрин.
Да, вместе за первую карту.
Фул хп. 6 тысяч. Я думаю, вот фрагов 5 у нас где-то экстримов должны сделать. И игра закончится. 30 на 5, что такое будет. Сейчас Рошаны в одну калитку полетят, потому что экстримы драться не могут. Не могут контестить вообще это.
Да, и это прям... То есть Falcons дадут экстрим поиграть. 30 минут, 40 минут. Только это будут не те 40-30 минут, которые мы привыкли видеть. Так, что тут у нас? Тайминг Радианс быстрый.
Да, Радик очень быстрый.
Короче, это будут 30 минут, за которые Falcons выходят вперед очень-очень сильно. Ведь даже нет первого Торментора, который бустанет сразу на 2000. Даже больше. Как у Тамара останавливать? Так, ну-ка. Вот сейчас. Но в Скитера выходить, но у него же ульта, его же убить очень тяжело. Там еще тир-1 стоит до сих пор. Вся команда прилетит. Скитер прям худшая цель, а он еще и уходит.
Все телепорт должны сделать, у него еще и лотус большой. И стиков 12.
Это прям безысходность какая-то от экстрим.
Будет очень долго жить. И Малрин, как же он читает это все. Ой-ой-ой.
Главное не поставить здесь.
Не, грамотно стоит. Хорошая позиция. Скитеру надо выйти на линию. Прям выйти
и поймать на себя этот.
Его прикроют.
Малрин. Кошмар! Малрин прыгает, сразу начинает трусить. Все, залетает в ультимейт Абадона. Белка погибает. Бестмастер следом. Тотальный аутплей.
Причем он фулл хп, знаешь, что восстановило? Разлом. Он просто нажал ульту, и снова разлом сработал, он просто фулл сразу стал. Да не, что это? Бред какой-то. Что за выпад на Абадона?
Это...
Здорово.
Безысходность в квадрате, то, что мы увидели. Вы выходите на героя, которого вы не можете убить. Это еще и Абадон. И вас уже ждет Малрин. То есть он ТП даже не делал, он уже здесь был.
Да, пойдет.
Стас прочитал всю ситуацию. На Стас прямо там они договорились, да, если они тебя сейчас будут упадать. Потому что ни одного героя на карте не было. И куда-то, опять же, этот выход должен был идти.
Ну и все, это провал, потому что становится сразу 9000. Опять же, Торментора первого держим в голове, Рошана держим в голове, это уже потенциальные 12. И как играть в доту, непонятно. Ни левелов, ни вещей.
Да на Рошана можно заходить, выманивать специально экстримов, чтобы они выходили, против тебя дрались. От этого Рошана идти всю линейку тир-2 товаров ломать, зарабатывать еще больше преимущества, на параметры выйти. Там на рампу скоро пойдут, я думаю, минута 25 или, ну, второй Рошан как раз, да, вот как раз заход на рампу будет, прям в одну калитку. Чуть дабл дэмэдж, если
X снова 6-й? Подожди, X снова 6-го левела?
Да.
Саппорты Falcons 11-е. Они практически вдвое превосходят по уровню. А это значит, они превосходят по XP в несколько раз. И скоро будут уже вторые ультимейты. Как играть в доту, когда ты 6-й, соперник 11?
Очень много киллов сделали они. И плюс 2 алтаря. Киллов очень много было сделано. Пак убивал, Крит ходил, да, с Маларином как раз. За это много очень XP они получили.
Ну, 2 алтаря это супер жестко. Сейчас еще третий, кстати говоря, тоже могут собрать.
Ну, на 21-й, да, могут зайти сейчас. Так.
Кримсон. Удачи пробить.
Я не знаю, я не вижу дэмэдж справа, который позволит где-то в позднем лейте, опять же, да, под Титана, там, под Белку, под это все. Можно придумать что-то. Как-то зарядить ультимейт в Абадона, под Стайлс, там, цепануть, но... Клинч должен быть 6-слотовый по-другому.
Ну просто искать момент. Просто искать моменты, какую-то ошибку Falcons, если она вообще будет в этой игре. Это единственное, что могут сейчас экстрим. Стараться как-то хотя бы вышку снизу уронить. Что они, кстати говоря, делают в данный момент. Бестмастер занимается. Через 40 секунд Торментор. Понятно. Вышка еще стоит.
Вышка еще стоит.
Ну потихоньку, потихоньку. Хотя бы первый уронил.
Я думаю, мог отдать ее спокойно. Есть попытка. Не, ну это просто клит и сразу моментальный телепорт. Сейчас. Вот Стас чуть-чуть поближе был бы к этому моменту. Тут прям чуть-чуть.
Да.
Уже бы в пульверайзе бы.
Ему там добежать очень быстро можно. Блинк. Первый спел и все. И ты уже здесь. Икс снова готовится. Я даже не знаю, к чему он готовится.
Своровать может как-то. Ультимейт.
Ну, давай посмотрим, потому что пока план какой-то очень хитрый. Спрятался круто.
Красиво стоит, да.
Да, пошла, ульта.
Что-то сделать, но такое себе.
Интересно, Крит вообще понимает, откуда это пришла иллюзия Титана?
Как Криту, кстати, терзатель, да, достается. Шардик.
Шардик — это спотлайт. Это приятно тоже. Иллюзионистов тут нет, ну, дополнительная какая-то просветочка на хайграунд, которую уже можно скоро пушить будет. Ребят, можете пока пауза в чате попробовать написать художественную работу, сочинение на тему того, как в теории X3 могут камбэкнуть на этой карте. Самые безумные работы будут озвучены в эфире.
Неожиданно как-то пикофать надо. Если расслабятся фальконы, да, и начнут по карте там соло гулять, то можно попытаться пикофать, зарабатывать экспу, но фальконы пока не расслабляются вообще. И вместе всегда на подсейв, всегда суппорты рядом.
Мне нравится рассказ, который способен растрогать любого. Никак.
Никак.
Это 90% людей. Ну,
по фактам, ребята.
По факту, да. Тут вы вообще беспощадно душите. Ага, они поняли, что где-то здесь он уже ушел.
Сейчас телепорт уходит. На базу.
Ну и Falcons, мне кажется, Falcons пора одевать тревела, какие-то фиксы, ловлю на живца, не на живца, просто зажимать экстрим так на карте, чтобы они вообще ничего не могли.
Помнишь карту, где Falcons вот так вот ловили, а потом герои ББ раскачались у нас и просто их били. Первая карта против ББ.
Да, там была какая-то заливка.
Лайфпиллер был у Бюра и ДК был у КПК.
Да, но там они жестко залили, там что-то на Рошана не пошли, потом еще... Ой,
да, смотри, ты раз об этом говорил. Здесь ловят, пускай, да, полурайс даже не кастуется.
Кулдаун маленький, нормально, можно разрядить в белочку. Короче, да, Стас говорил об этом, что действительно они не пошли на Рошана, плюс он сам там ворвался, потом конвейер какой-то устроили. Здесь, если конвейер устроят...
И Рошана забрали.
Да.
Самое главное.
Да.
Ну, тир-2 надо ломать уже, начинать потихоньку, хотя бы вот Тайгис, хоть один тавр.
А потом еще такой приятный герой заходить на рампу, ломать хайграунд, и Бристол Бэк тоже такие жирные, которых особо нечем быстро забрать. Рейджа только не хватает какого-то, который хорошо бы демонтировал.
Фарма нет вами. Терял просто какую-то фарму. Постоянно его гангует, ловит. И он боится везде фармить.
еще такой герой у него, и я даже не представляю, что должен сделать Клинкс, чтобы это вот пробить, вот эту вот свинюку.
И он больно бьет, когда слоты появляются, прям очень больно, но не сейчас. Сейчас трудно пробивать вообще любого из споров команды. Так, ну вот, попытка тут подформить. Дизолятор есть, в нулик будет уходить Falcon Blade и Dragon Lance. Без БКБ будет максимально тяжело.
Ну а что делать, урон нужен?
У него батон питается, просто там влетит с даггера, да, и что Клинкс делать? Драться не может, нужно бежать. И тебе еще сверху пульверайз по голове стучит.
Да, пока у нас какие-то две карты аутдрафта. Но я хочу заметить, что первую, несмотря на всю тяжесть положения, Falcons провели гораздо более достойно. Здесь Extreme просто вылетели в трубу. Пока еще не до конца, пока еще карта не закончена, но им уже ломают хайграунд.
Да, Фальконы прекрасно понимают, что дэмэджа справа нет. Можно заходить под это Aegis, 1,5 минуты еще.
Вот это дэмэдж. Бристлбэк буквально не получает урона вообще.
Это он Кримсон еще не прожал.
Не прожал, ему дают щиток, фортификейшн прожат до того, как крипы подходят.
Там Солар еще должен быть, по идее, у Инчи. Уже готовый полностью. Уже наревет.
Пока что Фарис.
Фарис был, да. Ну, может, Солар уже.
Да, действительно.
Там барьер тоже.
Ну, через как-то Брисла, через арбалет. Какой арбалет?
Так. Забирай. Подожди, там набегает Стас.
Оп, а здесь... А что? Почему ничего не дал? Ой, он просто, по-моему, тильтанул. XXS, БКБшка, пытается сделать телепорт. Тут был? Нет, не было! Ну, Крит переиграл и уничтожил. XXS пытается хоть что-то сделать, но Стас не даст своего суппорта в обиду. Еще Кортик растерзали Бестмастера. В этот момент Амар даже никуда и не уходил с мида. По всей карте уничтожают.
Соло стоит просто, 35 секунд до окончания Эгиса. Я не знаю, может быть, попытка какая-то будет его забрать. Под ним и час сразу. Если его начнут фокусить, сразу максимальный хил и к нему в упор. Еще и Солар.
Еще рано. Сейчас рано убивать.
Там Лотос, не забывай.
Да, там
Кримсон.
Рано убивать под Аегис, а теперь уже поздно. Все.
А вот так вот. И как быть? Даггер наклевывается Абадоном, следующим артефактом. Тир-2 Тауэр у него кусок остался. Я думаю, заходить надо. Мне сейчас просто именно нужно стать фулл хп всем. И по миду спокойно зайти или подловить кого-то. Следующего Рошана.
После такой карты директору понадобится мочалка побольше. Потому что его команда вообще ничего не смогла сделать. Ну, либо драфтануть, конечно, да. Ты думаешь, все-таки драфт или...
Драфт.
Чисто драфт. Да.
Я сразу сказал, пик слева, он будет в один момент просто непробиваемый. Они просто пойдут на тебя. Если ты их не задушишь на линии, а как задушить линию? Кого ты задушишь на линии? Нет таких героев, которые тебя прям в нулину убьют. То у них скиллы врожденные у всех трех героев, коров, которые не дают тебе быстро умереть. Еще плюс хил инчи и подсейвер. Как ты умрешь?
Зато, если Falcons сейчас каким-то образом зальют такую игру, мне кажется, уже все. Это буквально выкинуть невыкидываемое.
Ну трудно, очень трудно сейчас это сделать.
Это Стас должен куда-то под фонтан побежать.
Рефреш уже наклевывается, да? Да, там не хватает.
И даже не торопятся. 25 минут, понимают, что Экстрим максимально зажаты, доедают какие-то огрызки, видят при этом Пака на варде. Пак, кстати, даже этот вард почему-то не снимает, хотя у него гем. Есть линка, но линка есть БКБ нет. У Бестмастера есть БКБ, но БКБ есть линки. Ой.
Там Соло просто уже Клекса здесь рвет, чуть не 5 ударов.
Это потому, что у него только защитные шмотки. Нет ни одной атакующей шмотки Бристлбэка. Лотос, Кримсон и Сэндж.
Он левел огромного, 17-го.
9-й Титан. А здесь 13-я инча и 13-й рингмастер.
Минута 20. Мы узнаем, когда Рошан появится. Я думаю, сейчас будут пытаться вот этих пиков, ловить кого-то, если получится вот кора поймать, который будет вайбрать, можно на рамку заходить, если нет. Просто зоним, оставляем маленькое количество места для фармы ребятам из Extreme, да, и забираем Рошан на халяву.
Как же они пылесосят все, что
да, все подряд надо.
Все подъедают вообще.
Не, Фальконы показали, что они карту умеют фармить прям на ура. Это уроки Ауи, те самые. Максимальный сплит-пуш. Он их научил это делать еще в том году, и они этим пользуются. Одна из самых крутых сплит-пушащих команд.
Еще в тундре они так
играли.
Напомню, что Скиттер, Снейкинг и Ауи — это тренер, терки, кэрри, еще и Скиттер. XXS, Кабаны. В следующий раз будешь ты, ему, как бы говорят, барабаны. Форте. Птицу попадает. Но тут Малрин. Еще кнута сверху не успевает дать. Ошибся. Малрин. Белком срубили дерево, и он просто вышел.
Все потратили, Рор потратили, БКБ без мастера потратили, Тир-2 падает.
И еще ему дали Рор. Вот это прям, казалось бы, единственный шанс. Щиток Абадона, все.
Да, конечно.
Все как 300.
Портфель, коробка, рюкзак. Открыто. Ну и на мидл, да, выбор. Ты прекрасно понимаешь, что Рора нет, драться нечем. Просто заходит, ломает. Огромные просто. Живой силе у нас герой Falcon.
Ну давай, ребята, из Экстрим нужно последний файт. Все ресурсы кинуть. Все или ничего. Просто бараки.
Сейчас наверх так пойдут, там уже крип инчи подходит, делает подпуш.
2 килла.
Кентавр крипов классно далеко не отпустил. Продолжил здесь, да, еще. Второй тавр тоже будет. Ну как ты этого Тамара будешь призывать?
Ребят, ну 2 килла. Ну сделайте либо еще 1, либо 5 в другую сторону.
Я сказал 5, да, будет максимум? Да, будет 2. Ладно, 3.
Так кого-нибудь еще найдут, да?
3 потолок будет. Ну, какой-нибудь, не знаю, там крита убьют. Галерки, да.
Так, Амар. Пака цепляют, Паку успевают идти в шифт. А Малрин знает, что там линка. Не цепляет его.
Здесь контр-шан.
Ну все, можно отходить. Да! Вот это финал.
Максимально одноколичный.
Пока что да. Первая игра, я думал, первая была однокалиточная, вторая в другую калитку, ну еще жестче,
так.
Если Малрина
Да,
готов.
Да, за минуту. Сколько осталось? Минуты 2,5-3 до окончания этой карты. Возможно, вот этот драка будет финальный. Если они сейчас ничего не смогут сделать, они ничего не смогут сделать. Уходим на третью. В счете 1-1.
С радостью уйду на третью карту. Посмотрим, что там придумают. Или здесь. Последний врыв. 11-2. Дым. Третий фраг.
Можно было бы и врываться. Прям спокойно.
Какие же фалконы тоже. Вот не идут на раз. Да, да. Инчу подставляют. Ну-ка. Инча. Нулифайр. Все в инчу. Рор. Праймал Биста. Праймал Бист. Пол хп снесли. Ого. Белочка, Сайленс, Белочку замедляют, спасают Белку, хоть как, да, Белка уходит неплохо, выбили ультимейты с Абадона, слушай, они нормально выбили ресурсов, Абадон сейчас получит рассказ, Абадона спрятали в ящик, не дают Фелконс, Амар заходит, Малрин нажимает БКБ, начинает русить Бестмастера, Бестмастер! Расстрелян Инчой, Снегинг делает этот килл, следующий Ами на очереди, пытается раздать Джазу, но ему раздают Блюза. XM также погибает, это минус 3. И...
Ну и Белочку здесь тоже может.
И...
Ты ждешь?
И...
Две буквы? Вот сейчас, да? Ну нужно убить было рейд-босса, его убили, и ГГ. Нет? Ладно, может финалист еще поиграет чуть-чуть у нас здесь. Во второй сторону точно терять будут, в сторону вряд ли пойдут.
До конца.
Да.
Это финал тут до конца. 15-2. 15-2!
Ну тряпку в ведре уже Ксяо намочил.
Майл говорит, поздравляем. Ты в комменте гранд-финал, надеюсь, он будет неплохим. Но пока разгоняются обе команды.
Может быть, Best of 3 интереснее будет, нежели Best of 5.
Да, но... Я надеюсь, реально там такая мощная директорская тряпка, замоченная там в каком-то живительном растворе.
Эликсир жизни, эликсир игры.
Падает вторая линия. Ладно, еще один килл. Я согласен просто на 1 килл от Экстрим.
Это будет победа. Отходит. Сейчас сделает такой круг почета, наверное, до топа. Там опять крипы Снейкинга, которые не дают вообще никуда выйти с базы.
Я должен, кстати, отметить, что вот ту драку, которую сейчас провели, реально Экстрим еще неплохо провели.
Да, хорошо.
Раскинули с пылы, там выбили, ну просто здесь уже аутфарм, но даже смогли Праймал Бестую, там Бристлбеку пол хп.
Знаешь, почему он такая боязненная была от Фальконов? Потому что они Рошан не забрали, и без Аигиса не могли героя вперед пустить. Если там какой-то Амар с Аигисом был бы, они бы в ноль просто шли бы и танковали бы.
Так, двух сторон нет. По низу заходят крипы. У Экстрим нет возможности здесь стоять вот так вот, потому что их просто крипы снесут. Мид более-менее отпушен кое-как, но вверх... Вверх, кстати, тоже отпушен.
Большая пачка сейчас будет
Большая, с катапультой. Ну, есть еще вот эти вот строения непонятного характера на базе.
Ждут, пока сильные крипы справа зайдут. Как раз следующая пачка по линии, которая бежит именно сильная. Там уже будут ломать, нужно будет отпушивать обязательно. Уже начнут царапать.
0-4-0 к Сингью после первой набелки. Такой абсолютно ровненький КДА. Скажи, киллам нет.
Держит пистонку, что пак у нас справа, сейчас отпушивает. Можно как-то ворваться.
Да, без пака тяжело. Ами! Скитер пошел! Скитер пошел! И что делать? На него все накинули, Ами настягнули, фаер кидает. Стоит Малрин, получает он контроль. Снейкинг расстреливает Ами, минус пол столба. Титан разворотит Снейкинга, можно лопнуть на щиток. Чемодан! Нет, Инча выживает в чемодане, ресается оттуда практически фуловая. Бегает Ами, выгнали, перехватывают аванпост. Нужно возвращаться на
потратили и даже просто хп не сняли ребятам из Falcons. Выхиливает этот Снейкинг. Забирает Рошана. Рошан рычит. Нет блокинбаров, нет роров, нет ультимейтов, нет ничего. Все просто, все ромбики, они потухли. А слева все не юзать.
Ну, Скитер красава. Он просто прыгнул на Абадоне, ему дали лотос еще, и все. Все в него залетает, он получает 0 урона, 0 дебафов, бежит куда-то вперед.
Да, страта. У нас такой, наверное, полугодичной давности, когда у тебя 3 жирных кора было под какие-то подсейвы. Помнишь, когда вот Oracle у нас на регулярке заходил? Когда в 3 жирных кора играли, еще и Oracle сверху. Вот попробуй это все пробей.
Если уж он шард берет свой, кидает из поляну, там все захиливает.
Все выхиливается, выхиливается.
Да,
тут заходите.
Чемодан крита, который он уже не раз давал своим тиммейтам. Скоро соперникам пора будет чемодан давать такой игрой.
Знаешь, фальконы боятся. Вот они, совмещения, они хотят выверенно сыграть максимально.
Да.
Не идут просто в трон, не идут ломать перчатки.
Они знают, что Экстрим сегодня играли уже долго. Ты говоришь, вот их не утомить, но все равно, рано или поздно, они устанут. Falcons-то выспались, свеженькие, бодренькие.
Вымочить хочешь?
Да и потом, мне кажется, Falcons понимают, что, ну вот если они сейчас выиграют, ну что, гранд-финал может закончиться. Зачем заканчивать этот праздник жизни? Такой интернешнл шикарный был. С их каток. Может быть, еще даже в гранд-финале будут замесы. Зачем все это как бы заканчивать, когда можно продолжать?
Сценарий, в общем, такой. Да, им дали. Они вот на листочках смотрят этот матч.
Они сами написали его.
Они его напишут еще.
Так, линка у Бристолбека. Еще больше защитных айтемов. Осталось только Тараску докупить и Шиву какую-нибудь. По полной.
Потихонечку подходит уже к рампе, к последней стороне. Нужно будет ее сейчас забирать. Ну нет, все огромные, просто смотришь.
А кто нафидел, кстати, у Falcons? Вот кто вот эти два человека? Один раз Самара забрали. И один раз Крита. 0-1-10. Как у Крита 0 киллов в такой игре? Хотя 15 фрагов.
Там Малрин все забирал.
А Малрин там жестко накадашил. 8-0-4. Малрин влетают в Титана. Титана почти забирают. Амар бежит за ним. Ах, Эрбол. Нет, Скитер чем-то добил вообще. Я даже не понял, чем. Платорн, кажется, тикнул. И добивает это Титана. Титан вынужден байбекать. У него так ни голды, ни левела, ничего. Еще и теперь байбека нет. Привязали Амара. Чему вы его привязали? Это он к вам привязался, а не вы его.
Опять все тратится. ХП не уменьшается.
Крип заходит в битву. Погибает Амар. В следующий раз будешь ты. You are next.
Это с Mortal Kombat мы знаем.
Это из кровавого спорта.
Да. В чатик напишите.
Знатоки ретро-фильмов. Амар стоит, Амар с Аегисом. Его не пробить, но даже если пробить будет вторая жизнь. За ним Снейкинг. За ними Абадон с 2 жизнями. Крит вообще, ты представляете, где Крит стоит в такой игре? 24 тысячи преимущества, он стоит в экране от остальных.
Играем то, что делаешь, максимальная пистонка. Но мы играем в финале инта.
Финал инта.
Не надо делать никаких лишних движений. Все, сломали, отошли.
Мега-крипы. Все, надо теперь подождать следующего Рошана.
Нет, надо подождать волну мега-крипов и просто зайти и спасти Дер-4. Они не будут отсюда уходить, у них все ресурсы есть, им ничего не могут сделать, их не могут никак вообще покоцать. Ждем пачку, которая будет выходить на 36-й минуте. А по идее это будут сильные крипы уже. Или подожди, или по линии уже сильные крипы идут. Мне кажется, нет.
Нет.
Не на...
Вот эти вот, да.
6-й. Первый выпад был.
Ждем супер крипов, мега крипов.
Все линии должны просто сейчас подпушиться, со всех сторон должны зайти эти мега крипы, и все, и потихоньку так же, вот как сейчас последней стороной у нас сделали ребята из Falcons, также с Тир-4. Просто все строения должны потихонечку падать.
Измором брать.
Измором.
Как говорил NoTail, на 8-м инте нам нужна одна долгая драка на их базе. Все. Вот точно так же. Тогда, кстати говоря, это было сказано против LGD. Действительно, тогда одна долгая драка сработала, крипы все запушили, и трон упал.
И здесь тоже.
И здесь то же самое,
Есть
да.
представители LGD.
Есть. Кто у нас? Ами. Был. Синкью.
Синкью, по-моему, не было тогда на
18 не было, он был в 21-м. Директор, в конце концов.
Директор был.
В 21-м тоже. Синкью теряет свою шишку.
Амар заходит уже, начинает, да, то есть убивать Пир 4. Вот она, эта пачка подошла уже. Крипов.
Амар, привязали. Щиток Абадона.
Аегис еще 30 у него есть.
Нормально. Разменивает Аегис. Фортификейшн выбивают. Нужно подхил. Снейкинг подходит, чтобы подхилить.
Можно было бы свой продать, конечно. Уже пачку крипов не терять, это огромное.
А там еще заходит. Нормально. Амар теряет Аегис. Тримпоинт поставился. Малрин залетает без мастера. Малрин проседает сильно. Нет, он держит беда. Чемодан. Вырезает из него огромная зверюга. И растаптывает всю команду Extreme.
Амар просто уже пошел.
Все, под Фонтан Гейминг. Нужно покупать гасты.
Так, не надо карму портить, Амар. Просто доломать. Здесь нужно.
2 врага в гранд-финале. Инта удается сделать Extreme.
So fast, they take you out of the game completely. It doesn't matter how good your teamfight execution is, if there is no teamfight to take, there was not a single opening to exploit for XG in that game too.
A complete strategic victory for Falcons in game 2.
As Dota fans, you love to see it, a tied series in a grand finals, meaning we are definitely getting at least 4 games in this one. Although if you're an Extreme Gaming fan, this one might have been a little bit too one-sided for your liking, T-Guff. This was brutal.
Yeah, this was the methodical beatdown that I'm expecting to see at least once in this series from Falcons. And of course, XG probably going to learn about how it happened. But yeah, the snaking and Enchantress, the way that they just break this map is so scary. Marine Primal Beast as well. Incredible game from them.
When Falcons woke up in this game, the first thing that I want to start talking about really is that the side lanes went better. That offlane from Amar and Crit, they completely beat down on the Klings. Like, it wasn't on screen very often, but the lane was constantly pushed into their tower, and the Klings could not walk up. He couldn't contest for any of this wave or go to the big camp that was constantly getting pulled because Malrine was off map so often too. So Klings not off to a good start on the side. The supports of Falcons able to come to the runes, able to go to the shrines. And Malrine, of course, rotation after rotation, he nailed it.
No, like honestly, they just played really well, and I like what you're saying because Crit in game 1, it looked a little bit shaky. So not just, getting this win, making it easier for your team, but also to like boost your confidence, get that momentum for yourself, feel good about the game because they did nearly everything flawless from start to finish. The Skeeter Abaddon, this is his type of carry. He helps Marine, he helps Omar that they can go into the fight, make it happen. Snaking Ench, back to back, flawless game from him, perfect itemization. If you're Extreme Gaming, you have to find a way to slow down this Falcons train that's hitting you in the later stage of the lane, these first moves around minute 10, around minute 12, because they're like this Beastmaster and like playing into the Ench. I didn't really feel XXS in this game, to be honest.
They just had complete map freedom, Falcons, right? Like every single highlight, you see the map progression. You go from one clip to next, it's the tier 1 towers are fallen, Marine's ganking the map. When Marine's ganking, you got Crit behind him or Snaking's there. You've got Abba farming one side. Amar literally didn't care at any point in this game. He's just chilling. Like the fact that there was zero pressure, even if XG went for a smoke, they optimistically tried to kill an Abaddon at a tier 1 tower, trying to layer the break in the silence, but it just didn't work. You cannot allow Falcons to do this.
Oh my gosh, look at that scoreline as well. I mean, I know, of course, that Extreme Gaming only got the 2 kills, but to see it like this in writing is just bad.
It looks bad. I feel like this has never happened before. You've lost like a game.
On the main stage in TI Finals?
At TI Grand Final, you have 3 players who they weren't involved in a single kill. They're like 0-4-2, 0-2-0. It's not pretty, so absolutely, Falcons, full beatdown, start to finish, and they've got the heroes. They did have this in game 1 too, but I would say the execution wasn't there, but in game 2, they do it nicely, they come in clean. Man, Malrine on this Primal Beast, Effie.
He was so good. I mean, this is why every team playing against Falcons is trying to shut him down, is trying to camp mid, ban his heroes, put him in unfavorable matchups, because if he gets off to a good start, Falcons look unstoppable. He is always ganking these side lanes early on, always going to the Wisdom Rune battles. He got it this time, giving Falcons a double Wisdom Rune, and he's just a threat on the map, making it so that Extreme Gaming, who wanted to draft for a later timing with their carry Klings, could not reach it at all.
Yeah, they just didn't have the damage, and we thought it was going to be okay, but I guess the advantage that Falcons got in the start, it was way too much.
Yeah, they got it so quickly, and we're going to look at some clips here about how they kind of set it up, because Falcons, when they make moves on the map, they always make sure that the one guy making the move, someone comes in behind to ensure that you're not really wasting any time. You know, Maori, he comes to bot lane, he pressures the Hoodwink, Skitter's here, they're secure in the room. But Enchantress, after taking the Wisdom Rune, also stays here for a little bit longer, farm that additional camp, apply that additional pressure, and critically, Maureen, he's actually going to go through the Twin Gate eventually to go back through top to then apply pressure to the top tower. And then Snaking, he's going to take mid tower. So every single move they make within about a minute or two, it's just constant, just take the XP, take the farm, whittle down your opponent, don't over waste your resources, because Maureen's taking towers, Snaking's leeching the XP that Maureen's sacrificing, but because of Maureen going to bottom, both supports got the double wisdoms. So everything is getting injected into Falcons, and it's only a 1k lead there, but the double wisdom, breaking the tier 1 tower, giving Snaking mid XP, free farm on Skitter, that is the recipe to snowballing a game.
Yeah, and they definitely did a good job at that, which we can also see a little bit later down the line, Kazu.
Yeah, because we have to compare, you know, what happened with the net worth and how did, you know, some heroes do against the other, because I want to highlight Amar. Amar versus Ame. The story of the game is a lot of the time about how much damage can the carry actually deal, but we already touched on the laning stage. Amar and Crit did incredibly well. And if we look at the itemization, at this point in the game, 22 minutes in, Amar already has Crimson Guard. He's playing this against a Desolator Klings and a Dragonlance and a Beastmaster. These two heroes basically deal about 0 damage. Not only that, he has a Lotus Orb to protect himself, protect his team. So there is so much pressure on XG, on Ame to like try and carry. And yeah, sure, they try to get to this Nullifier timing later on, but now Snaking, he has a pipe. They have more Lotus Orbs, they've got more HP. You can't kill them, and this is one of the big reasons why XG, they end the game with 2 kills.
I mean, that Kling's pick, while it is cool on paper versus Enchantress, really did not work out in this game. Like, you saw the pressure that was going to come out of this Primal Beast, this Enchantress, and you think to yourself, you need a carry that can build this Nullifier because Ringmaster caught them off guard. There weren't many left in the pool. Sure, he could have picked a more lane-dominating hero like the Ursa, but then they would have suffered versus the Ringmaster. So XG chalk this one up to a bad draft. Go next, but don't reconsider the Klinks unless it looks like a perfect Klinks game.
Now, we have already touched upon the Enchantress a couple times from Snaking, but it's time to do a deep dive on Enchantress with Purge.
Thanks, Shiver. It's one of the keys to the Falcons' strategy consistently throughout their games because it controls the map so effectively, but there's other pieces of the puzzle that really tied together and made this game so great for Falcons. I love their double ganking combo, the Primal Beast, as well as the Ringmaster that's putting Crit on a high damage disable layering hero so that they can do these crazy side lane ganks deep into enemy territory, because if they do these quick, nobody's going to be able to respond to this. And at the same time, they end up going bottom afterwards using the Twin Gate. This is when they contested the Wisdom Shrine here at 14 minutes. They basically scare their opponents away from it, guaranteeing even more level advantage on their heroes. And then Snaking continues to play aggressive on the Enchantress here. Amar takes the mid tower, and then basically this is just going to be Snaking's space. Now this might look a little weird. He's running into enemy territory. He's not here to ward. He's here to look at his opponents and make them think that his teammates could be behind him. And eventually they ping and they say, this guy's by himself, we gotta kill him. So they try to force a gank, he pops heal, 2 TPs, only 1 completed. That basically just creates space and hurts XG because now they rotated heroes to try to kill a guy that's really, really difficult to kill. In the previous game, a lot easier because they had an Ursa which can max out his attack speed very easily, and their lanes went well. So because Falcons had a better laning stage, he just gets to park himself in the mid lane. It's either him or Amar, the Bristleback, both very difficult to kill heroes, and everybody else is giga farming or setting up kills. So what this basically looks like to them, this kill especially, Mallory rotates here, he's jungling, he's waiting for an opportunity, and now he's got a great matchup against the Elder Titan. He doesn't have to worry about this hero at all. The hero can't stop him from getting this kill. So let's see what this looks like from the XG side. Their map is basically pushed in all the time. So their safety border is kind of like this, less than half of the map, so they're getting less resources, and they don't see where their opponents are. They sometimes see heroes when they get ganked. They are usually going to see where the Enchantress is, but the Enchantress is really hard to kill in defending the most vulnerable part of the map while still getting good farm. They can't really gank the Abba very well either, so their options just feel kind of limited, and they eventually try to kill the Abba. They rotate almost all their heroes. They approach this very wisely. They don't smoke the Beastmaster necessarily, and as they approach and dive him, the reaction is almost instant. The Primal Beast has already been rotating or TPing. They end up running into a bad team fight, which takes their disadvantage to a whole new level, just because of the way the Falcons have been playing the map and sitting on Enchantress in the mid lane. It's one of the big values of the hero that a lot of teams don't exploit enough.
Yeah, it's definitely something that I'm expecting Extreme to maybe address in the next game as well. I mean, there were a couple of issues to address in the next game. We also have talked a lot about how XXS, especially in that game one, was the shining star, and he was definitely not able to do so in this game. It just was a rough lane for him, rough game for the whole team as a squad, of course. But if we are talking about offlaners for a little while, why not find out who people thought was the best offlaner of all time?
Hello and welcome to the International Hall of Fame. This year we asked every single one of the 80 players competing at our event to rate the very best TI winners in history by position. So we've got your carry, we've got your mid,
Nation to find the right hero.
I mean, I'm thinking about Falcons, like, because you still have, like, these two supports, you have to respect them. You have SD Bane, they need to be respected when it comes to jumping them in the backline, making them play against something like this, too, is incredibly annoying for these two.
It's going to be off-lane Pangolier, mid Beastmaster most likely. Sure, they can flex it, but based on how they've been playing it so far, are we worried for XG not having the damage to deal with the early game tempo that Falcons showed us in game 2? Shadow Fiend does need Yashakaya, Blink Dagger, the correct position for Requiem. Both of the supports in XG need other heroes to be doing the job for them, to frontline, to kill. The next 2 picks from XG need to respect that Falcons will sweep across this map in the early game.
I mean, if you're worried about that, maybe you could just go back to Road to TI and run an Axe again. I know Axe kind of fell out of favor here on the main stage, but that's an option.
I mean, I wonder too where Falcons want to take this, because a lot of the fours that Crit plays, they're okay against SD Bane. Like, sure, like if you have some, is Snapfire still in? No? So they go for the ring, and I feel like this is another hero that SD covers kind of well. You've got the Purge against the box, you have overall, I think, good laning, you can stack for your SF, or whatever other offlaner you go for. So I think this is just Falcons. They care more about their comfort than what they care about whether you counter them or not.
But also it flips the way towards the Bane, right? Now Bane was in a grip, you get escape pack, right? It's back and forth, saves on both sides, and the Slaughter, we've seen it obviously mid to off lane, but yeah. Minus armor.
Yeah, minus armor looking pretty strong, making the Sven maybe a little bit stronger. Are we not at all surprised to see the Ringmaster come out when both Snap and also the Hoodwink are both still in the pool?
Save is good.
Right? Save is good.
A little bit. I mean, the reason it surprises me is because the save isn't as good in this game with like the SD, so there must be something where they don't care as much about damage, they care more about staying alive themselves. So they feel like they can like outpace or like outlive their opponents, which is a very interesting approach.
And I think that Escape Act completely counters Fiend's Grip. It makes it so that you have to go on this Ringmaster first in each fight, or wait till your carry has a nullifier. They were in a similar position last game where they had to get a nullifier carry and it didn't look so good. So this Ringmaster, so long as he's not getting caught, he's saving against Grip, the team fight is going to be so easy to take from Falcons compared to XG, who are going to only want to go on Ringmaster and Pugna. They have their pick of the litter who to go on.
A key problem still is XG is locked behind items, right? All of their heroes, again, all their core heroes need items to play the game. When I say that out loud and how Falcons are playing, that does invoke quite a lot of fear in me. I am scared to, like, do they have enough map to actually get these items?
I mean, one thing that I like a lot from XG is that you have the SF Slaughter combo. Like, when you play into these saves, you don't want, like, hard commit. Like, if you corrosive face someone and hit 2 times with SF, you better respond or you're dead. Like, you don't have to, like, go with this big spell and, like, commit. It also gives you an Aegis. It also helps you when Pango rolls in. You amp him with Slaughter, you point your finger, SF starts hitting him with his aura, and he has to be really afraid for his life.
Yeah, I want to see Ghost Scepters and Falcons. Respect the fact that this item is so cheap, but also going to be so good against XG's lineup.
Yeah, I mean...
SD can't ult everyone. There we go.
The issue is the Nullifier is like a key item for Extreme Gaming anyway. That's the timing they're playing on because of Decrypt 5, because of Escape Act. Like, eventually their kiting will be countered eventually by both XM's SF and whichever hero comes out for Ame.
So what,
but as you said, items, it takes time.
I mean, where do we want them to take this? Because I feel like XG, honestly, their setup is quite strong. Like, SF Slaughter is absolutely no joke. They have some options. Do we want the SF to go middle and you pick a new hero for Ame? Or do you put the SF in the safe lane and you try to find this mid hero that, whether Pango or Beast go mid, you can slow them down?
How about Slaughter off lane, SF mid, go like Alchemist carry or something. Super tempo, you get early blink, you push your wave so you don't really have any problems. You then overwhelm your opponent and your team can rally behind you. Such is life. They go for Sven, but...
Yeah, stealing it away as well.
Kind of like how.
I mean, it lane's very strong, right? You've got your Bane, Sven. This is this is their recipe. ET Bane with a strong carry. You get high damage. I really like what's happening so far, and now it also depends for Falcons. What pick can you find? Because XG found a really good ban, not just for the Slaughter, but the Sven as well in the Troll.
I just hope for the sake of the fans, XG can get this game to like 35-40 minutes, because the amount of explosive damage they have, be it with the combinations that we've been mentioning, the Fiend's Grip into a Requiem or the Slaughter plus the Sven jump, like, it is so explosive, but I have to keep repeating it. It is items, items, items. They are not a level-based team. They need to find the farm and stabilize it. Maybe Falcons can find a hero to keep trying to undercut that.
Maybe some Skeeter Medusa. I feel like they would have liked TB themselves, so I don't, maybe even XG, they went like one step ahead. They could think, they want Sven, we're gonna take it, but it's really good with them too. Now you have minus armor, you also have bonus armor yourself against Beast, against Pugna. I like both these drafts so far.
normally in this position, Skidder could also, I know Sven's a counter to Gyro, but like, just shove wave, you go early butterfly, you push your team out, and yeah, they do go for the gyrocopter. I kind of feel like they need to have lane presence in the safe lane that naturally itemizes in a way to counter this explosive damage that we're mentioning. You like buying Beekeeper on Gyro, you like buying Butterfly, even Manta if you want to dispel Slardar's Corrosive Haze, but yeah, I like the gyrocopter pick. It is a statement to XG that they are willing to sacrifice, you know, a little bit of farm to bring the fight to them.
I don't see Shadow Fiend taking on a Beastmaster in the mid lane very frequently, and we talked a lot about the mid lane already, so I would love to continue that trend and hearing from you guys how we feel this matchup will play out.
There's a lot of farm between the two of them.
A lot of farm, nothing happening?
I mean, it's always going to be support rotation based, right? Beastmaster, you have axes, so you're not really in a melee position. If a Bane or SD comes in to set up for some 2-3 raises, then you can die. But same thing for Ringmaster. If you come in onto the Shadow Fiend, if he's too far stepped up, he can die. So I think supports will play the key role in that matchup.
Yeah, I will say SF, he pressures you early, Beast with levels, but the problem is that XG's supports don't really like playing into Beastmaster, so could be a bit of trouble there. I mean, to me, I love both drafts. I think XG, if they can weather the storm early, they get this first Aegis, their draft looks beautiful. But Falcons, I feel like they also got what they want.
Yeah, I mean, this is like bread and butter Falcons. Even though Gyro on paper isn't going to have the best matchup versus Slardar later on and Sven with his VKB, they're going to hit the same timing that they did last game. It's just going to be about XG weathering the storm and whether or not we're going to see XXS have impact. For Slardar to work, you want his lane to go well. He needs to get those kills early on, get that nice blink timing, and make those pickoffs happen. Because if it doesn't, it's going to be a repeat of last game.
Okay, so you and Effie both mentioned Extreme Gaming has to weather the storm. We saw them unable to do so in the previous game. Is the storm going to be as strong as previous game?
It could look a little bit similar because like Gyro, he plays forward in the lane with Pugna 2 that can invade the Wisdom Shrine. Maybe at least Beastmaster could be a little bit slower from the mid lane as opposed to Primal. So XG, it should be a little bit easier this game.
Okay, let's find out who's going to take the lead in this best of 5 series with game number 3. First though, we're heading to the stage with Tsunami and AUI 2000.
Thank you very much. I am joined now for game number 3 with AUI 2000 of Falcons. I've been noticing a trend. Every single game this series, you've been opting for last pick. I was wondering why.
For us, we're pretty comfortable on first pick and second pick versus Extreme. So they have like 20 games on second pick and like 5 games on first pick, so we just thought we would take it from them.
All right, trying to throw him off of balance. And I'm also noticing that in the first phase, in game number 1, you first phase Pango, but you also first phase banned Bane. This time, you didn't opt to do it, didn't ban Bane at all, and they picked it up. What do you feel?
I mean, Bane's a good hero for them. It's a hero that we're actually concerned about, but we just thought that we had to ban something. I actually don't even remember what we banned on 12, but we thought it was better to ban that instead, I guess.
They have a lot of heroes, I don't blame you. And last, I was wondering if you could give some praise to Amar, because he has been captaining this team this entire TI, and we saw how spent he was. That elimination game during the road against Spirit, he was on the desk, completely washed out, and now this is one of the highest pressure situations that any esports player could ever be in. How's he handling it?
No, I mean, Amar, honestly, he always surprises me, like, for his age, just a level of maturity, and he has, like, some online persona he does, but as a teammate, he's been great, and he's really come into his own in this role. It's just really, honestly, admirable.
Words of praise for the captain, the young captain of Falcons. And now let's see how his draft does as we get into game number 3.
And the fact that Amar stepped it up after what could have been a devastating Game 1 loss, but they strike right back in Game 2, and now it feels like Falcons have the overall strategy advantage.
Potentially they do. I mean, it goes back to Xiao to kind of bring the team back in this Game 3, reset the mentality, give them a new direction. He definitely took a new direction to try and counter that tempo that we saw Falcons put into Game 2. I don't know even what you call this. This is the hyper demon draft. I mean, he just went for you know, all the scary heroes, line them up, put the minus armor into them, and absolutely chunk face. This lineup scales like an absolute beast. Like, this is not a lineup Gyro is going to be able to stand against in the late game. I just refuse to believe it's true. You have double BKB piercing supports. You have an insane amount of physical burst damage. You have Slardar to amp it all up. If I'm Falcons, I don't want to find myself in that position. I want a game like Game 2, where I have a strong laning phase, my cores get ahead, I deny some experience from the supports, maybe even contest some stacks, and never give a chance for this hyper-scaling lineup to come online.
I guess I'm wondering, like, that wasn't the problem in Game 2, so why did Extreme put so much scale when the problem in Game 2 was they just got ran over in lanes?
I think they have been running to a corner a little bit on XXS's hero pool. Like, we saw how much Falcons were target banning him. They took his 3 best offlaners out in that first phase. He's running out of heroes a little bit. He probably didn't want to pick the Batrider. We saw him play earlier into the Pugna. Didn't feel like the game was good enough for it. So then what else are you playing to give that jump stun that XG really need? It's clear they want him on that archetype of hero, but maybe they were struggling to find it. If you ended up wanting to go the route with the Slardar, then you have to build the lineup around him, and this is just kind of where it ended up.
Fair enough. There was certain things that they did have to give up as a concession to Extreme Gaming. We heard from AUI 2000 himself. They are a very good Bane team.
Oh, yeah.
What is it about this hero that feels so good right now?
The scale, right? Being able to BKB Pierce lock down a carry in the middle of the fight, it's just such a huge threat for a lot of these cores that want to jump in, pop that debuff immunity, and go to work. On top of it, the sleep save can be super influential, and just the catch around the map. Like, he's one of the better cores at setting stuff up with the sleep into the ult. Not a lot of heroes are going to survive that. This hero just feels good at almost every point in the game outside of the very early laning phase, which we have not seen go punish too hard this event.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, there's certain games like last where you get run over, but even that game too was not a game that was won off the lanes. It was won off the draft, in my opinion. That
A lot
game
of damage on Ame here, as this duo of the Bane Sven are trying to keep the Pango from getting out of control. That Bane is also a big counter to the Pango, but we have seen Amar, his item choices, he is really loving the early Lotus Orb pickup. I was going to ask you about this in game 2. Why did Lotus Orb all of a sudden become this, first item pickup? This is typically an item you're looking at second, third, fourth item. Why are we getting it so early now?
Well, this man's been doing it for a long time, so maybe other people are behind ATF in terms of that offlane itemization. It's just strong. If you get it up online early and you're leading the pack in net worth, it prevents a lot of all-ins from certain of the heroes in the meta, like the Beastmaster. It's great scaling for your carry later in the game. It gives you early armor, gives you early regen, kind of a pseudo-farm item or, resource item to stay out on the map. You just have to get it up fast enough. If you get a delayed Lotus, it's not going to feel great. If you're leading the pack with Lotus, it can feel amazing. And ATF likes these kind of builds. We could easily see some sort of Lotus Lincoln's Pango build this game, just so he can roll in and block some of the Slardar Amp, the Bane Grip. Demonic Purge, also very influential spell in this game off of the Shadow Demon first pick for Jin Q. Amazing Purge game. Versus the Pugna.
Yep.
Versus some of the buffs. Versus the Escape Act from this Ringmaster, right? The panel was talking about Nullifier. They might not need a Nullifier as fast as they normally would because they have Jin Q on the Shadow Demon that can provide that constant dispel for the first target you are trying to burst down. That first point of contact in the fights is going to be everything for both of these teams because of how XG have built their lineup.
That's fair enough. I think it's also worth mentioning Lotus Orb did kind of get a buff recently. It's just a little bit harder to see than he used to be.
I mean, maybe I'm just old. I always complain about the visual changes, but you can't complain about it now. You've seen it before. You've played against it. This is a grand final. Step up or go home.
Nice two-man stun. And X-Nova almost kills Crit off of it. Two-man stun into a two-man blood grenade. Not too bad. Damage being dealt doesn't find the first blood. That is still on the table.
Don't want to get baited by this Ringmaster in the laning phase, though. This hero's very strong on the lane. Can always bait you in with stick charges, Lotus, potential strongman tonic, whoopee cushion action.
Yeah, the last thing you want to give him is a kill in lane, and then he starts snowballing off of those souvenirs he gets.
You just want to make sure he doesn't get anything out of it. If it goes even, you're pretty happy against this hero, particularly with the Bane. This is a good matchup for Ringmaster. Crit's going to do a little stacking on top of it as well.
Yeah, speaking of going even, it does look like the laning phase as a whole is going even, which is a good sign for Extreme. Last thing they want is to be at such a disadvantage they give up the Wisdom Shrine again. Disruption into a bash, into the crush, but the teleport is coming in, and now XXS is the one in trouble. It's first blood going to Snake King, and a second kill on the way. The Shadow Demon, he can do little to stop this. Shin Q does what he can against Skeeter, but I bet he's wishing he never popped that poison.
Sick TP from Crit. Instant on time, turns it around. That's a tough fight without the support coming in from the Ringmaster and his extra DPS. Big turnaround for the Gyro on this lane. That's a lane that could have swung either way off that kill attempt. Instead, it goes Falcon's way. Skeeter very happy about that experience. He'll get to go to base and come back now.
Yeah, with the boots pick up, he'll be back to base a little bit quicker, but it does mean that Falcons won't be able to min-max the advantage they got off of those kills. The Slardar able to play the lane solo for a little bit. Primal Roar And trying to secure the power rune, don't get the power rune, so instead get the kill.
And no brain tap, no sleep for Xnova there. Just gets taken down from the high ground. Secure the rune for XM, but how much can he do with the regen? Have to see. If I'm XG, I don't want to fall behind in economy again. I don't want to let these heroes become unkillable, which means getting some stacks up, making sure your Sven and SF are having a very good laning phase into that acceleration. And potentially making some plays, I don't know, through the Slardar, through the Bane, setting some stuff up on the map. You do have this Bane SF combo where you can kind of sleep people into Requiem if you really want to play around that. And XM, he did really well in this mid lane. He's just laying into this tower. Another great D-ward. They are controlling the vision around this area. See XG prioritizing it. And I don't think they're going to want to lose Wisdom Shrines this time around. I think that was a huge factor in that game, too.
Absolutely.
You have to prioritize it a little bit.
Yeah, Falcons are certainly not in a position to get aggressive in that regard. In fact, it's going to be Extreme who are...
Команда просто вот Амар, да, можно сказать, старт его карьеры начался здесь. Хотя он поиграл и тоже и в OG выигрывал мажор. Приходит воровать стаки, какой вор, воришка XM. Это очень круто, что они сюда зашли. Малрин перетягивается, понимает, что да, все он знает, он видит, но стаки уже сворованы.
Это же на самом деле, то, что они сейчас сделали, они могут сейчас весь старт игры выиграть. Они просто всего фару не боится, не уходит отсюда XM. Осталось просто два каких-то инша бедных для Малрина.
Все своровал.
Да,
Ну, не знаю, пацаны, что подрал.
Максимально грамотный. Малрин это все забирал. Да, и вот сейчас как раз 15 минута, та самая, она откладывается. Подогоним. Стаков нет. Но есть запасные в его листу, которые он собирал. Есть ульта, кстати. Есть ульта, но не хотят. Там дизрапшн, да.
Дизрапшн, ульт СФ, можно здесь остаться.
Да нормально, ничего. Пугну забрали, ничего страшного. Пятерочка. Так много не на фитнесе. Так, Малрин продолжает.
Пошел качаться в лесах. Ну, Экстрим в этой игре не отдает инициативу. Уже сделали половину киллов всей прошлой карты.
Все, ну, драфт настолько слабый. Вот если у них не будет много артефактов, то этот драфт вообще не работает. У них, опять же, нету драки никакой. Вообще нет драки. У них есть для драки только Слардар, который может заставить. Все, больше ничего нет.
Видит Тами в лесу. Амар играет позицию. Икс снова. Уступился в горочке. Наверное, милый мой идет. И
сразу
погибает.
Сразу разбудил. Просто шикарно играет. Все.
На ком килл сделали, так и не понял.
Все сделает круто, пока что двигается микро.
Тауэр падает, тут тоже здорово. Вряд ли его слеза дефает, клифф прижимает, кстати.
XM очень мощно провел. Смотри, 4500.
Ну, стаки не дали беспастеру забрать, из-за этого вся проблема.
Стаки, вышка.
Просто не отзонил пугном, конечно же, за ней не пойдут. Будет туда под тир-2. Ну, вспомни, да, Фальконы. Это ребята, которые очень круто на протяжении всей этой серии выфармливают карту.
Не срубил дерево Малрин, из-за этого не смог дать рор. Найтмар. Шестого нет. XM. Сейчас будет
стак.
Чела. Не взорвали.
50 000 очков.
Странная очень атака. Очень странная атака. Амар, кстати, без ульты. Он играет, да,
Я
3-4.
Я не понял.
А нижний порог 127
можно было, но
пока
почему-то
что.
они не сделали это. Странно.
Его вроде бы...
Не подобили его тогда, если...
Найтмар стан в этого... После Найтмара сразу и все. А он вместо этого пару рейзов.
Каждого матча.
Окей, ладно. Почему Амара, кстати, даже ульта нет? У него 7-7 левел, он не вкачал ульта.
Я тебе об этом и говорю, да, то, что он играет.
Если верить, что...
1-2 впечатлит.
Интересно.
Подожди, разница между 90-м... Очень так, 95 это 60. 99,9 это 85. То есть 25.
Наверх.
А разница топ-100?
Пангальер и Пугна.
Ну, 10 000, соответственно...
Сколько у нас осталось?
Получается 10 тысяч и 25, да, разница?
Да, но без него у них не будет получаться именно сделать какие-то выпады, делать какие-то пикофы.
99 это 75, правильно?
Нельзя давать просто так фалькону формировать.
То есть если 130...
Они будут сверхсильные, там на 15-20 минуте.
Falcons тоже пока никуда не торопится, тоже есть что качать.
Скитер просил.
Минус 10 тысяч.
Да, Скитера
120 минус 9,9.
Здесь не выглядит как какой-то ультимативный кэрри. Свена плохо играет. Слишком простая цель, и
95 и 25, то есть 105 95.
Слотовый игроков, втором как бы страшная сила.
И сказать, что 105 это 95, блядь.
Ловит, но под ним там пугна находится, который может подсейвить его.
Ебать, это плохо.
И отпушил сразу до линию, сделал стак хороший здесь.
Если 95 это 105 тысяч очков.
Все, опять у нас игра пришла к тому, что у нас включали команды. 10-я минута.
Ебать, это очень
плохо. Да, не
плохо.
торопимся. Диффуз, кстати, готов у Амара. Вот, может быть, с диффузалом будет что-то поинтереснее. 8-й левел, есть скилл-поинт. Готов, если что, залетать.
Просто бы их снова поставил, у меня было бы как раз 105. Типа у меня может быть 105, только если... Я даже не знаю, что случится, если только не ФБ. А кто ФБ сделал?
Ой-ой-ой, СФ,
Вы сделали точно экстрим.
Ошибка от него. Амон застрял! Где?
Но кто это был? Точнее, фальконы сделали ФБ, но кто это был? Снейкинг. Блять, это плохо.
Там, я даже ни разу не помню, чтобы Монголия
это плохо, пацаны.
Нереальный гонщик, но тем не менее свой килл они сделали, руну активную не дали разыграть СФу, и Бестмастер продолжает качаться, ждем той самой...
Блять, вы хотите сказать, что 95-й? А нет, это не 105 тысяч.
Но с атаками он раньше мог это сделать. Просто ушел максимально вот эти лесовые фармы. Не, у него прям будет там где-то 14.
103 тысячи, это 95-й, походу. Ну хотя тут у всех настолько все плохо.
Ну и выпады. Вот они, начались выпады у нас вот экстримов.
Потому что многие поставили ТТ и возможно...
Мог справиться с Нейкинг на верхней линии, потому что он единственный там оплот.
Ну, как будто бы он бонусный фраг для
Тауэр плюс Нейкинг.
Экстрим. Попытка сделать...
Возможно, если все настолько плохо у людей.
Разминочный порог.
Может быть, порог сместился.
Кстати, XXS этот килл как раз под блинк.
Даггер летит, Тауэр падает.
Ну, в общем...
Кая у СТФа. Ну, надо наращивать какое-то
Смотря
преимущество.
как люди наберут.
Сейчас под это Даггер максимальное. Как-то погангать. Но Фальконы такие...
Ну, подожди, топ-100 и 99,9. Сколько разницы? 99,9? Это 85. Разница в 10 тысяч.
Да, сейчас вот как раз Малрин...
То есть сколько процентов? То есть 100%, а это 90 тысяч очков. На 5 тысяч меньше. Значит... А 95 это 60 тысяч.
Выпад в Рошана сейчас будет подгоним.
То есть 95% ниже 100% на 30 тысяч, если я понимаю. Если я правильно понимаю,
что ты прямо обозначил это изначально, и они идут.
Тогда, если максимальный предел топ-100 не увеличится,
очень хорошо хпшку, крит. Великолепный ревил. От крита тут же чемодан. Все, разревелил.
Ну, как будто бы 98 тысяч, это может быть.
В жертву за Рошана.
Забираю, да, ровно вот это 15 минута. А Егис, под это можно сейчас сделать какой-то выпад в...
Короче, 128 тысяч.
Ну и сам Малрин сейчас будет разгоняться.
Какой же крит
босс?
Просто вся команда в Рошпите стоит, он выходит, встречает смог этот на себя.
Да.
Грамотно было именно четвертый.
Короче, это 128. 98 ровно. Короче, если...
Чуть поддавливать надо, да. Чуть поддавливать и...
Если топ-100 не увеличится более чем на 28 200,
он будет оформлять все, и для него это
тогда по расчетам это 95-й, да?
на 8300.
Да, где-то примерно так.
Но этот разрыв должен стать меньше, иначе...
Ну, конечно, лучше было бы, чтобы был 99-й, но мог быть 99-й, если бы их снова было. Хотя
Бора, Малрин стоит, его видно на варде.
Так,
Попадают у него.
у него Егис, минус армор.
Просто хороший.
Окей.
Тяжело драться, ребят, вы не полный. А, нет, вы полный.
У него Егис, у него Аганим, он просто может на развороте дать рор и давай, до свидания.
Так, кто у нас там забирает? Амар, по-моему, забирает сейчас хейст руну. Да, забирает, и на центр надо какой-то выпад сделать.
Ну, драфт пободрее, то есть...
понять, Falcons, где конкретно он стоит.
Получается, у каждого есть контроль сквозь БКБ.
Видел, ушел. Бегает.
Амар грамотно тут по карте работает, все отпушивает. И тут сюда еще...
У каждого есть подсейв.
Дамара сыграть, может быть, кто-то сюда стянется, да, вдвоем действует, X снова, ночью преимущество, X снова у него...
У каждого есть масс ультимейт, X снова поймали. Живет или что? Выпрыгнул. А, Марлин без блинка. Все, понял тогда.
Ну, Бейна очень тяжело ночью взять в смоке. Ты ничего не видишь, он тебя видит раньше, чем ты его.
Блять, ну просто ощущение, ну вот давай просто посмотрим. Мне даже интересно.
Стримы сами, да, прекрасно понимают, что у них стратегия такая под фарм. Они теперь не играют кулачком, да, вместе не бегают. Они рассредоточились по карте, что делали он с Фальконом.
Вот смотри, здесь.
Из-за этого
в прошлом этапе среди даже друзей...
Кабаном. Чемодан? Нет, чемодана у него не нашлось. Да, этот сюда крит.
В прошлом, видите? То есть даже среди друзей...
Могу, конечно, не отметить,
у друзей было...
что экстрим не играют кулачком на этой карте. Но стратегия у них хорошая под лейт. Вот действительно, не особо понимаю...
Ну это прям стрельнуло. Но в среднем было...
Вайбы первой карты.
Вайба есть, да, но преимущество растет, опять же, по пользу ребят.
То есть у меня...
И что делать Falcons? Тут не нападается, там не нападается. Гирыч, Сатаник, Рапира...
Немножко не хватило до 95-го, я был...
56
тысяч здесь же.
А должен был разрыв уменьшаться.
У друзей. Я около верха, но...
Там, слип, не успевает.
Дальше.
109 это неплохие цифры.
Блин, ломаем вышку. Там слишком много врагов. Хороший килл, нашел Малрин на XXS наконец-то. Но Свен, опять же, это никак ее не остановит. Они забрали селедку, они забрали вышку. Свен продолжает качаться. Блин, готов уже почти БКБ. Как с ним играть? Он гирокоптера сотрет за 2 удара.
Ну, у такого маленького гирокоптера точно. И еще и под коррозию. Тут даже Аганимом пока не пахнет. Слишком мало у скитера. Выфармливает все, что можно. Но тут еще и команда помогает тоже, не оставляет.
Блядь, это 1000 очков очень нужна, ребят.
Ну, движение начали Фальконы какое-то определенное делать, да, по карте.
Вот сейчас на варде видит Экснову. Это хороший шанс. Малрин.
Экснову надо забирать первым.
Малрин заходит в него просто на ноге. Пошел. Экснова. Найтмар тут же будет себя кабаном. Хороший выход от Малрина. До блинка просто зашел в Бейна. Великолепно разыграли вард. Ами взять не смогли, но всего свое время.
У него будет один тот же билд, у меня такое ощущение, на всех героев. Что на НЧ, да, чисто сразу салат.
И пайп сейчас надо.
Да, барабаны и пайп.
Ну, повис против Свена это то, что нужно, особенно еще и под Слардаром, чтобы хоть как-то забафовать героев, которые получают коррозив хейст. И...
Так, смотри, какой у нас выпад в спину может быть. Falcons.
А Егис первый не особо удается реализовать. Так, пробегал Малрин.
Но он никогда не реализовывается. Максимум там тир-2 тауэр ты заберешь с этим первым Егис.
Удается найти киллы. Еще и БКБ покупает, блинка здесь не будет, и тяжеловато инициировать. Но билд будет понятный. Аганим БКБ, блинк рефрешер. Все, что будет без мастера.
Какой-нибудь Тектарин там.
Ну, потом, может быть, где-то, да. Я, честно говоря, даже не помню. Тектарина. Ну, тут еще пока даже БКБ нет.
Шива, кстати, неплохо.
Лотос на Амаре. Шард уже есть. Это великолепно. Это помогает диспелить коррозив хейст. Шива?
Шива кому-то. 2 милишника, Слардар, Свен. Шива неплохо будет.
Да, опа. Проглядели экстрим немножко.
Так, подхилить. Подхильться надо в этой ауре. Чуть стоять. Куда поможет Мету? Так, ну куда?
Куда?
Тир-1 тавер на миде меня раздражает у экстримов. Его надо снести.
Подбешивает.
Подбешивает, конечно, чуть-чуть. И когда сейчас на него фальконы пойдут, Свен уже будет прыгать на тебя в блокпинбаре. Это тоже подбешивает.
Мозоль от глаз какая-то вот прям такая, знаешь, когда плитка уложена ровно, одна... Вниз. Ё-моё! И оба блинкаут.
Драка, которая должна была быть, но не состоялась.
И тип залетает сразу. Ну вот это квинтэссенция этого гранд-финала. Просто два героя стоят рядом, видят друг друга, оба блинкаут, типы.
Огромный СФ, огромный Свен. Я думаю, что реализация сейчас какая-то должна пойти. Да, все, блокинбар есть у СФ, блокинбар есть у Свена. До следующего Рошана минут 30. Но я думаю, вот следующий Рошан как раз они за него точно должны будут.
Я не знаю, что будут делать Falcons со своим этим драфтом против того, что у соперника Экстрим их просто уничтожит в следующем тимфайте.
Против БКБ трудно. Вот как раз о чем и речь была. Если будет пассивная игра и до блокинбаров дойдут Экстрим, у него будет пик сильный.
Как Пангальеру импактить, как Бестмастер. Ну, Бестмастер, ладно. Этот парень против БКБ могет хоть что-то.
Но там дизрапшн.
Дизрапшн. Где взять столько урона? А здесь один СФ только что стоит.
Вот он, смог.
Вот он, смог, да-да-да. На Снейкинга. Снейкинг. Ами. Здорово. Чемодан пошел. В чемодан залетает больно. Минус.
Ну, хороший ревил. Опять же, вот Снейкинга.
Да, хороший ревил. Согласен.
А как дальше?
Арканру.
Забрали. Через 40 секунд узнаем, когда Рошан будет. Ну, без большого Герыча что-то вообще вот не пахнет даже здесь выигранной дракой. Хотя, ну, большой Бестмастер, большой у нас Пангальер. Но против блокинбаров такой себе, конечно, здесь сейчас будет биться.
Мне так нравится этот стайт-ганнер, который летает за гирокоптером с давнего времени. Мне немножко напоминает подушку-пердушку. Что-то настреливает там.
Сайдганнер.
Кстати, это же теперь косметический слот. На него можно там всякие штуки пускать и одевать.
Подушка-пердушка?
Да, можно там всякие... Я не знаю, есть. Смоки на варде видели, и смог разбивается. Идут прям... Ой, могут найти. Могут найти, но блинка нет. На бесте, конечно, инициировать сложно. Но если найдут...
Ну, снова умирает, остальные...
Ревил шикарный. А так снова... Даже ему не стали давать рор.
Рор в Бейна.
Да, он абсолютно один.
Не надо.
XM прячется.
Максимально долгий Рошан, кстати, 3 минуты. Он был, там, 2 минуты с лишним.
Но это медленно, это не те Falcons, которые играют достаточно быстро, чтобы удивлять соперника. Это один килл за долгое время, и ничего пока не удается здесь.
Но они не могут драться.
Да, уже, по-моему... Да, вот сейчас согласен. Нужно самим куда-то теперь целиться в лейт, как-то камбэкать Гирычу. Кстати, что у него 4000 отставания от СФ и Свена. Вау. Да. А нулик есть у Экстрима у кого-нибудь в планах? Просто нулик — это шах и мат.
Славдар должен нулик собирать, 100%.
Видно, что. Ну, он пока БКБ идет.
Но против Пугна кому-то надо это сделать. БКБ нулик, хороший билд будет.
Пугна и Рингмастер. Ты нуликом контришь сразу двух героев, и все. И нет никакого подсейва.
Минус 2 КРПФ, минус портфель.
Портфель, да.
Ранец.
Так, Амма. Здравствуйте. Минус ранен.
А Рошана нет, товарищ Амма. А Рошана нет, 1,5 минуты.
Ой, там как Снейкинг улетел.
А Тоникова могли вот цеплять. Опять сухая, максимально сухая игра, 6-8, 25 минуте. Я думаю, каждая карта такая будет. Прям вот формящая до того момента, пока критическую массу одна из команд не доберет. Что у нас вообще по артефактам тут будет? Ну, тут, понятное дело. А тут еще один повис.
Ну, нормально. Больше повизов. Плюс 8 к броне от Warcry.
Улицу здесь собрать. Раз уж быстренько где-то стрелять.
Как дамажить плюс 8 брони от Warcry?
Непонятно.
Чем? Пангалер — это чистая физика, напомню. У героя все спылы, даже его магические, казалось бы, способности дамажат физикой. И второй, и последний, и Слэшбакл. Гирыч тоже почти все физика. Только Бестмастер, но Бестмастер в БКБ не наносит.
Вот тяжело будет. Опять же, Свен будет хорошо здесь контрить все. Warcry.
Мне в такой ситуации интересно было бы послушать, о чем вот с одной стороны говорят игроки, и что где-то там вот сидит и думает Ауи.
А прикинь, он так же, как ты. Не Ауи, а там Xiaowei. Как они физикой будут дамажить, у них нечего.
Ну да, так он так и
сидит. Сидит и ржет и повторяет это.
Xiaowei, да, вот что Ауи, что его рассчитывал.
Гирокоптер мне вот не понравился. У Дуза была бы на порядок лучше. Она бы и в драке хорошо себя чувствовала, и... Ну, против Shadow Демона, может быть, не так. Но мы играли бы через билд Аганим.
Ну да, нормальная тема.
Не, бабочка. Так, ну что, давай, покажи там генеральное сражение перед Рошаном. Рошан уже появился.
Амар 4 секунды до руны, раскручивается.
Да? Дефай, да, там? Невидимость.
Не раскручивается.
Так, Рошан есть сверху. На Рошана просто так заходить нельзя, понятное дело, потому что там залетят сразу герои с блокинбарами, с дагерами, и ты там просто останешься. Поэтому нужно делать какой-то хороший пиков. Смог. Огони ему СФ, опасно. Уже опасный, мощный СФ.
Все шмотки выносит. СФ уже, блин, Хаяша, Аганим, БКБ есть.
Фалькон такое ощущение, что доигрались в этой игре уже.
Да, остается. И самому остается рефрешер. Как драться? Если Falcons эту игру как-то зацепят, это будет что-то.
Ну, Ами максимально заряженный. Просто у тебя 2 кора, единица и двойка опережают своих оппонентов там на 3-4 тысячи. Ну, не супер комфортно, это артефакт. По половине.
Выигрышный кор-матчап.
И вот смачок. Все есть для того, чтобы принять хорошую драку.
Найти кора, не суппорта. В идеале. Амар отступает в лес. Идут.
Там бокс под ним стоит, крит очень хорошо стоит, его сразу на подсейв пустит. Блокинбар здесь у гирокоптера появился, но дэмэджа все равно нет. У него Ганим, у него блокинбар.
Да, дэмэдж отсутствует. Чудом каким-то Амар с критом выходит из-под этого ганга и на Рошана заходит, но все палит Малрин. И будет не отдадут Рошана.
Они настолько сильны сейчас, ребята из Extreme, что они выманивают на этого Рошана.
Да. Некоторая база.
И хороший, смотри, смачок обратный. Ловить кого-то.
В инвизе. Знают, что он в инвизе. Что-то вызвал кабана и вышел из инвиза. Находит СФа.
Хорошо, ревил сделал.
Очень круто играет Малрин. И кабанов на Рошана завел туда-сюда. Бесящая вышка на миде. Надо сломать ее пока. Пока Рошана не бьют. Быстро сломать ее. Амар свой драндулет никак не может с толкача завести. Помогите ему там, я не знаю, уже свечи залил. Амар, БКБ прожимает селедка. СФ врывается, ультимейт весьма средненький, только Пугну удается забрать здесь. Да, Пугна погибает. Рор, в кого? Свена находит его ставку, где дэмэдж. Есть прятки. А Shadow Demon на Свен нажимает БКБ. КП заканчивается, Малрин стирает его за 2 удара. Но Ами больше нет КП. Прыгает Пангальер. Стирает Пангальера, тоже отлично играет их снова. Великолепный ультимейт. Крит!
Все упали, просто тимвайп на пустом месте. Не было фоллоу никакого, так классно Стас ворвался. Просто никто ему не помог. Можно было убивать его за рож спокойно, но не было героя, который наносит дэмэдж.
Если когда крит умирает крита, что он чувствует?
Бешеный просто урон. Вот Свена. Слардар, кстати, тоже 3500 выдал.
Ну, мы 20 минут об этом говорим. Ну не выиграть эту драку сейчас. Нельзя позволять Экстрим забрать все свои артефакты. Но посмотри, они же неплохо начали еще.
Нет героя. Вот если бы Скитер подошел туда налево, но у него нет какого-то хорошего.
Не, если бы, если бы подошел Скитер, Амар под Малрина, они могли успеть забрать Ами, потому что не в позиции были Экстрим. Но здесь...
Если бы они убили Ами, сразу убили бы Ами, они бы забрали бы всех. Но не получилось.
Ну какой шанс против Shadow Demon Бейна убить? Это...
Нет шансов. Хороший подсейв.
8000. Экстрим.
Вот и да, что просто в одну цель дать все скиллы. У тебя Пангальер тоже перестает в драке работать, его прям в блокинбаре, мне кажется, вот и как он будет кататься, Коррозив Хейт, и его там СТФ задолбит, или там Свен даст ему в блокинбаре один удар, и все, он упадет. Чем? Непонятно. И Гирокоптер, который без фарма, который топ-6 идет на с нулевой. Ну, пока аутов или вин-кондишена какого-то нет здесь.
Да, расчет был на какой-то аутплей, его нет. Более того, Экстрим тоже ни единой ошибки не допускают серьезной, чтобы дать сопернику шанс. Нигде, никто не подставляется. Вообще, максимально закрытая игра.
22 тысячи, 20 тысяч. Чувствую, еще 10 минут потолок этой игры будет.
Если Свен купит Сатаник, его уже будет не взять. Надо... Ну, это только улыб Свена. Вот реально, убивать Свена первым и надеяться, что ни Shadow Demon, ни Бэйн ничего не сделают. Но Бангальер даже не может закатиться в суппортов, потому что его ловит Бэйн, и все. Только под лоб закатиться вперед. Торментор. 10 тысяч преимущества. Старт.
Ксенфью еще на Свена может, да? Тиммейтишь кидать кайф.
Класс. Вардар тоже фармит Аганим, видит Снейкинга. Снейкинг. Тяжеловато будет. Бэй. Успел. Не успевал добить Найтмар, поэтому кастовал.
То, что линзы нет. То, что нет линзы.
Линза не помешает.
Ну вот я думаю, next артефакты можно собрать. Хотя, либо вообще вот полностью, да, сейчас забить на линзу и максимально собирать сейвовые какие-то арты, которые будут бафы давать.
Какой-нибудь или что?
Не знаю, там, пайп какой-то.
Вот
на
такой вот.
Что-то туда.
Да, не знаю. Крит.
Форстав какой-то обязательно.
Крит.
А нет, крита больше. Где? А нашли.
Ай, ты...
По нему скам, лепили его найдут.
Да и ну его, этого рингмастера. Так, Бэйн находит. Shadow Demon находит. Оп. Перекладываем анпост. Даем кнута. Сейчас нейтралы еще попробуют забрать. И килл лестник. Задуджил. Ну, даже так.
13 тысяч. 13 тысяч, 32 минута. ССС тут уже бегает на вражеской двойке, делает, что хочет. Пошел ломать. Чувствует силу уже. Прочувствовали силу экстрима, да, что нет дэмэджа у фальконов. Как мы только нажимаем блокенбары, нам ничего никто делать не может.
Как выиграть эту карту Falcons? Как убить кого-то? Практически хоть 8 киллов, но вот вайбы прошлой карты. Абсолютно один в один. Такая же безысходность. Крит, но Скитер делает сатаник. Ну, я не вижу, как он выживает против Свена.
Да какой сатаник? Ну, дэмэджа нет. Ну, что он будет убивать? Он нажимается Warcry, он их щекочет их. У него кристаллис один, на все про все. Как дамажить? Ни бабочки нет, да и Далуса нет. Чем дамажить? У него все защитные артефакты, все на жир, все на статы. Это не то, чем можно пробить пока страту команды Экстрим.
Знаешь, где я считаю, вот эта игра была на данный момент Экстриме выиграна? В момент, когда SF зашел, собрал стаки, сбил темп и все.
Да. Тут вся стратегия именно построена на этом. Вообще, в принципе, стратегии фальконов, они построены на том, что Малрин темпует. И мы от этого отталкиваемся. На предыдущей карте у него Primal Beast вот этот был, который забрал все стаки, у него быстрый даггер, пошел и начал с пульверайза там делать вот эти хорошие точечные пикофы. Здесь, хоть и мы называли это тайминг в 15 минуту, да, что они сейчас выйдут на Рошану, но он мог это намного быстрее сделать. И у него после Рошана мог бы еще и даггер быть сверху. Вот так.
Да, ему даггера не хватило и очень долго. Ну, не было киллов. Свен сейчас возьмет 25-й скоро. 25-й это плюс 50% ГДС.
Да, и SF тоже 25-й, по-моему, скоро возьмет, может 24-й там бегать с половиной.
Страшные.
Аллу Лана можно показать сейчас, вот, как раз после вот этого выпада? Ну да, вот 2 24-х левела, 2 кора, единица и двойка. Страшно, очень страшный Свардар, еще 20 апнет.
Гальер. На варде видит.
XXS видит.
Да, вард здесь так стоит, что не взять. Так, ну и покатился.
Куда?
Считает.
Покатился, ладно.
Аегис закончился, продолжают Falcons сплитить, что-то придумывать, заманивать на хайграунд, но Экстрим не идут.
Смотри, кто колет на карте. Кто нарисовал из команды Экстрим, что нужно сделать и почему работать.
Ну, снова?
И снова.
И что он нарисовал на двойке?
Двойку полностью сейчас захватываем и работаем как раз вот по этой зоне. Да, вот нам показывают еще. Ну и туда, в тир 2 на мидл будет выпад опять же. XM с линкенсферой уже так не цепанешь, и Рор еще перестал работать. СС тут по даме. Хорошо друг друга прикрывают, опять же в парах работают, не дают просто так на маме где-то загулять, потому что Ами уже нагулялся у нас в плей-оффе. Достаточно.
Это где он прогуливался?
Против... Против кого нет? Против ПВ, да?
Где вы находили?
Да не, он просто загулил. Да когда он на Бристолбейк своим был? Он просто заходил.
Да, нет, это... Бристолбэк это вообще...
Он просто заходил и умирал, заходил и умирал.
Да.
С Аегисом пошел, только Аегис забрали, пошел где-то.
Вся команда бежала еще за ним ставить. Амар зе Пангальер! Как он это делает, я не знаю. Вот как они в этой игре вообще живут? Им уже конец, они уже мертвые. У них уже все.
Слардар еще Кирасу сейчас добьет в ближайшем будущем. Да, там показывает вероятность победы 73/27, и я солидарен.
27% я не понимаю.
2,7, наверное.
Вот 2,7%, да. Как они еще живут в этой игре? Что они делают? За счет чего? За счет того, что нулифайеров нет, наверное, у Extreme. Ну даже так.
Ждем. О чем мы ждем? Все внешки мы поломали. Надо как-то поджимать в базе. Или просто... Отпушиваем линии и ждем какого-то ошибки какой-то.
Единственное, что мне не нравится с точки зрения Extreme, если они затянут, ну, в совсем какую-то лейтуху нереальную. Потому что, извините меня, в супер-лейте Пангальер, Бестмастер могут уже...
Не-не-не, они тоже так не справятся. Слардар слишком сильный, Коррозив уже сбрасываться не будут, СФ тоже сверхсильный. Они не те герои, которые вот прямо левых побеждают.
Даже в Гира сейчас рапиры не веришь?
А нет, тоже не верю.
Не веришь. А с двумя?
И не верю тоже. Еще ставки?
Ну все, там уже плоды заканчиваются.
Да нет, слишком сильно. Но Слардар в позднем лете, 30-м, он сам всех убьет. Слардар очень сильный. Так. Ну, обеззаряженный. Маме 5 слотов, можно уже что угодно делать.
Лами еще переклок.
Синкют, по-моему, работает. Супер-супер лот. Решил собрать.
Да.
Головку Цира.
Малорин. Нечем сбить Линкен-сферу. Цира нет под головку.
А сейчас соберем. Давай посмотрим, сколько Дрошана следующего. И до него полтора минуты.
Амар зе Драндулет. Не может завести никак. Боится нападать на XXS. Вот сейчас можно. Идеально.
Не-не, там,
ну,
там два саппорта. Как они собираются? Два саппорта рядом стоят, и вот уже к Синкью готов. Пока к Синкью не убьешь.
Какой вар там стоит за спиной. Прыгают на Амар. Амар успевает прожать шарт. Покатился Амар и все. Бейн? Нет, Бейн не успевает. ВСФ летает, ошибка какая! Ну Shadow Демон спасает, Малрин нажимает БКБ, пытается отступить, СФ также прожимает БКБ, ультимейт, раскат, Малрина стирают, 8 секунд, без того, каких плюки залетают жесткие. Ставится телевизор, Свен решает его посмотреть, показывает, передать спокойной ночи малыши. Неинтересно.
Там Снейкинг тоже еще будет умирать, скорее всего, хотя очень круто. Работает, но Свен пришел, просто удар убил. Под Коррозив 2313 здесь влепил по нему, просто с одной тычкой под Коррозив умирает. Но там 20-й левел уже, там слишком жестко.
Ну и вот
жесткий баф от Коррозив.
Все было в пользу Falcons сейчас. Все прям ошибся максимально жестко. XM, мы сбили линку, и все равно слишком сильный драфт.
Когда у тебя есть Shadow Demon, можно ошибаться, можно врываться, можно играть агрессивно. И XQ был тут как тут.
Когда у тебя есть директор, который так драфтит, можно делать все, что угодно. Не рефрешер на Let's go. Да.
Слушай, мне тут 25 секунд, кстати, без мастера. Можно не торопиться, да, 3 секунды у нас Дрошан остается, забрать его. Там баннер еще подобрать, да, и сырочек, и рефрешер.
Головку сыра.
Давай.
Где там лотус? Один только вижу. Одного не хватит. Так мы головку не соберем.
Камень забирает Аегис.
Рефрешер тоже, да, потому что после Аегиса надо все рефрешнуть. Сырок забрали. Слардар Кирас. Ну какая же жесть. Мне, кстати, нравится решение Скитера. Вот когда у тебя вообще нет дэмэджа, переквалифицировать его в магию, да. То есть брошка там плюс какая-нибудь рапира. Может быть, это как-то...
Вспомни эту мету с брошкой, но это что какой-то адовый ДПС был.
Ну там работали криты, а сейчас не работают еще нормально.
Да.
Поэтому тоже урон будет очень ограниченный. Ну ладно, смотрим, тут Свен залетает, уже не церемонится.
Если что, у Ами 60 армора на данный момент.
Блять, опять XM вышку забрал.
Сука. 4 косаря. Ами. Бубну должны стирать. Бубну стирают. Я понял. Я понял то, чего почему-то я не понимал всю игру, что им даже нулифайр не нужен, у них есть ультра-шеллы.
Конечно.
Это был гирокоптер. Ульт СФа чисто по красоте раскастоваться в землю.
Да, опять XM, да ебаный на.
У нас китайский коллектив остается от
Подожди, дай, еще.
Ну давай.
Амар заводит Драндулет, Малрин. Блинку. О, ЕСФ влетает в пугну. Ами превосходит богов ГГ. Ладно.
Ну, очень простая, пассивная и простая игра. Да все игры такие, знаешь, вот одна...
You have to wonder what is going through that man's mind right there, Ame. He is now 1 game away from a title that he has sought for so long, and he has been here 2 times before, right on the precipice.
The back and forth between China and the international teams lasted for 7 years. It's been 7 years since Ame was at that TI8 final. And once again, he is just 1 game away.
You can just feel it. Like, this team has momentum. I cannot tell you how difficult the road has been to think of what they did yesterday. They had to play another series today. The quick turnaround, going into a BO5 against a very tough team. They have not had the easy road. I'm sure they are fatigued. I'm sure they are tired. But this is a time to push through it and claim that Aegis, because you may never get another chance.
1 more game. Can they do it in game 4? Let's head back to the panel.
Oh, match point for Extreme. It's really getting hot now here in the Barclays Arena. They are so close. Of course, Falcons will have another shot of pushing to that next game. And we're gonna find out what they come up with in the next game. But first, we're gonna break down this game, because it was a beauty. It was like a combination of both games in one, where we started out fairly slow again first, Tigo.
Yeah, it's kind of like the discipline of the early game, right? You have to concede a little bit of the map, but then take it back when you can. And, you know, I think critically, Ame, right? He loses his early tower on the Sven, but he then just defensively farms. He just chills. He knows what he has to do. He identifies when and, you know, where to enter the game. And I feel like every time we see XG win a game, we're going to be overly praising both Xnova and JinQ on the supports, the SD, the Bane, how much work they did throughout this entire game to ensure that Falcons, anytime they want to enter a fight, Arm is fully protected, enabling XM as well. The supports in XG are just incredible.
Yeah, and it's also, I will say it's a little surprising to me that Falcons decided to pick these supports into the SD. I feel like XG had a really good idea coming into this game. You take out the Chen and the Ench, you know that the Pugner is very likely to come out, so you take the SD already as the first pick, and also, you know, building on top SD, SF, Slardar, especially those 2 with this minus armor. This is not a combo we see too often, so in my opinion, Zhao 8, grand final stage, you bring it out, your boys play it so well, they must be feeling incredible right now.
Yeah, that's a good point, because these kinds of bursty combos make it so hard to play these save supports, like Pugnar, like Ringmaster. Like, you can't save anyone if you're instantly dead. You can't save anyone if they're instantly dead. But to me, this just goes back to the laning stage. In that first game, when they had good lanes, they were able to meet Falcons in a stalemate in that mid game instead of get run over, and eventually find a jump with their superior team fight, with their superior net worth on their carry, take the win. In that game too, they lose the lanes. The map just becomes completely out of control. For XG to win this in the next game, just stabilize the lanes. It worked out perfectly for them.
Yeah, but also, I think Maureen, he's been a talking point in all 3 games now, right? In game 1, shut out on the Ember Spirit. Game 2, MVP on the Primal Beast. Coming into game 3, he's a Beastmaster. Lane goes well, but he farms backwards. I think Falcons, they need to identify Maureen. He needs to play into the map, break open the game. When he's farming or shut out, Falcons look to struggle, and it gives so much time for XG to come online.
I would say he farmed backwards because of how well XM and the Shadow Fiend played. Like, we sang our praises to the support duo of Extreme Gaming, but XM on the SF, he was like big man on campus those first 10 minutes, played the lane incredibly well, got the rune control, stole stacks, went to that top lane, kind of did the reverse Mallorean in terms of taking enemy farm and taking the enemy safe lane tower.
It's just good, I mean, sorry snaking, but it is good to see that he's also 1-9 in this game, right?
He's human.
Yeah, he's human. Like, the way he was playing the Enchantress, it was like, he's untouchable, literally. It's like, how do you stop this guy? He's played Pugner, he's doing the same thing, but when he goes to that tower, when he goes to the jungle, when he's trying to be that cheeky little devil that, you know, wins him a TI, he's getting shut out this time. Like, they're stopping snaking from thriving in this finals.
Yeah, and to me also, like, stand out, you have JinQ, he does it so well on this pick, but I will say Falcons, in my opinion, they played into this pick quite a little bit.
It does feel that way. And maybe they're so used to their snowball strat that they don't care too much about counters. I mean, you look at that draft and you think, okay, if they get their lead, they're going to do what they always do, regardless of, you know, Shadow Demon purging the escape back, purging Decrypify, regardless of Sven's burst. They thought that they would get the lead, but it just didn't happen this time.
Yeah, we are going to talk a little bit more about those supports, because the supports obviously is what makes cores do really good, and in this game in particular, XM was doing really good, Effie.
Yes, I just wanted to point out here how well Xnova and XM played together at the start. So here, they're doing a rune secure. XM gets the regen on the side, but the key here is that Mallorean actually roars him, which then enables XM on the SF, because he knows roar is off cooldown, to walk into Mallorean's triangle and take his stacks. XM taking Mallory's stacks here is what really slowed him down. It's what caused him to farm backwards, as T mentioned. Like, you take this away from Mallory, and that's like one half of the combo to beat him up. Afterwards, they do a smoke top, and they're gonna take that safe lane tower away from the enemy gyrocopter.
Yeah, and this is really important for the Falcons draft. Like we've talked about, they care more about what they get themselves as opposed to countering you. Because picking gyro, in my like, I would not be calling for a gyro cutter, but if this is what my team needs from me, if this is what we want the tempo, we want to do this. Because if you fall flat or you go even, and XM made this happen in the game, it is an incredibly hard carry to carry, or even, you know, carry to minus armor strat matchup. I would not want to be in his shoes.
Just look how proactive though, in all these clips is XG leading the charge, going first, right? The supports, like Effie mentioned, they're the ones diving behind the tower, enabling XM. Then because they've enabled XM, he can then go top. Like, all of these things compound to XG feeling like they've accelerated their entry to into the game. Like we mentioned, they need items. You play early game like that, the items are going to be coming to you very quickly.
Yeah, and then everything is set up perfectly for the carry Ame to come in and just steal the show.
Yeah, just like that. And I wanted to do a head-to-head between the Sven and the Gyrocopter, right? Because picking Gyro into Slardar, into Sven, right? Big counters to your hero, bursting you, forcing you to go butterfly. You're expecting there to be some aggression or some logic behind it, right? But for Skidder, his lane was good, but when you look at the 18-minute mark in the game, he hasn't really entered the game with that big damage or anything like that. Like, sure, Gyrocopter can be a greedy carry, but he also can play the twin gate. He can actively go towards the early tier 1 towers with the cooldown and enable his team. Maybe play with the Pangolier, but he didn't do that at all, right? He took bot tower and then just farmed. And then in a farm battle, I just don't think Gyro is the correct carry to win a farm battle against the likes of Ame, because look at the net worth difference. It was, you know, night and day.
I mean, it's also like, if you look at the hero damage, Gyro thrives off of aggression, doing stuff on the map, going through the gate, killing some heroes, but he had 3k hero damage at minute 20. That's not what you want to have. This is not how Gyro wins games. And as he said, the farm battle against Sven, yeah, you're going to take the L there too.
Yeah, and we now mostly shown skirmishes, because to be fair, it was mostly skirmishes until the Roche fight, Kezu.
Yeah, because this is, in my mind, one of the things that XG also do the best. Like, they bait you in, they like make you, you know, like really whittle around how you're gonna make it happen. So here, it's very important. We're gonna keep our eyes at the start on XXS and XM2, because the Requiem, maybe it looks a bit weird, but you have to imagine this fear right now. It pushes everyone back. Now, let's let the fight play out, because Malrine, he actually roars up Ame here. And Ame only lives with, what, like 40% HP? Disruption, he gets saved, he turns it around. But without these other things beforehand, XXS going in to cause chaos, XM with the Requiem to fear people away. Ame would not live with 200 HP here and whack everyone into the ground. He would be dying. But instead, positioning, spell casting, he gets to turn it around. Team fight over. Amar wants to quit. Free Roche.
The positioning there from XG, they have the high ground, right? They're big time chilling around. I think that's what Amar realized after the fight. It's like, what are we doing here? We're a low ground team trying to fight high ground into these heroes. We don't even know where Bane and SD are. And instantly, I think hindsight kicked in for Amar there, where it's like, that's not the fight for Falcons to take.
Yeah,
so, go for it.
Another standout thing was, if you looked at the net worth graph during that fight, Gyro was 5k below this one, and they took the fight anyway. It was tough.
It was a tough game for Falcons. Previous time they had a tough game. They did come back swinging. We're going to see if they can do that too soon. But first, we are going to check out what Slacks is up to in the crowd.
Hey, everybody, we are back in the crowd once more. Crowd, we still awake after that? All right, they're still here. But a somber tone here, as we have a lot of Falcons fans. But don't worry, my friends and Falcons who are sitting right behind the stage right now listening to this piece, because I will find some fans to cheer you up and get you motivated. Do you like Falcons?
Dude, I saw at TI5. I saw him win. I want to see him again, but you got to take it on the summit, which it's not easy to win at the TI finals.
This is not motivating. You don't say it's not easy to. We're supposed to be motivated. You can do it. Let's get some noise. All right. I need to find a new Falcons fan. Give us something. Come on, they're listening.
Just get better saves. They got the good ones, but they got.
Я так понимаю, если делать какой-то кринж.
You're not the coach. This guy won 2 TIs. All right, I'm moving on. Thank you for your time. Thank you very much. Falcons fans. Anyone a Falcon fan here? Oh, okay. He's standing up. This is an official broadcast here. Any words for Falcons? Can you hype them up?
Hype them up. Okay. Snaking, love your zoo, love your healing, amazing. Skidder, please, no Nature's Prophet out of position.
Okay, that's flaming. That's not what we call hyping people up. You need to give them motivation to win.
Okay, you guys got the experience. You're amazing, amazing draft, good team fights. You guys got this.
Okay, that I will accept. Thank you very much, my friend. You're a Falcons fan as well? Thank you. Thank you for the light applause on that one, but appreciate it. That guy right there applauding. You were the only one. I appreciate you back there. All right, advice, please hype these guys up. They need it.
First of all, go Falcons! But we must not.
Great start. That's what I'm talking about.
But let's admit, the situation is dire. We are losing.
You are losing me. You did. Okay, please.
We need one touch. We need Amar's positive mental attitude. So do some out chat, hit enemy in the morale, and win the fucking game.
Yeah! All right. Okay, I like that. Like Goku in the Dragon Balls, we need to put together all of our positive energy and send it to Amar so that he can factory that up and turn it into toxicity. That is a good idea. How about you? You said you were a Falcons fan, correct?
Yes, yeah, of course.
All right, this is it. This is the last chance that Falcons has, and this is the last chance this crowd has to not cringe, all right? This is all on you. Ladies and gentlemen, what's your name?
Yeah. I think they should pick heroes for Malin. He need to play a game, and I believe in him. He can do this, and Amar to play. Yeah.
The question was, what's your name? But I'll take that, fantastic! Give it a round! I like that, all right. One more, does anyone else a Falcons fan? Do we have a rousing speech? From the back, the person in green coming down. Hello, what's your name?
My name is Lara.
All right, that's a good step one, fantastic, okay. You have to hype these guys up. Please. I'm going to do something I never do. I trust you. I'm going to give you the mic. But if you betray me, I will snatch that mic out of your hand so fast. Give it to us, please. They are listening right there. Owie 2000, I saw him. He's in tears. He doesn't know what to do. This is up to you. Take it away.
Thanks. Guys, can I hear it for Falcon? You can do it, guys. I believe in you, no matter what. You're the best.
That I will say, well done! They are motivated. If we don't see another game win from Falcons, I don't know what to do. Thank you so much, crowd. Can we please put our hands together for both of these incredible teams one more time?
That was a good speech, that is for sure. Let's see if Falcons indeed will strike back and push us to a 5th game of this grand finals. Now, with this in mind, we did see them come back after that first game. Effie, what did they need to do this time around? Because last time when they came back from a game, we saw them setting a high tempo and crushing those lanes. And we now know that for Extreme, all they need to do is stabilize the lanes. How's Falcons going to stop that?
I think for Falcons, they took 2nd pick in that last game, right? But then they used their overall last pick to pick Gyro into Sven. Maybe a little bit more respect towards Extreme Gaming and their late game. Give something to Skeeter that will actually do well throughout the entire game, regardless of how that early game goes. You know, some security.
I think there's a couple things you could do, depending also on the pick priority. You could switch it up, go first pick yourself, just to, well, put yourself in a different position, right? You're down 1 and 2. I would say it benefits Falcons a little bit more to make a switch up. Another hero I'm looking at, Sven has won, I believe, now 2 out of the 3 games, has looked incredibly strong. So just try to keep it simple, and the worst thing they could do right now is overthink. But luckily for them, you know, they have AUI, he's been here before. He's going to make sure that they're, you know, chill and in the right zone, because just go in, you got to play.
And if they do end up taking 2nd pick again, maybe save it for Amar's hero. Like, get that surprise factor in, because again, saving 2nd pick to give to Skeeter in a losing matchup, that wasn't the correct choice, but I'm sure they've identified that.
I would imagine so. We did hear AY on stage just before the game started that they chose and opted for a 2nd pick because we did have the same pick order 3 games in a row, which is kind of unusual, but it fell that way because Falcons identified that Extreme Gaming had a lot of success as 2nd pick, and they wanted to take that away, T-Guff.
Yeah, it feels like coming into this 4th game, I'm expecting to see a shift, right? If Falcons have the choice, then maybe they go to first pick, right? Want to change up the pace. Because I think Zhao shown, that the bans are really good now, right? The Chen, Monkey, Ench ban when XG are first pick feels like they've not broken Falcons, but it simplifies the draft for XG where they aren't under that pressure. Knowing that you aren't going to have this issue of the little honest zoo running at you, I think is a really critical thing. But to highlight the 3 drafts that we've seen so far, I've said it before, but I think Maureen needs to be very aggressive, right? Ember is a hero that can be aggressive, but will shut down. Beastmaster needs to farm the jungle, has his stats contested, but naturally also wants to farm jungle, so doesn't really break open the game.
So I'm hoping for Falcon's sake that they can find a hero for Malrine that wants to just explore the map, play into the game, because Snaking can't do it because those supports are getting banned out.
Yeah, and it's also like their supports are so important for them on Falcons. Like you have Snaking, you have Crit. It's a different reason also why I would like first pick for them. Like force Extreme to also ban your heroes. You want to get your hands on the Snaking Chen, on the Snaking Eng, to maybe get the Malrine Sand King and also this Monkey King. Like there's only so few heroes they can ban. Do something new for you, because skill-wise, these teams are very evenly matched.
Yeah, I will say also, we're coming into territory where it is a best of 5, and teams generally do not play a lot of best of 5. So the meta evolvement that we're seeing within this series, it is extra important and extra interesting to look at as well. And I will say that when it does come to experience in grand finals, now we do know the experience of grand finals at TI, but this year in particular, Falcons has had quite a few grand finals. Extreme Gaming has not sat in a grand final this entire season, team.
It's still why it's so shocking that when I mean, maybe not shocking, but that's why, this tie is so magical, right? For a team like XG to not even be talked about coming into TI as a favorite, right? I think you look at the predictions, no one predicted them to be a 4-0 team. It was, not their year at all, but when they turn up to TI, they surprise everyone.
And it's like I'm just trying to pay attention also to like the players to try to read a bit between the lines.
Yeah.
I think, and I know also because I've been around Aoi before, he's very good in these type of moments. He knows what he has to say. He knows what needs to happen, because the thing is, if you don't get your hands on the first pick that you want, you need to be aware for every scenario. Like if we change up to do this, you already know that Extreme, Zhao, he's talking about and thinking about what are they going to change? How are we going to be ready for those scenarios? So for both teams, critical and clean thinking is really important right now.
Yeah, each of these teams have adjusted very well and shown that they adjust quickly. An adjustment that I really liked that Extreme Gaming made last game was their support duo. In the first 2 games, they run the ET plus Hoodwing support duo, an aggressive pair, and what ended up happening was in the second game, that Primal Beast ran them over. What did they do in the game 3? They got 2 enabling save type of support duos, one with a BKB piercing disable, anti-Primal Beast heroes, anti-Sand King heroes. These heroes, Bane plus Shadow Demon, they stop the way that Malrine's hero pool wants to play that first 15 minutes.
We also do know that Malrine has a massive hero pool, though. He doesn't have to stick in the trends that he has been playing this tournament. Surely his arsenal, Kezu, is larger than that.
No, absolutely, but I think it's a very good and very fair point, because I was looking at the SD more looking at snaking with he's gonna pick Pugna, you're gonna be very good against it. But when we think about the other heroes that Falcons like to play and have shown us, Primal Beast is definitely up there. You had SD Bane against this, makes it very hard. But it's not just that, there's a Pangolier too. Pangolier does not enjoy Bane at all. It is one of the worst support matchups. So this is absolute something else to take into account. So for Malrine, he has to think, okay, what are other heroes that I can pick into this that make it very annoying? So maybe he wants to look for something more elusive, like a Puck himself or a Void Spirit, get in the back line. I'm not quite sure where he's at right now in terms of his thinking.
I mean, that's going to be the pressure though, right? Going into game 4, XG being 1 win away from securing their Aegis, finally for Arme. These are the questions that I think between ATF and Aoi, they're going to have to try and find common ground on, right? Aoi has been saying that ATF has got a lot more maturity nowadays. He's really grown to be a very formidable captain, especially now he's clicking the buttons as well, right? You cannot allow the previous game, him reclining the chair, that cannot bleed into this next draft, because one mistake, it will be punished.
So how much do we feel like Falcons is going to change things up in that earlier stages of the drafts?
And when they do change things up, it'll be little things, one small matchup here or there. I think that they truly do believe in their style of play and the heroes that they play. I wouldn't even be surprised if they ran back the Pugna, just not versus a Shadow Demon. They lost that game 1 with Enchantress, they picked her in game 2 anyway. The same thing could happen here, but more respectful of the individual matchups inside of the game.
I mean, something else I can see too, because we talk about this a lot. Malrine is very important for this team, as of course is everyone else, but they play through his tempo and they play through his lane. So looking to maybe secure his pick later, and I think Effie made a very good point about last picking Skeeter. I don't think it's the S tier thing you can do with your Falcons. He's gonna do his laning stuff, they're gonna play through him, but you can take his hero early on in the draft as well.
It's also that thing where you can kind of bait XG to go for the saving supports, and then Snaking just suddenly plays like a silencer or something, right? You can draft a way to take away the fight, but again, for Malrine, he's not getting access to his Sand Kings, his Shakers. Primal done really well in 2 games ago, but not really opted this time around.
And it is also important to know that for in the incoming games, even if Falcons are to win this game, I think that the pick order, and not just that, but also the mindset that you go into these games with, is like incredibly important, because of course the gameplay matters more than anything else, but it comes from your emotion, it comes from how you feel. Do you trust each other? Is there any disbelief? Do you feel like you're getting outplayed even though the game is even? Things like this cannot be in your head.
Yeah, and if the game is going to be even, it means we should be having an even draft on our hands. But let's see if that is the case. It is time for the draft of this fourth game.
Team Falcons versus Extreme Gaming Grand Finals Game 4.
I'll repeat myself, it's match point for Extreme Gaming, 1 game away from claiming the ages here in Hamburg. Let's see if they can get off to a good start with the draft here in this fourth game. We got Extreme this time on the Dire side, Falcons on the Radiant side, and it is, once more, Extreme Gaming with first pick, Falcons with overall last pick. And in terms of bans, so far, nothing changed.
Yeah, we've got the same, and I believe that it's XG who have priority. I believe that, like this, you know, the game, it begins outside of the game. They had choice, they take first pick, they know Falcons want to swap something up. I don't really see XG changing much, and I believe that Falcons didn't change anything either, even with their last 2 bans.
Correct. That is the same. It's also, okay, we're just running it back. Yeah. That's what's happening.
It's the same draft as of yet, but that's where it really shows that both Aoi and Xiao, they identified that, obviously, their strengths from the previous draft. And I think for Aoi, it's like one key hero change, and they can all change. Like the Silencer, for example, I just mentioned. If you have disruptions and saves and all this early skirmish, you cannot do it into a global. So maybe that could be an option later down the line, at least.
I mean, the only problem, because I like Silencer too, but the hero seems to have like fallen off for some people. I don't know exactly like what the reason is. Other 5s are perhaps stronger. There it is, right on cue, brother. Gets his Sand King.
So, of course, they opted for the Pangolin last game in the hope to find SD. This time around, it's Sand King, it's explosive damage. It's going to be good, but you have to respect Disruption can fully break apart a Sand King's jump. So another way to find the SD would be quite nice, unless you're always jumping SD with the Sand King.
XG will be very happy to run back the same support duo of Bane plus Shadow Demon. It looks fine for them, but I wonder if Falcons are gonna respect the SF that came out last game, because on paper versus Sand King, it should do the same thing, if not harder. It can win the lane, if not harder, than versus a Beastmaster, and go into a triangle contest stacks.
There's also something interesting, like there's a high chance that Falcons, like the reason why they perhaps would not want to go for Pangoli here is that they feel like they just cannot squeeze in a Bane ban. Like they're not allowed to. In the first phase you can't. In the second phase they only have 1, so it's like, okay, maybe we want to play this hero, but it's honestly too annoying against what XG are going to propose to us.
And also, the game is very open, right, with Sand King. From the mid lane, you take stacks, you get Blink Dagger. Marine's very independent. In hard lanes, good lanes, he doesn't really need that much help other than Crit making the stacks. So now they don't have to focus entirely on mid. They can really, hammer home that aggression on the side lanes.
But that's where it matters, right? Then they don't want to give XM a favorable matchup versus a Sand King so that they can just leave Malrine alone. They don't want to have to input more resources into him.
Yeah, we got the Pango banned out. It took a little while to think about it. It was, of course, the first change for Extreme Gaming, who banned out the Sand King in the second phase last time around. Now they ban out the Pango that Falcons went for instead of the Sand King in that previous game. At this point, it was Falcons removing the Ursa, but they let that in. Respect that Bane.
It's respect on both sides, right? The fact that XG still banned the Pangolin, right? They know what the hero can do against their playstyle, and then Falcons, did they want to use the 1 ban on the Bane? Yes, they did in the end. They know how much X-Nova's doing on it. But with the Leshrac pickup, this is just damage.
This is very, very strong. Like, Lesh alone, already we've talked about it so many times. XM Lesh is an absolute menace. You have an SD that's going to buff him up, maybe give him even more HP. You have a disruption save as well, and you continue to play forward. He clears your stacks. You're going to be incredibly heavy. If you're Falcons, you have to answer these heroes.
By the way, that was Ahmad's sister in the crowd just now, and she looks so nervous for him, but he doesn't seem that nervous.
I mean, you kind of have to be nervous. Like, even I'm nervous watching them.
And of course, the classic ET, right? We've seen the combination with the Lesh and the ET. We've seen Purge segments on it. Very, very strong combination.
So how are you going to break it if you're Falcons?
I think Falcons are pretty happy to get their Sand King plus their Hoodwink anyway. They win almost every game on this duo of heroes. They just need to make sure that they're targeting this Shadow Demon first. In the last game with the SD plus Bane, you couldn't go on one support because the other would save them. This time around, there's only one save support. If you can focus your attention as a Sand King on the Shadow Demon, just burst him with that sharpshooter, you're doing fine.
You also,
So you also need to make sure Falcons have ways to itemize defensively very quick. Don't allow the burst potential of XG to shine. And that's where the Tusk, I think, comes into a big part here, where with the snowball saves, it can do so much work. And I'll be interested to know, will Tusk actually maybe even go for the drinking buddies just to get the repositioning to save heroes? We don't see it often, but again, Arme running back to Sven to punish the gyro.
Yeah, his Sven is so damn good. Like, okay, so Falcons make the switch up where you get the Tusk with the gyro. They might think, okay, we had the Pugna with the gyro, it wasn't good enough. SD, he can suffer in lane, so you pick the more aggressive support. Okay, like I can definitely get behind this. The problem is, Sven has looked incredible, and gyro doesn't really man-fight you. Even if you get jumped, we have a similar situation. You might get disruption, you're gonna pop your BKB, you turn around, you slam your sword, and you're very likely to kill a couple of heroes.
Falcons need to make sure that their aggression is directed to breaking Leshrac to then go find the Sven. What happened in the last game was they were so busy reacting to all the aggression, Arme had complete access to the jungle, complete free farm. So Falcons, they have the tools to take the fight, but they can't waste time at this like Leshrac, who's going to have a target in his back and try and bait Falcons away from what Arme is doing in the jungle.
It's also annoying for Falcons. Slaughter is a hero that you would like on your hands potentially against the Sven, but they pick out of phase. They've shown it to you in the game just now, so you also have to ban it.
They're just banning all of his stun heroes on XXS. They don't want to give him an easy blink initiator. Like outside of his Centaur, plus his Shaker, plus his Mars, he's been playing Slardar and Axe. Axe still exists, but a lot less popular. If you're playing Axe into Leshrac, that's really tough.
But Gyrocopter doesn't really break the lanes of an offlaner, so then Dawnbreaker, a hero that we kind of lost favor in, could come back here. You have the Solar Guardian, if Arme jumps in and Leshrac jumps in, now you have a core enabling the other two, rather than always relying on the supports. Supports positioning in this game can be scary, with Tusk jump, Hoodwink catching you or stanking, so I like the fact that a core could maybe take over the defensive capabilities in amping up the fight.
I'm with you on that point. The issue is Extreme Gaming looked so good last game because they had like that short cooldown blink initiation from XXS.
Yep.
You go for Dawnbreaker, suddenly you're playing on longer cooldowns. You don't have that same means to go in and out of a fight.
I mean, I'd love to see a Batrider, but the lane into Tusk Gyrocopter is, ooh, that could be scary.
I think that Batrider is actually playable. I mean, one of the reasons why I like it is that Batrider, like, they're playing a lot of snowball save at the moment from Falcons. You cannot snowball save a Batrider, and any 1+1 kill combo is available.
And actually, I take it back, it can be played because of the Shadow Demon. When the Tusk Gyro want to go aggressive, you get one disrupt on either of those heroes, you're going to survive and reset the lane. So because of Shadow Demon, I actually think, yeah, maybe the Batrider is playable.
I mean, other than that, the more likely archetype of what they're aiming for most often is like the strength guy. It's gonna give you team fight, goes in first. The thing is that like 8 to 9 of those heroes have been taken out.
And Lycan is still in the pool.
Yeah, I would maybe like it a bit more if the Tusk was something different. I could see some pressure.
I mean, for XG.
Yeah, it's very good with Sven, not gonna lie. Like if you get towards the later stage, it's really cool.
We love seeing Magnus on the main stage.
My guy's pointing. He forgot to ban it some years ago, but now he's picking it. He knows what he's doing.
He's got beef with this hero.
He's got. This is a grudge pick.
This is a grand finals hero if I've ever seen one. We talked about XXS doing that blink initiation for his team, that low cooldown, those skewer backs. This is going to be key. They didn't want to give him big cooldowns. They're going for the big plays here on the main stage.
I don't think they've even played it so far at this TI, so yeah, to kind of bring that out in a potential tournament-winning game.
I mean, the pressure is on Amar. He is the one pressing the buttons. This is his pick. And I think he's got a lot of weight and pressure on his shoulders.
This is not the Gyro to carry the game. Gyro is a kind of enabling kind of puzzle piece to bring life to other heroes. You are not outscaling the Mag, the Sven, the Leshrac, the ET. You need someone else to step up.
Keep in mind that Sand Kings can still go offlane if they want to set up Malrine instead. It is still a flex pick after all.
It's quite hard because you're playing into like BKB disable, like even if you go like for some Quap or Sniper to like win the lane, like they suffer later.
Maybe, yeah, if the Sand King was to go offlane, run back to Primal, at least have a hero that buys Blade Mail, can cushion the blow of the Leshrac, you keep running into the jungle, Amar then gets...
Oh, it's a bear though.
Oh.
It is the Ursa coming out, a hero that's been banned a lot. And it is Amar playing the Ursa.
Let's go.
Okay, okay.
Not a single soul in this entire arena would have ever gone, you know what, Amar in a potential, losing game to a, is picking offlane
Guys, you gotta respect this.
I respect the hustle. My guy's got confidence.
Listen, Ahmad only cares about one thing, okay? He just wants to win lane. He does not give a crap. He's like, I will give me Ursa. I will beat this Sven in lane. I will not give him the game. I will be in their faces all the time. Who cares about team fighting? Who cares about map control? I'm just here to win the lane against Ame.
It reminds me of the other day where I'm looking at every hero and I'm like, nope, I don't like you, I don't like you, I don't like you. I don't know if he's going through like the same thing where he's like, okay, if I can't find something, I'm gonna ruin your game. So he's gonna do it to the carry again. I mean, they have to make something magical happen, like early game aggression. It is kind of their script. It looks horrendous and it's weird, but it can work.
Okay. I'll say, Amar has played some Ursa before. Back in 2023 when he played carry on Nigma Galaxy. One game and he lost, but it doesn't matter. He has that one game of experience. And the thing is, Amar, he plays like the off-lane Slark 6-7 months ago. He wants to be annoying, like Effie mentioned. If you can win the lane, sure. He likes to be chaotic. I respect it. He wants to be different. And I think being different in a potential, elimination game, that's what can potentially win it for you.
We talked about how Falcons need to do well in their lanes as kind of like their strategy against Extreme as a whole. And just do it with the offlane.
И это, если считать по картам, четвертая попытка Ами забрать титул. Четвертая попытка забрать корону.
Ну, может быть и пятая. Может быть и пятая, если это Урса сработает на флейне. В принципе, неплохая задумка против двух милишников, но, как Владос говорил как раз-таки на аналитике, если Титан будет хорошо собирать дэмэдж, он может Урсу вообще выгнать в соло.
Тут есть такой момент, что обычно в решающих картах НТА вот это на линиях не работает. Обычно побеждает то, что более надежно. И Falcons нужно сотворить настоящее чудо. Им нужно забирать эту карту, нужно выходить на пятую, и отступать больше некуда. Все.
Шикарный 23-й был от Ксяо. Шикарный 23-й, потому что Амар отыграл полтурнира на этом Магнусе, и это было воровство. Просто не осталось у флейнеров уже, и Магнус от Амара был просто шикарен на групповой стадии. Он прям каждую игру там шел топ-1 по нетворсу, и потом...
Это герой Superior Plate, это герой, который смотрится и в начале здорово, и на линии, и где угодно. В общем, директор здесь передрафтил.
Они сами хотели эту Магнус.
Давайте посмотрим интервью с директором, может он нам расскажет.
They will lose like a maggot.
Whoa, strong words! And I also wanted to know about your offlaner. Magnus has a lot of history. How do you think XXS's Magnus compares to a Collapse Magnus, perhaps?
我们想问一下你们这边的3号位，你觉得 XXS 的梦马跟 Collapse 的梦马相比怎么样呢
？XXS 的梦马也是世界一流水平，我们训练也玩过非常多。
XXS, his Magnus is also world's top tier, and we played it a lot in our scrims.
And we're gonna see how good it is in a potential championship game. Hamburg, put your hands together as we get to this game. Number 4!
Ну что ж, Магнус XXX. Запомним это.
XXX. Погнали.
Let's go. Оффлейн Урса. Решающий карте НТА.
Может сыграть, на самом деле. Может сыграть эту Урсу, поэтому не стоит недооценивать. Но на таймере. Опять на таймере у нас Фальконы сидят, потому что драфт слева. В самом позднем лейте, да, когда у тебя гирокоптер 6-слотовый и Урса 6-слотовая, это все как бы круто смотрится против Свена того же. Но именно вот...
Жадно.
Да, это жадно. Но когда вот лейт такой, знаешь, вот не до лейт чуть-чуть, когда Свен у тебя вот прыгает 4 слота, тогда тебе некомфортно максимально играть. Опять Шаду Демон, опять этот Свен, и под Элдер Титан ты просто рассыпешься.
Но есть еще один момент. Только дважды за весь турнир Малрин проигрывал на Сенкинге. Третий раз проигрывать нельзя. И Сенкинг, вот обычно мы смотрим, говорим, маловато тимфайта. Сенкинг — это герой, который один обеспечивает весь тимфайт. Слишком сильный.
Кстати, на этой карте рекорд вообще был поставлен. У нас 17 438 часов, не часов даже, каких карт было отыграно вот этими 10 игроками.
Да, и каждую карту он будет увеличиваться. Если будет 5-е, будет на 10 больше.
Рекорд соревновательной доте. Больше таких игр не было.
Ну, супер олды играют. Практически все здесь имеют либо большой опыт, либо колоссальный опыт. Наверное, вот Амар, Малрин не настолько опытные, а если взять того же Ами, сколько он уже отыграл на профессиональной сцене.
Но на Малрина надежда.
Что творит Малрин? 16-2, уже начинает он разуплотнять этого лишака, сбил сентричок, забирает руну и... Как мы знаем, он очень любит уходить в леса с пачками крипов и там еще отфармливаться. Пока даже этого нет.
От крита очень много зависит, да, опять же, как он ему настакает. Потому что он где-то по 3 стака делает на каждом пуле. Соответственно, идет туда Сенкинг это выфармливать и все. И после этого он перестает это делать.
Ты же мой хороший. БФ фармит на Урсе с гирокоптером. Короче, Скитеру нужно брать себе Falcon Blade, Блинк и просто идти драться на Гирыче, потому что Амар здесь говорит, я БФ.
Мне кажется, прям первым трактом даггер. И потом пику.
А что если они решили супер лейт сами уходить? Такие, ладно, вы играете супер лейт, мы вам сейчас Урсу с Гирчем дропнем.
Справа тоже лейт, на самом деле, как бы не слабый супер лейт, если про него говорить. Тот самый за 60-ю. Тут уж Элдер Титан и Шаду Демон.
Да.
Сверхсильно все. И тот же самый Магнус.
Урса-то он закрывает, и с Магнусом тяжело будет играть. Но тут уже чисто исполнение. В этот раз есть ультимативный подсейв в виде сноубола.
Есть такой подсейв, но как раз справится с этим, потому что крита, я на 100% уверен, что он прям в нужный момент, в нужное время окажется именно там, где нужно будет подсейвить. Кинг не факт.
Реагрит крипов очень хорошо, Shadow Demon не дает ему уйти. 27-3. Малрин уничтожает мид.
Лучший Сенкинг в мире.
По факту. По факту. Но достаточно ли он хорош, чтобы быть просто лучшим в мире?
Так, как дела у нас у Свена и Урсы? Вот это вот интересно на этой линии. 18-4 на 16-1.
Амар получше идет.
Да, хорошая линия Урса с белкой против двух милишников. Я думаю, там должны какую-то неплохую доминацию показывать. Ну а про Ами нельзя забывать. Что Ами все-таки страшная сила, когда он идет в эти фармы лесов, уходит и после этого возвращается. Да, 3-4 слота, как на прошлой карте это произошло, пока команда его спейсит.
Так, пошли стаки. Здесь не застакал, потому что поставил сентрич.
Это грамотно, очень грамотно. Никто против них так не делал. Да, пытались Спирит у нас Баунти Хантером контрить, а просто центре никто не выставлял.
ПВ делали в первой карте, но после первой все закончилось.
Да. Очень в ноль закрыли.
Очень опасный диаболик здесь. XM подловил Малрина, но за счет пару страйка успел уйти Малрин. У него есть полная бутылка, поэтому все здесь будет в порядке.
Ну, ровник стоит, опять же. 3-4 на 3, 7 на 2.
Да.
Сейчас еще XM здесь, по идее, всех крипов должен по таурам еще добить.
Каждый забирает практически все. И пока все абсолютно поровну.
То, что Свена проблемы, вот это уже радует. Потому что у тебя гирокоптер идет 28 на 7, 19 на 1. Здесь может стрелять.
Больно ему. Будет ли какая-то отмостка? Граната залетает. Снейкинг. Последние пару тычек. Скитер проливает ФБ, но его заталкивают. Потерь один вышку. Нет, она слишком... Дримкенбади. Слушай, забыл про этот аспект вообще, что его ввели в доту, так редко появляется тасик, но это же шикарный последний еще один. В свое время был слишком крутой, потому что притягивал с огромного рейнджа.
Страдают у нас боковые линии. Прям очень страдают. И Свен проседает, и Магнус сильно проседает. Поэтому от этого можно отталкиваться как раз ребятам из Falcons, потому что наша аналитика говорила, что на линиях здесь может все решиться. И 3 таких мощных жирных кора могут выйти. Плюс Сенкинг, да, который в нужное время подключится.
Эпицентр пошел, Крит перетягивается здесь. Опять он начинает делать то, что умеет. XM живет лишак, живет. Но недолго. Лопается. Криту достается фраг. Пусть так, но это лучше, чем если бы Леший выживал. Опять великолепная игра от Крита, как он солил на прошлой карте. И Малрину достается фраг. Топ-1 Нетворс Гира. Топ-2 Сенкинг. Топ-3 Урса.
Пока все четко. Еще и ФЗ Урсы.
Сейчас пачку еще может спиздить Shadow Demon. Урс бежит. Ой-ой-ой. А их стомпы нет. Ну, не стал бежать, потому что Титан вернул копию и очень быстрый был.
Он пока, да, он грамотно взял и начал ордер, да, и как раз дух на 2, чтобы гонять. И вот все, пришел Малрин, он всегда, вот у него 6-7 минута, когда он это хочет забирать под второй песок, и потом третий, все сразу.
Знаешь, что мне еще понравилось?
Третий песок, четвертый.
Лишак в теории мог их сжечь, но они нажали форту на крипов, потому что Диаболик его очень сильно дамажит с этим аспектом, и нельзя игнорировать. Да, Малрин тут расстает, Магнус вообще выселили с линии, Тасикс, Гира делают все, что хотят, полнейшая доминация. Ну чё, еще одну карту с нулевой посмотрим, без камбэков, или как?
Пока похоже, да. Пока похоже, потому что все 3 линии выигрываются в 0.
Морзикрип здесь подкопал, что-то Стас немножко не дофармил. Нормально.
Дофармил это с 4-м песком уже. Полтора левела он поднял, у него был не до 7-й, и вот сейчас вот 8,5.
3600 Нетворс, куда те бабки девать? Такие еще и ДД в бутылке. Он сейчас придет с этим ДД, любого героя убьет.
Даггера у него, надеюсь, нету на 7-й минуте. Да не должно быть. Там много. То, что он фейзы берет, стик и грейжный ботл, понятное дело, не будет. А вот минуте к 10-й уже, да, стоит бояться. И Криту нужно продолжать делать ему стаки. В принципе, здесь Синкью здесь абсолютно тем же самым занимается.
Да, ну тут Магнус камбэкает на этих стаках. Астен Кинг. Так, здорово. Здравствуйте. Плюс
Спрятать. Не успевает, если спрятать, хотя подпил стики вроде.
И вот Малрин вроде бы пришел, вроде Shadow Демона забрал. Но это еще один киллич.
Надо заходить на двойку, надо чекнуть двойку обязательно. Малрин сейчас идет. Амплифаем здесь неплохо. Да, вот продамажит.
Так,
снова.
девушка.
И Аминь дают здесь играть, говорит, хорошо здесь. Пытается контестить, но Аминь все-таки забирает этих крипов.
Забрал все, XM перетягивается. Белку подцепят. Нет, успевает выйти. Юса здесь. Инрыч пошел. У Лишака заканчивается мана, но Shadow Демон перетягивается. Крит связывает двоих. Как-то нас говорит, а мансит Крит. Нет.
Первый килл есть, наконец-то. Китайский коллектив размочил счет.
Ну, очень дорогой фраг на эту белки. И Малрин тут все забирает, что только можно. Еще и вышку практически забрали. Снейкинг
Там не было стаков на двойке, он поэтому ничего не забрал, да.
Не было.
Там показывали, поэтому просто зачекал и ушел в мидл. Нет ульты. Нет ульты
у Урсы. Пытается убежать, но нет ульты у Shadow Демона. Будет лопать сейчас. Снейкинг перетягивается, не может помочь. Мансует Амар. Отмансывает от этого стана. Крит здесь спрыгивает вниз. Амарчик. Эхостом. Не попадает. Ядом не попадает.
Амар, браво. Просто шикарно играть в него.
Сдохни или умри от Амара. Просто какое-то невероятное.
Малрин здесь продолжает тавр напрягать. Снизу тавр уже снесли, опять же под его амплифай. И теперь по центру хочет хорошо работать. Даггер прям нам наклевывается к 10-й минуте. И под этот даггер можно будет прям очень жестко карту душить.
Амар the Monster. Малрин разогнан. 9-й левел. На 2 левела больше, чем у Лешего. Не копает. Не, тут не хочется. Тут может стать кто угодно. У Диаболик лучше просто спушить вышку.
Скитер пришел тут опять со своим фулкомблейдом. Давайте, ребята. Делаем.
Да, Скитер играет более активно, потому что понимаешь, что там, Урсач, он тоже будет очень пассивным. Нужно душить. Полный 5000 у Стаса.
Экстримам надо разойтись просто по карте, да, пытаться вот эти стаки, огромное количество стаков делать, фармить их, просто нетворсы в нуле держать, потому что что будут делать сейчас Фальконы? Они сейчас линейку Тирнет Уров снесут и будут пытаться ловить, как они это делают, на пачке крипов, на отпушах.
Да. Они будут, потому что зачем сопернику давать здесь какие-то шансы? На самом деле очень напряжение жесткое. Мы понимаем, что вроде бы Falcons ведут, но им нельзя ошибаться вообще. Совсем.
Мар на самом деле грамотное решение делает. То, что Battle Fury собирает, прекрасно понимает, что если игра затянется в лейт, и он будет хороший такой усты, да, слотовый усты, он с противовес Свену будет. Если гирокоптер не будет справляться, он сам с этим Свеном разберется, в принципе, как мы видели на первой карте, да, как это произошло.
Блинку Малрина. Зачем-то белка пыталась вывести крипов, но в песке они и так умирают. Снизу перетяжка от Снейкинга. Ну так, Скитера немножко защитить, если что, тут напасть на Магнуса. Пока экстрим, фраг на белке и в целом максимально зажато.
Вот всегда один и тот же нетворс у Стаса. У него в 10-й минуте
Магнус.
500, так,
Есть.
можно будет убивать.
Скьюер почему-то не жмет. Кнопки не жмутся, отключение клавиатуры произошло в момент.
Надо было сразу уезжать.
Странно.
Там подсейв просто был. Надо было к Синкью уехать, он его подсейвил бы, если что-то произошло бы. Так, еще одни стаки. Малрин их тоже будет уфармливать здесь.
Титан пытался что-то придумать. Да, тут ничего не придумаешь. И секретный ниндзя-курьер с блинком. Уже, кстати, минуту висит.
Да, не хотел его палить. Но я думаю, по таймингу прекрасно экстрима понимаешь, что, скорее всего, Малрин в 50-й минуте точно с даггером будет.
Да, с 1-0-1, с таким началом потрясающим. То, что у Малрина здесь есть все, и он идет. Он идет. 9-й левел.
Все преимущество это у каждого кора где-то на 1000 больше, чем у оппонента.
Ами. Неужели за ним так глубоко пойдут? Неужели пойдут так глубоко? Стас.
Стасу, кстати, чуть ли не соло может
да.
дать. 4-м
Он
песком.
идет. Он знает, что Он чувствует.
Ну, может,
чувствует его страх.
Да,
он видит.
Он будет урод.
Врывается. Подкоп.
Нет. Как тут еще.
Даже без эпицентра. Как он...
Он его в соло убил бы. С эпицентром.
Да. Ну, Стас чувствует на этом Синкинге. Он просто просолил все начало. Но это еще не конец.
А там карма. Карма. Помнишь, какая была от Ксяо?
Он там понтануться решил.
Да. Это просто то самое, что как раз будет работать против него. Он говорит, да мы их сейчас в ноль закопаем. Что это за урса в линии? Давай, закапывай.
Ну, пока что в ноле закопаем, как будто бы про эту игру. Но...
Непонятно в какую сторону, да.
Немножко в другую, да. Кармический.
Так, кстати,
Снейкинг.
С даггером.
Да. Пытаются сейчас взорвать, но пугает Shadow Demon.
Так Снейкинг ворвется сразу с ультимейтом, нельзя ни в коем случае.
Свен ГДС. Это просто микростаки фармят. 4900. Свен.
Он выйдет на какое-то второе, там, третье место рано или поздно. Но это позже произойдет. Вот, кстати, ключевой артефакт. Это даггер появляется у XXS. И под этот даггер можно какой-то выпад делать. Есть ультимейт у Shadow Демона.
Смок разревелил только что. Бел очка выходит отсюда, и все, и Урса понимает, что там лишак, все.
7000 нетворса. Гирокоптер огромный, 6600. Да, это не тот гирокоптер предыдущий. Через бедность.
Да, это Свен пока что через бедность. Ну, кстати, не такой большой разрыв. Скорее, суммарно у каждого героя Falcons очень много.
Свен догонит. Свен 100% догонит. Но потихоньку.
Он не догонит, если ему не дать пространство. Либо он догонит один, наравне с Гиро будет идти, но наравне с Гиро будет и Урса, а мы помним, что такое Урса против Свена по первой игре.
Да, на изи. Урса просто Свена здесь уничтожит. Урса с Аганимом, который будет там еще без шансов для Свена. Так, ну фарм идет. Ты, кстати, Battle Fury уже почти готова.
Да, и шикарно.
13 минут, вообще здорово.
Он до БФ опережает Свена на 600 голды. А после БФа должно быть еще жестче. И это скоро будет битва за первого Рошана, за Торментора, которую, по идее, должны забирать Falcons. Очередной смок от Стаса и его друга Белки.
Какой-то мультик.
Сейчас мультик будет, ты посмотри, они будут прыгать. Ну там все.
Они 14 алтарь.
Вотчер только что закончился. Прямо в этот момент. Смоук, 14 алтарь, пока еще 13:45. Занимают позицию. Малрин в кустах. Видят Эксема. Все, уходит. Блинкаут. Скитер. Эпицентр. Раскастовывает Малрин. Нет, не раскастовывает. Не раскастовывает. Спасает Рикинбади, РП! Но в кого? Где дэмэдж? Пока что погибает только гирокоптер. Снкинг кастует свой песок, эпицентр. Ами, дайте пройти, протиснуться, открой проход. Дай выйти, шлагбаум подними. Не поднимается шлагбаум, пока что 2 в 1. Кастом шикарный. Ами, мимо. Снейкинг, ультимейт заряжает вами, все, Ами вынужден уходить. Снейкинг, мистер охранник на парковке, закрыл этот шлагбаум, и Свен просто фоткал всю драку.
Чуть-чуть не успел к Синкью, да, поставить Лишака. Если бы Лишак побольше пожил бы, то было бы вообще здорово.
Да, там гирокоптер сгорел, и также не успел в сноуболу спрятать тоже Снейкинг, поэтому здесь 1.
4 на 5 игры, а вот начинается.
Ну да, Марта в драке не было.
Да.
Просто качался. И посмотри на его нетворс, он очень сильно подтянулся к СК. Забрали экспу, забрали в итоге фарм весь, который забирал Урса, еще и выиграли драку. Шикарно?
Шикарно, да, 5000 ведут. Главное, чтобы преимущество росло. Потому что если сейчас он на месте стоять будет, то будет, вот смотри, чуть-чуть, да. Решил Ксенкью позиционку занять и сбрил здесь просто. Он не успел подойти, как раз спрятать.
Да, и здесь вот вроде бы шикарно, но посмотри вот эти шарды.
Шарды просто, они Ами не впустили сюда.
Здорово.
Просто не впустили сюда Ами. Можно было кого-то спрятать, кстати говоря.
Вот тут вот чуть-чуть не хватило.
Но у него маленький помстан еще.
Да, и улетел стан не туда. Потому что Снкинг успел подкопать. 4-5 тысяч остается. Кстати говоря, преимущество даже глобально и не вырос.
А не все так плачевно. 4-5 тысяч, такое себе.
Просто.
Кстати, даггера еще нет. Сэм уходит. Грамотный артефакт взял себе даггер одним из первых слотов.
Ну надо.
Просто уходить от гангов.
А мне кажется, чтобы еще и можно было напасть хотя бы, потому что как им нападать у них тут. Представь, вот слева появится БКБшка. Что делать-то вообще? Свен, это только под идеальный РП может убить.
Ну, РП, ульт Shadow Демона от Элдер Титана. Свен может и сквозь Блокенбартен нафигачить.
Хороший вард. Давно стоит здесь, но...
Малрин пошел, Малрин еще с инвизом.
Здесь Вардик сбивается. Магнус прилетает на какую-то контраинистацию. Заходит Тасик. Малрин заводит.
Жигули. Все так плохо.
Пока да, пока еще держится удар. Но я думаю, все решится вот где-то минутик 20 к Тарбитру. Или еще одна драка будет. Снайкинг, 10-й левел.
Не забывай, что Урса в команде, и Рошана можно очень жестко забирать.
Да, можно очень быстро будет Рошана и Торментор. Урса шикарный герой в этом плане. Собирает что тот, что другой объект супер-мега быстро. Рассредотачиваются опять Фелконс, опять будут побеждать за счет сплит-фарма. 3 героя в одной точке. Скитер фармит в своем лесу, Амар фармит наверху. У Экстрим, ну только что все были в миде, только сейчас они расходят.
Вот, видишь, о чем я тебе говорил, Ами начинает догонять. Он начинает догонять, он очень хорошо умеет фармить, и ему зоны оставляет. Его леса не фармят. Если у него просадка идет, он начинает сам выфармливать, и он уже сейчас начнет Сенкинга опережать, то, что Сенкинг бегает по карте, ищет какие-то пикофы, а Свен просто все это время фармит. Сейчас второе место.
Но зато все остальные герои из-за этого Лишак и Магнус начинают проседать, особенно
не так сильно, не так сильно. Одну драку им хорошо будет отыграть, они сразу на это все поправят. 5000. Вот они на месте стоят. Ничего не происходит.
Блинк от Снейкинга важнейшая.
Да, против РП спрятать все, кстати, да.
О, и ботинки, по идее, под этими ботинками... Вот интересно, можно ли бежать под ультой Shadow Демона? Он собирает барабанчики, если берет ботинки крутые, можно ли будет бегать там. Малрин раскастовывается. Белка рядом, Белка в позиции, бает на Белочку, видит Магнуса. Белочка, баш. Акела промахнулся, но в этот раз не страшно.
Синкью. Где Синкью? Синкью далеко. Синкью у нас на топе. Вместе с Лишаком фармит, его прикрывает там.
Да.
Ну, снова загулял, ничего страшного. И вот как раз сразу на топ у нас выпад. 18 минута, нужно эту зону занимать, потому что скоро Торментор здесь появится.
Даже как-то эпицентр был лишний в этот раз. Ну, не знали, сколько их там народу, что может сейчас Магнус прыгнуть.
Синкью, кстати, стрелять не сможет.
Да, идет стамблер стоя Мурса. Ну, тут уже заваржен, и далеко идти не вариант. Да, разворачивают. Рошана сетапит, кажется. Или мне?
Да не Рошана. Сначала Торментора, мне кажется, по 20-й нужно.
Вард поставлен.
Они не могут драться. Дух будет постоянно ходить. Против РП не хочется туда заходить. Ну, такое. Нужно какой-то килл сделать, а то и 2.
Так, там Аганим с Кингу летит?
Да, должен уже лететь.
Это очень много дэмэджа. Это физика. Помню, на всякий случай. Дополнительная физика, которая скейлится будет еще в лейте.
Вот тот самый Аганим.
Готово. Так, здесь мистер Крид сбивает вард очень аккуратно, успевает отойти. XXS не шанса, не дают ворваться. Даже если он ворвется, Тасик есть под прикрытием. Зажатый Экстрим. 7000 уже проигрывают, кстати.
Да, потихонечку преимущество начинает нарастать.
Ну, Лишак, ты вот сказал, что не так сильно проседает. Я смотрю, Магнус более-менее что-то. Свен действительно держится на уровне, а вот Лишак просил суперс. Shadow Демона копает, да, прямо здесь. Да, и легко забирают. И плюс 100 закрепа.
Закрыть бы это все РП, отвести бы к Свену. На! Но нет.
Скорую врача.
Ну и вот, и сделали КРЗ пиков. И моментально зеленый свет у нас по Рошану. Забирает его.
Надо было наказывать Малрина за этот прыжок. Да, я согласен.
Там просто еще и Таск прыгнул. Матч давал, и Магнус мог порваться, но там не хватало Лишака. Лишак был сверху, и они побоялись драку принимать втроем.
Наступает день. 8000. И Амар Зе Урса идет на верхнюю часть карты, где Торментор. Опачки, здравствуйте. Подкрученный, по-моему, бушвек у Крита.
Очень больно. Да, по 11 тысяч у нас. 10-11 тысяч имеют форы Falcons. Очень много.
Ты не находишь, что эта карта напоминает 3 предыдущие? Опять 2 килла у Экстрим.
Абсолют синема.
Не, когда мы говорили про 5 карт, конечно, то, что на самом деле большая редкость, когда прям в одну калитку будет вынос. В 2021 году в Spirit LGD было похоже. То есть там 2 карты выиграли в Салат Spirit, потом 2 LGD, и потом была решающая 5-я. Но чтобы так вот одна команда, одна другая, такого сценария там пока я не помню.
Ну ты же знаешь, что на самом высоком уровне, когда встречаются прям вот самых 2 топа, 2 гранда, они им нужно вот прям малейшее преимущество, где 1000-2 голды, чтобы его развить. И
очень важный сейчас момент. Крит не ревилит. И идут за Скитером. А Скитер уйдет или нет?
Скитер без БКБ.
Если он уйдет, это будет очень... Он не ушел, но и они не ушли.
И они не хотят под тир-2 идти, прекрасно понимают, что против них Сенкинг играет, и там можно прям там остаться.
Не нашли смог, в итоге на тир-1 вышку придется тратить, 12 тысяч останется.
12 тысяч преимущество, 12. Просто было 7 недавно, и раз и 12 стало.
Да, ребят, этот инк нам показывал самые нереальные камбэки, но гранд-финал пока обходится без них.
Ну, Ами может, на самом деле.
Может, здесь есть шанс.
Да.
В отличие от прошлой игры, где мы сидели 20 минут, не понимали, как Falcons будет камбэк, здесь одно хорошее РП, 2 удара Свена, и игра сделана.
Но ему БКБ надо. Ему надо БКБ, чтобы бить. Потому что без бэкенбара здесь туго будет. Шаг просто сразу отклеится в драке.
Смоу какой опасный. Бегут. Неуклюже пешеходы по лужам. И могут Экстема найти прямо сейчас. Или Магнуса. Кого первым Магнуса находит. Привязывают его. Бумеранг пошел. Мэджик резист. И он взрывается. Сжигает белку в размен. Что неплохо. Амар зе Урсич! Не убивает Экснова, но успевает прожать свой ультимейт. Пытается отойти. Заснул немножечко Экстем. Его прячут.
Свена нет, Свен боится врываться.
Какая атака! Вообще непонятно, откуда производилась она. Урса с одной стороны, Малрин с другой.
А Урса ничего не сделаешь, он же еще не забавен с Аигисом. Как раз Рошана забрали. Да, очередная одноколеточная.
Но это уже 3 фрага.
Это уже 3 фрага.
Это не 2 фрага.
Знаешь, что радует? Что следующая карта последняя. Тут уже не будет. Тут кто-то должен уже довести это все.
Да, это вот...
Там не будет.
Vibe International. Знаешь, где что надо? Следующая карта последняя.
Vibe International. Но я не в этом плане.
Ну, я понял, да.
В том плане, что отыграться нельзя будет.
Все, да, там уже будет точно, четко понятно, что кто побеждает. Прикинь, скажут, так, ну все, Экстрим выиграли, теперь, значит, Falcons как бы первое поражение в сетке потерпели. Еще одна серия Best of 5.
Как вариант. Как вариант. Или Best of 1 еще нужно.
Орет кто-то. Там уже людям, видимо, настолько в студии у нас плохо, что они без драки уже там что-то себе придумали, орут.
Drunken Body. Летает здесь. Элдер Титан.
Баша, кстати, есть, мог не улететь.
Засчитал бы с первой. А всегда так считают. Форставчик, кстати, очень хороший. Тоже первым артефактом для крита. Именно чтобы из-под фокуса Магнуса и Свена выводить своих героев. Идут душить тир-2 тавр. Айгис есть, еще минуту времени.
Кинг. Будет взрыв, будет взрыв. Взрыв пошел. Успевает. Дать сноубол.
И минус...
И блинкаут.
Минус ГДС. Минус ГДС. Вот это очень плохо. Это, опять же, можно забирать строение, можно забирать объективы.
Так, ну, прямо на ГДС пока идут. Но ГДС вот-вот закончится. Половина уже прошла. Амар здесь подъедают крипа. Здесь закрывает Леший. Не дают ему... не дают ему руну усиления. Это стильно. Прибавка к пенсии, ребят.
Прибавка к пенсии.
А ведь когда я начал комментировать, я еще не вышел на пенсию. А уже прибавка.
Не знаю, как по мне, знаешь, какие вот, если у тебя... Вообще, вот, я не знаю, почему не боятся Манки Кинга. Вот почему?
Это хороший вопрос, потому что самый страшный Манки Кинг уже вылетел, казалось.
Минус Primal Beast, минус Сэн Кинг, минус Пангальер. Собирает здесь Лешака без шансов просто. Хороший пик-курсы, просто шикарный пик-курсы.
Да, вот мне этим Falcons нравится, то, что они смогли найти какого-то оффлейнера, и казалось бы, ну как это работает?
Они же давно это делали, они делали это еще и в прошлом сезоне, да, у них и рейзеры появлялись, и вайперы появлялись. И вот это все, вот эти сигнатурки Амара, а тут их Хускара выкатили, Урсу выкатили, это все, знаешь, вот смотришь, странно, да, типа Хускар идет играть там в оффлинию, или там Урс идет играть в оффлинию, но это мета такая, что у тебя вот такие герои, которые хорошо стоят линию, им плевать, на какой линии они будут стоять, на легкой или на сложной.
Да, Dota вообще такая игра всю жизнь была, что если у тебя что-то работает, ты можешь это делать и не смотреть на то, что там, ой, воет суппорт. Так если он работает как суппорт, почему нет?
Таймзонер.
Да, какой-нибудь там Урса тройка. Так ну и что Урса тройка? Вот он высушил линию, Свен на 2000 отстает и 19 тысяч преимущества Falcons.
Это Спейс дает твоим керри, твоим лидерам.
ДД на Лешаке. А, ну он, извините, я перехайпил. Она просто активировалась, видимо.
Там 10 тысяч нетовса, там плевать. ДД, может быть даже 4D.
Квадро дэмэдж.
Квадро дэмэдж, да.
Было бы прикольно.
Все равно бы ничего не сделал. Он быстро очень отклеится в драке. Он без БКБ и без Шивы какой-то, он здесь не игрок.
То есть уже даже БКБ не спасает?
Не-не, ну и Урса просто съест.
Что делаем? Экстрим. в план, сидим на хайграунде. Вот, кстати, здесь у Falcons тяжелая ситуация в плане того, что уже хайграунд так просто не попушишь, потому что этот Магнус может увести.
Перефар надо делать. Просто критическую массу набирать.
Я знаю, что им нужно. Им нужен таск с аганимом, чтобы выпинывать.
Пинок дать?
Да, чтобы можно было с хайграунда врагов
как вариант, как вариант.
И все, и там как-то разбираться с ними. Но пока он делает юл.
Ну вот, смотри, Магнус без БКБшки.
Аганим уже.
Шаг без БКБшки. Как драться, непонятно.
Да, Лешак нищий.
Через бедность. Через бедность. Ну и бегают тут паровозик у нас. Ребята из Extreme прекрасно понимают, что нужно с Вена все втыкать. Есть, кстати, первый БКБ на Магнусе. У Лешака там тоже остается где-то. Ну вот финальная драка будет с этими блокенбарами. Если они не смогут это сделать, 400 голды, по-моему, Лешака оставалось там.
А я думаю, что они даже не пойдут. Они будут сидеть и ждать, когда Falcons, забрав Рошана, а Егис пойдут сами.
Если эта драка будет, вот это последний шанс с блокенбарами что-то придумать. Но что-то и блокенбары, мне кажется, здесь не спасут. Хотя, опять же, да, красная кнопка, мистер Магнус, как ты сказал, она всегда может работать.
Да, тем более он делает еще хорнтос, тут он как раз собирается вывозить, шарит. Хорнтос, в перспективе рефреш, и можно сотворить чудеса.
Они помнят они 21 год, как их наказывали.
Ну, Ами, Синкью и Ксяо точно помнят.
На базе, зажались на базе, 20 тысяч летят, 12-3 счет. По классике мы уже не удивляемся.
Меня в этом гранд-финале может удивить только равная карта.
Ну, еще 40-40 где-то. Может удивить?
Да, вот это меня может удивить. А 40-0 уже не удивляет. Смоук. На варде, не на варде? Нет, вард стоит снизу.
Ну вот они пошли, вот три блокенбара.
Под крипочка могут сейчас Самара увидеть. У него гем, но у него есть аганим. Сатаник на скитере. Как же много. Как же было мало у них в прошлой игре, как же много в этой. Скан. Куда? Непонятно.
Амар можно просто вперед идти. Он прожмет по-любому свой энрейдж.
Да, он идет.
Они, смотри. Он нападает.
Он просто нападает и чуть не сгрызает Стинкью с плэсом через Магнуса.
Ему ничего не сделаешь.
Это
ничего.
Это не вы его гангаете, это он вас гангает.
Следующий Рошан, второй, у нас через 2 минуты появится. Я думаю, дождутся его фальконы.
Ой-ой-ой. Ами! Ами не уйдет отсюда сейчас, если Урса прыгнет. Не, Урса не прыгнет, Урса не в позиции.
Амар, у него ульта открутился, может прыгнуть когда угодно.
Он видит, он все видит. Он видит на варде, но понимает, что это слишком большой риск. Ами чуть было не встрял. Нужно сносить эту... А, вышки там нет.
Не-не, тут вообще ничего не надо делать. Тут либо Т2 вышка снизу, либо Рошан. Тут других движений вообще не нужно делать, они все рискованы. А Скитер, смотри, он что выигрывает, что проигрывает? Все равно брошка.
Брошка, да, у него интересный билд. Гирокоптер нестандартный. Но он здесь такой дополнительный кэрри. Он сайдганнер.
Не, я на самом деле... Вот, ну, брошка отлично против Свена.
Да, броня зеленая, которую он дает своим криком. Согласен, это хорошее решение.
Фарм продолжается потихонечку.
Фарм продолжается. За International 2025. Сколько игр в групповой стадии мы видели безумных? Сколько мы видели их в плей-офф? Чуть меньше, но все-таки они были. Финал пока в одну калитку, но в разные.
Если как-то сейчас экстримы эту игру перевернут. Они, кстати, вот если одну драку отыгрывают, там 10 тысяч преимущества будет всего лишь. И уже...
Да.
Можно будет спокойно камбэчить.
Да,
не герой не слабые в лейте, вот прям не слабые. Им вот какую-то хорошую, мощную драку. Ну как ее провести, непонятно.
Я тут уже не буду говорить про мораль, потому что если Falcons проигрывают, то все, им нельзя. Титан Солар.
Да и Даллас нужен свой, но обязательно, потому что без критов дэмэджа не будет.
Так, пошли в смоках. Пошли в смоках под Рошана. Сейчас, если выйдут в смоках, то следующая атака, ну, можно будет забирать Рошана и после этого сразу идти Амар. Амару главное не переагрессировать здесь. Он идет очень далеко, команда просто не успевает.
А он...
Да, но тем не менее, если он запрыгнет за 2 экрана... Это...
Ну, я думаю, вряд ли такой мув будет. Поэтому он просто идет ревелить. Если даже его кто-то подкопает, они выиграют драку там.
Все, понимаю, что Рошан прямо сейчас перехватывают аванпост. Рошан появляется. Лидер такой, Рошана нет, Амар такой...
Ну ладно, не буду заходить проверять.
Да.
Чекнул, а крит такой. А Рошан есть.
Ты что, слепой? Вот Рошан.
Да.
Ты что, не видишь?
Именно такой разговор сейчас в TeamSpeak идет.
Ты как его не заметил? Рошан рычит, но тут уже идти сюда — это смерть, потому что уже команда Falcons готова встречать.
Я неграмотно делаю, что они сейчас пятером все зоны формят, потому что сейчас и Торментор забрать, отыграть и заработать себе. еще и шардик на халяву. Да, мне сейчас, я думаю, будет это делать. Главное, ГДС не тратить, потому что тогда мы не сможем задефать рампу. Да, да, у него и так все дэмэджа много очень.
Плюс Торментор отражает тот же тип дэмэджа, который наносит, поэтому наорал на всех тиммейтов.
Под варкраем вообще плевать. Да, Дейдаус есть. И Xingqiu, кстати, с очень крутым артефактом. На Свена можно будет кидать уже.
Да, да, можно.
У него не работало ничего.
Можно пытается Малрин здесь кого-то перехватить. Может перехватить. Джекпот. Джекпот находит в виде единственного героя, который не дает зайти на рампу. В этот же момент начинается параллельно драка. Попытались что-то сделать с Урсой. Урса уходит, но Магнуса нет.
Нападать на Амара такой себе. Да, с Паганим здесь все переживет. Так.
Ну, Магнуса нет. И надо выбивать из него байбек. Правда, он резнится через 30 секунд, и что-то как-то ничего не запушено. Кажется, не смогут это использовать. Очень тяжело подниматься на рампу. Ну, Скидер поднимается.
Ну, надо подниматься, надо.
Да, где же эхо-стомпы, что-нибудь тратит Снейкинг под сейф свой. Так, фортификейшн. А крипов-то нет.
А как напасть-то? Как напасть?
Магнус. Эхо-стомпы просто, чтобы как-то держать Сактарин.
Xingqiu наглый, смотри.
Xingqiu подходит, будет прятать гирокоптера, прячет его, но иллюзии, конечно, не особо что-то делают.
Хорошо, то пуш сразу вышел. Ты забрал?
Вывозят Скитера, у него Аегис. Ребята, у него Аегис, Драгенбади, Скитер и Амар! Амар пошел за XXS, БКБ потрачено, Скитер разряжает свой ультимейт, вывоза больше нет, пока он на кулдауне, нужно отхилиться. Жестко ультимейт раздает, и все уходят на базу, и за время действия этого... За время подхила на базе падает рейнджовый барак. Будет падать милишный.
Че по КДСу? Сколько секунд у нас у Сэна? Потому что без него он вообще никак. 3 секунды.
3 секунды.
Сейчас можно будет.
Надо аккуратно. Очень аккуратно.
Фред
прыгает. Гирокоптера, Драгенбади, Урса отвечает. Дами подставляется. Пол ХП у него. Всех подсейв, всех, кто был сейвит от всего. Великолепный рад Снейкингу, но он погибает. Малрин раскастовывается, копает. Куда копает, непонятно. Ами без бая.
Можно забирать, экстент тоже, скорее всего, будет. Да, и тоже без бая, минута времени. Можно забирать здесь, если... Ну, этот барак точно можно забирать. По миду тоже, наверное, поработают. И в трон пойдут. Да, ГГ, все, прекрасно понимаешь, что дэмэджа там нет, чтобы это все пробивать. Шикарная игра, опять обнаковичка.
The last time we had a Game 5 of the
Extreme! Call it early! They say that's fine! Touche! We'll see you in Game 5.
This series will go the distance. I don't even remember the last time we had a Game 5. So many one-sided grand finals. I think everybody in this stadium is just thrilled to have a Game 5 between any two teams, let alone these two. That is going to be an intense single game of Dota with so much on the line, so much legacy. So many first-timers that would love to lift that Aegis.
A couple of 2-timers in there, a 3-timer potentially.
Don't forget about AUI looking for that third Aegis.
I just cannot believe that this has actually gone to a Game 5. This is the most one-sided Game 5 finals I have ever seen in my life. It's completely one-sided every single game, and I have no idea who's going to win.
It comes down to draft, it comes down to laning, and it comes down to those final few adjustments you can make as the clock strikes midnight.
Has there ever been a finals that has felt so draft dependent? It is just insane how one-sided these games are as a result of that draft, and that is why it is so crucial to take as much time as you can, figure out what strategy you need for this final game. One of these teams is going to be lifting the Aegis very soon. Let's head back to the panel to break down what we could be seeing this upcoming Game 5.
Oh, it's crunch time, all right, for the teams for sure. I can't even imagine the pressure they must be feeling. But we're going to take a slow
Блядь, дотянет ли до 99-го процентиля?
Kind of one-sided. If we did say that Falcons, they had a shot if they did well in the lanes, and we were wondering if that Ursa was going to work. It worked out.
It worked out so well. Not only did they win their lanes and just do the typical Falcons, farm the entire map, choke out the enemies, they made no mistakes, right? The issue would have been if they were going into that Magnus high ground too early. if they were playing into team fights maybe at the wrong timings, if they went to an incorrect side of the map, they just had so much discipline in this game on Falcons.
I mean, the confidence of Amar, right? Your final pick in the draft, you know that your carry gyrocopter isn't going to be able to outscale your opponent, and your offlane is getting banned out. So then you go for, you know what, I'm going to go for an Ursa. He doesn't play it competitively. He plays it in his pubs. I'll give him credit. He's using his knowledge of his pubs that he doesn't want to show in competitive. And randomly, second competitive game on Ursa, this is it. I'm offlane, I'm into a Sven, I can combo break the Magnus. But who else would truly draft in this style to break away from all of your team's logic, your entire team's approach to this TI, and then you're going, you know what, Amar, what are you doing in your pubs? A week ago, a month ago, 6 months ago. Yo, it's working out. Let's try it in a potential elimination game against XG, and then to dominate like this. He even said it himself. He's 45. He did nothing. His team did all the work.
I mean, I'm kind of shook, and I wouldn't be surprised if XG, at least during the game, or still right now, have like a little bit of this feeling going on. Offlane 24 pick Ursa. This doesn't exist. This is not real, but it just hit you and it destroyed you. Like, they win all their lanes, and I will say it's not just Amar and it's not just the Ursa pick, it's everyone. Malrine on his staple SK, he destroyed X and mid. They played so well in the early game, and they go for the thing that they do whenever they win. They go for all the lane winning stuff. They take the tier 1s, they play the map. XG, they looked a little bit hurt in this game.
I love the fact that Snaking also went for Drinking Buddies on the Tusk, right? They turned this lane into such a dominating bit of aggression, right? You apply the Drinking Buddies onto the Gyrocopter, you can chase down the lane, you also then have the saves throughout. So if the game was difficult, Snaking would have been able to step up. But it was so snowbally that we didn't really get to see it shine, but changing up the facets, playing for the offlane Ursa, I don't think XG was ready for any of this in this game.
It was just so funny to me watching the Ursa just play in the bottom left corner of the map while the rest of his team was fighting on the other end. He just bought a Battle Fury from the offlane, but here we can see Malrine as one of the standout players. We can talk and talk and talk about this Ursa, but the real factor of this game, which is what it has always been throughout all of Falcons wins, if Malrine gets his Sand King, if he gets to pair up with Crit's Hoodwink or Crit's Snapfire, they take over the entire game. In contrast to the last game where he had his stacks invaded by XM's Shadow Fiend, his stacks were untouched, he hit all of his timings, and he took over.
I think a critical thing Falcons identified during the draft is that Leshrac, Sven, Magnus, all these heroes, they kind of farm the lane and then go farm the jungle. They keep doing farm, right? They're never overlapping their heroes. They're never really fighting. You might throw like a Stormhammer here, or Lesh might rotate, but it's not as explosive as the likes of the Sand Kings and the Gyrocopters and Tusk. Like, they want to sweep through the map, and I think XG, that farm game has been punished once again.
I mean, to me, like, what I see also is I think this game is a good indicator of that gold can fix kind of everything for you, because I wouldn't, like, this is not a traditional Dota 2 draft. But this also goes to show you that this game is so complex, you can do so many different things. Because I'm pretty sure if you ask a lot of people after this draft, I did not think the Falcons draft was going to work out. I'm not going to lie. And that's one of the beauties of this game, where you don't know whether it's going to work or not until you actually see it played on like the highest level.
Yeah, and we've seen Sven so dominant, so I also thought, okay, this Sven's going to be a tough puzzle piece to solve. It didn't look like it, Kezu.
No, and it's like, it's honestly so crazy. Like, I'm still in halfway of like disbelief, but we have to show. And guys, a quick reminder, this is not carry to carry comparison. This is offlane guy Chad, last pick calls for like some Amar Ursa against the Ame Sven. Because Ame on this hero has looked incredible, but at this point in the game, look at his hero damage, 1500. He hasn't dared even to touch a hero in this game, probably apart from the laning stage. Amar, higher net worth, perfect items, got the axe to break him free, the Basher to play aggressive. Yeah, I don't know where to go from here. I'm a little worried for XG.
The fact that he was just farming so freely on the Ursa, and key, he had the gem on him, right? Because Amar, the way that he played this Ursa is when, he had that short stint playing offlane Slark. I just had like deja vu watching him. Like, you basically get 2 or 3 items, you run through the map, you keep dewarding, you're inviting the enemy onto you, right? That's kind of a Falcons thing, right? Some player at some point, if they're thriving, tries to bait their opponent. And when Amar got the gem, got all this, he was doing it exceptionally well.
Yeah, it was, I mean, you might have thought at some point that it looked like a carry Ursa, but it was a frontlining tanky Ursa.
Yeah, exactly. And I have a very brief clip to kind of summarize what I was, or show you what I was talking about just there. But yeah, the way that Amar played it, of course, they have a 20,000 gold lead. It's easy to kind of say this is good, but even if this game was closer, Amar would be playing in the same way. If this was a 4K lead, 3K lead, a 100,000 gold lead, he's still going to do the same thing. He's going to run in, use the gem, jump the backline, and in the pressure of the draft to identify how do we stop Magnus and have additional scaling, now that you think about it in hindsight, of course, it's like, Ursa's a really cool pick. So again, props to Amar and Aoi to kind of collectively come together and find this very, very, very niche pick.
Ursa aside though, and again, it was so cool, very fun to see it on the mid stage from the offlane. Falcons did what they always do to no punishment in that early game. Before Ursa could even be a factor, the best thing that he did for his team in that first 15 minutes was win the lane. That's what he picked the hero to do, right? But still, you got this Snake King on a save support, different than the ones he's been playing, but he got it. Malrine, he got his Sand King. Crit got his Hoodwink.
Yeah, it was very good looking for Falcons, and we keep mentioning they had a very strong early game. And what exactly happened in that early game, Purge?
The Ursa got to do whatever he wanted, and that was the entire point of this pick. They were trying to dismantle the laning stage for what XG had, and a lot of that comes down to the Elder Titan here. He's supposed to be able to punch and fight his opponents, but because Ursa is stacking damage every single attack, in a lot of cases, X-Nova just stopped hitting him. This was actually one of the few times in the entire laning stage that they ended up trading, and from there, Crit basically messed around over on the right side, trying to stop pulls and things like that X-Nova's trying to do, and then eventually the supports just left the lane. And no joke, we are 8 minutes in. You remember this gank that happened where Amar dodged a lot of stuff and they played the music and all, that where he actually got low? Look at this tango in his inventory here. That is one of his 3 starting tangos, and we're 9 minutes into the game. That is how little harassment there was in his lane. He hit creeps, and Ame hit creeps. So it was kind of just, the game was solved in a lot of ways based on him just picking his hero. He got to get his Battle Fury on time, he got to get his Blink Dagger, and then he just became a normal hero. The game smoothed out because it was a bit of a farm fest. And then, again, the best things that Falcon got was they got the Malrine Sand King, which is ridiculously expert. I've made so many segments like this where Sand King does this. Stack clearing, then he goes into a teleport, into a gank lane, which he does very expertly here at 7 minutes. Usually goes to the off lane, but this time doing the safe lane. They kill the Shadow Demon. They take the tower with the Sandstorm. Very broken stuff. You know what he does next? He always takes a second tower. Here it is, 10 minutes in. So they get the lanes they wanted to. They get the ahead Sand King that they wanted to. They get the Blink Dagger at 11 minutes, and then they take their first team fight and they don't get crushed in it. And from there on, the game is basically just in their hands. They have a gold advantage, they have map control, they have the heroes they want, they have multiple carries in this case, which made it even better against Sven. They basically just took the game in their hands with that Ursa pick.
Thank you very much, Purge. That was a very strong Ursa pick. Very good game from Falcons, and definitely something we're thinking about for Extreme Gaming going into game number 5. But we should talk a little bit about game number 5, because after that game, we will have a new champion for the International. And I want to focus a little bit on the people that we have on stage. You can make a great case of why anyone deserves to win the International if there ever is such a thing, but I want to just quickly touch upon one certain individual, and we might do some other ones too, but I think for one certain individual, it's not the first time he goes to game 5 of a grand finals. It doesn't happen very often, guys. It does not.
It can't happen again.
If he wins, it's like you've broke the curse, you've done it. If he loses,
that is lifelong trauma.
Yeah. But it's not only that, like he's going to game 5 again, it's 2-2, but it's like Magnus is also like the bane of their existence. Whether you pick it yourself or they have it, like you have to like get the hero like out of the game as a whole in like bans, because it's really in your head right now.
They just need to relax, okay? They need to regroup. I like what Captain SVG said about how draft-dependent this series has felt.
Yes.
This almost feels like coach versus coach instead of player versus player. So what we really need right now is for both of these coaches to focus on what they do best. For Extreme Gaming, what they need to think about is that mid lane. Sure, there was an offlane Ursa, but what happened ultimately? Malrine got to play Dota the way that he always does, and he set the pace for his team. When they were shutting that down, they were doing great.
yeah, Malrine feels like the life of the team. As much as like Effie's mentioning, the hype of everyone else, I fully echo that. Malrine has to be shut down if XG want to try and take the game 5.
And then we also should make a case for the other side, because yes, it would be fantastic and a whole full circle situation for Ame to be crowned king with the squad, of course, in Extreme Gaming. But on the other side, I do want to highlight that there is another person that could be an uncrowned king as well, in the name of Crit, who has attended his 9th international, the longest consecutive amount of TIs of any player that is here at TI, Kezu. And you can make a strong case for him as well to take this.
you can make a case for like so many of the players on stage, especially him. He keeps getting his hoodwink over and over. And I will say his game 1, it didn't look particularly great, but he's been stepping it up every game of the way, and he's got the experience. Like when you look at the other players like Amar and Marine, I'm sure that they give so much not just in like your own gameplay, but how do you help them, how do you keep them cool, how do you go into the next game. So yeah, I mean, you can't really say that someone doesn't deserve it, but you have so many, like all of them, they're just playing their hearts out, and just gonna have to wait and see.
Cannot. May the best team win. May the best uncrowned king win.
Yeah, I mean, for both, it is quite an achievement to get to this point, and then I'm gonna have my heart broken and be happy at the same time at the end of that 5th game. That is for absolute sure. And I do want to talk a little bit more about the coaches in the draft and how important it is, as our commentary team mentioned as well, because there's one thing that I have noticed in these last 3 drafts, and I'm not as Dota nerdy as some other people, so I look at other things. I look at how much bonus time people have left. I find that interesting because I can't compute the draft in my head as fast as obviously the pros on stage can. And some people do it a lot faster than others. The bonus time left for the teams at the end of the game generally is about 10 seconds and sometimes 0. I mean, it's high pressure stakes, totally normal. On the side of Extreme Gaming, they seem to have come in with a plan every time, leading into 1.5 minute, 2 minute bonus time being left over.
But if you look at the drafts, it doesn't really show it here. Actually, it does, right? Extreme's always been first pick. Falcons have always been second pick.
Every game.
Yeah, like when I really remember the grand finals where pick and side, or sorry, pick specifically, has always been the same way. Normally, you kind of bounce back and forth. It's like, oh, okay, they got second pick, they win. Let's take it away from them next time. Let's try and show them our strategies. The fact that we have 4 games in a row with the same pick side, or sorry, pick order, is incredibly rare, at least.
Yeah, and I think also it's like the way it works is that first pick you set up your stuff, like you make it happen, and the second pick team needs to respond to you. And I think it also goes to show that Falcons were kind of pressured when it comes to the draft too, because they're running out of the clock. They had to go for a last pick Ursa, which is, again, it's incredible. And I think also like Amar deserves a lot of praise. Like the first time you're on the final stage, you're playing the grand finals, you bust this stuff out. This is not normal.
It is not. For the last time, give it up, people. These 10 players and their coaches. This is an absolute marathon in this best of 5. And they are heading into the 5th game of a grand finals of the International. I cannot imagine the pressure and the emotions they must be feeling right now. And the trick to be able to let it all fade away and focus only on that game of Dota, that is a trick that you don't get to practice very often, Tigo.
No, not at all, right? To be in this position, it is so rare, right? And of course, that is now going to be testament to the maturity of the players, the experience that they've gained throughout this tournament, the emotions that they've had to harness from game 1, 2, 3, and 4. Everything now comes down to this 5th and final game.
My eyes are on Ame right now. How are you feeling? You've been here before. This is not your first game 5 of a grand finals. Are you going into this one with confidence, or are you shaken a little bit?
3 times a charm, I think.
And it's also true. Like, he's not the only multiple times guy. You have Jin-Q and X-Nova. They've also went 2 and 3 in the losses before.
I hope none of them are thinking about it though. All right, that is.
How can you not?
Impossible not to.
No, I mean, Zhao Wei's had a chat with them. He's really dialed them in there.
Yeah, he found them to watch their face.
Yeah,
you have them go in like hardcore to like drain that out. I think it's near impossible.
You've got Crit on the other hand. He looks locked in. He's ready. They're happy with what happened.
I mean, absolutely. If I play some 4 hoodwing and my bear's just smashing people left and right, and he alt chats 4v5, I kind of like that even. You know, the alt chat is considered BM, but I think put yourself in the zone that makes you feel at home. Try to lock out that you're sitting in front of thousands of people, hundreds of thousands watching at home.
They were listening to that guy doing the interview in the crowd, right? He said he asked Amar to do some all chat to win the game, and then he did it. So whoever that guy is, shout out. You helped them win the 4th game.
It worked out. All the positive words coming from the crowd during that time, they paid off. They made it happen. Falcons made it happen, and we are having both teams on match point and only one to come out victorious. And the pressure is mostly on these 2 players. For one, it's the drafting, as we have pointed out how important it is. But we also have pointed out quite a few times actually already before coming to the grand finals, XXS for Extreme Gaming has been
так он же еще на Грандмастере.
He has been the one leading the charge to victory, and he's getting targeted in the ban so heavily.
He's been the heart of this team throughout this
того,
tournament.
что он был
Him
на
on his Blink
Грандмастере,
Initiator
мне
type heroes,
прям
especially
нажалось.
his Shakers, his Centaurs, and what
То
have you,
есть
his Mars.
это
Falcons identified that they don't want that smoke. They're
вторая
going to take
игра и
away
третья,
their
по-моему,
playmaker.
да?
And he's kind of running out of
Вторая.
heroes that can make the same kind of play. That is why they went for that
Он
Magnus
сыграл
in that last game. They wanted
10-0-6
that
на
hero with a low cooldown on that
Грандмастере.
skewer to be able to start the fights for them. But like if your
Четвертый
hero
он
pool is getting banned
сыграл
and at the very end your Slardar is getting taken out, it doesn't leave much for you.
7-0-4.
It's why
Ну,
Falcons
здесь
are
не
enjoying being such a pick,
Грандмастером,
right?
зато
Because they're entering the phase
0-4.
of the Mars ban, Centaur ban, and Shaker ban. When you look at the heroes
Сработал
he's played,
титул.
how
Ох,
it's not easy to
ебать.
craft the Slardar lineup or a Batrider lineup. But the first heroes that I mentioned,
Сколько
you can
людей
first pick them in
идет?
any draft, and you
Прогноз
can
могло быть
eventually build
9.
something to fix some of their weaknesses. But the Slardars, the Batriders, it is a little bit, more niche.
To me too,
9
also it's
это
2
еще
games in a row
плюс.
where they had the Skeeter gyrocopter, and there must be something for XG also
Это
that
еще
they
плюс
need to think
2000
about. Like this
очков.
hero will come out over and over for Skeeter. We saw it even in a matchup where I
Играть
would
на
say
хоть
it's a
что-то,
very
да.
hard game, but they don't care. But the thing is, with the bans that you're mentioning, it makes the hero a lot stronger.
We also did learn something where they banned the Slardar in the phase after picking Gyrocopter, and XG had the ability to pick Sven or Slardar there.
Давайте у меня
Falcons
передание,
told
пацаны.
XG, like, we're scared of this hero, so if the same draft is to happen again, that could be the change that occurs, where they pick the offlaner slightly earlier to protect it
Ну
from
да,
later
если
bans.
бы саппорт не
And for
опозорился,
Falcons,
если бы там
so long
стоял
as they get
X,
their
ну хотя
hands
бы
on
не
a
факт, что
Marine
набрал
hero in a
много,
game where he's
конечно.
uncountered by XG supports, because that's what it
Я
feels
думаю,
like the
мог бы
draft was about a
набрать
few games
что-то в
ago.
районе
They're chilling. They're the ones who are
30к.
daring XG to make a move, come into our triangle, shut down the
И
farm,
было бы
play into our
130.
7 to 10 minute tower pressure. We're applying to your safe lane.
I mean, the momentum is definitely on the Falcon side.
33
Like you go down, you learn a few
мог
things, and then
набрать.
you win this last game in that fashion, where you gave XG a lot of the things that they wanted to. The Ame Sven, you let him open with the SD again. You had the XM Leshrac, the Blink Initiator on the offlane. You had the X Nova like on his staple heroes too, and you went straight through it.
All games, though, it's been one after the other, as an Extreme 1 game 1, Falcons 2, vice, and continuously like that. So it seems like the teams are adapting just slightly. At this point, we would expect Falcons to also adapt, obviously, but they need to be
seeing, I honestly just see nothing wrong.
But Pugna does add to the survivability that we keep mentioning, right? For the supports of XG, how they thrive, right? Now you have the Pugna and the SD together. You offer up a core, even if they're out of position or getting jumped, there's so much turnaround potential, so much survivability to just get through Falcon's jump.
I just love the concept of double save supports for Ame on this game 5. Like, just give him his perfect pick here. But also Pugna versus Pango. Beautiful dynamic. Pugna can protect himself from Pango rolling on the backline. If he decryptifies himself or the target that's getting rolled on, they take no damage.
Both of these lineups are so like beautiful on their own accord and what they can do, how they play around each other. Who are you making space for? Who's gonna like help you and abuse the fact that you can go in for me, I can go in for you? It's Skeeter Medusa too. It's not something that you see every day from him because usually he takes a little of the less hard carry approach, but he has also played this many times.
It's a Medusa that can tank an Echo Slam, walk into the Shadow Fiend, doesn't really care, right? You can now it enables the disruptor Pango and Naga to choose when they want to fight. Of course, Medusa will need, a couple items to be able to do that. But once you enter the mid to late game that we are expecting from both of these teams, Medusa will happily do it all.
Hear me out. This looks a little bit scary for Falcons just conceptually based on how they've been playing, right? They don't have that strong follow-up damage from position 4 that they always have to play with their mid laner. They're gonna play a slower game because they have Medusa and Naga Siren, and their Pango isn't gonna have the easiest time winning that mid game for them because of the double safe supports. So you're in this position where you wanna take it late game versus Extreme Gaming, who are one of the late game teams. Is this the correct choice in terms of strategy?
I'm not
Can we
sure.
answer that in an hour's time, please?
I see a similar problem. You have Medusa, Disruptor, and Naga Siren, very traditionally low damage heroes, or Medusa who doesn't join. And Effie, you mentioned you have Pugna against Pango. You can decrypt, you can live through this. And not just that, but you have set up Ame for an absolute last pick in this game for XG as well.
Both teams, their ability to progress the map is locked behind their cores joining. Like, Pugna wants to do it, but if he steps up, a Pango can roll in, a Disruptor can rotate and kill you off. So I think both teams have subscribed to, we're going to farm our way into the game. Probably maybe a low kill score, but then when it ramps up around 20 minutes or so, that's when the fighting will begin. It doesn't feel as snowbally as some of the other drafts that we've seen.
It's not at all.
No.
Earlier this year that we had a lot of Medusa on the off lane.
I would like to see it just in the carry role.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, let's see what Falcons will go for in their last pick. They still have to keep in mind that Ame has not gotten his hero yet.
Yeah, it's kind of on Amar here, and you're thinking a lot of steps ahead. You're gonna be discussing, okay, what is Ame very likely to pick? What can I take here? Potentially on Amar, all Marine that can dissuade this pick that we don't want them to have, or if they do go for it, then at least they can't feel as good about it.
I think for Ame, just anything that goes in, just get in and fight. You have double safe supports. You have the Shadow Fiend who's going to provide a lot of range damage, and that's why they take out his Ursa and Anti-Mage, 2 of his go-in heroes. What does that leave for him? A Faceless Void, or does he want to switch to a completely different archetype and try to play a ranged carry versus Medusa? Personally, I would prefer if he just went in this game.
It also depends on the lane setup, right? If they see a weak off lane based on Pango going to mid and there's something exploitable, then that could potentially change. And they go for the Magnus themselves. XG could not win. Or take the Aegis with the Magnus. And then Falcons take the Magnus themselves in game 5.
Nice. Nice on the Magnus too. I will say this can be poetic either way. Let's just leave it at that.
They are trying to cause mental damage right now on Falcons. They want to force a game 5 Magnus game.
A staple. Now, yesterday you guys said that Outworld staff, doesn't matter if a team gets Outworld staff as the neutrals because it's good anyway. Can be good anyway.
This is a crazy game. This is honestly just an absolute crazy. Like, Ame has had years to think about what he wants to slap Magnus with. He comes up with a jug. It has a good matchup into the Medusa. You can buy Manta, you can go Diffusal, you can play fast. You have your spin against the Disruptor, against the Naga Siren as well. I think that Dota is gonna do all the talking in this game.
Exactly. I mean, he's found a carry that at least in the kind of skirmishing of the early to mid game, he's not going to get caught off by glimpse. He can spin away from that. In the later portions of the game, depending on how it goes, he has swift flash and ways to kind of get around the fight. But Juggernaut last pick, Falcons going for this epic team fight. Like, if this is a 50-60 minute game, try fighting into Song, Static Storm, RPs, getting dragged into it as well.
So far, though, every time it has gone later, it meant that the early game was stable. I do need to know, how are these lanes going to play out? Are we going to have a stable early game?
It feels stable from both teams, right? Farm on both sides, and
last pick Juggernaut. It looks like a great Juggernaut game.
To me, this game is all about XXS on the Earthshaker.
For the hero to play into the game. That's what we've been wanting to see him to play. When he's not on that, they struggle. But he can activate the rest of his team. Even though the style feels different, Maureen, he's sticking true to his guns. When they win, he's on an aggressive hero. And Pangolier, he can do it all.
May the best team win.
Yeah, may the best team.
Yeah, Kesu, it sounds like both teams kind of got what they wanted from this draft of Game 5.
I absolutely think so. Like, this is what you wanted to boil down to in Game 5. You have a good draft, you have your comfort, you let the gameplay speak.
Oh, we're going to let the gameplay speak for sure. But first, we're going to let both of the coaches speak.
Absolutely, my friends. Community, we've been waiting a long time for a grand finals that went all the way. We're going to Game 5, baby! Ahead for everything, and we'll find out who's the best team here today! So there's one question that matters, my friends. Who will be the man? And who will be the maggot? Shake those hands, boys! Let's get into a Game 5!
Intro, I have to say. 5! Oh, I am fired up after that intro. I have to say. This stadium, Barclays Arena, you guys have been amazing. From the front stage all the way up to the top, from every corner of this goddamn building, there are Dota fans filling up this space and making some noise. And I just want one thing from all of you, all right? I want us to have some fun, and let's make some fucking noise! Game 5, Falcons versus Extreme. Let's get it on.
A series goes the distance. Think about how many hours, how many thousands of scrims, tens of thousands of pubs, hundreds of thousands of moments thinking about what you would do if you were here in a Game 5 TI Grand Final, and you know these two teams have thought about it a lot. You do not want to leave this stage with regrets. Not now, not when you have come this close to tasting immortality.
There is so much history behind TI, so much history behind these players. So many of them have been working for this exact moment. For years, they've been dreaming about this moment. And now it's all about to happen. And nothing will be clean. It is going to be a dirty game without a doubt.
Pure magic as the only term for it. Man, if you are a coach of one of these squads, I would not want to be backstage watching this unfold with no ability to control it.
Hard palpitation.
The draft is set. The players are just going to play out your picks. And I mean, my God, a last pick Juggernaut for Ame. You have to remember, this Ame Juggernaut was the only thing that took a game off of Team Spirit in their perfect EWC run.
That's
the only thing Yatoro could not defeat. Ame will go back to it here and face his demons in a Grand Finals Magnus. This is what he chose. This is what he has to live with and what he has to make work here.
I won't lie, I felt a pit in my stomach when I saw the Magnus come up for Falcons. I saw Ame facing a Magnus in a TI Grand Finals Game 5.
Not again, not again.
Okay, let's talk about it. Let's break it down draft-wise, because the games have been incredibly one-sided. We've been here before. We've all been here. Well, maybe some of you haven't, but a long time ago, we had TI3, right? Goes to a Game 5, but those were some one-sided games to lead up to it. Drafting, there was a lot of back and forth all the way back then. There is now today in this series. Who do you think, in your opinion, who do you think walked away with the draft win?
This is honestly impossible to call. I cannot call it one way or the other. I give a very slight edge to Falcons because they got Naga Siren, and this hero has been a teamfight terror. But XG got some decent answers to it. They got the Shaker in response. It's a great matchup. You have long range disable. You have teamfight. They got the XM Shadow Fiend that was a monstrosity in that Game 3. They have their saving supports. they didn't want anything else. This is everything they want in a lineup. All the scaling that they will need. So much team fight. Just a matter of execution. Can you make these picks pay off? XXS looking for some pressure on Skeeter. Would love a first blood in this lane.
Yeah, gets another enchant totem. And with Xinkyu getting so many hits off, it's amping up the damage. Don't forget about that innate, the menace that he's able to apply. Skeeter loses a lot of mana for that and may lead to something in the future. But for now, no kills just yet. But the CS score is looking mighty fine for Extreme right now.
And honestly, that has been part of the story of this series. It feels like who pulls ahead in the early game is who pulls ahead more in the mid game and who closes it out.
Do you think that this is supposed to happen? When it comes to the look, I mean, we've got the Shadow Fiend versus the Pango. I feel like that is just a write-up. Pango's gonna, or excuse me, the Shadow Fiend's gonna walk away with a victory on that.
Auto lane win there. I think this juggle free farm no matter what. You can't stop him with a Disruptor 4. This looks like a lane victory for XG. They put themselves in a solid early game position. And this is also not the fastest lineup we've seen out of Falcons, right? They went for Medusa, they went for Magnus. This is not a classic Skeeter hero for a reason. It doesn't make early rotations. It doesn't join the fight super early. It does give you more scale. Will that scale come back to haunt you, though, if it gets reflected off of some Shadow Demon illusions? You can turn this Dusa back against the team itself. There's a lot of small interactions like that in this game. And, of course, you have Naga Disruptor. I mean, this is a combo. I don't know how many times I've heard AUI talk about his love for this combination. I played on a team where he played carry Naga to set this all up. He loves this little combo. I've been waiting to see it in this event with how popular the heroes have been. It will finally get busted out in this game 5. Absolutely deadly in the late game. The sleep into the lockdown Static Storm. You have a disruption to soft bail you out of that situation, but there's a lot of team fight to back that combo up. There's a lot of burst damage.
In that case, do you favor Falcons going into that late game? If we get into that scenario where the teams have not been able to roll over each other with an early game advantage and we push it late?
I mean, honestly, I hate to say this, but it might come down to Omni Slashes. It's a gamble of a spell. I mean, you go in there, there's Lotus Orbs, there's Outworld Stabs. So much can go wrong, and yet so much can go right here. If you land the perfect ultimate, it can break that late game fight open.
Disruption set up, Fisher block off, a bit of damage. Snake King, though. Naga Siren, a very tanky support. And once again, Crit's going to make the early TP rotation for the punish on Extreme Gaming. That should lock it down. XXS has nowhere to run to, and First Blood is claimed by Crit.
He makes the same rotation top he did in that other game. Turn that lane around for Skeeter. Secure this safe lane farm. Do not let XXS get aggressive or have a free farm time up on this off lane for XG. He has been their biggest playmaker. He is their playmaker in this draft. If you shut the Shaker down, the game becomes a lot slower for Extreme Gaming, and then you're relying on the lane win from this Shadow Fiend to power you through. Which, by the way, he is winning the lane CS, but this Pango has been farming jungle incredibly efficiently. Maureen is getting through this matchup.
He knew there was going to be some sort of glimpse of shenanigans here, and now with the Fisher, he's trying to save his support, pulled back in. Once again, this Gorgon's Grass is turning out beautiful when he's got so much set up for it, both the pull-in of the Ensnare and the Glimpse.
You have to find a punish somewhere on the map. This is just a straight tri-lane now from Falcons, and guaranteed kills with the net plus the Glimpse.
You can't really punish the solo offlaner here. It's a double Bracer Magnus, and you've got Pugna Juggernaut. You're just not going to get a kill with that duo.
It's the downside. No disable on this Pugna to set up the spin kill. Means XGO is going to have to win.
Early Rolling Thunder goes after XM. Maureen gets stuck on the cliffs. Still able to find a second hit, but now it's underneath tower. And XM, he's trying to get out the Requiem. Unable to do so. Maybe he can threaten it now. Oh, managed to get a big heal off the Magic Wand stacks. And Maureen's the one to die instead. The raises to finish him off. And now the punishment comes in twofold. As Xinkyu managed to get a disruption on top of that for a second kill. XM taunting Maureen. He was already walking away with the lane win, but now he's got a massive lead. 57 CS, a kill to be a part of. 3,200.
The fifth. It might get the kill.
Oh, it was close, but not quite good enough. A raindrop is what separates Snake King from life and death.
What a kill attempt from Maureen. He played that lane so well, salvaging it in the jungle, dodging the rough parts, went for the all-in play, but XM, he had Fairy Fire, he had wand charges, he's able to boost back up, turn that play around, and the support's there at the right time. That's a huge turnaround play for XG. When you pick XM, these lane dominators, you cannot let him fall. His Sniper and Shadow Fiend have been go-tos for Extreme for a while, for a reason. They build a lead, they take the map over, they take that tier 1 mid incredibly fast. If you gank that hero once or twice and he falls, a lot of the momentum goes out the window. So keeping him alive is pivotal here for Extreme Gaming. Also building up a lot of stacks for the Shaker. This is something Falcons are eyeing. They would love to get in there and either contest the experience or steal it away with this Pangolier.
But we talked about all tournament long how it feels impossible to do so. You get too close, you're getting echo slammed, you're too far away, you don't get all that experience and certainly none of the gold. Snake King, the best he can do for now is block extra stacks.
They do have a window. No echo yet on XXS.
Miss Skewer. X-Nova though still taking so much damage thanks to the healing ward. He will stay alive. And Amar battling out with Ame, but I don't think he's expecting an extra hero here. Shinkyu can't get there in time for a disruption.
This will mean Maureen gets away with some highway robbery on these stacks. Again, no ult on XXS because his lane was so rough. He got tri-lane. Can't go here and threaten that echo. 8-minute power rune, spawns top. Invis will go to the Pangolier here. No luck for XM on that one.
Mid-Biz rune pickup from Maureen. We'll see what he does with that. I mean, it's actually a decent rune pickup if you're going to be invading Extreme Gaming side of the map constantly, as they're trying to push XM along. Still has a decent net worth lead. He's already kind of rolling.
XG, they missed the D-ward with this Sentry in the river, so Mari knows what's going on here. They're just baiting this SF out. I mean, they do not want to let XM fall in this early game. You can see the prioritization from the supports. At the same time, they're not kicking people out of this lane and they're not hitting that tower, which is the progression we saw with the SF when they played it earlier.
Right.
That game spiraled really fast. This is getting stalled out a bit. This is buying time for the two side laners of Falcons to scale up here.
And
More
Amar,
stack contesting.
He's feeling like on his Magnus game that the game is going to be slow enough that he can go for that Helmet Dominator. He's not going to be rushing the Blink Dagger, which, considering the lack of pressure so far from the Shadow Fiend, I'm inclined to agree with him.
This is the normal progression you want right here. This is going to help you scale
Early Omni Slash, and Amar, he levels up the RP, but he will not be able to outlast the Omni Slash.
What a find from Ame. The timing on that is tight with the next wave coming in. You really have to get it on point. He had the exact damage. I think that was literally the last slash of that ultimate.
I mean, Ame asked for the Juggernaut. You better be perfect with these Omni Slashes because this hero is so hard to work otherwise. Omni Slash is just such a fickle spell in that regard.
But he is a Juggernaut master, right? This is his hero. He asked for it. In this moment, you have to deliver. Meanwhile, stacks have been being built up for Falcons, and at the same time, the Naga Siren is denying the stacks over on the Extreme Triangle. Snake King has been a menace with the blockage.
Yeah, 9-4. Extreme doing a lot more of the stacking, but considering the fact that Maureen hijacked probably 3 or 4 of those.
They did not get them all.
Yeah, feels about even.
Still is XM picking up the farm right here. You did not get that early kill on the Shadow Fiend, so he's going to continue to power up. You just have to trade it out with some Empower efficiency of your own. Diffusal done for Maureen. Haste Rune in his bottle. Could be a nice little point to look for something if you're Falcons. He's really strong around the map right now. Not a lot of ability to control this Pango either in the fight. That's the one downside for this lineup against the Pangolier compared to some of the ones we saw earlier with that Bane being banned out first. You don't have a BKB Piercing disabled to control Rolling Thunder in this game.
The timing of this is going to be pretty tight because Extreme are also almost online. XXS just needs another 200 gold and he will have a Blink Dagger. So if they make the play right now, which they are, 2-man smoke, Crit and Maureen.
They want Ame. If he gets spin off, this might not work, but you have RP.
RP strings in his Static Storm. He gets off the spin initially. They're still going to go for the kill. The teleports are coming in. He may need a disruption to bail him out here. He got off that disruption right before the Static Storm finished him with the silence, but it's not enough. Too much with the Rolling Thunder on top of everything. Falcons, they just bring too many heroes to this, and Extreme, desperate to bail out their carry, just give more to Falcons.
Such a nice timing to hit with this Pangolier. You even get to hold the Haste Rune. And you always have this RP threat on the Jug. You can't just spin TP out. He didn't have Healing Ward available, didn't have Omni Slash available for 5 seconds. No turnaround potential. They will take this Juggernaut down. An important kill in this laning phase. That Shadow Fiend is still powering up, but if you can disable the rest of the team, it's going to be a lot of weight on XM's shoulders in this game to carry it alone.
Skeeter's been having a peaceful game. Any pressure that he got was matched by Falcons rotating supports up here. And while he's not quite up there with the Shadow Fiend, he's gotten a lot of farm off lane. He's been a part of a couple of kills. And if he wanted to, he could keep this tower alive.
It's tough against the Pugno. 3 points in the blast. X-Nova will eventually get it here.
That's true.
And you inevitably will open up the map if you're XG. In theory, this is good space for the Jug to use later when you can, you know, aggressively split push with the spin TP out threat. But again, you have Stone Gaze, you have RP in this game.
Yeah.
That is not guaranteed, especially when this Blink eventually comes out for Amar. You're going to be worried pushing these lanes super deep as Ame might have to play this game a little safer than you would normally want. Can still scale up really well, but he has to get that Battle Fury online and start putting it to use.
Malrine.
Look at another power rune and a great one. Amp damage for this Pangolier.
Yeah, it feels like he's just getting everything he needs right now.
I'd be really surprised if Falcons don't try and start something around this mid lane with this rune.
Sweeping through the jungle, they aren't going to be spotted by this ward. Shin-Q just sitting behind this tree, seeing if anybody on Falcons oversteps themselves.
Those have Demonic Purge for the power runes, so maybe that dissuades you a little bit. Especially if you don't catch the Shadow Demon at the start of the fight. It's kind of the dream catch every time. Take the save out of the equation, take the Demonic Purge out of the equation, no reflection on the Medusa later on.
Yeah, man, you can't afford to let Amar do this to you. He's taking too much. Falcons are still playing the top side of the map as well, but they're going to sandwich him.
They
punish.
Kick him out.
Didn't want to go for the Medusa, but they'll catch Amar on the other side, go through the gate, hit him with the Blink Dagger. And with that skewer, there's nowhere really to run. They try the Static Storm to give him some time here, but another 5 seconds till a skewer, and he's just completely surrounded.
Kill to Ame. Boosts that Juggernaut up. It's going to finish his Battle Fury right on time. Nice little kill to snag. I almost wonder if he could have TP'd out under that Static Storm. It would have been tempting. Still have a free farm Medusa in this game. This Medusa Juggernaut matchup it's a really tough one to measure. In theory, it's good for Jug because he has a little bit of sustain. He can build the mana burn items if he really wants to, Disperser later on. He has a great tool against you in the Omni Slash to kind of bypass the Stone Gaze, but it can also just go horribly wrong if Dusa hits her timings, gets a fast butterfly, is taking Roshan's against you, and is just barreling down lanes.
Yeah, she's such a damage soak that a lot of times these Omni Slashes are going to feel ineffective if Medusa's in the middle of them.
Looking at Amar again, but without the Shaker, you don't have the damage and control to bring this guy down. 2,000 HP with those bracers while on shreds.
Yeah, he dies once, he just runs it back down the lane. Says, go ahead, give it a try if you want.
Yeah, he's just running at him.
And X-Nova's trying to run away, but Crit, he'll catch up with a glimpse here. X-Nova doing what he can, but of course, too many disables, not going to be able to teleport away. A 5th kill for Falcons, but on the other side, a much bigger one. Skeeter, hit by the disruption. He got up the Stone Gates, they're going to turn themselves away. The Croakers stall him up a little bit, but he's already out. Extreme really didn't commit too much for that. They could have tried to go for the Requiem, but
it's hard to get that angle. Once that SF is already on top of when you disrupt, it's difficult to walk in there and get that Requiem. Believe you have the DPS to bring him down. He had full wand double Lotus.
Yeah, that is pretty tough to get through.
A tanky hero at this point in the game.
So why not make the same play as last time? A little bit of feint up to the top lane and then back through the gate. Sandwich Falcons again on this play. If you want to keep playing aggressive down here, we'll keep picking off the heroes. This time they only get the support. Malrine
being an illusion, but
he does not have a TP scroll, but he does have Rolling Thunder.
They're going to see he does not have TP.
Can they get in front of him anyway? Nah, he's too fast.
And they TP'd XXS down here as well, maybe feeling like he was backed into a corner, but the catch will not be there in time, and this is going to give up a lot of map control. Mid wave pushing in, top wave pushing in. Medusa illusions, adding fuel to the fire here with some Dark Troll Summoner creeps.
Tower denied by Malrine. A game of such close margins.
Look at this smoke. Without the initiator, though, this could be awkward.
Oh, it's going to be very awkward. Spotted by it.
Yeah.
A Helmadom creep. They'll get the 100 gold for it, maybe take some neutrals, but it's not the smoke that they wanted, especially with all this damage on this top.
Я не играю рейтинг какой. Я тебе больше скажу, он у меня недоступен. Потенциально. Низкая порядок.
This hero can make the map miserable to play. There's a rune denied.
Nice deny from Snake King.
But I like that dead even in this game 5. This was not a game that was just auto won off the lanes, and I don't think it's a game that's auto won off the draft.
I do feel like Extreme Gaming are going to reach.
Когда у тебя низкая порядочность, у тебя недоступен рейтинговый режим.
I don't know if he could play the same game last time where he just farms up to a BKB and then to an Aghanim Scepter.
Физически. Почему не играю? Потому что нет смысла.
Push from the Naga Siren and the Medusa. That sounds I don't want to get into that world. I don't want to be chasing around these illusions all
Если
over
ты
the map.
соло играешь, что рейтинг, что не рейтинг, разницы никакой нет. Просто от тебя меньше требуют, если ты играешь не рейтинг, соответственно, меньше репортов за ошибки потенциально.
Or at least one of them at the start of the fight, it can be very good for you. And you can bring Ame in there, and he should be able to contribute more.
Oh, the information, instant echo slam! Baited out X-Nova! The punish, the Fisher doesn't stop the skewer away, and a song to reset things. Falcons are not in a position to keep it going, though. They will simply teleport out.
Smart
it was
song.
a great reaction there from Extreme, but that is the problem with the Naga Siren.
Can always bail you out of a rough situation. You have BKBs later on, you can power through that, but for right now, it'll get Amar home. Super quick jump from XXS. They were absolutely ready for that play. Still, Amar gets out. Like, this tanky build for the mag. Proven problematic. And
Я недавно пробовал играть рейтинг в надежде, что поднимется порядочность, но не вышло. Особо разницы не заметил.
Pull him back in with the RP and the Rolling Thunder to ensure that if Extreme were to respond, it's a hard fight to take. XXS is tanky, but not that tanky. And XM tries to come in with the Requiem. He's doing this solo. Wait, no, Ame comes in from the side with an Omni Slash. It's a great one. Malrine, he gets a lot of damage on him, but it's not enough. One more hit. An Essence Ring. It keeps Malrine alive.
And a pause as Ame's kill attempt falls short. One hit. He didn't want to spin for it, as you might sacrifice your ability to get back out.
XM finally went for that Requiem. Unfortunately for him, Crit was ready. He hits him with the glimpse. So after the Requiem, there wasn't any follow-up raises, which Ame certainly needed with Malrine so close to death.
That's the kind of team fight we expected from XG at this point in the game. I mean, you can imagine they win that if all three cores are punching together at some point in that sequence. Unfortunately, you lose your Shaker at the start. Your SF goes in, he gets glimpsed out. You go in with the Omni, he needs a little bit more follow-up damage. This lineup has to play together to achieve those kills, and right now Falcon's just splitting them up.
And Falcon's doing a better job of playing the group up game. And that is largely because they do have this split push in the first place, right? They do have the Helmet Dom pushing out these side lanes. They do have the Manta Illusions running down lanes. They can play grouped up because the side lanes are already pushed in.
There's a lot of lane shove in this lineup. Naga Siren, Medusa, Pangolier just ghost shoves it with the Swashbuckle. You have Empower, you have the Dom. It's going to be a lot of map pressure for this lineup to deal with it. If your Jug is afraid to show on lanes and get it back out because there is BKB piercing spells in this game, then you're really going to struggle. It's going to fall to Shaker to show a lot more, and he's your playmaker. You went off the map, and it's really going to fall on Jin Q to deal with the lane pressure by returning the illusions into Falcons. Looking for the glimpse, force the spin. I don't think Amar's in range here to try and turn it around, so no damage, no foul after that pause.
Yeah, but the spin on cooldown as well as the Omni Slash, Malrine feels very confident he can take this mid-tier 1 tower. The first significant blow of the game goes the way of Falcons. They now have a 3,000 net worth lead.
And they are racing towards this Medusa Butterfly. That's the scary part here for Extreme Gaming. This timing for Skeeter is going to be really strong. Their heroes do not deal with it well unless you can just isolate this Naga. And you can't do that until you have BKBs because Song can always bail him out, and then Falcons will reset with Static Storm, Stone Gaze.
The game of initiations is going to be so crazy to watch because Extreme Gaming, they already had the Blink Dagger on the Earthshaker. We saw the effectiveness of that when Amar tries to make his jump. But then you're also going to have a Blink Dagger very soon on Shin Q, and that's going to be a big pickup.
Oh, look at them eyeing Amar down here. He blinked into XM.
And he sure did. He brought XM with him when he tries to skewer away. One raise, where's the stuns? They've got none. They only have damage, and it's not quick enough.
He blinked into that skewer. He's like, take me with you. I'll try and bring you down. Sick attempt to find the Magnus, but again, the tankiness of this build pays off. Amar's able to play very aggressively and get out. This is
20 minutes.
Tormentor.
Yeah, Falcons, they see all these heroes from Extreme on the other side of the map. They know this Tormentor. It's all theirs. And so the Shard, that'll go to Snake King. It's a really nice upgrade.
He's so rich now. He's only going to get wealthier.
Song of the Siren giving max HP regen per second, so when he gets the save off. But then there's something even more special. Max mana regen as well. That's even more effective with this Medusa.
It's great for all their cores. Beautiful shard to get this early in the game, too. Means you can just finish up that Solar Crest, go into other utility. They already have a drum on crit. Early utility online for Falcons. Butterfly done for Skeeter. This lineup is hitting a PowerPoint.
Once again, XXS is baiting out X-Nova, who's going to try and play for the Wisdom Shrine. No overextension, though, from Falcons. Not yet. The Omni Slash is late. It's sticking on to Maureen. No, it's sticking on to Skeeter. He gets a lot of damage done. The Stone Gaze goes out. The Rolling Thunder is used. So many ultimates popped by Falcons. They do not get control of the Wisdom Shrine. That goes to Extreme. Extreme not able to chase and punish. But I think they're happy just to be able to get something out of Falcons without losing anything in return.
Honestly, this Omni Slash has been doing a lot of damage to these Falcons heroes. You get BKBs on these other cores, you commit in with that single punch, you know, Echo Slam, Requiem on top, Omni Slash on top of all that. Some of these heroes are going to explode. Even if the song is over top, the burst damage is insane. This is what XG are gearing up for right now. They will have to hit their stride in the next 10 minutes here before this Dusa becomes impenetrable. And that is Snaking's job. Slow this game down. Buy time for the Medusa to get to this Scotty where she becomes an absolute beast in this game. And look towards that Roshan.
With the butterfly advantage, it feels tough. The Scotty, that'll be something different for Ame to have to contend with. He's trying to work on a butterfly of his own. There's that Blink Dagger for Shin Q. Good pickup. And double BKBs will be coming in soon for both XM and XXS.
I do not envy Jin Q's position in this game, though. To decide between an offensive disruption and a defensive one, which one do you need more? It's very tempting to go for that offensive disruption on the Dusa and turn those illusions against Falcons. At the same time, you use it offensively and you don't have it to bail out one of your cores that gets RP'd or Static Storm, you're going to really regret it.
That's true. And maybe that's where X-Nova is going to have to step up because he also has a save available. Maybe it's not as effective, this Decrepify, depending on what sort of damage is being thrown around, but I mean, Falcons, it's a lot of physical damage, to be honest. Anytime you have a Pango, that's just going to be core that's all physical damage, so.
I mean, Pugna's always annoying on that backline. It's just the displacement from the Magnus can be his problem. You pull this hero away from XG's formation. Very hard for Pugna to turn that sort of fight around.
And once again, Falcons having the advantage. Push the tempo of the game. They're going to take this Roshan. And Extreme, not really in position to contest. They're going to play for farm, play for that double BKB timing that we're talking about.
Believe in Ame, believe in the Juggernaut. That's all you can really do right now because Skeeter is untouchable with this Aegis, and that'll finish up the BKB for Amar as well. He feels untouchable at this point. You'd have to land a massive synchronization of these ultimates to bring these heroes down and win the fight overall.
The Naga Siren with the Blink Dagger. Snaking's going to be playing way off in the back to try and come in with those song saves. But the BKBs can't allow them, if Extreme get that advantage, to just push through the song, get these kills anyway.
Such a terrifying hero to play against. Even if you get the perfect team fight, this Naga can put you all to sleep and reset the entire situation. See how much Skeeter can get done with this Aegis. He's got a long time on the clock. Definitely enough to get to his Scotty. Probably enough time to take down 2 tier 2s if you really want to force that mid one. I doubt these are towers XG wants to fight. The positioning's just not that easy. There's going to be Naga illusions in your face. And it's all about the Juggernaut's timings. Ame, he wants his butterfly before he has to be pulled into a fight for his life here.
Yeah.
You need the damage upgrades on this hero.
Very efficient from Falcons. They take that bottom lane. The Helmet Dom creep was pushing in mid, so they didn't even risk any heroes. Falcons staying grouped up together. Now the Medusa is going to hit that mid tier 2, and it's going to disguise a smoke push in from Falcons. 3-man smoke into the triangle, not finding anything just yet. Extreme, they've called their forces back to base for now.
Oh, but they did not recall Ame. He is so close to being in range for that RP.
He backs away just at the right time.
I mean, you've got to remember, he doesn't have BKB. If you RP skewer him into Static Storm, that's it for him. He's gone.
Kind of poke at Skeeter here, of course, with the Aegis. It's a Medusa. It'll take forever to kill her the ones. There's no way that Extreme are going to go on this, and Falcons know it.
At the same time, they're smoking out. Since they're not afraid to take some sort of engagement or at least look for a pickoff while this Aegis is online.
There is a lot of information from Falcons with these deep lane wards once again.
These are some nasty obs in this jungle, not being killed right now.
XXS, he'll try and cut that mid wave. Thanks to his shard, it's made a little bit easier.
Falcons instantly running back to this part of the map.
Oh yeah, they've got so much vision here. Double wards in this jungle area.
Could be a disaster.
And they got the glimpse back. The disruption goes out. And on the return, X-Nova. He's fine. Amar, he thought about stretching out for that skewer attempt, but...
I mean, you gotta know there's vision here now. You either find it or you vacate the area. XG getting corralled early in this game. I mean, the net worths don't look too bad, but they're losing a lot of space, a lot of ground right now. Jinq going for the offensive disruption. Little harass in the Skeeter here.
Yeah, with the illusions combined with a couple of stuns, Medusa does take a lot of damage, but...
That's a lot of damage, actually, yeah. Those things hurt.
They do.
Downside of the butterfly, right? Goes both ways. There's the Scotty, however, 2,000 mana pool.
It'll be the downside of the Scotty as well.
Oh, they found the mag.
The initiation on the Magnus. A massive pickup, but he's still got the RP, the song. Still, the RP has to be used defensively alongside the song. They just got to run. Echo Slam got used, but XM does not get off the Requiem.
How did he not get that off? You have to be instant on these jumps. The cores have to go together. One jump is never going to be enough in this game. It has to be 2, maybe 3. A big missed opportunity for XG. Does get to the butterfly on Ame. You can still look for something with this Omni Slash, but there's still the dire vision in your jungle. You never got rid of it.
Your own vision is going to be in danger because the early gem pickup from Falcons. They're going to push into this side of the map again. Once again, looking for a glimpse play. They know XM doesn't have his BKB. He just has a Requiem. Hope that the fear pushed them far enough back, but the Magnus going to chase after. Snaking, got him with the ensnare. Wait, a Fisher, they're so crumbed up. A Fisher hits on 4. If only there was some damage behind it. Boname, he wasn't there yet. He's trying to get there somehow, wrapping through these trees areas, but he's just not going to be able to get there to punish anything. It's going to be instead Jinq to die. Both supports fall, and they take that high ground ward away from Extreme.
What you wouldn't have done to have Echo Slam available on that 4-man clump. Of course, Falcons going in there knowing it's on cooldown.
I mean, even just an Omni Slash probably would have won them the fight. But Ame, understandably, he has to work towards his MKB. As soon as he gets the MKB, he can take that man fight against the Medusa, perhaps. But until then, it's so difficult.
He believes in his scale here. He believes in the matchup.
Once again, XM spotted. Another ward, another deep ward that spots him on his way up here. And now Skeeter's on the other side, trying to get in front of him. He's going to go for the TP away. And Skeeter, he does... No, wait, the glimpse back. He gets a BKB.
That is very close.
It was so close. It just ran out towards the end of it.
Wearing through this Aegis. It is now expired for Skeeter. Playing field is even once again as some Blink Daggers coming out for a lot of these heroes. And the more important one, Ame, opting for Blink Dagger before he heads into that MKB.
I think he saw that opportunity from that Fisher and 100%. Was just like, oh, if I had a Blink Dagger there, what a world of difference it could have been. Another opportunity like that shows up, I will be prepared.
It makes sense with this lineup. Again, you have to jump together. Ame needs to be able to get in there when the opportunity presents itself. You may never get another one. You have to get in there quick because that song is going to come out and reset the fight no matter what opening XXS finds. It's absolutely the right call. Just a matter of can you find that window. MKB also being built up from Skeeter. Just a true mirror match between these two carries as the Jug attempts to close the gap.
Ame's been sitting on a ward for a while. Now X-Nova realizes, uh-oh. He started going through the gate. Falcons thought better of it, though.
Falcons' wards have been on point, though. Another obs down here doing some work.
He keeps getting closer and closer to the gate. Ooh. And finally, Falcons, they just pull the trigger on it. Like, well, okay, we can catch him, but no. Hides away in the trees. Skeeter, who went first, did not get him with the Gorgon's grasp.
Space created right there.
Oh, absolutely. Any bit of space for Extreme is worth its weight in gold right now. As Aghanim Scepter is almost done for XM, alongside that level 20. It's a big power spike to have.
So much execution necessary here for XG to win a fight, though.
Yeah, and they're going to need every bit of that because it feels like they're going to have to contest Roshan.
This is a scary Aegis to go away. Your high ground defense is not great other than disruption. You're likely getting skewered off it. 2 lives on Skeeter. That's just too much mana, too much HP to get through. Especially with Horn Toss available for Amar. That win probability has swung considerably here.
Oh, man.
XG, they have their work cut out for them. There are pathways to victory in these fights. It is a very thin margin.
Yes, this is not quite like Game 4. It felt pretty much undefendable for Extreme Gaming. This situation, you can definitely see they have the scale. They have ways to be able to make big team fight plays. But it is without a doubt in Falcons' advantage. It probably will be for some time.
So much can go wrong, right? Like you go in with that Omni, it bounces to a random Naga illusion and dies. there goes a lot of your damage. Yeah. You get songed on the jump in because someone doesn't BKB, that team fight can be over. You get stuck in the stone gaze while you're trying to Requiem, XM can just be a sitting duck. All these little interactions can just absolutely ruin what you're trying to do right here with the burst jump. And Falcons know it. They're going to send illusions out. They're going to play for the vision. They're not going to try and give you an easy opening. And if Amar sees a jump, he will take it.
And grind it out. Another Tormentor. Another charge for them. Roshan's going to be, spawn point's going to be soon. Somewhere in this next 3 minutes. Extreme Gaming, get the map control while you can.
Mars rewarded. Extra skewer range, really nice here with this Horn Toss buildup.
Yeah, you move these heroes far enough away, it may not matter what kind of team fight Extreme Gaming is able to put together. They just can't reach the hero that is pulled apart.
To me, it's on Ame and this MKB. Can he land a good Omni Slash in that fight? Can he output the DPS? He gets here, he has a chance to bring this Medusa down. He has a decent shot to bring the Pangolier down, even in a Rolling Thunder. Malreen's very susceptible to just getting burst down by this Juggernaut. Doesn't have a defensive item. No Ghost Scepter online yet. Buys it out, flying it now. That's going to be a huge pickup for him.
Yeah, we've seen part of the problem with this matchup for Pango in this tournament. He Rolling Thunders in. There's really not much he can do if he gets Omni Slash. He just has to steer his way into neutrals or his own team and hope that the Omni Slash bounces off of him. But if he is isolated, it's just 100-0.
Falcons are building up the cheap answers right now. Double Ghost Scepter across their two cores as the MKB arrives. The Mag and the Pango
goes fishing by the Horn Toss. Disruption, but only halfway through. And Malreen's going to ensure the kill, at least trying to with the Rolling Thunder. There's an Omni Slash. He managed to make it through his team. Malreen is still alive. No, he goes down. And Shin-Q finishes him off with the Demonic Purge.
Is this the opening? XG, can you find more right here?
If they can just catch Skeeter, but the Fisher was just a little bit off the mark. Now he's teleporting away. The Croaker stopped.
The disruption.
And disruption. Oh, he was halfway through that animation.
Shin-Q, you were on the precipice of finding the biggest opening in this game yet, and he was mid-animation. You cannot get any closer than that.
Robbed what could have been an opportunity for Extreme to take the Roshan, but instead, Falcons will have their heroes up to contest.
Still very clutch disruption. They got confused as to where that target was going to come out. That Omni was dicing up the Pangolier. Did not get the Ghost Scepter off. A lucky bounce kind of bailed him out, but he ended up dying anyway. They do get a gem out of that fight. Big game for Extreme Gaming in terms of that vision advantage. And a misstep there for Falcons. I mean, they were thinking they were getting a free 5. Yeah, out with Blink Aether Lens on this Shadow Demon. The turnaround potential is immense. Still, Falcons, they feel strong. They're going to push into this area. Even without the Pangolier, they know some of the ults are on cooldown. And Extreme Gaming, they are very dependent on some of these ults, particularly that Omni Slash.
Yeah, Extreme need another 45 seconds for that Omni Slash. And Roshan, they're going to leave a Medusa illusion inside the pit, and we'll see it as soon as it spawns.
I cannot believe they're pushing up like this without Ame. I don't think you have the damage to take down the front line without him.
The Roshan roars, and that's the call to action for Extreme. They bring their 4-man. But what about Ame? He's trying to make his way over here. They don't know how quickly. Disruption out, and on the side, there goes that Requiem. Blowing up Malreen. Skewer back onto the Shadow Demon. He got up a Demonic Purge. That is excellent. As the Cripplify goes down as well, they have to Static Storm this Shadow Demon just to get the kill on him.
This fight is open right now.
It is. Ame wasn't even a part of that one, and now he's got his Omni Slash. Extreme Gaming, there is an opening here.
They do not want to press it.
Can they force the fight? Can they take the Roshan? Or are they just going to sit back and play for more time?
Oh, such a clutch find from XXS. He saw that Pango for a brief second try and go up to that hill. That ward did so much work and just instant jump. Can see the difference now between here and that fight earlier. You get the stun on the Pango, XM, you better instantly get in there. You have about 2 seconds to make your play or it's gone.
Skeeter is still playing inside this pit. Another roar goes out. Extreme Gaming well aware of what's happening here. Stalling and stalling.
I mean, Ame is just farming. He's doing Ancients right now.
Yeah, he's almost to a Swift Blink.
It's like calling their bluff. It's like, you're not going to do Roche.
And you would be right about that with Roshan now swapping over to the other side of the map. Just another minute of farm time for Ame.
He made the most of it. Omni Slash back up, almost level 25. Do smoke and try and contest this? Yes. XG will not give up this Aegis for free. A tough angle to contest. Fire Ward scouting the entry to their triangle, but does not see them deeper in.
There's so much vision. Amar, they blink backwards on XXS.
And we're creep scouting.
Deal with the Watcher. Roshan's already dead. The smoke up Falcons. Now on the offensive, looking for the glimpse pick off. Found it on X-Nova. Pull them back inside the Static Storm. These supports are worth the ultimates. The saves are too annoying for Falcons. They let the Medusa lead the charge. They don't have to risk anything else. The Swift Blink, it's done for Ame, and he's pushing to level 25 soon. Can this Juggernaut, can Ame carry this for Extreme? They have put everything in this Juggernaut basket.
I don't think there has ever been a more important Omni Slash in the history of this game right now. If this is the spell you have to rely on, the tension in that booth must be at an all-time high.
Yeah, it doesn't matter how good you are with the spell. Sometimes
it just doesn't go your way.
It just doesn't go your way. Luck can play against you.
Leave it up to fate. Can you find that opening? Refresher arrives for XM. You'll have double Requiem to play with. Might buy you a lot more time in the fight, a lot more control too if you can land the double fears on some of these core heroes before the Stone Gaze comes out. Maybe make a zone of control so this Magnus can't get in there. All of that goes out the window, of course, if Amar just finds the jump with the Horn Toss Skewer. But Jinkyu, he's been ready for those plays. Disruptions have been pretty on point.
Yep.
It's also something Falcons can play for, right? I go in with the Horn Toss. I know the Shadow Demon's going to show. Someone else get that Shadow Demon when he goes for the save. It can be a two-sided play.
Knowing how important this Omni Slash is, and the counter is right there. Everybody knows it. Lotus Orb. Look at Crit's goal. You make the call. What would you do? Would you get the Static Storm or would you go for the Lotus Orb? They have Song into Static Storm, Ag Static Storm. It feels like a guaranteed team fight win, but at the same time, Lotus Orb is the ultimate defense against Ame right now.
I would go Ags just because it's so guaranteed with the Naga. But Crit, he always plays for the team. He always makes the right play. I think he's going to go the Lotus here. Gonna try and reflect that Omni.
No, he's bought out the Ags. He's already bought 3 of the components. 500 more gold until he's got an Ags. Somebody funnel him some gold. Amar fishing, got the Horn Toss, and Fisher's not gonna stop the Skewer. Back into the Static Storm it goes. Once again, the support is picked off. There is still this annoying Shadow Demon with the disruptions, but it's on cooldown for a bit. And Skeeter will take that chance to hit a tier 3. And take down the tier 3 in quick succession. There's that Axe. Flying out for Crit. If they get the right, no! It's gonna be Extreme jumping first! They go all in for the Magnus, and they've got him!
Look at Skeeter, he got feared into the base.
He did, he got pushed in deep. Falcons get a bit separated, but Extreme, once again, they're playing it slow. They hit the Fisher now, the follow-up. Ame, he's making the call to jump in. Takes a lot of damage. Oh no, they're rolling thunder. Where's the Omni Slash? No! Ame! What about the Omni Slash?
Didn't get it off in time, underestimated the burst damage, was trying to hold it for the second life and paid a massive price. No buyback available for this Juggernaut right now. He is 600 short.
The team gave him an opening. They got the pick off.
He got too greedy with it.
And now the team has to hold for him. Can they weather through Skater? A minute and a half left on the Aegis. They're trying to chip away at it, see if they can take it for free.
It's like you have to wait for the Juggernaut here. I mean, you go in and Requiem this Medusa, it's just not doing enough right now. You have good stall mechanics at least. This is not going to be the fastest push, but this will be a lane.
And there are no tier 2s left, and Falcons won. They can keep this going. 40 more seconds till Ame's back up. 1 minute on the Aegis. Falcons have made the call. They're going to go another. Maybe not.
You might not get another chance like that in this game, especially with that Ag Static Storm online. RP available. All the ults up for Falcons in 2 seconds. And you still have Aegis for 30. Do XG even have any smokes left? They pop so many.
Inside of the base, Amar, a Horn Toss. Oh, if he could find XXS, that would be a beauty.
He wants to return the favor.
Maybe it's X-Nova once again. The Pugna toss back to the team. There's nothing Extreme can do about this. It's just time and time again. Horn Toss into out. And they have to play 4 versus 5. Ame's finally back up. The tier 3 is almost dead though. Skeeter keeping up the pressure. 14 seconds till the Aegis. will despawn. They'll back away, let the regen kick in. And a smoke up from Extreme, hoping that Falcons would continue to take the fight as the Aegis expires, but they'll make no mistakes here. It's time, Avery. Snaking has Song of the Siren back up. He's got a Blink Dagger.
I mean, this could just be it. You find a great clump here. You drop that Static Storm. This game is just over.
This could be the killing blow. Extreme Gaming, you have to play with speed here. They have to make the initiation. They have to be so fast that they beat out Snake King's Song.
They used their last smoke as well. It's about to expire. The vision is not on your side. The buybacks are not on your side. You're missing the two big ones here.
The creeps are pushing in. The illusions are pushing in. The Naga Siren, the Medusa, it's all over the place. Falcons will give them a moment of reprieve. 2 minutes until another Roshan. They've got such an advantage. There's no need to rush things with this high ground pushes. They are dangerous.
Let the Naga illusions do the work. Let your high ground wards do the work. You have so much vision control right now. Why take a bad fight when you can take a great one? Skeeter is capped, man. He is 6 slotted. He can eat an Ags, buy something else, but...
Yeah, they already have all their shards. There's nobody to get it from this Tormentor.
Nothing left to get here.
You have almost every advantage you could ask for Falcons. They have Ags on almost every single hero. They have a shard on every single hero. Extreme Gaming holding on. They've got a couple ultimates. We've got the Refresher on XM. We've got the level 25 on the Juggernaut. Opts for the lifesteal.
He needs BKB though. He cannot enter the fight unless he's just instant Omni into spin versus the Static Storm, versus these RPs, versus the Rolling Thunder into the Medusa damage like we saw earlier. He buys out. I think this is the correct call, but no buyback available for Ame. It will not be available in this next fight.
No room for mistakes here. But it might not even be a mistake. What if Snake King just songs into the base and they're able to just Static Storm it? Like, what is he gonna do? He's just dead.
You get disrupted and hope you can survive. That is it.
Extreme Gaming are gonna have to be so disciplined on their spacing here. Even deep inside their own base. All the way back behind tier 4s.
Yeah, they just don't know where the jump is coming. They have no vision right now. Falcons, they're probably just waiting for next Roche. But you don't know that if you're XG right now.
The illusions are just non-stop 6%. Extreme are backed into a corner. Will they contest for the Roshan? Can they contest for the Roshan? Is Falcons even give them that opportunity? Or they
so
just
difficult.
make Roshan roar and then smoke into you?
Yeah, there's no way they just sit in the pit. I mean, maybe you sit Skeeter in there, but it's not going to be a clump fight that you can take advantage of. There's always going to be Naga illusions on you. You're running out of smokes in this game as well. And the big questions for these cores, do you buy out in these situations? How valuable is your buyback versus something like a Refresher on that Shaker? 6k gold on XXS. It's do or die. The Refresher might win you that fight. It could win you the game. Buyback could also win you a base fight. Might not even be able to get to the shop. That's another concern here.
These souls cast speed, so we're gonna have some instant requiems going out. He's got 2 of them. That is so much damage if you are right on top of a hero.
But think of how much control he has to go into.
Oh yeah.
Double Song, Ag Static Storm, Stone Gaze, RP, Rolling Thunder. Any of these spells can mess you up.
XXS buys out that Refresher. He's playing for the all-in.
Could have buyback available if he gets 500 more gold or so here, but that is not an easy task with how little map they have to work with.
Oh, yeah,
there's just no way Ame can get his up.
They're getting the crumbs that are falling off of Falcons' tables right now.
Falcons know it. They're going to play it safe. They're going to play it disciplined. They're going to play for Roshan. Put an Aegis on this Medusa. There's a decent chance he just becomes untouchable. They're getting more Omni/counter ability. E-Blade available for this Magnus. They can build into some more Lotus Orbs.
E-Blade, a Ghost Scepter. That's about it. Surprisingly, no Lotus Orbs, which they could have just gone for that. Let Skeeter hit high ground. Just keep, throwing those Lotus Orbs on him. But they played for the bigger kill. this big team fight combo. Falcons back up, go for the Roshan. It'll roar, and we'll see what Extreme do about this. Even if they smoke up, are they going to be able to get there in time?
It just seems like an impossible fight. If you know they're coming, you just song the play. You make them BKB early to have to commit. There's going to be some RP interrupt.
Got the horn toss once again, the Pugna. Punished time and time again. Somebody has to die for this horn toss skewer combo. They'll get the pick off. They force the buyback, and they still claim the Roshan. The Aegis picked up. XM, he doesn't want to let them just push back into the base. They're going to try and play for this high ground. But again, these illusions are scouting things out. Falcons leaving nothing to chance here.
Snaking is very familiar with playing a late game Naga Siren lineup in a TI Grand Final. This is a team that knows how to abuse the vision, knows how to look for the jump. They have the vision, they have the jump. This game is in their control right now.
Break it down for me, Avery. How does Extreme win this fight?
Massive Requiems, a great catch from XXS, and the Omni Slash has to land.
He got two inside of that. The man just took it to him. He said, what do I need? It's all me, baby. I've got this. Finds an opening on two.
What
now Ame has an opportunity. Oh, that Outworld Staff, man. It's just too good of a counter to the Omni Slash. Ame's making a run for it. He'll get back to the base safely. Falcons have bought back on Amar, though.
They want to end it. They still have Aegis. They know all the ults are on cooldown. This junk did not do enough with the opening.
Out of mana on the first life here. Skeeter is getting quite low.
They do have a refresh Requiem available.
Yeah.
XM hiding in the trees, looking on this ward. Skeeter backs up. That's a one team fight for XG, stalling out this Aegis. XXS does it again. This man finds openings out of nowhere, and he has been decisive on the trigger.
Yeah, I couldn't even get to the preamble. He just saw a moment, went for it. Two steps in a blink.
You have to play like that in this game if you're going to win it as XG. And the Slugger hits almost killed Snaking. He got hit by two fissures, a bunch of Slugger echo damage. Naga almost died from collateral. And that was with the song going out. That's the upside for XG in this game. If you can find the jump, if you can commit, if you can put your BKBs to use, there is no counterplay to that other than the RP coming through. And it's not always fast enough, and it's not easy to get through these Requiem fears. 2.5 minutes left on the clock for Skeeter. Round 2 here for Falcons. They buy the mag to continue the push. As XG trying to wait for ultimate cooldowns.
The banner gets dropped, and the damage, it's coming so fast. Extreme have to cobble together some sort of idea here. Ame, he'll blink forward, deal with the banner.
Does have buyback
on cooldown.
It's worth mentioning. Two lives
Thunder, that's going to be a bit wasted here. Maureen tries to blink it again. Very awkward. Very far forward.
There's no punish, though.
That'll be a second lane. No response from Extreme on that.
They are being pushed to the limit here. Bend, don't break. That has been the motto of this squad, but you can only bend so far.
And amp damage is in that top rune. Falcons.
Oh, do they see it? Does someone go back to check?
See it, man. Skeeter setting up. 2 minutes. He wants to force this now.
Look, A on disc, ready to be assembled for ATF. You might not be able to get that same kind of play on the Magnus anymore.
One building left till Megas.
You gotta go here.
HP, where's the jump? They make the jump now. Try and hit for the Requiem. The RP gets locked down as well as Song. Still though, the fear pushes the Medusa inside. Little bit of a problem. Half mana for now. Trying to stall things out. Got the Static Storm out. Glimpse back onto him. Refresh. He couldn't get off the BKB. He's in trouble. Decrepify's gonna wear out. XM now he gets off the BKB. He's making a run for it, but the Stone Gaze will allow Skeeter. He'll take Megas.
XG against Megas.
XXS, he doesn't want to let him lead. He's running straight to him. He challenges Crit, but a cheese goes off. Crit, he's alive for now, but he's separated the rest from the Medusa refresh, and now he's got lots of stuns. Hits him with a little bit more. Requiem, Fisher, everything they have. A jump forward, goes after Crit once again. Wait a bash. Still though, the Medusa's in trouble. Ame, wait the song, and they can't stop him.
Where's
he's teleporting away. There is no stuns.
He didn't omni him in the Ghost Blade because he felt like he was gone, but the song bailed him out. Falcons escape with everybody. Another opening where XG just fall a little short.
The fight recap shows Extreme Gaming. You got nothing out of that. You've given up Megas. They have the lineup to hold up against Mega. The game is not over yet, not by a long stretch. But it does feel like Extreme Gaming is just bleeding, and they haven't really gotten any control back into this game. Maybe this Aghanim Scepter, though.
I mean, there have been very few comebacks against Mega Creeps on the TI main stage. There has never been a comeback against Mega Creeps in a Game 5 on the main stage. The pressure is building. It is almost too much, but XG, they are not out of this game yet. 5% chance. They will take those odds if they can find one more opportunity to output the damage. Ame, he buys out yet again in this game, consumes an entire Ags. He will have the Swiss Slash to throw out now. More tools in his arsenal.
It'll be a little hard for Skeeter to make that same read with the Outworld staff that he did before.
And a Hex on XXS, more control. That buys a lot of time for Ame to go in and deal some serious damage, and they were dealing some serious damage to that Medusa. It's as bad as the fight outcome was for you. You got Megas, you didn't get a lot off of that. You gained some confidence in taking Skeeter down.
You did.
He died very fast, especially to XM's damage.
Yeah, it helps so much that both the Requiem and these long-range Fissures, it pushes a lot of these Falcons heroes who are trying to sit behind the Medusa. It pushes them so far away that Skeeter just ends up on an island.
Exactly. Isolate the Medusa, take him out. Even if any clutch E-Blade comes through, you might still just be able to push through it. You always have the Demonic Purge to throw on him. Guarantee the Omni lands outside of the Outworld staffs here. Falcons take a breather, decide to farm up, try and reset this game a little bit. Still firmly in control. But you're gonna have to close this one out. Second Hex available. There's now a double Hex with Refresher on the SF, double Hex with Refresher on the Earthshaker. Quad Hex potentially coming out from XG. That is a lot of control to fight through.
That's like 15 seconds of disable. What do you even do?
No BKB on this Medusa. I mean, you could just throw all the hexes into Skeeter, remove a lot of damage from the fight. You might get RP'd, but if there's no one to kill you in the RP, is it going to do that much here?
Look at all the Lotuses he's stacking up, man.
Oh, they are stacking them.
Another Tormentor. Once again, nobody to take the shard, just some gold for the squad. We're going to be playing 50 seconds until Roshan has the potential to respawn. I think this is a situation where Extreme, no way they can contest. It's just going to be a good old-fashioned base defense. It's just going to be sitting on your tier 4s, daring Falcons to get closer and closer to your fountain, where the buybacks are more potent.
Those buybacks are everything now for XG. Ame, you're pretty much capped out. You just got to play for maybe a Refresher, maybe a Nullifier somewhere in this lineup, but buyback is a lot more important at this point.
Oh, I mean, if he could get to Refresher, that would be sick. 4 different slashes to get around these Outworld staffs and these Ghost Scepters.
Gotta abuse the fact that the fight is going to happen in your base and you're going to be able to reset a couple times. At the same time, I mean, if you can continue to find levels in this game, the Shadow Fiend level 30 talent for some extra Shadow Raise damage, all these small things can add up here. Probably need to win a fight to get here, at least 1 or 2.
Ready to put together if this initiation goes wrong, but it doesn't. He got the opening on the Shadow Fiend straight to the Static Storm. That's going to be a buyback.
No disruption in time. A clutch pickoff for ATF here. He will reach 25 off that extra RP stun duration. Could also be very impactful.
XM doesn't use his buyback right away. He's going to wait for Falcons to make another push. And Falcons are certainly going to go for that push. But how many times can they find this fissure opening? Every single time he goes for it, there's this risk that XXS responds fast enough, that one of these supports managed to get off some sort of save.
The awkward timing here, Roche up in 40 seconds. You have to know that this is in the range for the spawn interval.
Yeah, maybe Falcons, maybe they just go back. Maybe they've taken this SF kill, but maybe they can't actually force the buyback for the risk. What if they lose this fight? What if they give up Roshan?
The safe discipline play is to take Roshan here. 2 lives on the Dusa is what lets you break the high ground.
They'll do
tempting
just
as
that.
it is to force the fight without the SF, it could go horribly wrong. And then if you lose that Roche, it could all slip away. They're thinking about both. They went to the pit, now they're back to the base. ATF, he's made the call, he wants to look for somebody.
Once again, the Pugna, because why not? A disruption, okay. Gets thrown out onto the Magnus, Lotus Orb bounces it back, and it's still the death of X-Nova. Man, it's just not getting to play any Dota right now. Still, though, they popped another Stone Gaze for this. The XM's back up in 10 seconds. It's actually feeling like even though Falcons are getting these pickoffs, they still can't get a buyback out of them. They just have to go to Roche.
Most important things in this game right now are the buybacks for XG and their cliff. These are the 2 things they need to maintain in this game to have a fighting chance in that base defense. Doesn't matter how much lead you grow from here. The fight is not going to change that much. Maybe Refresher on crit gives you a little more potential, but you've reached your potential with this lineup. All the playmaking is there, and XG, they want to contest this Roche.
This is crazy.
This is absolutely insane. Going into all the vision, all the control, you can get substatic stormed at a moment's notice.
And Creeps are still hitting their tier 4s. They haven't even pushed the base out yet.
They're just going to get thrown. You have to go back.
You have to go back. There's no way you can stop this Roshan Falcons. They play it cool. They back away. 5-man smoke up, and now they're heading into the base.
They lost tier 4s off that. They lost so much.
They realize that Extreme are a bit out of position. If they can get to the base before some of these other heroes, they can get yet another pickoff. It's X-Nova again.
Animation, you cannot. Does not have the buyback available.
Is that enough, Falcons? Ame, he's tired of this. No, the Lotus Orb. Swift Slash, it was just a Swift Slash. Meanwhile, GQ, he just died in an instant. Skeeter took him out. And oh no, XM got bashed up right as he tried to go for the Requiem, and he's gone.
XG crumbling right now.
They're wearing through these heroes one by one. And Ame in frustration, he managed to get his spin up there. The instant side, but it's that Stormer response, and it's Song as well. Still though, the spin gets off the side spin and bounce backwards. It didn't get onto the heroes. Now what do? You need a refresher, XXS. He can't go back, he has to go in, he has to use everything he has. Refresher into the Echo Slam. They get one, they got lead. Half HP on Skeeter. Ame fighting for it. Can he take down Dusa? It's almost no! The Song! And now a refresh. When he comes back up, Snaking has just saved the game for them. It was going to be the Dusa dead, and instead, it's a Falcons victory.
Ame, you've been here before. Will you be denied again?
3 times denied. A horn toss, and it's over. Falcons, they've done it. Falcons are your TI champions.
This series went to a Game 5. That Game 5 went to the 58-minute mark. It took every buyback XG had to hold on to that game. Every tower in the base. Falcons push it to the limit. They gave ATF, the hero that has been Ame's nightmare time and time again. The Magnus will once more shut their dreams of an Aegis down and achieve the dreams for this Falcon squad. A long time in the making for some of these players. They will finally lift this Aegis. For some of them, they've been here before. But for a lot of this squad, it will be their first time as international champions.
Snaking and Skeeter, now 2-time TI winners, and they do it with their teammate AUI, who is now the first coach for a 3-time champion. The duo of Maureen and Amar, from their time together in obscurity on a little team called Creep Wave, moving to different teams, cheering each other on every step of the way, and now realizing their dreams as a team. And then Crits, the player at this TI, the longest consecutive run, 12 years in the making for him. And now, the moment of triumph, the International 2025 champions, Team Falcons!
Ladies and gentlemen, the international champions, Team Falcons! Congratulations, congratulations, boys. Of course, I'm going for you first. ATF, my man, you have told the world that you were the best player on your team, the best player in the world. And now, you got the proof, baby. Now, you were right. Ladies and gentlemen, may I introduce you to Amar, the first place international champion! Any words, my friend?
Thank you, my family. Thank you, my friends. Thank you, my team. Thank you to everyone who supported us. And this is just the beginning.
Skitter! I guess the debate is over. Wraith Pact TI was not a fluke after all. You carried your team in Singapore, and you have done it here again in Hamburg. Skitter, the mic is yours, my man. What's on your mind?
I'm just so happy that I was part of a squad that helped Crit win TI after he tried so many years. I'm just so happy for him. And obviously for Amar and Maureen to win TI at such a young age is a privilege, and I'm kind of jealous. But yeah, they did their part, and I'm just so happy for everyone.
Thank you so much. Snake King, my North American brother, you have been the glue that has kept this team together. You always believed in this team, and they have always believed in you. And now, you get to raise a second Aegis with your brothers! How does it feel? Any words for them?
It's amazing. I'm on top of the world. I'm very grateful for Skitter and AEI. We're going to run it again.
We're going to run it again!
Maureen, may I baller you for a moment, and you think you could maybe lift the Aegis for me as well? There are only 11 different mid laners inscribed on this trophy, and now you are joining the ranks of Dota history on just your second TI. Now I know generally you got a lot to say, Maureen, but has a TI made you speechless?
Boys. Of course, I'm going for you
I
first.
barely can solve it. I never would dream and think that I would have any chance winning TI, especially as a earliest.
It is a reality, Maureen. Start believing it.
Fantastic. Sir, we will take that Aegis right over here. Oh, okay. Give it away whoever you want. That's all yours. All right. Owie 2000. Hell yeah! Lift it up. Owie 2000. You are the first man in history to see 3 teams to an Aegis, my friend. You have broken the record, and there's no denying you're the greatest mind in Dota history! Is there anyone you would like to thank in this moment?
I think just my team, Stas in particular. Thank you, Stas, carrying TTI. But no, thanks for all the people who make this game so great. Honestly, like, I don't know what my life would be without Dota. And I don't know, I just can't express my thanks enough to everyone. Thank you for watching, thanks for supporting us.
And thank you for such an incredible performance. Thank you.
And last, but certainly not at all the least, Crit. This moment is the culmination of 9 different TI attempts. When many people would have given up, you persevered, my man. No matter what the rosters, no matter what the setbacks, no matter what the region, you never gave up.
173, ебать. А нижний 145, ебать. 125.
Yeah, I mean, I don't even know what to say. Like, it's been a long time, and I like to not react too much when we win, and I feel like this time I'm lucky that I can even talk. I just want to thank everyone that supports us, especially our friends and family. Yeah, just thank you, everyone. It means everything.
Enjoy the moment, my friend. If anyone has earned it, it is you. And all of us, please, can we celebrate in this moment and make one more round of applause for your TI-14 champions, Team Falcons!
A crowning achievement on anyone's career, and Team Falcons, they get it for themselves. A team effort that spans beyond the 5 players and their coach to get to this moment, to get to this main stage here in Barclays Arena in Hamburg, and they have done it. They have finally done it, Kazu.
What an absolute treat to watch this entire TI and them winning this TI. And you can just, like, it's one thing to win TI and it's another thing to win it with the people closest to you. Like Amar and Malrine, they've played together for years. You can just see it. It's honestly, like, it's so touching and beautiful to, like, see this game unfold and to see a team win. It's taking me, like, everywhere.
I mean, in 2024, they were the favorites, right? They came into the Copenhagen TI with Crit on the roster, you know, hometown heroes. They weren't able to do it. They kept the same roster. They didn't give up. In 2025, they didn't even win a single LAN. Coming into this TI, you know, they were also still weren't considered the favorites, but they showed that through the tenacity of these 5 players, with their coach, with their management, and everyone around them, they were able to craft some of the best, you know, strategies that we have seen at this TI.
I mean, they struck gold with this roster. Ever since Falcons came into the scene a year ago, they were considered one of the best teams, even though they didn't win that TI last year. They're here on the stage now as the winners. They didn't change a thing. All of these players are so exceptional at what they do. They are so good in their roles. They have the confidence. They did not falter. And their road was long. It was grueling. They played the longest games during the road to TI. They had some throws. They had some comebacks. They went through the ringer to get to this Aegis.
Even with going through the upper bracket, they were still the team that played most games with the road to TI and the TI combined.
I mean, I feel like it had to be Crit to win it then, right? The fact that, you know, like we've already said, you know, it's his 9th TI in a row. He hadn't won it yet. He finally overcomes it. Of course, snaking Skidder. It's now their second TI in the books. Maurine's second ever TI played. He finally gets his win. It really is just a matter of everything. And for Amar to so calmly say when he lifts the Aegis, you know, that's not the end of it. You know, there's more to come.
This is the start.
This is the start.
They're both 20 years old. Like, they're like best friends winning TI together at 20. You have Crit who powers through it for like years and years. And I know that snaking, he has to deal with Amar and Malrine, and I know that they're clowns a lot of the time. Like, he has to, like, you know, simmer them down, level them, make sure everything works. And AUI 2000, there's a big reason that people call him like IQ 2000. Like, this guy, he knows it all. This team, I don't know, it's just so amazing to watch them.
I love that team dynamic, though, that you mentioned, that there are these 2 crazy kids just having fun. They're playing for the love of Dota 2. You know, people laugh at them, people call them toxic, because they're just enjoying themselves. They're tipping, they're in it together. You saw how they just plopped on the ground, just relieved at the win, staring at each other. That was a shot out of a movie, looking at that.
Yes, it really was.
That's how much TI means to these players, right? They've won so many tournaments. Have you seen them be that emotional, lay on the floor? That's how much this tournament has a grasp on our players. Like, this is why this tournament is the most beautiful tournament of any point in the calendar. It is everything. And for the players, you can see how much it means to them.
Yeah, it has been a fantastic 2 years in the making, I think, this grand finals for Team Falcons. And to make it in a game 5 as well, I do want to say, I mean, they did eliminate Extreme Gaming with the Magnus. I'm going to forgive them for that.
Arme won't, but
he will never forget. Like, he already has so many days he can't forget. Like, this one on top for XG. It's honestly so sad and like so trauma-inducing, but you gotta really give it to Falcons. They go back for the Snake King Naga. He's won TI with it before. Crit on Disruptor, not something we see too often, but this guy, he's played for so long. He's been in so many lands, in so many games. He can play whatever you need him to play.
Also, Skeeter on that Medusa, give that man his flowers. In a lot of the games this tournament, it was Malrian and Amar being the scaling heroes into the late game. In this game 5, they put full faith in Skeeter. They made him the win condition. They expected him to carry them until the very end, and that he did. He is a world-class carry. He is the best carry in the world right now.
I mean, I remember, like, this guy has absolutely way too many people that were, like, hating on him. And also, too, we heard Tsunami say the Rave Pack TI. People were saying, yeah, they only won because of Rave Pack here, there. No, look at them at this TI. They make the meta. They play their heroes. They play them top class. And that's why they win the tournament, not because of some random items here or there.
I mean, it's the fact that there's a team where all 5 players at different points had to shine to win a game, right? It's not a TI where we're looking at one player who's been able to, carry the team or whatever, right? It literally is all 5 blending together and creating this harmony of strategy and, friendship.
Yeah, let's take a look at the road that Team Falcons has taken to get to this very point and taking the championship in the finals. It was a relatively smooth sailing through the upper bracket, but the games were not easy. There was only one of those series that was a 2-0 at the very beginning, but the rest went the distance.
Yeah, losing game 1 was Falcons' MO to winning this TI, right? Losing game 1 to PV, losing game 1 to P-Vision, then losing game 1 to Extreme, but they showed that they knew how to adapt and understand. The emotions did not let them, overwhelm the series. The fact that whoever was leading the talk behind stage, be it Amar, be it Aoi, that was pushing the team forward, and it isn't just a clean sweep. They had to, like I mentioned, they had to do every aspect of a team to get to this point.
They really benefited too from the way they played this tournament. I mean, we heard Snake King on stage yesterday saying because of the group stage, because of how long the games were, how many games that they threw or they perceived as playing bad, that is what taught them today and how they're playing. Every series that they played, every loss, they took a lesson from that and they applied it to the next one. And you could just see it unfold in front of you. It was beautiful.
I think the entirety of the International, including the road to the International, was beautiful. This one is going to go down as one of the better Internationals in my book, that's for sure. This was amazing. We saw great Dota. The games were back and forth. And Kezu, I just want to talk one moment with you in Germany on the main stage.
I mean, I'm just so happy to be here. Hamburg, ich danke euch alle. Es ist mein allererstes TI als Talent. Es freut mich total. Ohne euch wäre Dota und TI nicht das, was es ist. Thanks to all of you for watching, because honestly, this was my first time here. It's incredible.
What was your best moment?
He's tired of this double loaded sword. Swift slash. It was just a swift slash. Meanwhile, Q. He just died in an instant. Skeeter took him out. And oh no, accepting go best up right as he
tried. You're really nervous before, but you go into the few minutes and then you feel like the emotion of the games and of the fans, and you're just like, you're immersed. It's real.
The TI vibes that people often, you hear them talking about it, but they are real. You feel it in Falcons as well. That's why they have the reaction as much as they do. Effie, how do you feel the TI vibes right now? And what was your most TI vibey moment?
Oh my God, everything has been amazing. Just being a part of this, witnessing it firsthand, watching a team change their lives, cement their legacy, hearing the roar of the fans as it's happening, just being a part of it is something, a feeling that I cannot explain. And if you're asking me for a highlight, it has to be, it has to be ATF picking Ursa in a game 4 of a grand finals when they're down again, when they could be losing.
That's
the balls, the absolute audacity, the fucking confidence for that pick.
Wild.
That was amazing. That was an all-timer.
I definitely believe that, and I echo that sentiment. Tigov, it's been quite a journey to get here. How about you?
I mean, it's simply just the magic in the air, right? The fact that we've had teams like Heroic, you know, with Yuma, with KJ, show up on the main stage and make this incredible run. We've had Arme backs against the wall. He wanted to be crowned. Maybe not this year, maybe next year. Ooh, come on, Arme, it's in China. Keep playing, boss. Don't give up. But the fact that we have this, like every single team, we're going to remember Falcons for winning it, but along the way here, one of the best roads to the international that we've ever had. One of the best group stages that I've ever witnessed myself. And that alone is proof that the TI is like, it's never gonna die. It's just beautiful, and to me, Dota is just an amazing game. No complaints. You are amazing. Which camera am I looking at? You are amazing for playing the game. You are amazing for watching the game. This one, and together, this game is beautiful. It doesn't matter about anything else going on right now. This is why this game is so fantastic. These moments you can get out everything. That is why Dota is irreplaceable. It will never fucking die. This game is amazing.
This game is amazing, and I want to say, Barclays Arena, you have been amazing. You were a treat to hear every single game, and it was full from day one, from minute one, and I love you for it, and I love the energy that we had going on in the arena every single day. You guys showed up here for this. It was a tremendous road, a fantastic journey, and it is Team Falcons that ended up being written in the stars, but guess what? I heard Shanghai looks pretty nice in August 2026. That's coming up, of course, at the end. There's gonna continue being TI champions. But for now, for this moment, and for this year, it is Team Falcons, your TI champions. And I wish you all the best good night and enjoy the rest of the evening. And we'll see you all for the next one.
9 верных. Еба. «97? Серьезно? А, ну да. А, это то есть был предел. Ну, я не знаю, будет ли анонс, конечно, какой-то еще. Ну, что могу сказать, пацаны? На яйцах был, потому что, блядь, вот эти просто вот насколько введение вот этих наград эксклюзивных поменяло, блядь, все нахуй. Ты уже не мог остаться в стороне и сосать бибу. Теперь не знаю, блядь. Я думал, что у меня неплохие очки, но когда я посмотрел в топ-100, что там люди, у них по 180 тысяч, а то и 200 тысяч, это, конечно, вопросик очков. И поэтому я даже не знаю, что там будет по очкам и процентилю. Но я попержу, может быть, видос сейчас запишу, не знаю, надо немножко зачилиться. Угу. Ну да, топ мира, блядь. 180 тысяч, а нижний порог, я так понимаю, 155 тысяч, что ли, будет. Это пиздец, пацаны, просто, блядь, такой пиздец. Вики. Да, ну ладно, что тут? А, все уже, да. Ладно, сейчас еще попередим немножко в менюшке. Так, это у нас Вики. Ну, теперь ждем типа процентиля. У нас есть прогнозы. Блядь, ну что-то я чувствую, если... Чувствую, что может быть все очень плохо по фэнтези. Да. Так, ладно. Попередим еще немножко в чате. Это да, это, конечно, вопросик. Один просмотр, нихуя себе. Меня еще в лобби выкинуло.